The pandemic imperative. How the state of measures undermines itself and becomes a veritable system of delusion. By Hans Ulysses Moll. At the beginning of 2007, the New York Times reported on a whooping cough epidemic in a U.S. state in 2006, which in retrospect turned out to be an undisputed pseudo-epidemic. In retrospect, experts explained to the newspaper that the problem was that those responsible blindly relied on the rapid, highly sensitive PCR test. One of the epidemiologists jointly responsible at the time says, "One of the most worrying aspects of the Dartmouth pseudo-epidemic was that all the decisions seemed so sensible at the time." End quote. The word pseudo-epidemic does not come from the vocabulary of swearers or conspiracy theorists. Rather, it is a technical epidemiological term, which is therefore also clearly defined, for example, in the corresponding lexicon of the RKI. It can therefore be assumed that epidemiologists and virologists know exactly which criteria can be used to distinguish a real epidemic from a fake epidemic without any doubt. Otherwise, these branches of research could be shut down right away. Many other things would expressly speak in favor of this anyway. Since the corona pandemic, and it was completely obvious from the start, did not fulfill a single criterion of a real epidemic, but over-fulfilled all the criteria of a pseudo-epidemic, it was logically a nothing. On the one hand, a pure laboratory test pandemic, on the other, should it correspond to a residual reality, in the form of an actual new pathogen of respiratory diseases that would have added up to the usual annual flu incidence, it could, according to all available official data, have been nothing more than the reality of a poxy cold. Aside from homemade things, there was nothing special going on in the healthcare system, and that cannot have been a positive effect of the measures. The expert council appointed by the Bundestag for the evaluation of the measures could not officially prove any connection between the intensity of the measures and incidences, and even in areas with few or no measures, such as Sweden, Belarus, South Dakota, Florida, and Texas, there was nothing conspicuous. This is an evident fact. Not only does it result from the WHO definition of a corona case and the handling errors of miserable PCR tests, it is confirmed by publications of the Federal Ministry of Health and by the RKI's weekly influenza reports, and finally even openly and unapologetically admitted in an RKI document. Anyone who is proud to have never looked at an original RKI or WHO paper, who is proud to have no idea of the nature and functioning of PCR, cannot know anything about this because, abstrusely, it is precisely the critical day and reconstruction of the origin of the positivist figures that justify the rule that has been placed under suspicion of positivism. Seemingly paradoxically, the indisputable fact of a fake pandemic is, on the one hand, not at all relevant for a decisive critique of the measures or the 3-year state of emergency, and on the other hand, at the same time, extremely relevant. In what sense is it not relevant at all? In the sense that it is categorically out of the question to subordinate civil liberties to the defense against any danger, no matter how real. Especially in the face of a real plague, an actual mass extinction, fundamental rights conceived as inalienable should remain inalienable, because otherwise they are not worth a damn. And why, of all conceivable measures to alleviate suffering and reduce the number of deaths, should those that negate civil liberties be the most suitable? Even if the logic were to work out in practice, I couldn't see from the outset why anyone would be so stupid as to sacrifice the essentials of civic and civilized coexistence for the sake of mere survival. Incidentally, it would be worth discussing at some point whether there have ever been real epidemics at all, or whether they have not always been staged by the rulers in order to try out new techniques of domination, and to organize the greatest possible approval among the ruled by means of fear of epidemics. In any case, the evidence of the Great Plague epidemics of recent centuries is not much better, as if future generations were condemned to reconstruct our present solely on the basis of Lauterbach tweets. But back to the topic, in what way is it significant that the coronavirus pandemic was nothing or a cold, whether it came from a wild animal or a gain-of-function bioweapons laboratory? It becomes relevant when it comes to historical classifications, terms and their moral and emotional charge, the determination of qualitative and quantitative dimensions, and ultimately also in the assessment of Nazi comparisons. For the measures to be labeled as simply illegal, it is enough that they were useless and disproportionate. They would have been so even in the face of a real plague. In the face of a cold, however, they were monstrously disproportionate, and therefore, also due to their intensity and duration, a crime, a state crime, which, at the latest in retrospect, pursued no other goal than to drive people into a genetic experiment called vaccination by constantly increasing their suffering. Even in the face of a plague, real fears could be irrationally exaggerated and make people unnecessarily stupid and mean. In the face of a cold, however, the same behavior is no longer just hypochondriacal and neurotic, but psychotic or psychopathic and sociopathic, no longer just stupid, but mentally handicapped, no longer just mean but evil. Take Margaret Stokowski, for example, who became famous for chattering all over Der Spiegel with pseudo-feminist columns. In the meantime, she has stopped chattering for the time being due to vaccination damage, at least in Der Spiegel. Apparently it's still enough for Twitter. Let's hope that her post-vax syndrome, which has lasted for months so far, subsides as soon as possible. In any case, she initially had 3 injections of the pharmaceutical mafia's at best useless and at worst dangerous concoction for a cold that can't harm young women. When she then becomes infected with Omicron immediately after the 3rd injection and doesn't recover afterwards, she seriously believes it's long COVID and that she would probably have been worse off without the 3 injections. She then sits down with Lauterbach at a press conference to use her obvious vaccine damage to promote the booster. There is really no other way to explain such behavior than by attributing it to a mixture of mental disability, psychosis, and malice. Incidentally, this also applies not only to the left and the woke class as a whole, but also, with a few exceptions, to those who call themselves ideological critics. Signs of decay in the scene were already visible years before Corona, when it became increasingly fashionable to consider the trumpeting of one's own petty bourgeois states of mind, sensitivities, and opinions via social media to be criticism worth reading. Due to the active involvement of more prominent ideology critics in fascist state crimes, however, I would not speak as politely as some critics of the decay of ideology criticism, but rather of its senseless and final self-abolition. It is an undeniable sign of the fascization of a society when one can publicly brag about the most obvious crimes because one expects not only not to be prosecuted, but to be revered as a hero. Vaccinators who injected 100 vaccines, and more, a day could not have conducted the obligatory 15 to 30-minute educational talks. According to current law, this makes the injections a legal bodily harm, regardless of the quality of the injected substance. Here alone, millions of breaches of the law would have to be recorded in Germany alone. On the balance sheet of the state crime, and the politically organized mass killings and bodily injuries, ranging from negligent to deliberate, which could be called a crime against humanity due to their global dimension, if this term were not already reserved for the Holocaust, hundreds of thousands of people have been intubated to death, due to WHO guidelines, worldwide, USA at least 30,000 DE, at least 20,000, and mismedicated, millions of people in need of care have died earlier worldwide, due to systematic neglect and solitary confinement than would have been the case without measures and panic. The dozens of nursing homes found completely deserted by the military in Spain and Canada, for example, are only the most drastic examples. On the balance sheet of vaccination in particular, propagated by some ideological critics to the point of being mandatory, the gene injection, against nothing or a cold, which could not have had a positive effect in the first place, which was not even promised in the embellished to falsified approval studies, will have killed 500,000 to 1 million people in the USA, Canada, Europe and Australia at the lower end of conservative estimates. For Germany, I assume 30,000 intentional killings. By the end of 2022, vaccine injuries of the Stokowski type or worse, i.e. serious physical injuries, affect around 300,000 people in Germany alone. In Germany, 3 million people underwent medical treatment for vaccination complications that went beyond the usual level of vaccination reactions, as various health insurance company publications show. These figures, to emphasize this once again, are based on official sources and conservative, very conservative estimates, which in turn are based on officially admitted unreported figures. We are talking about the biggest global medical crime of all time. The fact that it cannot compete with the industrial mass murder of Jews in a ranking of evil should not be a reason to minimize, suppress, or deny it. For the sake of completeness, a few words on the obligation to wear a mask, a state crime that is also often trivialized as a low-threshold intervention. Firstly, the mask is useless and physiologically harmful because it hinders breathing and is a breeding ground for germs. Naturally, it is particularly harmful to the elderly, the sick and children in this way. Secondly, it is psychologically damaging because it at least makes the wearer feel oppressed and compulsively introverted, disrupts interhuman communication and fuels fears, again especially in children and the elderly as well as the sick. All members of society were thus drawn into the total context of a Munchausen proxy syndrome. Thirdly, the mask has political and symbolic moments. It is a muzzle that transforms mature citizens into immature subjects, and it erases individuality through a historically unprecedented, oriental unification of citizens into a mass. By attacking the face and the countenance, it attacks the individual and humanity, just like a herd of cattle to be vaccinated. Everyone who was not bent on confrontation was thus forced to humiliate themselves several times a day, and to contribute to the reproduction of immediate rule through forced conformity. Anyone who did not want to go to extremes in defense of their physical integrity had their will to resist broken several times a day for almost 3 years. The trick was to force even those judges who would have had to assess government policy under the mask and thus write the pseudo-pandemic, like everyone else, into their bodies as a real threat, which clouds any judgment. At the same time, the dehumanizing mask worn by the corona witnesses themselves as an aluminum hat indicates that the constituted Volksgemeinschaft was extremely fragile, even paradoxical, from the very beginning. After all, the ostensibly positive unifying element was at the same time the divisive element. It was a community of those who mistrusted each other, who were supposed to fear the enemy, the transmitter in each other. In other words, an entity called a community of solidarity that could only be created and held together to some extent in a negative way from the outset, only through hatred of and a desire to destroy so-called deniers, masked mufflers, corona demonstrators, the unvaccinated ergo, social pests, as one FDP politician called them. Fascism and National Socialism are not only, but also determined by forms, and the parallels in form cannot really be overlooked. Despite all the differences in content, Heil Hitler or Sieg Heil became the coercion stay healthy. The outstretched arm was the elbow salute or ghetto fist, and the mask, even more than the swastika armband, was both a confession and an instrument of collective madness. The attack or assault on individual self-determination by the state and its bloc watchdogs was so sudden and widespread that it is remarkable that phenomena such as the Idar-Oberstein petrol station murder and the Königs-Wusterhausen rampage have remained absolutely isolated cases as outwardly or inwardly directed acts of self-defense, Section 33 StGB, by ordinary citizens. It is almost amusing that the politicians responsible know exactly what they have done and what they undoubtedly deserve in response. That they have carried out an anti-civil coup d'état from within the state, which virtually provokes their summary execution for high treason. After all, the police, army and civil servants have sworn an oath to the basic law and not to would-be leaders such as Merkel or Scholz, Drossen or Wheeler. Or which should at least have triggered violent, popular resistance under Article 20 of the Basic Law. That's why they had the vaccine stores guarded by the military and used Bundeswehr soldiers to vaccinate old people's homes, why they had housewives and hippies beaten up in a way that called the UN's torture commissioner into action, or why they used water cannons in Berlin for the first time in 20 years. That is why the true and actual putschists have constantly warned of a coup, of a militarization of the corona critics. Soder's guilty conscience even dreamed of the emergence of a corona RAF. This is why they call the defenders of the basic law anti-constitutional delegitimizers of the state. And after they were able to successfully sell the people a cold as a plague, the temptation was probably great to present a group of Walker pensioners to the public twice as dangerous subversives, whose plans to seize power could just about be thwarted, to the detriment of us all. After all, the coup plan envisaged that the common people would henceforth be treated to culinary delights by a star chef. Pulling off and going through with the obviously grotesquely ridiculous is also a typical formal element and characteristic of historical fascism. But it also means that the world that surrounds us is becoming increasingly surreal as mental disability, psychosis and malice spread unchecked, which tends to remove the meaning and purpose of criticism. Climate neutral, gender neutral, yes, the state demands and encourages the promised disability of its citizens. Stutter pause inside. Society is a case not only for psychiatrists, but also for speech therapists. Sometimes, however, reality still makes itself known. For example, on March 7, 2023, when a commentary in the Telegraph on the British Health Secretary demanded, Matt Hancock should be arrested for willful misconduct in public office. For this at least reminds us that as long as Merkel, Spahn, Scholz, Lauterbach, Soder, Drossen, Wheeler, Pisichtek and Stickomertens are still on the loose as the main perpetrators, a reappraisal has not taken place, a restoration of the bourgeois order after its unlawful suspension has not taken place, so we are no longer in a merely metaphorical, but actually and literally post-bourgeois, pre-totalitarian state. It is no longer about the discrepancy between ideal and reality, no longer about capitalism denying the bourgeois promise of happiness, which is somehow preserved in the defensive rights of the individual against the state and community as an idea and residual material minimum of inert institutions. Rather, freedom is now institutionalized from the outset only as a relaxed lack of freedom, subject to the reservation of averting danger and in exchange for a willingness to submit. This was already constitutionally conceded as a possibility before the coronavirus, and the coronavirus regime not only showed in concrete terms how far it was actually possible to go, but also that even more would be possible next time. And just because this new normality of substantial legal uncertainty, i.e. the serial change or the permanent limbo between unknown lack of freedom and its relaxation, as well as the emergence of lawless spaces, currently still promises a less bad life than one would probably be forced to lead in China, North Korea or Afghanistan. This does not mean that the current society can therefore automatically continue to be described as a civil, even Western one. Exceptions, above all South Dakota, but also Florida and Texas to a certain extent, and sometimes Sweden of all places, confirm the rule islands of the old normality. What we could be facing in the probably not too distant future is the sometimes gradual, sometimes more abrupt introduction of a digital social credit system, in which Shariatization will finally have found its woke, green form, with which the West will increasingly differ only gradually, and no longer in principle, from the authoritarian mad regimes of the Middle and Far East. On the one hand, it will be incredibly convenient to store all data, ID card data, health data, account data that not only indicates creditworthiness, but also consumer and shopping behavior, etc. All data in the microchip of a smart card, for example, or via a QR code on a cell phone, and then politically regulate access and participation of the person concerned according to certain criteria after scanning the QR code. You want to go into the city center? For reasons of climate protection, this is only allowed once a month, but you were there yesterday. That's why the revolving door is closed for you today. There are no more limits to the dystopian imagination. With the current abolition of freedom-restricting measures, it may feel sensually and empirically as it did before. However, once rights that have been set as categorically inalienable have been arbitrarily alienated, they can no longer be considered inalienable in the same way as before. In this respect, the formerly post-fascist bourgeois societies have entered a post-bourgeois pre-totalitarian phase. The social democratic jurist and political scientist Ernst Fraenkel, 1898 to 1975, who was close to critical theory, was concerned at the time with the restructuring of the bourgeois constitutional state by the National Socialists. For the period up to 1938 from then on, his analysis no longer applied, but that of his friend and comrade Franz Neumann on the Unstat Behemoth. Fraenkel stated the existence of a double state, also the title of his work. This means the parallel reality of a somehow still bourgeois state of norms, which maintains the legal content necessary for the implementation of the private capitalist economic order as well as a fundamental predictability, i.e. legal certainty, and a political state of measures that serves the realization of specific National Socialist political goals, elimination of opposition and resistance, segregation of the Jews in preparation for their later extermination. In the event of conflict, the permanent and sometimes short-lived decrees of the state of measures take precedence over the laws of the state of norms, and the state of measures gradually encroaches on the state of norms, until it absorbs it and the entire state structure then turns into deliberate and systematic disorder, chaos and a lack of structure under totalitarian auspices. I now quote from a judgment of the Reichsgericht of 1936 cited by Fraenkel, which in a specific case, which is not relevant here, confirmed the appeal of a district court decision by a regional court with general statements. I replace the words state security protection with health protection, and special authorities with Robert Koch Institute. The Nazi court statement of reasons for the judgment then stated verbatim that it could not be the task of the ordinary courts to examine and determine which administrative measures are necessary to preserve the health of the population. Rather, because of the health policy nature of the issues to be resolved, this decision must be reserved exclusively for the dutiful discretion of the Robert Koch Institute, which is entrusted with health protection and would otherwise not be in a position to properly safeguard these public interests, and which alone has the necessary overview to do so. End quote. Almost all court rulings on corona issues have had exactly this tenor. Whether in the summary proceedings of the administrative courts or in ordinary hearings at the local court, the judges always adopted the assessment of the risk situation and the appropriateness of measures communicated by the RKI without examination and ruled accordingly in line with the government. The other side was usually not even heard. This no longer even formally upheld the appearance of separation of powers and an independent judiciary. After all, the legal conformity of the government's actions would have had to be reviewed by independent judges on the basis of a finding of fact. This is always presumptuous on the part of the judges, because beyond the law, a judge is not an expert in any field that requires judgment. That is why he consults expert opinions, among other things. On the one hand, there would have been the government's policy of measures, which justifies its actions with expert opinions from the Robert Koch Institute, which is dependent on it. On the other hand, experts independent of the government would have contradicted the RKI with their reports. The judge would then have had to make a reasoned judgment as to which statement seemed more plausible to the best of his judgment. But this never happened. Since 1945, it has been unprecedentedly unworthy of a bourgeois judiciary to refuse to do the job of reviewing statements made by the Robert Koch Institute, because getting in its and the government's way legally obviously meant disrupting the latter's right to protect public health. If an individual judge, as in the Weimar District Court case at the beginning of 2021, then dares to make use of his independence and come to different conclusions than the RKI and the legislator on the basis of reading the newspapers and thinking for himself, i.e. to declare the measures unconstitutional with good arguments, then he is dismissed by his colleagues in the 10th Senate of the Bavarian Administrative Court in a way that refers to generalities and formalities without argument, and sounds like the Nazi ruling quoted above, If the Weimar District Court believes that, on April 18, 2020, the day of the enactment of the Third Thurser-Sovtuinma SZNVO, there was no epidemic situation of national scope, it substitutes its own opinion for the assessment of the Bundestag and the Thuringian legislature without even beginning to deal with the scientific and factual basis that led to their assessment. At the same time, it presumes to have expertise in infectiological and epidemiological issues that it clearly does not have in view of the highly complex situation. The Robert Koch Institute, RKI, which the legislator has given special weight in the area of infection protection with Section 4 IFSG, also currently assesses the situation in Germany as very dynamic and serious, and the risk to the health of the population as a whole as very high in the revised risk assessment of January 12, 2021. End quote. This means nothing other than that judges would be obliged to merely wave through, i.e. obey an authority. After all, the legislature has also given the RKI special weight. In current decisions, the RKI is then referred to as a legally standardized specialist authority cited by Attorney Gebauer, which repeats the formal legal trick of the Nazis to abolish the separation of powers, ostensibly within the framework of the law, almost identically in terms of language. In the case of a family court judge in Weimar, who in April 2021 ordered the end of mask and testing obligations at a school in relation to child endangerment, the state responded with proceedings for obstruction of justice and carried out house searches of the judge and the experts, an outrageous, unprecedented attack on the independence of the judicial office. This is the basic architecture of an authorization that has left behind any idea of an independent judiciary. As a consequence, we were dealing with, to borrow a phrase from Annette Heinisch, an excessive illegality. We are talking about a quantitative and qualitative extent of breaches of the law that is almost impossible to catch up with in the near future because it goes beyond any framework. To at least hint at this, firstly, it goes without saying that the declaration of a state of emergency or a health emergency, and thus the establishment of a regime of measures in the face of a cold, was already illegal. None of the measures were necessary, effective, or proportionate. They had to do nothing but harm from the outset. Even if one were of the opinion that it is at all possible and compatible with the constitution of a civil state for the government to attempt to control a wave of colds by means of measures that violate civil rights, elementary fundamental rights and freedoms, it would have had to prove positively and with evidence for each measure that it is suitable for achieving a reasonable and real goal in a proportionate manner. Since this never happened, the measures regime as a whole was illegal in qualitative, constitutional terms, and therefore every relevant measure was illegal. Insofar as many measures affected the entire population by treating every citizen as a potential troublemaker by reversing the burden of proof, there are quantitatively as many breaches of the law per measure as there are members of society, and these are also repeated offenses, sometimes several times a day. Every unreasonable nose swab, every forced mask donning, every fine, every restriction of liberty and isolation, every vaccination, etc. is a breach of the law. Secondly, not only were the validity, application, and encroachment of the Infection Protection Act and individual amendments to it illegal in themselves, but the Infection Protection Act itself was also violated on a daily basis to an incomprehensible quantitative and qualitative extent. In other words, even within the illegal state of emergency, things were not at least halfway compliant with the law. One example. The Infection Protection Act defined an infection before corona, and nothing was changed during corona, as the detection of a pathogen capable of reproduction and its actual reproduction in the organism. Now, however, it has been pointed out again and again by critics and gradually admitted by official bodies that the best PCR test alone cannot detect intact, reproducible viruses. Nevertheless, quarantine orders were based solely on positive PCR tests. These are already millions and millions of breaches of the law within the Infection Protection Act as illegal deprivations of liberty. Incidentally, although this is hardly important in relation, it is relevant in principle, just as many violations of data protection, in itself and as regulated by the Infection Protection Act. Insofar as the health authority has no business with the personal data of a positive laboratory test, as long as there is no infection within the meaning of the law. Thirdly, I would like to address what I, as a legal layman, would call the systematic establishment of legal vacuum or areas of unresolved responsibility or liability. This involves, among other things, collisions between the state of measures and the state of norms. The question of what actually happens when coronavirus measures collide with applicable law and no specific cases are anticipated and regulated either in the Infection Protection Act or elsewhere may be highly complex and only something for lawyers in detail, i.e., aren't punishable laws in principle in doubt about regulations that are subject to fines? Or were coronavirus ordinances generally or specifically regulated by the state of emergency automatically above any law? The layman's perspective in particular seems justified to me because we all normally move through civil society as legal laymen and yet know, and must know, roughly what is legal and what is illegal in all matters relevant to everyday life, even without a law degree, so legal certainty normally also consists of an acquired and intuitive knowledge of the legal conformity of one's own actions. Here are a few small examples of how this was no longer the case in the coronavirus era. Example: vaccination. The substances should already not have received conditional or emergency approval from the EMA and PI, simply because there was no emergency. They should not have been recommended by the STIKO because there was no reliable data on benefit and harm, and the manufacturer's unfinished approval studies were a bad joke. They should never have been injected with the claim that they were approved, effective, and free of side effects or risks, which, depending on the context, is a punishable violation of medical information obligations or the Therapeutic Products Advertising Act. In other words, each individual injection is associated with several violations of laws that are not automatically repealed by the declaration of an epidemic situation of national scope, and were not explicitly repealed in other ways either, i.e., they actually continued to apply. Here, too, we are dealing with millions and millions of serious breaches of the law. Further examples: if the state decides in a snap decision that a landlord should record the ID card data of his guests or check their vaccination status, has he then self-explanatorily authorized the landlords to violate data protection, i.e., actually still valid law of the normative state? Or, if, as a teacher, you know that the Occupational Health and Safety Act on FFP2 mask wearing for adults stipulates that a maximum daily wearing time with prescribed breaks may not be exceeded, and that a medical examination must first be carried out to determine whether any health conditions prohibit the wearing of such a mask, what do you do if you are required to enforce the FFP2 mask requirement against children across the board? Who is responsible and liable if this harms a child? The teacher, the head teacher, the education authority, or the health authority? Especially since even as a civil servant you can't justify orders if their implementation violates the law. In the same way, the package insert of rapid tests states that they may only be used by adults and only when symptoms are present, and that they contain dangerous chemicals that require careful handling. Now a teacher, although neither a doctor nor a chemist, is supposed to supervise 20 children as they pick their noses with sticks and handle chemicals. And as a teacher you have learned that, firstly, children are under special protection, and secondly, as a supervisor you are liable individually if children are harmed. Where does it say in black and white that the best interests of the child have been removed because of coronavirus, or that the school management will take responsibility if the worst comes to the worst? Of course, I know that empirically only a tiny minority of teachers asked themselves such questions, remonstrated, and were suspended for refusal, while the majority thought that everything was allowed anyway because of the corona pandemic, especially since they were afraid of the children as plague spreaders and treated them accordingly. Which is why teachers are primarily considered as a collective of perpetrators in a reappraisal. As an exemplary illustration of the emergence of lawless spaces or the systematic lack of clarification of responsibility and liability, the creation of legal uncertainty, I think they still work quite well. Whether they are aware of it in the individual cases or not, millions and millions of people have forced each other to carry out legally questionable actions on themselves and others by passing on orders. As a layman, I consider all of this to be illegal, the coercion of children and the coercion to coerce children, from the very bottom to the very top. In the end, it certainly looks like that, if under the impression of standard legal knowledge valid until 2020 and a corresponding legal practice for the corona period, one speaks of an excessive illegality, but this was able to run riot unhindered for 2.5 to 3 years as if everything was legal, until it withdrew of its own accord, perhaps because the mass hysteria tired of itself. Then in a way it was also legal, or rather the understanding of legality shifted drastically within a very short time. Even if one or the other were to be declared illegal in retrospect, this would not undo the historical failure of the legal institutions, because according to their self-image, they should have stopped such excesses promptly. Bourgeois society has thus proven to be unable to defend itself or, without external necessity, has stripped itself of what constitutes citizenship. For the coronavirus regime, it cannot be denied that there was somehow still an intact normative state with predictability under the rule of law the whole time. But that alone cannot absolve it of the accusation of fascism. Nor can it deny the proliferation of an unpredictable state of measures, which from March/April 2020 to fall/winter 2021-22 continued to encroach on the normative state until it gradually withdrew from May 2022 to March 2023. For the proliferation and unpredictability, we must remember how many decrees, ordinances, catalogs of fines, i.e. law-like texts, there have been, including the permanent changes and adjustments. I am referring to regulations that are relevant to the everyday lives of citizens and have names such as 13th Ordinance amending the SARS-CoV-2 Infection Protection Ordinance. In Berlin, for example, there were 60 between March 2020 and December 2021, i.e. in 20 months. On average, this means that people had to adapt to new rules on what is permitted and prohibited, halal and haram, 3 times a month. Let us also remember that we were constantly confronted with people and groups of people who, in anticipation of the leader's will, tried to implement even stricter rules in their sphere of influence than they were currently required to, for example by invoking the domestic law 2G, introducing them earlier and enforcing them for longer than required by policy. It is perfectly clear that there were no Gestapo and torture chambers, no patrolling SA, no explicit anti-Semitism under the coronavirus regime. Basic rights such as freedom of expression and freedom of the press continue to exist formally. The social discrimination against a minority, the unvaccinated, which was unprecedented for the period after 1945, their surrender to the hatred of the Volksgemeinschaft, the persecution of dissidents who had been taken out through house searches and political trials, the arbitrary removal of basic and defensive rights such as physical integrity, self-determination, inviolability of the home, demonstrations critical of the government, privacy, data protection, etc., without resistance, the mass killings and bodily injuries associated with the isolation measures and gene injections. All of this was, of course, very much a manifestation of fascism and Nazism. Especially since during the acute excesses, no one could say with certainty whether and when it would stop again or what other insanities and taboo breaking would occur to the completely unbounded rulers. When talking about differences, this also includes the fact that the COVID regime has gone beyond fascism and Nazism and resembled Islamism, and to what extent, and on what levels. Namely in the harassment of even non-excluded ordinary citizens, in the totalitarian Volksgemeinschaft-like regimentation of even the smallest and most intimate everyday actions and gestures, from getting up to going to bed. Total control of public and private space. There were no masks in National Socialism and no ban on staying at home, no distancing rules, no regulations on how many guests you could have in your own 4 walls. Another difference, historical fascism was local or regional. As a political movement, it came comparatively from outside in order to clean up in terms of personnel and institutions, to sweep away the previous establishment. Similarly, after it was defeated from the outside, after turning into a non-state. The global COVID regime, on the other hand, came from within, was run by the previous bourgeois personnel themselves, was not defeated, but merely ended, before turning into an unstate, as arbitrarily as it had come. That is why there is no real aftermath. You can't get out of the coronavirus regime by seeing whether the current infection figures might allow it. You can only get out of it by abandoning the recording of infection figures and declaring them as irrelevant as the influenza infection figures, for example. This would be a purely political decision, which would also mean an explicit disempowerment of state-affiliated virologists, epidemiologists, and simulation researchers. And that is obviously difficult. We are, even if it is currently more bearable again, in the midst of a radical social transformation that is clearing away everything bourgeois and whose first act will have been the COVID regime. November 15, 2021 could yet prove to be the starting date on which the corona measures regime, with which Western European states in particular, above all Germany and Austria, are covering their societies, has actually reached a point of no return, and the path out of a state structure based on the rule of law and popular sovereignty and into the totalitarian barbarism of a state of measures has been opened. A so-called lockdown for the unvaccinated has been in force in Austria since November 15, which, as politicians have reiterated several times in the meantime, applies indefinitely, i.e. is continually being extended without further discussion or justification. A week later, the general and now ended lockdown, which the governing VP had long and stubbornly resisted, but which it finally decided on and implemented under pressure from the drooling media, interested scientists and the Green Coalition partner, who were therefore particularly fond of measures, was linked to the announcement that a general vaccination obligation would be introduced in Austria from February 1, 2022. On January 20, 2022, the law on mandatory vaccination was passed in the Austrian parliament with the votes of the governing coalition and most of the votes of the SP and NEOS, with only the FP voting unanimously against it. The Austrian government thus once again took on the role of the vanguard in the declaration of hostility against those not vaccinated against coronavirus and in terms of general compulsory vaccination, as it did at the beginning of the European measures regime in March 2020, while since spring 2021 it has pleasantly surprised with a certain nonchalance typical of the country, which, as will be explained later, at times almost degenerated into reason. It did not take long for the two ideas of the enviously hated or fiercely admired neighboring state to be enthusiastically taken up by the relevant social forces and institutions in Germany, the traditional home of panic production and disaster policy, and immediately put into practice, with the result of the so-called 2G rule, which is effectively equivalent to a lockdown for the unvaccinated, has now also been in force in Germany since the beginning of December, and a general vaccination obligation is generally advocated. Contrary to the technocratic and evocative suggestive-sounding speech bubbles such as 2G rule or lockdown for the unvaccinated, it is necessary to realize as soberly as possible what this means in real terms in order to appreciate the full extent of the cultural disruption that is now underway. People who together make up around a third of the population are being excluded from public life. Visiting stores outside the grocery trade, hairdressers, restaurants, cultural and sports facilities. These are people who in the vast majority of cases are healthy and not infectious and who, in case of doubt, could also prove this through tests, who have not been guilty of anything, especially in terms of criminal law, but who, for whatever reasons that are not relevant, have not or not yet been vaccinated, i.e. who simply do not behave in the way that government agencies and other social institutions and other vaccinated people expect them to. Such state action means a de facto breach of the principles of the rule of law, as the far-reaching restriction of individual freedom of movement is no longer linked to illegal behavior, i.e. behavior defined by a clearly defined criminal offense, but to legal but politically undesirable behavior. While vaccinated people cannot be denied freedom of movement, as is often said, because they have behaved responsibly by getting vaccinated, which, as we know, does not prevent politicians from imposing new lockdowns on them too, the others are discredited as irresponsible vaccination refusers, deniers, and hesitators. A policy that punishes some and rewards others on the basis of health, political considerations of opportunity, and at the same time prophylactically warns others with the harassment measures against some, now openly links fundamental rights to an arbitrary, i.e. constantly adapted and redefined good behavior, which those affected are supposed to obediently sense, i.e. anticipate, in advance. The way in which the unvaccinated are treated at the moment makes it easy for everyone else to work out what could happen to them if circumstances change. Then, for example, those who have only been vaccinated twice or 3 times can easily be distinguished from fully immunized, and given special treatment with reference to their unsolidary behavior. The punishment and reward system, which is not based on legal behavior but on behavior that is considered legitimate, has already become a justification for openings, or relaxations, a term used in the penal system. Quote, I believe that there is now also a great deal of trust in cultural institutions in how they react to the pandemic and implement and control all requirements. This has been taken into account with a broad opening step, Austrian State Secretary for Culture Andrea Mayer, Greens, told APA on December 8, 2021. The arbitrariness of the measure itself is reflected in the justification. It is the general clause of all emergency regimes and totalitarian states of measures, according to which nothing can be ruled out with ultimate certainty, and therefore a policy that is justified on this basis is known to include all possible outrages. The hypothetical suspicion used to legitimize the new measures is that corona has been a so-called pandemic of the unvaccinated since the summer of 2021, that those who have not been vaccinated against corona can pass on the virus more easily than those who have been vaccinated and therefore have to be treated mainly in hospital and they're in intensive care units. Assumptions and statements that have long been proven to be the demagogic nonsense they are, even on the basis of official figures and statistics. It is undisputed that even vaccinated people can carry the coronavirus, sometimes become seriously ill and die, and conversely, even unvaccinated people do not automatically fall ill if they become infected and do not necessarily end up in hospital. The all-round perfidious argument that is repeated over and over again in government and civil society propaganda in this context is that of system protection. Getting vaccinated is therefore not just an individual act of self-protection, but an act of solidarity. Because each individual reduces the risk of serious illness by being vaccinated and thus protects the healthcare system in general and the intensive care units from being overloaded. Without a remarkable view, the scrapping of a policy geared towards the general health of the people, which has been going on for 2 decades, continues seamlessly and now quite openly draws the barbaric consequences from this. Until now, the decision for or against vaccination, like lifestyle, was formally and largely undisputedly an individual right. And while in recent times, for example, nutritional issues have increasingly become a subject of discussion in everyday life and have been elevated to the status of a public interest by interested parties, the vaccination status of other people, whether they are close to you or not, was not an issue. You would rightly have been looked at askance and seen as intrusive if someone had asked you whether you had been vaccinated against this and that, and conversely, someone proudly announcing and boasting that they had been vaccinated against a viral disease would have been seen as an embarrassing busybody and out of their depth. Since March 2020, the coronavirus measures regime has effectively reversed and perverted these standards, which correspond to both constitutional principles and civic manners, no matter how eroded both may be, and now the point has been reached at which this reversal is to be perpetuated and the breach of the law implied therein is itself to be legalized. The regime of measures has geared the healthcare system, the entire public interest and public life towards a single circulating virus and a single infectious disease that may result from it, and in the process, the individual handling of it has been deprivatized and declared a public matter, with the prospect that this reversal of standards will be transferred to other diseases and other areas of life. The question of individual health status, treatment, precautions such as vaccination and lifestyle, which is usually a matter between an individual and their family doctor or specialist, has now been elevated to the status of a general matter, with the consequence that since then, individual behavior in the face of the coronavirus has been determined by a phalanx of scientifically trained caregivers. Above all, virologists, epidemiologists, mathematical modelers, simulation and complexity researchers, as if there had never been serious viral infections. As if people had never been confronted with it in everyday life and had never developed ways of dealing with it, as if we were dealing with a population that is fundamentally and currently completely clueless and irresponsible, constantly self-harming fools. The fooling and expropriation of common sense, the offensive delegitimization of everyday life management with its habits, routines, and the average practical general knowledge that is included in it, for example, how to behave in an acutely rampant epidemic, is one of the most striking features of the measures regime. Experiential knowledge, evidence is no longer allowed to play a role, but is to be replaced by a strictly formalized way of life based on science, which is impossible in everyday practice. Scientific-sounding empty formulas and slogans, procedures, rules of conduct push themselves in front of living experience and are supposed to replace it. And by expropriating and politicizing the private sphere in this way, the social generality is conversely privatized and the individual is made immediately responsible for matters that in reality can only be dealt with collectively, such as health protection. Whereas previously the state pursued a public health policy, i.e. maintained a health system in which every individual received treatment in the event of illness to which they were legally entitled, regardless of how they actually behaved, whether they lived moderately and sensibly or whether they ate and drank, practiced extreme sports, etc. Which in turn obliged the state to equip the system so that it was also equipped to deal with situations of serious epidemics. For example, the relationship is now being turned on its head. Now, conversely, the individual owes the general public and i.e. the state their health and must protect the system from overload with their own reasonable behavior, which means that a person is fundamentally assessed as a virtual or actual burden on a system. Accordingly, the state's right to access and interfere is extended. Instead of negatively averting general harm from its subjects, the state now empowers itself in the general interest, for the greater good, to protect individuals from harming themselves by now positively and explicitly prescribing certain behaviors and sanctioning them in the event of non-compliance or infringement. The basic features of this reversal have, of course, been apparent for some time, in the activating welfare state of Gerhard Schroeder's and Tony Blair's style, which has taken over the legacy of the administered world of old. The radius of action and the extent of the state's intervention in civic life are expanding paradoxically and at the same time logically precisely because it is restricting and withdrawing. Individuals are left to their own devices and the entire burden of providing for the common good is placed on them, which the state had previously taken on. Now, the individual's personal responsibility no longer consists of pursuing their interests, businesses, and illnesses with a certain degree of protection against life risks such as poverty, unemployment, and illness, but rather, in addition to the practical management of life, to continuously and lifelong personal responsibility. To be their own welfare state in order to be as little a burden on the social bureaucracy as possible, and preferably no longer a burden at all. As a formally privatized undertaking, the self-improvement of the individual is simultaneously declared to be a public matter, and the demonstrative way in which it is regularly pursued and reproduced in the media, especially in the green academic middle class, is at the same time implicitly a continuous application to the state to be co-opted by it and thus become its integral part, i.e. to be rewarded for its self-sacrificing good behavior. Naturally, this mobilization, which each individual is supposed to carry out on their own, but initiated and moderated by the state, is inscribed with a declaration of enmity against all those who do not unconditionally and joyfully surrender to this self-correction. This is the hard core of any so-called activism, and vice versa. Any political activism, any engagement to save the world, any demonstrative responsibility for the supposedly great issues of humanity is a barely sublimated exaggeration of a desperate self-preservation strategy. In this way, the activating state in turn breeds its own devoted field of activists and expands itself into a new type of integral state, which takes on the characteristics of a total ideal activist. The enemy campaign against the right, which has been gaining momentum since CA 2014 and is being further perfected in the corona measures regime, is nothing more than the weak rationalization of a declaration of war not only on all, to paraphrase the current slogans back to their core, modernization deniers and self-improvement deniers, and as a rationalization at the same time the moral backbone of a political civil society media elite that otherwise neither has morals nor presents an elite, but a bunch of parasitic asocials. Such people are currently at the helm everywhere. The difference between Germany and the rest, however, is that in this country negative selection, only the demonstrably most incompetent get anywhere, has been elevated to a principle, which is why the new German cabinet consists exclusively of such characters. This constellation has come to fruition with a general authorization to crack down that the state has issued itself with the emergence of the coronavirus. The corona measures policy is so terrible because it represents nothing fundamentally new, but rather a seamless continuation of the familiar scrapping and privatization policy, but now with new vigor and with fraudulent legitimization through an epidemic event, with which all rationality and society-destroying tendencies can be blindly acted out and executed. When it became clear very quickly, namely in March/April 2020, that the coronavirus, contrary to what was initially assumed, was by no means a completely new virus and, above all, not a threat to every individual without distinction, politicians, instead of accepting this realization with relief and acting accordingly in a level-headed and objective manner, resolutely relied on fear-mongering and panic-mongering and created the conditions for an initially simply mindlessly imposed and absurdly excessive ensemble of emergency measures to take on a life of its own and consolidate into a veritable delusional system. An unmistakable indication of this delusional independence is the fact that the leading social forces have subsequently and to this day ignored or even failed to precisely perceive any insights that would offer them opportunities to get out of the predicament in which they have placed themselves and which they have imposed on others. Instead, either only scare stories are spread or even good news is turned into the opposite, and always against evidence of a pandemic that is equally life-threatening for everyone and has been lacking from the outset. From the outset, it is not the virus which is regularly elevated to the status of an acting subject in an anthropomorphic and almost animistic manner that spreads fear and terror, but what is socially and politically linked to it and the way in which this happens. It is the second nature of a politics that not only prolongs the horror of the first nature, which in the case of the coronavirus is demonstrably limited, but highly itself increases it immeasurably. On the other hand, the humanization of the virus, an organic structure, corresponds to the dehumanization of people, who are treated and dealt with without any consideration for their physical and social conditions, not least in terms of epidemiology and health policy, as if they were shapeless and malleable organic matter. The regime of measures thrives on this basal projective inversion, which hallucinates a phenomenon of the first nature as an overpowering subject, but instrumentalizes it without regard to its actual momentum in order to legitimize and continuously exculpate itself as an overpowering authority. By issuing itself a general authorization in this way, the state simultaneously condemns itself to weakness, i.e., a policy without a head, a concept or a perspective, which persistently shapes the entire regime and the character of every single regulation and measure. The seemingly all-powerful sovereign of the corona regime is at the same time the impotent unsovereign, who pretends to act decisively, rationally and fact-based, but whose actions are easily recognizable to everyone and are characterized by baseless drivenness and consist of both megalomaniacally pompous and petty dilettante-ish bungling. Each individual measure is as hypertrophic as it is powerless, as monstrous as it is ridiculous, as drastic as it is ineffective, and overall, the corona policy forms the image of a series of completely ill-conceived measures, some of which contradict each other and even more so each other, do not fit together, etc., but each of which is hammered in with zealous dogmatism as the irrefutable and ultimate truth, until the sheer opposite is announced the same evening. As ineffective and pointless as the corona measures are from a medical and health policy point of view, they are just as effective and resounding in social terms. The state of measures undermines itself as a constitutional state because the way it operates destroys its foundations, formal rationality and predictability. This characterizes the ever-changing and yet always the same dramaturgy of politics as a whole, the constant interplay of incitement and appeasement, the confusion of forced shutdown and reactivation of public life with its simultaneously maintained permanent regulation and ever-present threat of new and even stricter measures, combined with the fundamental blackmail from the state that vaccinations are the only way out of the pandemic, otherwise there will always be lockdowns and permanent restrictions on freedom of expression. The fact that vaccination was launched from the outset as part of a blackmail strategy has damaged it from the outset and rightly cast it in a poor light. However, the erosion of the rule of law can also be easily demonstrated by each and every one of the regulations, which are formulated in a way that is just as excessive and over-penalizing as it is vague and generic. These are not provisions that can be enforced and sanctioned by the state and obeyed or rejected by citizens, but rather regulations that are put into the world in the speculation that they will be interpreted by willing enforcers, filled with life, and passed on to the stupid and unwilling rest as a moral imperative with media reinforcement. In this way, executive functions that can no longer be carried out to their full extent by the executive bodies, which have now also been cut to the bone, are de facto outsourced and transferred to the citizens, also in speculation that they will supervise each other, so that everyone becomes not only their own welfare state, but also their own police force. Putting people in untenable situations, leaving them in the dark as to what they should be guided by in order to keep them in a constant state of flux so that they can independently sense, sniff out and then execute on themselves and others what the raison d'etat of the state might be. Although this form of general mobilization is not fascist in terms of its social content and effects, it is very much a method of state action that stems from either the Nazis or the Stalinists, as well as an encouragement of social characters in whose constitution and characteristics the most primal traits of National Socialism or even party communism appear. This is all the more true as a policy that has deliberately and intentionally resorted to dramatizing, emotionalizing and moralizing, i.e. campaign politics, must by its very nature run a campaign against the enemy. This too is well known from the past 8 years or so, but in this respect too, the regime of measures has once again achieved one thing above all: a lowering of the inhibition thresholds among the key players in the state, civil society, and especially the media when it comes to either lecturing, stigmatizing, ostracizing and punishing people who do not behave or speak out in an opportune manner or who are even suspected of doing so. The fusion of medical and health issues with the fight against the right is the real achievement and the crux of the corona measures regime, and the first and at the same time ultimate proof that this is not about factual, i.e. health policy, either as a whole or in detail. It also becomes irrefutably clear, as we have said before, what the whole fight against the right was good for: to train basic standards of humanity on an object that is generally regarded as unpleasant, in order to rehearse one's own brutalization by justifying it with the noblest and most unsuspicious motives such as learning from history, or now with health. The enemy campaign against corona deniers, lateral thinkers, swearers, anti-vaccinationists etc. works more clumsily and transparently than ever before according to the model of pathological projection. What you yourself are up to, you blame on others. All the accusations leveled at so-called corona deniers in the last 20 months read like an exact and accurate self-description of the state, its enforcers and its claque. The accusation of spinning esotericism and swearing characterizes very well a fundamentally irrational symbolic policy, not far removed from spiritual healing, incantation rites or exorcism, which in all seriousness believes that a circulating virus can either be contained and controlled by a blanket shutdown of public life, curfews after 11 p.m., alcohol bans, wearing masks, or that it could be vaccinated away by vaccinating the entire population, including children from the age of 5, whereas in all previous waves of infection, members of risk groups were neither protected nor given a third vaccination in time when it became clear that the vaccines praised as a panacea lose their effectiveness after a few months. Because politics/media/civil society are covering for each other in their baseless bungling, i.e. are in fact acting like a conspiratorial gang, these conspiracy practitioners are firing from all cylinders against alleged and a few actual conspiracy theorists on the other side. It is merely grotesque and a testimony to the complete failure of the simplest perception in this context when the particularly zealous invoke the crisis as an opportunity for a complete new beginning, especially with regard to the climate, and almost in the same breath the Great Reset is branded a conspiracy narrative by the right. The accusation that demonstrators who take to the streets to protest against compulsory vaccination and the measures are stirring up fear and intimidation is an accusation that, even if it were true, sounds spontaneously as if it were aimed precisely at the politics of the last 20 months. Above all, however, the ostracism of the unvaccinated, as it is currently being practiced, is also a very clumsy and transparent maneuver to distract attention from the disastrous effects of the health policy of the last 20 years. These have not only come to light in the course of the corona crisis, but have been exacerbated by the measures taken, because the state has done nothing to increase staff, material resources and capacities, increase the pay of nurses, improve equipment and procedures, etc. And Italy is currently demonstrating how compulsory vaccination is exacerbating the nursing crisis in a healthcare system. The same can be expected for Austria. The current hostile campaign against vaccination refusers, which is not only being moderated by the state, but is actually being stoked and fueled, is therefore primarily a diversionary tactic in which a scapegoat is presented, again in the mode of mobilizing individual feelings and private opinions. The speculation is apparently that people are so demoralized after 20 months of the measures regime that they will accept anything that shows a way out of their untenable living situation, including the lying and reprehensible nonsense that unteachable vaccination refusers are to blame for the fact that there are still measures and lockdowns and that everything will be over if this remnant is now forced to vaccinate. Or it is speculated that those who are convinced that vaccination is a good thing do not see this as a private view, but rather as an official internal obligation to at least look down contemptuously on the unvaccinated, the unteachable, swearers, right-wingers, Nazis, etc., or to make fun of them in private. The way in which private resentments are publicly authenticated and private opinions are libidinally short-circuited with the government line is also an aspect of the privatization of healthcare and, at the same time, the deprivatization of actions in this regard. Be that as it may, the fact that they, politicians, the state, have not allowed it, but actively promote it, that medical, health-related issues of all things are being dragged into an enemy campaign that was established long before Corona, namely the fight against the right. With the consequence that even licensed and established virologists are covered with meaningless fact checks or immediately declared to be non-persons if they do not surf 100% on the said wave of excitement. In addition to many other reprehensible acts, such as the school closures, this must be judged as criminal in its social content. Incidentally, it was left to Croatian President Milanovic to find appropriately clear words for the Austrian lockdown for the unvaccinated. He said it was fascism to forbid people from taking to the streets. He immediately retracted this, but not without insisting that corona measures terrorize people, and summoning the Austrian ambassador in Zagreb to express our deep concerns about fundamental freedoms in Austria. Milanovic's justification for this step demonstrates a remarkably clear view of things in Europe and a sense of malicious humor. Our ambassadors are constantly being summoned for stupid things, so we will do the same with theirs. It's not acceptable that Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán and Poland are constantly used as doormats, while on the other hand there are sacred cows. If the Dutch and others make comments about Bosnia-Herzegovina every week, then I can also talk about Rotterdam, he said, alluding to the riots there by opponents of the measures. The people are rebelling, and they are not immigrants, but blonde and shy Dutch people, said Milanovic, who expressed his surprise that, I am the only European statesman who cares about this. In fact, Eastern European countries such as Hungary or Croatia, which are generally mistrusted for their real or alleged authoritarian tendencies, are currently in a favorable position compared to Austria or Germany, as the regime of measures there is significantly less restrictive than here and is handled in a much more relaxed and laid-back manner in everyday life, because the daily scaremongering is not practiced there, or at least not to the same absurd extent as here. This is by no means a polemical diagnosis exaggerated for the sake of clarification. On the contrary, things are so obvious today that they can no longer be exaggerated and are hardly worth commenting on. Even those who have put the regime of measures in place and are keeping it running suspect, notice, feel and know what they are doing and have set in motion, albeit certainly not to the full extent, and that it is urgently time not only to take countermeasures, but to put an end to the whole thing as quickly as possible. The now former Austrian Chancellor Kurz had the following remarkable words to say in July 2021. Quote, "The crisis is redimensioning. It is changing from an acute challenge for society as a whole to an individual medical problem. This medical problem affects everyone who is not vaccinated of their own free will. It is no longer negotiated at the relationship level between the individual and the interventionist state, but at the level of personal responsibility between the person concerned and the respective doctor. The state has intervened massively in the lives of every individual over the last year and a half and must now return to its core tasks," explained Kurz. "The waves will come like the waves in the sea, but their threat will no longer affect the collective of society as it did last year and spread fear," said the Chancellor. "The unprotected will be affected first and foremost. The mutated virus will circulate unhindered among them, and this will have to be communicated openly to all those who refuse to be vaccinated. In short, we will have to tell them that sooner or later you will be infected and you will fall ill. Please be aware of this. The pandemic, which is no longer a risk for the capacity of hospitals, will therefore be left to individual risk and rational management," said the federal chancellor. "We are a liberal democracy. We have the right to act unreasonably in accordance with the law. You can eat 10 schnitzels a day or climb up a rock face with 140 kilos without the state standing below and securing the rope." End quote. In view of the fact that Sebastian Kurz was elected in March 2020 before Merck & Company in March 2020 before Merck & Company, while he rode back the following year and the role of alarmist was taken over by the Greens, who are suitably qualified to do so, this is not self-criticism to the extent that one might expect. But the statements at least reveal an awareness of the exceptional nature of his own policies, in particular that the relationship of immediacy between the individual and the interventionist state represents a breach of the customs and legal principles of a social order based on individual freedom and must therefore be ended again. And despite everything he can be accused of in connection with the measures regime, Kurz has been pursuing the declared goal since summer 2020 that Austria would return to complete normality in summer 2021 thanks to the vaccination. It didn't quite turn out that way. The pointless and counterproductive 3G rule was introduced in gastronomy and culture, the mask requirement remained in place in grocery stores, but the misleadingly named incidence rates of infection as a benchmark for assessing the pandemic were temporarily taken off course and a more moderate tone was adopted overall. There was even occasional talk of a miracle. In the face of rapidly falling infections, this time the Austrian miracle as is always the case when narrow-minded scientists no longer understand the world because it exists for them only or primarily in the form of their models and the forecasts derived from them. And even when the infection figures started to rise again, the drivers of the panic epidemic modelers, infectiologists, the assembled media crowd were still quite far behind and were put in their place by the Chancellor well into the autumn, although they spoke out in the usual tone of voice, warning, admonishing, threatening and berating the Chancellor as a populist and opportunist, for his line of enabling something similar to normality. In November, the extent to which politics and state institutions in the narrower sense are caught up in their own contradictions and inconsistencies on the one hand, and in the state-affiliated fringes of civil society on the other, proved to be such that politicians are unable to permanently assert better insights and decisions based on them, however half-hearted they may have been, against the expected swelling level of panic and the foreseeable calls for decisive action from this side. Politicians are trapped in themselves because they are selling the existing vaccinations as the panacea that they are not, because the virus, an organic structure, does not dictate a certain policy, and a synthetic substance such as a vaccine cannot show the way out of an epidemic, and because the statement occurs made a little later that the pandemic has now become a pandemic of the unvaccinated, has in fact already laid the foundations for the hostile campaign against the unvaccinated that will soon follow. However, state policy is trapped above all in the civil society apron that the activating state has created for itself, and by virtue of their profession and social situation, these are those who benefit immediately from the production of panic, have established themselves in it and are interested in ensuring that it continues to run smoothly. Activists, scientists, journalists, the entire laptop class in general, who are not only optimally protected by the continued lockdowns, although they in particular do not need protection, but whose members do not miss anything at all when public life is shut down by decree, because their ideal of social life is limited anyway to being connected as an isolated monad with other isolated monads by digital remote control without limits, a social model in which they even see the future and which they would like to make binding for everyone else as standard. In this respect, too, the corona measures regime is bringing about the breakthrough of trends that have been observable for some time, through the repeated and unhesitating shutting down of bourgeois life by politicians whose job it would actually be to guarantee the economy, i.e. capital accumulation and bourgeois life, which unfortunately now depends on it under capital. Those social characters are implicitly and explicitly encouraged who are no longer beholden to any lobby or social institution at all except themselves and their own asocial milieu, and therefore act out their baser instincts without hesitation, but with the backing of the state apparatus and legitimization through the high ideal of health, social phobics with a quirk of identity, a health obsession and a university degree in university cadre forges, where instead of education they have received the relevant training that provides them with a methodology, tenacity and cold-bloodedness to formalize their resentments bureaucratically, to legitimize them properly by invoking superior values, and finally to present them to politicians for decision-making as the result of an honest inner struggle. In other words, behaviors and dispositions that a bourgeois subject has always been characterized by keeping in check and whose expression would have been considered embarrassing, unseemly and annoying are now promoted and rewarded. Once again, and hardly surprisingly, it is intellectuals in their entire spectrum, from established academics to artists to the sophisticated intellectuals of the middle class, in other words the intellectual blowflies, Michael Charong, who from the outset have avowedly recognized the crisis as an opportunity, and have made themselves indispensable when it comes to establishing the social production of panic, keeping it going and orchestrating the branding of the unsolidary enemies of the people accordingly. It was a Germanist, language tester, and avowed Mao Zedong fan, Mr. Otto Koibel, who was responsible for the now infamous panic paper commissioned by the German Ministry of the Interior in March 2020. After it quickly became clear that the coronavirus does not threaten everyone indiscriminately, and that the limited number of people who have died will therefore not be enough to publicly advocate drastic restrictions on fundamental rights. Such dirty jobs require rags with a sense of responsibility for the big picture and a correspondingly routine disdain for the common masses and their petty needs. People who are trained by many years of experience to delude themselves into hyped and half-believed threat scenarios and to interpret them methodically and correctly and unscrupulously enough to stigmatize all those who do not follow them. It is no wonder that all those for whom bourgeois normality has always been a thorn in the side and who have always dreamed of shutting down the whole of capitalism and imposing an educational dictatorship on ordinary people, and who, from former squatters to Antifa and climate activists to former anti-German ideological critics, are now making their very own sense of an absurd regime of measures and feel called upon to make their contribution to the fight for the good cause. The transitions are fluid. He is not very optimistic that the general lockdown in Austria could end on December 12, 2021 for vaccinated people, as the lockdown is simply not being lived radically enough, explained the virologist at MedUni Vienna, Christoph Steniger, on November 24, 2021 in a jargon reminiscent of teach-ins from former K-groups as well as empowerment seminars. The consequence of such an activating policy is that the general intellect, the average intellectual expertise, which still very much exists, is suppressed and in some cases branded, and instead both proven technical idiots, who would prefer to model the world according to the standards of sterile experimental laboratories, and pandering scientists, who already conduct their research in a socially responsible manner, i.e. according to what is politically opportune and expected of them, are called onto the scene. Scientists become important people and sheer headchoppers of the state that is getting out of hand. In concrete terms, the much-used anti-enlightenment slogan "Follow the Science" means that politics follows science, which in turn has aligned itself on the one hand with the activism favored by the state and on the other hand, again in advance, with the wrong standards of a policy of measures, the fatality and cohesiveness of which, of course, does not result from a plan or a conspiracy, but from the fact that the haphazard, incompetent, and bunglers of all factions work together, cover for each other, and collectively shift their blame onto others. The result is a highly dangerous alliance between the elite and the intellectual mob, in the course of which the state in the narrower and broader sense in particular undergoes a fundamental transformation. Instead of using universally valid and predictable forms, such as those embodied in law, which are designed to enable individual freedom and an orderly social life and to have a moderating and dampening effect on excessively exuberant political affects and drive energies, the apparatuses have been playing a game of hazard for a long time, and in the case of corona, fatally intertwined with the issue of health, by promoting the acting out of lower instincts in every respect and in all areas of society, thereby making themselves out to be the supreme instigators. In this way, the traditional and outdated institutions mutate into mobilization and recruitment offices, which carry out a kind of general inventory or mustering of the population and issue certificates of suitability based on good conduct or notices of expulsion in the event of non-compliance. At the same time, it is as if the state is opening the prisons because it is urging the ruling personnel to make common cause with criminals and in this way to set themselves up as general criminals. An unmistakable indication of this is the gutter jargon that seemingly established representatives of the state are currently using when they threaten the unvaccinated that Christmas will be uncomfortable for them, short-term Chancellor Schallenberg in Austria, or confess that they have a great desire to shit on the unvaccinated, a murder, as the French president, who is a graduate of an elite school, otherwise likes to compare himself to Jupiter, put it. The fact that the established institutions could unleash something in this way that sooner or later they will no longer be able to control, that the circumvention of the spirits they evoke will also become scary for them, could be inferred from a statement by Salzburg's Governor Haslauer, who said on November 13, 2021, shortly before the lockdown for the unvaccinated, that he was exaggerating a bit now. But the virologists would prefer it if every single Salzburger and Austrian was locked up in a room, because they can't catch it and they can't infect anyone. Unfortunately, he will then die of depression or starve to death or die of thirst. No politician has ever put it more succinctly and aptly that lockdowns imposed in the name of an abstract health, i.e. one that is distant from experience and detached from the individual, cause massive damage to empirical health and that they are largely the fault of panic-mongers who would like to subject empirical living conditions to their abstract principles without batting an eyelid and with the battle cry, "Follow science," on their lips. Of course, Haslauer was promptly and stereotypically accused of hostility towards science, and the Austrian complexity researcher Peter Klimek, whose appearances always make you wonder which complexes he is actually researching, found it particularly shocking that virologists were exposed to ridicule, as if they weren't constantly doing this themselves, and as if they weren't quite rightly despised for their pompous arrogance and their calculations and prognoses presented like daily orders. On December 1, 2021, Dr. Zoltan Galfi revealed a remarkable abyss of brutalization and perfidy, even among intellectuals, in a guest commentary for Die Presse. Galfi, a law graduate who does not work in the media but does work with values, he is presented as a lecturer and advocate of value-oriented and systemic principles in corporate management, develops the following idea for dealing with vaccination opponents. Vaccinated and unvaccinated people both make a fundamental value decision, but while vaccinated people join a community of solidarity, vaccination opponents inevitably position themselves outside the community of solidarity. They invoke the right to self-determination, and this must be taken into account by linking a possible triage decision to the coronavirus vaccination status and legalizing this via binding guidelines, which the legislator should issue, to a COVID-specific patient, i.e. dying decree. In order not to be a burden on the solidarity community, and to protect a doctor who may triage them from prosecution, unvaccinated people should declare their own death prophylactically, so to speak, by decree. This freedom should be granted to those who oppose vaccination, it says. Dr. Zoltan Galfi has thus thankfully made it clear what the activating social and health policy would amount to if its standards were fully valid: to a totalitarian regime in which the community of solidarity is constituted, as before, by the exclusion of those lacking solidarity, and in which freedom would also be officially inverted, i.e. perverted into the responsible freedom to surrender oneself in advance to death, i.e., to sacrifice oneself. To summarize it as simply as possible, the fact that you are not allowed to freely determine your vaccination status, but you are allowed to freely determine your death, as is now to be legalized in Austria, points in exactly this direction and sheds light on the fact that life, which is supposed to be protected and saved by the corona measures regime, is intended as a life to die. Most likely without realizing that he had unintentionally succeeded in characterizing the nature of the corona measures regime in a catchy way, one of the press pack titled an article in the daily newspaper Die Presse with the words "From compulsory vaccination to euthanasia, what 2022 will bring." These are the perspectives on offer these days. There is little doubt about the methodology and course of what has been happening in many Western societies for over 2 years, because everything is quite obvious. The hijacking of an infectious disease in order to seamlessly continue a policy that not only pursues the erosion of the social capitalism of your but, like postmodern capitalism as a whole, calls into question the foundations of human society and organized sociality in general, is de facto like a continued endurance test to see whether anyone will budge. If so, how many and what people will allow to be done to them, what they will do to themselves as subjects, i.e., as an internalized state, and pass on to others. It is obvious that none of this has anything to do with factual health policy, but is pure symbolic and placebo politics, which not only does not serve the declared purpose, but runs counter to it as a whole and in the vast majority of details and destroys the health and civil existence of many who are supposedly protected by the measures. But perhaps the standard of a fact-oriented health policy itself is already obsolete, and perhaps the destructive consequences of the measures regime are not just accepted collateral damage, but precisely what not everyone, but certainly that third of society that can be described as the political civil society media complex, is no longer secretly pushing for, but relatively openly, and for which the coronavirus gives them the welcome excuse to finally get serious about it. What no one really wants, but what those who dominate the public discourse and feel they have the upper hand are doing unconsciously or semi-consciously, could be the political execution of the crisis that has so far been held back by economic and, in particular, financial manipulation and has therefore not made an impact. The lockdown measures in particular, trivialized in a technical sense, can de facto be seen as an experiment in forcible disruption and crisis resolution, as a blindfolded decline of those companies in which social and public life takes place in the narrower and wider sense, which is already seen by the relevant milieu as a relic, as ballast and an obstacle to a boundlessly networked new digital life. In this perspective, crisis enforcement is combined with a further round of crisis procrastination in the tried and tested manner, for the large-scale attempt executed by the state to treat the preconditions on which it itself lives, the bourgeois society, like a technical apparatus that can be shut down and then ramped up again, and which is then helped back on its feet with cash injections and all kinds of bridging measures, also means that the undertakings and the subjects of bourgeois society are brought into permanent dependence on the state apparatus and its allowances. And this makes one of Adorno's remarks, which once referred to the old administered world of the 1950s, all the more topical. Everyone perceives their employment as unemployment benefit in disguise, as being dragged along and fed on a revocable basis and subject to conditions that can change at any time. With the de facto subsidization of bourgeois life by the state apparatus, the life cards are granted to some more openly than ever before, and withdrawn from others in return. The campaign against the unvaccinated is, as it were, the trial run for what happens to those who do not behave opportunely, blatant exclusion and social isolation. It is foreseeable that in the future, a new elite rule consisting of the just milieu, the media and the state apparatus in the narrower sense could replace parliamentary democracy based on popular sovereignty because it has de facto become economically obsolete. After the prospect of wanting to create more or less equal and uniform living conditions for everyone on a certain territory, an average economic equality, has been abandoned in the last 30 years in the course of the incurable crisis of capital, the fight is now also being declared internally, and no longer just in foreign policy, against the classic nation-state with popular sovereignty. After the promise of economic equality, political and legal equality is also being abandoned, and the open inequality that has long been mentally prepared in cultural, gender and diversity studies is being propagated. The modern nation-state with democracy becomes unaffordable if A, capital turns people into the needy, and B, the needy can then authorize support for themselves by voting. There is no point in driving forward the rationalization of production if you have to feed those who are rationalized away afterwards. The political redistribution of wealth takes place as long as the rationalized workers remain voting cattle. And they remain voting cattle as long as they have citizenship. As a substitute for democracy, as an alternative to the failed fascist solution, recourse to pre-nation-state forms of rule offers itself. Recourse to pre-nation-state forms of rule means that the mob is eliminated as a power factor. It can then simply be ignored. The delegitimization of freedom as a defensive right, as is being massively pursued in the current vaccination campaign. World Medical President Montgomery recently spoke of freedom noise, and the propagation of a responsible or solidarity freedom refers to what constituted the hard core of historical National Socialism and from which, as is well known, the Federal Republic of Germany had never separated itself, the free, self-responsible decision to lack freedom, without which totalitarian regimes can no longer assert themselves today. Everyone knows from their own circle of friends and acquaintances that many people are not up to the endurance test to which they are subjected and become ill or collapse as a result. However, the fact that the method is increasingly reaching its limits because more and more people are seeing through it as an endurance test and are de facto refusing to play the ugly game in everyday life or in the form of demonstrations and rallies is a new development since the end of last year. Because the exclusion of unvaccinated people from public life, the social and political pressure exerted on them and the compulsory vaccination, which is intended to legalize this pressure, affects the people in question immediately and indirectly affects others. This is precisely why the reason and the average motivation of the current protests, not only in Austria and Germany, is something fundamentally different from the usual artificially contrived and artfully organized concern about very abstract processes such as armament, the hole in the ozone layer, climate change, etc., and not only because of this. Accordingly, the subject of the protest is not just some luxury issue pulled out of thin air, but the elementary freedom of movement and thus the legal and, as a result, also the factual status of people who behave completely in accordance with the law. Also, the discrimination that takes place here is not imaginary and pretended and charged with identity from the outset, as with all the diversity nonsense, but quite banal and real. Regardless of whether the people who are currently protesting are vaccinated or not, regardless of the question of what understandable or crazy reasons some of them have for not being vaccinated, and regardless of what else they think politically and whether you agree with them or not, the protest is unquestionably and fully legitimate and worthy of support. Whether November 15, 2021 was really the starting date on which the corona measures regime began to tip over into a totalitarian state will also depend on how the protests continue. What is already clear, however, is that the hostile campaign against the unvaccinated and their de facto exclusion from social life is downright devastatingly stupid, especially from the point of view of power strategy. In the 1970s, this was the way to deal with left-wing splinter groups, who incidentally had really declared war on the state, and this was the way to act when protests were directed at some prosperity issues such as environmental protection, etc., which were still viewed with suspicion at the time. Now, however, as blameless people are effectively stigmatized and even criminalized to some extent, the state, like its culturally, gender, and more recently, health-sensitive activist environment, is conjuring up a civil war-like situation. Even if compulsory vaccination is introduced, even if the regime of measures ends or collapses, part of society will remain in a kind of inner emigration and resentment. Tyrolean Governor Platter's statement that it was essential to keep the promise to end the general lockdown on February 12, 2021, which is what happened, otherwise we will also have the vaccinated on the streets, shows once again that many politicians are aware of what they are currently causing and conjuring up. One experience that has been made over the last year and a half and can still be made is that people with an average political interest, but also with an average basic trust in the solidity and stability of parliamentary democratic and constitutional procedures, have in some cases already left the system they have trusted so far at the beginning of the corona measures regime with the irrefutable feeling, "This can't be true, what's happening here?" And will remain so in the future, regardless of whether they are now vaccinated or not, whether they follow measures or not, whether they go to demonstrations or not. The corona measures regime and everything that has been and continues to be done in it has given people a fast-track education about the nature and negative truth of politics that no pensive evening of education could ever achieve. And it really is sustainable, as we will probably see even more often in the coming years. Perhaps this is also the chance and hope that normality will return at some point in the not-too-distant future, that soon perhaps no one will take the grotesque jokers and their unbearable pronouncements seriously, that people will simply turn away from the disgraceful goings-on in disgust, shaking their heads, almost amused and, on behalf of the entire human species, embarrassed, and incidentally muddle through and assert as much normality for themselves and their friends as is possible at the moment, not only with words, but with deeds. When, in December 2020, it was once again time to make the additional deprivation of liberty that the state of emergency had just imposed on fellow citizens palatable, the media was not interested in asking for alternatives, nor was it concerned with conveying, substantiated by facts, an approach to averting harm that was recognized as inescapable. Instead, the no-contact list of a state that allows itself to be herded along by a crowd of unleashed experts, who had long since established themselves as the true decision-makers in the substitute rooms of a parliament that had become superfluous due to a lack of critics, the talk shows. was nodded off as routinely as if the extension of emergency measures were merely an annoying formality in a permanent state that is no longer bound by time and is basically a daily occurrence. The weak state had irrevocably placed itself at the mercy of expertise and, with the medical experts, had allowed an entire propaganda machine to operate, not to provide citizens with information, but to prescribe diagnosis and therapy to a collective of patients. In December 2020, just as in April 2021, the difference between this and the same messages of perseverance in the spring lay in the word still, which was hammered into people's heads daily by the online press. The pandemic still has Germany firmly in its grip. The Süddeutsche Zeitung, which can be relied on when it comes to health issues since its readership consists mainly of service providers based in the greater Munich area, who do everything they can to keep up physically and mentally, not just on weekends, under the programmatic headline, "Every COVID patient is one too many," combined everything that could have been understood at the time as a call for the rawest ruthlessness towards those who suffered most from the emergency system in a few sentences spoken as if from sleep. Quote, "So everyone is still called upon not to give the virus a chance by reducing contacts, especially at Christmas. It's about solidarity and consideration. For the elderly, it's about their lives. For the middle-aged, it's about their health. For the young, however, it is about nothing less than their future. A life in a country where a virus threatens to permanently damage its morals and social security. These are all extremely good reasons to opt for a very special Christmas today, for a Christmas alone at home." End of quote. Such an abyss of humanizing inhumanity, paternalistically presented threats of death and doom, supplemented by the obligation to submit uncomplainingly to the prescribed solitude, actually defies criticism. But because the prevailing opinion has been making itself known at this level for over a year, and those who sit democratically legitimized at the levers of power are surrendering to it without a will, instead of simply listening to experts and keeping their distance from the press and talk shows, i.e. as politicians looking for sensible decisions to combat an epidemic, the editorial must be taken at its word and listen to what the government is distorting and concealing. The extremely good reasons for supposedly personal decisions to be made are provided to citizens on behalf of the state, which is still somewhat sentimental at Christmas, by a press that calls for the final battle regardless of losses, in line with Konstantin Wecker's motto "Enough can never be enough." The maxim "every COVID sufferer is one too many," which was topped by Marcus Soder with "every infected person is one too many," and is the guiding principle for all emergency measures, has absolutely nothing to do with solidarity with the weak. Rather, it is characterized by the asociality of the middle-aged, whose risk of infection, and by no means death, should be reduced. These middle-aged people are also middle-class people between 30 and at least 60, who deprive the children and young people under their care of their future, abandon their parents or grandparents to the supposedly irrevocable fate of having to languish in a care facility and permanently damage the morale of the entire population along with their social security. While at the beginning of the epidemic there was still talk of preventing mass deaths, while shortly afterwards there were warnings of an allegedly imminent triage in intensive care units, since last summer there has been a consensus in Germany that the whole point of the lockdown measures is mainly to ensure that the middle-aged do not have to stay in bed while everything around them falls to pieces. The very old were still helpless and barely listened to maneuvering masses in a perfidious game of numbers, even when the vaccinations took effect in the homes, but also at home. Almost exclusively among them, a worrying 30,000 deaths from or with coronavirus were recorded in the period from November 2020 to February 2021 alone. Things hardly looked any better between February and April 2020. However, instead of concluding from this record that the epidemic was far less deadly than predicted at the beginning, it was presented in an exaggerated form and against all doubt as an appeal to the middle-aged to persevere for their fellow citizens who were presented as fellow patients, and the country froze not only because of the interruption of interpersonal contacts. The death figures are less suitable for undifferentiated general scaremongering if you look at the groups of people behind them. 89% of those who died were over 70 years old, 69.3% over 80. In the under 50 age group, their share was 0.8%, Statista das Statistikportal, March 23, 2021. Based on this, the probability of a reasonably healthy person under 40 dying from COVID-19 is minimal, very low for reasonably healthy people under 40 to 60 and still quite low for reasonably healthy people aged 60 to 70. The need to take special care of the elderly, especially those in care facilities, and to protect them as a matter of social responsibility and solidarity, was often and rightly pointed out, especially in spring 2020. The fact that until a vaccine became available, far too little was done to protect them from the virus, and certainly nothing was done to counter the negative effects of compulsory masks and contact bans has been stubbornly ignored. Otherwise, the suspicion would be too strong that if all the experiences made with the first lockdown in care homes had been carefully taken into account, and not only there when the second wave broke out, the great death toll could have been considerably contained even without rigorous contact bans for everyone, if only it had been tackled seriously. Since the representatives of the state and politics have committed themselves to the supposedly irrefutable fate, of which they have long since become a part, their desire to save lives is just as important as the countless like-minded internet comments from all kinds of doubters. Although the maxim "every COVID death is one too many" is wrong in its thoughtless rigorism, because the deaths due to COVID, i.e. the collateral damage of infection control, do not appear in it, at least there is still talk of deaths and the deliberate blurring of the boundaries between life and death, as is undertaken by staring at infection figures and incidence values, is omitted. The fact that it is members of risk groups and not the population as a whole who have fallen seriously ill and then often died is not a sufficient argument against contact bans. However, the fact that this fact was kept out of the debate for months and that outrageous arithmetic tricks and particularly drastic reports of severe coronavirus cases were used to pretend that it could affect anyone, if not lethally, then at least with the worst consequential damage, as if this were not a fundamental difference, points to motives that have nothing to do with sensible disease control and all the more to do with social desolidarization. While dying of a disease is lumped together with being healthy in this way, the 7-day incidence, this unsuitable calculation figure hailed by Marcus Soter as the mother of all numbers, Focus, October 23, 2020, which does not even provide information about diseases but only about those who have tested positive, succeeds in making the number of people who actually die every day from or with corona disappear whenever it seems too low to spread fear and horror. On April 11, 2021, for example, not a single death was reported for Berlin despite allegedly alarming increases in new infections. The incidence value was 114.1-. All the more prominent are the alleged up to 10% of severely affected survivors, among younger or even very young sufferers, whose number and extent of illness have never been verified. Obviously, it is enough to have the relevant people talk in reports about their damaged health after the infection, and the article is finished, and all questions about the average probability of such disease progressions are out of the question. To be on the safe side, and because the panic cannot be great enough, the threat of virus mutations is used, the assumed danger and spread of which is always judged according to the absolute worst-case scenario in order to use it as a reason for further closures. The fact that a study from the UK has now shown that the so-called British mutant is no more dangerous than the original, despite all the prophecies of doom, is of no interest to anyone afterwards. If, from the early summer of 2020, the focus had been entirely on protecting vulnerable groups, it would have been difficult to justify the next lockdown and the claim that every infected person, whether with or without symptoms, whether seriously ill or not, is one too many would have been invalidated. Assuming that the elderly could have been effectively protected without imposing contact bans on the younger ones, keywords such as herd immunity, or even infestation, which are banned from discussion, will perhaps have become the basis for discussion. After all, a general ban on contact can only temporarily reduce the number of new infections, i.e. without lasting success for the future, as the next wave could always come. Only 2 countries that could be described as liberal have been able to largely eradicate the virus through a combination of lockdown and radical border controls: the island states of Australia and New Zealand, both of which can only be described as industrialized countries to a limited extent. Lockdown will be followed by lockdown, without the victory over the virus that has been conjured up becoming apparent. Consequently, inducing herd immunity would have been the only way out of the social deep sleep with its terrible consequences until at least the fall of 2021, when sufficient vaccinations may have been administered. On December 15, 2020, the then-Chancellor justified the lack of alternatives to her emergency policy as follows: "There are 2 schools of pandemic control," she told students in a video conference. One wanted to protect vulnerable groups so well and lock them away, so that the rest of society could live as undisturbed as possible. The other wanted to do everything possible to reduce the number of infections and, of course, also protect vulnerable groups, but without isolation. FAZ, November 2, 2021. A look at the very old makes it clear that this statement, which has not been criticized by anyone, is characterized by demagoguery and slander. It was not only in December 2020 that the whole misery of care for the elderly became apparent to the few who wanted to know. Nothing had been done in response to the experiences since the spring, when the elderly locked away in care homes not only died en masse from COVID, but also from solitude due to the total isolation imposed on them in their care homes, which already served to isolate them from the outside world. Precarious employees in the care and service sector, who earned some extra money in other care facilities and were flexibly deployed by private employment agencies for this purpose, spread the virus at least as much as the permanent staff and visitors, who were not even prepared to be tested for a long time and then far too rarely. The reports of close relatives who were not allowed to accompany their mother or father as they died, whose father and mother had already slipped away before they died because they could no longer recognize their children, who were disfigured by hideous masks, or the nursing staff, were no longer allowed to touch them and could no longer understand them through the masks, were made public despite everything, but without having any effect. Remember the fervor with which the first lockdown was justified with the protection of the weakest and most vulnerable, and contrast these confessions with the devastating result of the complete ban on contact for over 12 months. Apparently no one had been protected, despite the meticulous cordoning off of the homes, the bans on visiting and touching, the exclusion of inmates from communal areas, and the prohibition of the already shamefully few activities on offer. The outcome, and we have known since the summer of 2020 that the death rate was falling, could have been different if the risk of infection had been minimized for the second wave with regular, preferably daily rapid testing of inmates, care, cleaning and kitchen staff and visitors. However, almost nothing was done, and in February 2021, the people affected were still tested every 2 days at most. However, no one wanted to hear anything more about protecting the most vulnerable after true horror scenarios about isolated people, who often succumbed to complete dementia within weeks, became public. Visitors' rooms with maximum distance and plexiglass panes, behind which the son or daughter was allowed to stare out desperately for half an hour a week or wave behind the firmly locked glass door of the garden entrance at a distance of more than 2 meters, were common practice for a year without exception and still are today. Not only was the provision of improved protection through rapid tests and staff who were not condemned to catch the disease elsewhere because full-time employment in a company with halfway adequate earnings and professional guidance for the numerous auxiliary caregivers, cleaning staff, etc. is not provided for, but also the provision of improved protection through rapid tests and staff who are not condemned to catch the disease elsewhere. Every avoidable death due to COVID really is one too many, and there have been many thousands in care facilities. But every single person who died not because of COVID, but because of the measures taken against it, even just a few weeks or months ahead of time, is also one too many. In care homes, the contact ban has had and continues to have a life-shortening effect on many people. Every relative and every geriatric nurse knows this. But risks were not allowed to be taken according to the doctrine of the virologist state, in the homes just as little as in society in general. That the inmates of nursing homes, where people rarely last more than a year, where every day counts, where they can spend a few hours holding hands and exchanging kisses with their few visitors and still experience an echo of happiness, where they can sing songs with other inmates, even in the stage of dementia, or at least come into contact with their fellow sufferers over lunch, the fact that these people, who are already at the mercy of limbo in a normal prison, have been deprived of everything that is so beautifully called participation in social life shows what health protection only means in this country: sealing off, patronizing, avoiding any risk of illness through distance and prohibition. Since they and their needs play no role, these needs have never been seriously weighed up against the risks that may have to be taken when dealing with the very old. Very old people need not only adequate care to continue living, but also the will to continue at all. If the little bit of confidence in anything pleasant that the new day might bring fades, they let go and are dead within weeks. This was most likely the case on a massive scale during the total lockdown, but it is also the order of the day on a smaller scale in normal prisons. Dressed in undignified and sloppy-looking, but easy-to-change shabby clothes, housed, cared for and finally vaccinated, the inmates are handed over to inhumane conditions, which, after the outrages committed against them during the lockdown, should definitely remain the same in the future. None of the billion-dollar care packages for the time afterwards are intended to serve the very old or to improve their living conditions in the homes. The German Chancellor, who claims that the measures for which she is responsible have nothing whatsoever to do with isolation, has clearly sided with the demagogues in the battle between two schools, i.e. those who advocate the forced isolation of the entire population and even the complete elimination of contact that can still be called human. There is no doubt that German virology, with Christian Drossen's name guaranteeing quality, stands up for this. And yet virology made in Germany is not as uncontroversial as the daily announcements by Drossen and Lauterbach and their courtiers, who claim to be politicians, would have us believe. As early as October 2020, serious opposition began to emerge abroad. The second school that, according to Merkel, wants to isolate vulnerable groups so that the young and healthy, who supposedly shy away from any responsibility, can have a nice day. On October 4, 2020, the Great Barrington Declaration was published by epidemiologists Sunetra Gupta, University of Oxford, Martin Kulldorff, Harvard, and Jay Bhattacharya, Stanford, which had been signed by 760,000 people worldwide by March 2021, including those who obviously used fake names. Quote, "The most affected are the underprivileged and young people. Maintaining the strict measures until a vaccine is available will cause irreparable damage," predicted Gupta, Bhattacharya, and Kulldorff. "Our goal should therefore be to minimize mortality and social harm until we achieve herd immunity. This should be done by allowing those who have a minimal risk of dying from COVID-19 to resume their former lives without any restrictions, while protecting the elderly and infirm. One of the ways this will work is by deploying staff with acquired immunity in care homes and frequently testing visitors from outside. Older people living at home should have food and other essentials delivered there. Frankfurter Rundschau, October 13, 2020. Quote, "This is a very bad idea," says Michael Head, who researches global health at the University of Southampton, on the proposal to protect only the vulnerable. This approach will drive inequality in society and also ignores the fact that many people, including younger people, are struggling with the longer-term consequences of COVID-19. Head also points out that in the UK, for example, between 20 and 30% of the population is considered to be at risk and should be protected accordingly. Frankfurter Rundschau, October 13, 2020. Head's objection does not describe the dilemma faced by critics of contact bans, but it does describe the limits of government measures to combat infection. Lifting as many contact bans as possible can only be effective without a significant wave of deaths where the risk groups can actually be protected, and they must be small enough for national resources to be sufficient. Although a lockdown in densely populated poor regions with their cramped living conditions results in an albeit lower number of deaths among those locked up, Head, Merkel, and many others have presented a bogus alternative. Lockdown measures to combat the coronavirus can only make sense in places where there are numerous intensive care units, but these would collapse under the rush of patients, as was the case in spring 2020 and winter 2021, and not only in Italy and the UK, but in Germany. Since the summer, Berlin has had its own COVID hospital with adequate equipment on the exhibition grounds, where no patient has ever been admitted. There are too few medical professionals available to maintain higher capacities than those claimed, they say, but no one has ever thought about mobilizing medical students and nursing trainees, for example, who could have been deployed after appropriate preparatory courses to relieve the actual specialist staff. How deadly inequality in society can be becomes abundantly clear during waves of illness. However, using this to discredit a competing school of disease control as a monster is pure propaganda. Pretending in an acute crisis that we want to make up for a different social policy is just as crazy as forbidding non-vulnerable groups to do what we recommend the elderly and the previously ill not to do for the sake of justice. It is not only among the elderly that there are those who no longer really know what they are supposed to be doing outside and who rub their hands with malice because their neighbor, who may also be young but above all busy, is now just as solitary in his room as they are. Encouraging such an attitude and creating equality with the intention of excluding everyone from social life was the aim of Germany's fight against the coronavirus from the very beginning. Germany, which is not inferior to its international competitors when it comes to promoting inequality in society, as can easily be seen from the significantly higher proportion of migrants who are seriously ill with COVID-19 and have also died, many of whom live in overcrowded apartments, are often malnourished and in some cases do not have health insurance, reacts so nervously to any criticism. Not because of this. Rather, it is because the contact ban concept is bringing more and more people from the middle classes, especially children and young people, to the brink of mental and physical breakdown. Every month of lockdown produces more collateral damage for which no one wants to take responsibility, including fatal ones. In addition to the elderly who are dying from the contact ban, there are those who have died from curable diseases, who have been denied high-tech examinations in hospitals because of COVID-19 or who have had to wait too long for the intensive treatments announced, from chemotherapy to cancer surgery. But since just one person suffering from COVID or even infected with COVID is one too many, the fact that the supposedly strong have become weaker and weaker in the meantime and the weakest have not been helped is ignored. To at least begin to admit that one could have been wrong would have been tantamount to bankrupting the government and its whisperers in October 2020, after 7 months of the emergency regime and its consequences, which is why conspiratorial forces from abroad are being identified to strengthen the will to persevere. The uncovering of the machinations of a Massachusetts-based institute that is notorious as a market-liberal think tank, whose manifesto is suspected of advocating a libertarian, state-critical, or even right-wing fight against the pandemic, as the FAZ reported on November 2, 2021 in an attempt to keep its distance, resonates with the unconditional will to endow its own misguided path with higher consecration for reasons that have absolutely nothing to do with fighting an epidemic. In October 2020, the Süddeutsche Zeitung gave a foretaste of the higher goals for which Germany intends to take action against its critics under the guaranteed factual subheading, "The think tank in Great Barrington is co-financed by climate deniers." Quote, "When asked why more care was not taken over who signed the declaration, Jay Bhattacharya replied to Sky, 'We don't have enough resources to check every signature.'" Martin McKee, professor of European Public Health at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, however, believes that there is a calculation behind this. The longer the list of alleged scientific supporters grows, the more it looks as if a considerable proportion of the scientific community is actually in favor of the path to herd immunity. But this is not the case. McKee is reminded of the methods of the tobacco industry, which has been interfering in the public debate for decades, trivializing smoking, passive smoking, and e-cigarettes one after the other. It is therefore not surprising that the declaration was signed in Great Barrington in Massachusetts of all places, at the American Institute for Economic Research, AER, which is based there. Its financial backers include U.S. oil billionaire Charles Koch, a notorious climate change denier, whose foundation has already donated at least a five-figure sum. The institute also benefits from its own investments in oil and tobacco companies, among others. The think tank's stated aim is to promote a truly free society, with free markets and limited government. In other words, AIER wants to manipulate public opinion for an unbridled economy. The institute has already published several reports on climate change, all of them trivializing the issue. If you don't have to worry about the climate, you can continue to do business without scruples. And those who don't fear corona can do the same. End of quote. It's not just about stopping the aggressor, the billionaire Charles Koch. The fight against the string puller is also aimed at the fearless in their own country, who can feel warned. Although it remains to be seen what business an overweight and chain-smoking car driver who is possibly dependent on supplementary basic security benefits is engaged in, it is enough that he should be protected from himself as a victim of the manipulations of American oil billionaires and tobacco lobbyists, who are damaging the common good and should be placed under management supervision in the long term. Anyone who is not afraid of either climate change or COVID does not deserve any solidarity from a society seized by panic out of sheer responsibility and fueling it, and must, for the time being, only be fought on banners as corona deniers and therefore also Nazi pigs by students under 25 wearing masks in the way of practiced anti-fascism, as happened in Berlin-Neukölln at the end of December 2020. The fact that everyone has to fear coronavirus is state doctrine that is in league with the private sensitivities of the majority of the population. The spread of fear since February 2020 was certainly not initially a setup between virologists, politicians, and journalists. It was just an authentic and quasi-automatic expression of what concerns citizens, and not just when a virus that can be transmitted through bodily secretion spreads. It could have been known from the outset that COVID-19 cannot be treated in the same way as historical epidemics such as the plague, typhus, or the Spanish flu, which is why it would have been the task of politicians, doctors, and the media to counteract the general fear of germs, which has now escalated into panic. It would not have been an indignant rejection to apply methods of plague control to COVID, as the People's Republic of China did, which locked its citizens' front doors with screws and nails and supplied those locked in from the street with the bare necessities, but to present them in horror as a possible last resort. Or, again by analogy with the plague, to pass around uncommented non-representative images of overcrowded hospital corridors, cemetery districts reminiscent of mass graves, and entire truckloads of coffins from northern Italy were at best suitable for systematically stirring up panic and preparing the ground for a state of emergency that has now lasted 14 months. What began with a presentation of one's own, apparently individual nightmares, intensified within a few weeks into a system of fear, in which politicians, the public, and the medical profession shouted the key words at each other and thus brought about the state of emergency, without a reasonable purpose, a planning hand, or even a comprehensible goal becoming apparent. If we had taken the constantly invoked concept of solidarity seriously, it would have made sense to use the following definition by Jürgen Habermas as a basis for dealing with the epidemic. Quote, "Those who act in solidarity accept disadvantages in their long-term self-interest, trusting that others will behave in the same way in similar situations." End of quote. Applied to teachers, school social workers, and nursery school teachers who do not have a history of illness, this would have entailed an attitude that is expected of those working in the healthcare sector and in care for the elderly, as well as of cashiers at supermarket checkouts, that you insist, even against your own interest groups if necessary, on teaching or doing your care work in an analogous way and without masks to protect the children in your care. What remains of this is the following. Quote, "After the GW trade union, the Verbandsbildung und Erziehung VB, has also turned against the rapid opening of schools in Berlin. Compared to the time of the school closure 2 months ago, the situation has hardly changed," said VB State Chairwoman Heidrun Quandt on Monday. "There are no regular tests for pupils and teaching staff, nor are there vaccinations or sufficient air filters in all schools and classrooms. Only the wearing of masks for all age groups of pupils is planned." However, Quandt fears that this requirement is being undermined at a number of schools due to pressure from parents' associations. Especially at elementary school, yard breaks without masks are a particular problem for infection, because a distance of 1.50 meters cannot be guaranteed. End of quote. This DPA report from February 15, 2021 made it to Berlin, the official capital city portal, just days later. This is the state that set out with the intention of leaving no one in the lurch and therefore rightly suspects parents concerned about the mental well-being of their children of acting selfishly and therefore asocially. Fighting the epidemic is a necessary task for the state, because no one else could take on this task, from risk assessment and the provision of logistics to actual interventions. In relation to Germany, this should have meant only the state can protect the elderly, oblige teachers to serve and prevent the denial of contact with customers in the public or publicly funded sector. It would have been up to him to work not against but with the theaters, cinemas, restaurants, hotels, etc. on sensible concepts for continued operation during the epidemic. And for a year now, he should have done everything in his power to promote the research and production of vaccines in the national interest or in the interest of all EU member states and to order them at the earliest possible date. Only the state acting in the crisis could have conveyed that panic and self-isolation do not make sense, but rather make people ill. The smooth transition from state failure to state-sponsored madness is not only made clear by a vaccination policy that has completely subordinated itself to the paranoid mood of the leading groups in the population and, at the worst point, has also taken an anti-capitalist stance. The comparison with 3 Western countries that were severely affected by COVID-19 makes the German madness particularly vivid. Israel, the UK and the USA under Trump have done everything in the last year to develop vaccines, to conclude binding contracts with domestic and foreign companies that are already well advanced in their development before the respective authorities approve them, and to lay the organizational basis for mass vaccinations in parallel. The EU, on the other hand, has shown how post-capitalist it has long been. Instead of grudgingly acknowledging, as the aforementioned states did, that the pharmaceutical companies were and are at an advantage in terms of pricing, the exclusion of liability risks as well as supply volumes and the choice of sales markets, the EU, out of aversion to corporate power, has resorted to tough bargaining with the manufacturers and thus lost months. The bizarre procurement policy is surpassed by the transfer of the maxim guiding the corona measures, that every positive test is one too many, to vaccination policy. Instead of explaining that vaccinations are deliberately inflicted infections in miniature, which is why mostly very mild side effects are to be expected, and adding that a minimal residual risk of serious to fatal consequences in connection with the vaccination cannot be ruled out, the EU authority EMA submitted in March 2021, against its better judgment, to the widespread irrational fear that has gripped the majority of the population since corona. In this case, the directive that any risk, no matter how small, should be averted, even when vaccinating, came mainly from the German Paul-Ehrlich Institute and subsequently forced the EMA to follow suit. In connection with thromboses that had occurred following the administration of AstraZeneca, the German government declared a moratorium on vaccination for this substance. 2 days later, it lifted it again, only to offer the substance to older people 2 weeks later. At the same time, Ursula von der Leyen, chairwoman of the EU Commission, threatened the British-Swedish company AstraZeneca with an export ban against the UK from the territory of the EU. While the UK continued to vaccinate unimpressed and celebrated a Happy Monday on March 30, 2021, when, among other things, swimming pools reopened, the Germans and the other EU nations dominated by them suspected that this country was also succeeding because it had turned its back on the EU's so-called cronyism, and not just when it came to vaccination. The spooky refusal of German politicians to break out of the logic of the endless lockdown was not only characterized by the fear of doing something wrong and getting a beating for it, their representatives had no alternative in mind, if only because there was no social pressure against them. No one ever left, no opposition worth mentioning, whether in Parliament, in the parties or outside Parliament, ever formed, which was not least due to the fact that any protest was immediately demonized as right-wing extremist. Even the daily warnings were exaggerated in view of the complete silence, which was only occasionally disturbed by mute people running after anti-vaccination activists of all people. This society and its government personnel are alien to the categories of personal responsibility, self-confidence and willingness to take risks, the basis for practical solidarity that works in the event of a crisis. In the UK, on the other hand, politicians were under constant pressure to present a way out of the policy of contact bans that was also being pursued there due to the manifest discontent of citizens who felt deprived of their freedom and used every friendly day to break the rules on a massive scale against bans on going out, social distancing and compulsory masks, as well as demonstrating in large numbers against lockdown measures. Far more cautious than in Sweden, because the health system and large parts of the population are much more vulnerable than there, which has been reflected in enormously high death rates. Attempts were nevertheless made to provide the population with some relief by partially opening stores and restaurants, initially throughout the country and then only in less severely affected regions. It was not only in the case of vaccination that the previously won liberation from a European doomsday ideology, which paralyzes state action and damages social morale in the long term, was decisive for the successful British way out of the corona crisis. Unlike the Germans, who claim that it is about living in a country where a virus threatens to permanently damage its morals and social security, the UK has focused on de-demonizing the virus, dismissing it as a supposedly autonomous substitute subject and standing together in a national effort for a better time after the epidemic. This new self-confidence would not have been possible without Brexit. The German sensitivities of the EU-affiliated Remainers, which were confusingly similar, lost a great deal of significance when Boris Johnson, of all people, who had been vilified as a windy blunderer, proved to be the right prime minister in a gloomy year, as even The Guardian has since acknowledged. In a self-critical commentary, its columnist Ed Cumming wrote in the edition of February 28, 2021 under the headline, "I hate to say it, but the UK is doing well. Even Germany envies us." Against the constant complaints of the Remainers. The active role of a state, on the other hand, whose personnel and, moreover, an ever-growing number of state-dependent spokespeople have for many years been organizing discourses that are based on fear and are intended to generate even more of it, could no longer be counted on. German fear is seemingly physical and at the same time wants to drive out any physicality. It is about germs and droplets, about coughing, sneezing, sweating or fingerprints on the subway door, in front of which you stand lurking until it either opens automatically or someone else unlocks it after all. Fear has been served for many years by a huge range of wet wipes, disinfectants and corresponding advice literature. It has long since been rationalized in the offices of higher earners, where colleagues with a slight cold are strictly told to hold back their sneezes and go home as soon as possible. The centuries-old Western consensus that shaking hands is the basis of all politeness has long since been undermined. Instead of thinking about whether the potential contagion from this gesture is not partly one of its motives, that shaking hands originally had a strong libidinal connotation, people insist that everything is germy and could harm us. The at least partially understandable fear of the COVID virus, which is transmitted via droplets, has developed into a consequent panic about the larger drops that are to be administered via vaccination syringe. Secreting oneself from all dangers that could make one ill, which are mostly located in bodily secretions, appears to be a form of self-protection, an attitude that one definitely wants to be appreciated. The sexism debate and the establishment of safe spaces meant nothing else, and queer theory, which has rapidly given rise to genders that are no longer ready for sexual union and whose various representatives demand that their misery be recognized as identity, leads to nothing else. The term alien damaging behavior, familiar from psychiatry, which can actually emanate from people suffering from schizophrenia, for example, and lead to forced hospitalization in forensics, is applied in Germany to anyone suspected of non-compliance with hygiene standards and extended to thinking that is presented as hostile and therefore already germy. With the Süddeutsche Zeitung, the whole of Germany knows that those who don't have to worry about the climate can continue to do business without scruples. And those who don't fear corona can do the same. The declining self-confidence of citizens who have willingly allowed themselves to be driven from fear of nuclear war to fear of nuclear power and finally to fear of climate change means that neither opposition nor renitence can be expected against the senseless impositions of the fearful state, and certainly no confidence for the future, instead only resignation and a death grip. To illustrate this with an interchangeable example, on Deutschlandfunk Radio on March 7, 2021, a Nicola Bramkamp, presented as the artistic director of a project called Save the World from Empathy to Action, had her say at length. It was presented as follows: the transformation process towards sustainability will be the topic of the future for all cultural institutions. And, as if shot from a pistol, he added, we only have 14 years left to avert the climate catastrophe. And culture must not be left out. End of quote. The Chancellor was still trying to distance herself from her claque when, long before the political debacle for her and her party was foreseeable, she assured in a Bundestag speech, life as we knew it will return. At this point, even if she had really wanted to, she would not have been able to distance herself from an avant-garde whose representatives from the worlds of journalism and culture have been threatening for the past year that after Corona nothing would ever be the same again. Just 2 weeks before the British had their first beer delivered outside in wintry weather on April 11, 2021 and stormed the stores, Germany's most important futurologist warned of a takeover of British leisure behavior with the words, if our idea of prosperity is based on the principle of eternal more, of constantly stepping on the gas, then the Corona period will remain a terrible defeat. End of quote. Matthias Horks, who wrote this, would only be half as great without Angela Merkel. Because in the more than 10 years of government policy that have passed since the accident at a nuclear power plant in Japan, which went off without a hitch, she has encouraged those who are now demanding that people should say goodbye to the idea that after the pandemic everything should go back to the way it was before. This is not at all desirable because society was already in a crisis of prosperity at the time. Tagesspiegel, March 27, 2021. Horks was not the only one to speak of the threat of a terrible defeat in the coronavirus war. His threats of a future of poverty and dignity were echoed less than 2 weeks later by the federal president, who did not hesitate to award the students, who had been worn down by digital lectures and campus closures, a medal for bravery for standing their ground in an emergency. In a speech to students in Germany at the start of the summer semester on April 12, 2021, he explained to those armed for the future the intimate connection between hardship against oneself and hardship to vulnerability, even vulnerability. Quote, "But I know one thing, if any generation is equipped for this open future, it is yours. Because you have all learned something crucial in a young and formative phase of your lives, you have tested the emergency. This is how a university lecturer friend of mine recently put it in a conversation. You have tested the emergency, and in addition to all the hardships and deprivations that still characterize your everyday life today, you have learned something through this pandemic that is like a key for the future. You have learned how vulnerable what we call individuality is and how vulnerable we are as a society." End quote. Solidarity in the very trivial and not humanity or state-gratifying sense presupposes a minimum of self-interest, because weighing up current personal disadvantages and the resulting prospective advantages would not be possible otherwise. This requires a self-confident individual who proves himself via the market and the public sphere, who keeps his distance from the state and only joins forces with others if he cannot achieve his goal alone. In other words, an individual who, upon achieving a clearly defined purpose that is transparent to himself and others, returns from the phase of solidarity to his private sphere in order to pursue his plans, which he believes to be autonomous, and only deals with questions of the common good on the side. Such an attitude, which draws on the self-confidence of the long-deposed liberal citizen of the 18th and early 19th centuries, is the prerequisite for a policy that attempts to come to pragmatic conclusions and then strives to implement them. Only if those in power have to constantly reckon with heightened opposition from citizens who insist on their independence can what led first to Brexit and then to Boris Johnson's coronavirus policy happen in the UK. A state, on the other hand, which in a crisis situation that is by no means as bad overall as was initially feared, although it is still desperately trying to portray it as such, relies almost exclusively on prohibition in the form of isolation, stifles every initiative, even the one it urgently needs. Instead of actively intervening, it not only lets fate take its course, but also favors it as an enforcer. In spring 2021, we are faced with a shambles into which society in the Federal Republic of Germany has disintegrated, a political establishment with no opposition worth mentioning, a public that has abolished itself, a majority of the population that it is to be feared has become permanently accustomed to vegetating in isolation as if nothing were happening to it. The country is a conglomerate of disabled people who mistrust each other and avoid each other even more than before, who tell each other that they don't want to meet, that home visits are out of the question, and who often only use the parks in the prescribed format. These are not good prospects for critics of ideology who have been caught cold by what they have always warned against and feared, just like their possibly theory-resistant neighbors. Climate demonstrations can be avoided, but contact bans cannot. The idea that lunatics are the masters of the lockdown state is a nightmare. One of them says, "When I go to a pub, I've always ordered beer from the bottle for many years. Because, as we all know, the beer glasses are sometimes passed through water, but how much washing up liquid is left in them is something you don't really want to question. This is certainly how the virus is transmitted," Christian Drossen, quoted in Stern, March 13, 2020. And the other says that he only eats fish and vegetables, and above all, always without salt. Better to endure ridicule than die young, Karl Lauterbach, Focus, September 9, 2015. Resisting the German virologist community requires the willingness to self-critically listen to one's own nightmares, to realize that one is not so far removed from the fate that has been imposed on one, and therefore not to allow oneself to be made stupid by it. What has been offered since mid-March and especially until the end of April 2020 under the lockdown, and continues to apply to a limited extent to this day, are emergency measures. In Germany, they were less radical than in France, Italy, or Spain, for example, in terms of their scope and widespread enforcement by the police and military, which were not deployed here at all. Apparently, the threat of repressive measures and social ostracism for rule breakers issued by the agencies of a community of responsibility was enough to partially suspend parliamentary democracy, including its institutional mediation of political will, without any significant opposition. The internal and external enemy that was set to be fought with brute force could not be politically determined. It came almost naturally as an epidemic to most countries in the world. A virus can neither be seen nor negotiated with. It is everywhere, has conspired against everyone, and yet no mastermind can be identified behind it. This is what distinguishes the coronavirus emergency from a political emergency, where the catastrophe that is conjured up or actually occurs comes from another country or parts of its own population. Even if the same sovereign acts with similar means, in one case it claims to protect life by exterminating others, in the other it acts as a mere protector of life, places the entire population under curatorship and suspends freedom as a subordinate legal right. The state fighting the virus, together with the many self-initiating citizens, creates a community of the threatened, whose insight into the necessity of self-restraint and renunciation it does not trust. Those who have often described the contact ban as groundless and superfluous even before it came into force find it difficult to explain the reasons for what they see as the state's pointless actions and repeatedly fall back on the logic of critics of emergency measures against separatists, insurgents or terrorists, for example, and indulge in speculation about the real background. Was something being faked, deliberately inflated into a monster in order to gain authorization for the establishment of a total state, and were the deceived and panicked citizens made accomplices? The fact that the initially very few but prominent critics on social networks did not suffer the same fate as the Chinese doctor who had to publicly apologize for his warning about the virus and then died from it speaks against this. The main question that remains unanswered is who has organized such extensive manipulation since February 2020 and for what purpose, and how they managed to get away with it. Only very flat, but quite vocal figures have wanted to discover the secret society pulling the strings behind the backs of the citizens, referring to the interests of the chemical industry and the sinister work of agencies worth billions to manipulate the truth worldwide about a supposedly rather harmless flu disease. But even non-paranoid figures cannot escape their cause and effect scheme. If, as they also claim, the truth about the relative harmlessness of the pandemic was proven and publicized from the outset, the anxious question arises as to why it could not prevail, even though the announced severe cuts in everyone's lives and the associated economic consequences should have raised doubts. Those responsible in health authorities and politics must have actively suppressed their own doubts and then resorted to organized disinformation of the population. If this were the case, then they would have acted against their better judgment, which also includes the deliberately unverified knowledge of others, i.e., they would have deliberately told the untruth about their actual purposes. One explanation for this is that weak politicians would have installed an expertocracy in order to do what bourgeois democracy denies them, i.e. to finally rule with a vengeance and act as shirt-sleeved executors of Dr. Drossen's insights as health dictators. There is not everything wrong with this, and yet such an explanation does not hold water, if only because it is based on the dull insight that politicians always push for total power, because the state of capital is, by its own logic, always intent on the complete control of its subjects. Since capital itself, represented by bankers, supervisory board chairmen and the spokespersons of relevant lobby organizations, cannot have a vested interest in the threat of horrendous capital destruction due to the consequences of the lockdown, unless one assumes without mediation an inherent tendency towards self-destruction. Such a justification is also rather poor. What remains are mass psychological efforts that focus on the self-disempowered citizen, who, marked by weariness with his own social creature and his own private life, knows only one pleasure, namely that of destruction. Even with the aforementioned set pieces of thinking committed to critical theory, we cannot get any closer to the truth if we ignore the fear of death that caused the majority of Germans and others to fall into a state of paralysis in spring 2020. As long as this fear of one's own premature death and that of one's loved ones is only pathologized, and in order to neutralize it, reference is made to completely normal flu epidemics, to which up to 20,000 people have fallen victim in one season without a state of emergency having been declared, this attempt at criticism also fails in the face of the criticizable events of recent months. As if the reference to alleged or real collective paranoia was enough to explain away the deaths of a very large number of people, mainly outside Germany, as a seasonal flu phenomenon, the corona criticism in all its forms necessarily falls back on the denial not only of a specific, but of any mortal danger, insofar as it comes from first nature and calls into question the very creaturely survival of very many. Instead of even allowing such objective hardship to be possible in one's own thinking, it was repressed and radical hostility to the state was celebrated all the more vehemently in the form of a completely deformed pathos of freedom against an emergency regime, which one believes one can stand up to by offsetting. The real victims of the corona pandemic, which were discussed away, were undauntedly contrasted with fictitious, extrapolated, i.e. abstract deaths as a result of the looming economic decline, the suspension of vital treatments for people with other illnesses and the isolation into which the entire population was forced. The legitimate question of the potentially lethal consequences of a blanket ban on contact proves to be dishonest if the starting point, which was localized in the hospitals of Italy and France in the spring, for example, is blurred. It only makes sense to tackle the campaign of fear and protection of life by politicians and the quality media, which was manipulated from the outset with images taken out of context, as well as the bans imposed, if it is admitted that a great many people really have died and that the fear of mass death, which has at times escalated into panic, is not due to the staging of dark figures who appear either as masterminds and profiteers or as the depersonalized effect of a coercive social relationship that can be called up at any time by clever theorists. It is by no means only left-wing radicals of different generations and political persuasions, but even more so all the vulgar anarchist agitators from Stuttgart unter Turkey and elsewhere who, in their confrontation with the first nature, have only conceded to the state the power to repressively defend against an invasion on behalf of all citizens. The fact that emergency measures in the event of natural disasters, regional in the case of devastating earthquakes, or even nationwide and preventive in the case of dangerous epidemics, can make sense in the interest of protecting as many lives as possible, regardless of the type and danger of the coronavirus, does not enter the minds and certainly not the arguments of the disgruntled. The fact that epidemic prevention through collective contact bans or quarantine measures can only be successful where the health system, and with it the social consensus that is always secured by repression, is so highly developed that mass panic does not occur in response to the coercive measures does not change this insight. One of these prerequisites is state-guaranteed survival for all, even in a state of emergency, which does not exist in large parts of the world, with the well-known indiscipline in poor regions as a consequence. Any fundamental criticism of the imposition of the lockdown state of emergency will have to be examined to determine whether the risk situation declared by the health authorities was not evident, but probable, based on the state of knowledge at the beginning of March 2020. By analogy with administrative procedural law, government decisions were made in summary proceedings without final discussion and bypassing the parliamentary procedure in order to avert imminent damage that might be irreparable if further weighting and consideration were to be given. The federal and state governments merely conducted a summary review without making a final judgment, i.e., they took a preventive decision. The reasons can be summarized as follows. In March, we were faced with a disease that was similar to influenza in many of its symptoms, but was far more contagious than influenza in its various forms, and above all, for which no vaccine was available. Starting on March 13 and together with the federal government, on March 22, 2020, the federal states decided on and implemented contact bans, which lasted until the end of April and in some cases are still in place today, because the sharp rise in infections and above all, deaths since the end of February, particularly in Italy, France and Spain, brought the healthcare system to the brink of collapse at times, at least in some densely populated regions, which was accompanied by significant excess mortality in March and April and in some countries such as the UK, into June. The prevailing opinion, not only among state-appointed experts from the Robert Koch Institute or the Chairite, wrongly assumed at the beginning of March, as we know today, that the new virus was enormously aggressive and therefore fatal for many more people than actually died from or in connection with the corona disease. It would have been adventurous and irresponsible to impose draconian measures with probably considerable negative effects in other areas on the grounds that we didn't know anything for sure and were imposing a state of emergency just to be on the safe side. But that was not the case after all. The contact bans were justified in all countries with the intention of reducing the number of new cases. They wanted to use the time that could be saved to upgrade the healthcare system and search for better treatment methods and a vaccine. The pandemic was not only far less deadly than expected, it peaked in most European countries, including Germany, at the end of March and has been on the wane since then despite fluctuating infection figures. Perhaps as early as May, the contact ban could have been relaxed completely or to a large extent in some European countries with good reason. And yet people are not always smarter afterwards. In Sweden, where the necessary handling of the epidemic was delegated to sensible citizens and the state hardly imposed any contact restrictions, the death figures were significantly higher into June than in neighboring countries that had imposed contact bans. In Sweden, around half of the deaths were in retirement and nursing homes, whose precariously employed staff, who depended on every penny and also went to work with clear corona symptoms, often proved to be carriers. It is doubtful whether general contact bans to protect the inmates would have been very helpful here. It is interesting to note that the other half of the mostly elderly and previously ill dead did not live in care homes, as is the case everywhere, and that even taking into account only 50% of the more than 5,500 people who died, as of the end of June, out of a total population of 10 million, the mortality rate per 100,000 inhabitants was considerably higher than in Denmark, Norway, or Germany. As paradoxical as it sounds, and as difficult as it may be for any critic of the state to say, the reasons for approving the emergency measures outweighed all the arguments of lockdown opponents of all stripes, at least for the period from mid-March to at least the end of April 2020. The very mild end to the pandemic in Germany, for which there are still no convincing explanations, cannot change this. Any partisanship with the critics of the emergency regime, the truly unpleasant and coercive unconditional defenders of life, will be untenable as long as they exorcise corona death and insist on personal freedom as the highest good with hollow-sounding phrases. The number of amateur virologists and similar know-it-alls in Germany rose sharply from mid-April, when the panic about coronavirus deaths began to give way to panic about economic downfall and the extent of the pandemic turned out to be far less catastrophic than predicted. Pictures from a rally at the Cannstatter Wiesen in Stuttgart on April 29, 2020, show a crowd of many thousands of people and a fully occupied parking lot behind them. Michael Ballweg, the initiator of these protests against the suspension of civil liberties, known as Querdenken 711, who is campaigning for early elections and wants to force the parties represented in the parliaments to admit their unconstitutional aspirations, gave a very impressive presentation years before the pandemic of what freedom can only mean in the southwest of the country, that vaunted cradle of German liberalism, the brutal inclusion of all individuals belonging to one's own microcosm in a moral and therefore already a social project based on fear and coercion, which reinforces those involved in it in their ruthless path committed to their own advancement and, linked to this, postulates the unconditional will to deny every fellow citizen a possibly lax approach to contractual obligations, in particular through the highest degree of surveillance and sanction. The combination of the mockery of a 14-year-old girl who was not properly monitored at Thanksgiving 2018 in Ulm, who was the victim of a gang rape, and the attitude of those keyhole watchers who take sadistic pleasure in watching broadcasts about the sloppiness of cleaning staff or tradesmen documented on hidden camera, spans the arc from Swabian liberalism committed to the Kehrwasch to all German freedom. Michael Ballweg, a top German performer who heads an IT company, is privately addicted to control and apparently makes a good living as an entrepreneur. Quote, on a warm summer evening, the Ballwegs were invited to a barbecue with friends in Stuttgart. Their 13-year-old daughter was with a friend and was supposed to be home by 9 p.m. at the latest. Father Michael felt a little uneasy throughout the evening and wondered whether his daughter would stick to the agreed time. Nevertheless, he decided not to make a checkup call. End quote. Out of his private concern that his daughter might make out with boys and possibly emancipate herself from the family performance housing, the clever tinkerer came up with a business idea that must have spoken to the hearts of hundreds of thousands of worried Swabian parents. Quote, instead, the software developer came up with another idea. How about an app that automatically notifies him as soon as his daughter arrives at the agreed location, or if she doesn't arrive at the agreed time? Based on this idea, Ballweg and his Media Access GmbH developed the Cinegram Kids app, which does just that. If the child does not arrive at the agreed time and place, their parents can locate them using the GPS function on their smartphone. Computerwasch, November 3, 2014. Panic buttons as authorization for private emergency measures are obviously also used in situations where the free wage worker or, in most cases, the operators of a one-person company can no longer be located during the work assignment or could otherwise be in breach of contract. Quote, thanks to the scalable technology behind Cinegram, Media Access has now launched its first app, Cinegram Tour Planning, which transfers location-based appointment notifications to the B2B world. The cross-industry app enables companies with driving operations, such as craft businesses or courier services, to plan and coordinate their customer appointments. Employees receive the appointments directly on their smartphone via the app, while Cinegram monitors and informs the head office whether they have arrived at the customer's premises on time. During assignments, the manager can view the exact locations of all employees on a map in real time thanks to GPS tracking, allowing them to quickly reschedule in the event of changes or emergencies. All of the employees' deployment and travel times are also continuously recorded and clearly displayed to the operations manager at the end of the shift. The Tour Planner app also makes the tedious task of keeping and evaluating working times a thing of the past, as both the working times and customer appointments of employees are automatically recorded and logged. At the end of the working day, the operations manager automatically receives an overview of all working times and customer appointments for all employees. With our cross-industry app, companies and trade businesses, as well as service providers, can plan their tours better. In addition, employees' working hours can be recorded accurately without any additional effort. This saves time, nerves and ultimately money, Ballweg advertises. Computerwasch, November 3, 2014. Ballweg, who is 45 years old and looks fit, so at the beginning of April 2020, when he started his campaign, he could be reasonably sure that even a COVID-19 infection would not cause him and his family more than a mild illness without being connected to a ventilator, recognized as genuine allies in the equally fit users of large parking lots. The mechanics at Daimler or Porsche, for example, who are worried about keeping their jobs and are convinced of their physical resistance to viral diseases and are demanding that the state give them the freedom to take on the risk of infection, and thus also the right to possibly infect and even kill those who can't take much more anyway. Let them stay at home. Steeled in the small group chord, they have long known that a colleague who can no longer keep up due to mental health problems or refusal to do recreational sports and is damaging everyone's wages should be free enough to leave the lockdown collective on the shop floor themselves before the council of colleagues starts collecting evidence against them about their self-inflicted lack of performance. All of them, right down to the bicycle courier or the waitress on a mini-job basis in event catering, are not only united by the panic of losing their income, they can also never quite get to grips with that other panic of loneliness and the bleak prospects for the future, even when the bill seems to add up, in the eternal monotony of a secure existence. They do everything they can to rename their private suffering into a world of inwardness sealed against doubt and, supported by esoteric aid packages, believe in the prosperity of their personal lockdown until insignificant events such as the construction of an underground central station, which is now well underway, sends them into a rage and unites them in wild accusations of the state and politics. As if they suspected that the state's compulsion to adhere to rules restricts them much less than the self-imposed catalog of rules that they impose on themselves alone or in addition to their closest relatives, they turn into enemies of the state in order to treat their overstrained souls, which must rebel against the individual prohibition regime, to a St. Vitus dance, which they hope will allow the regime of self-imposed compulsory morality to be rebuilt without contradiction. These Reichsbürger do not want to hit the state where it does nothing to protect the constantly invoked personal freedoms long before the corona emergency, but rather threateningly and regulatingly successively restricts the space for freedom of expression, for example because of hate speech that is harmful to the community, or simply shrinks the regulations of public participation, which were still meticulously observed during the planning approval for Stuttgart's main railway station, 2A. Ridiculous minimum a decade later in eastern Brandenburg when it came to electromobility. The angry enemies of the state at the Cannstatter Wesen and elsewhere suspect that the state constitution of a republican society also contains the appeal to do something with the insufficiently granted personal freedoms, i.e. to use and expand them to realize private happiness, indeed to see oneself as part of a society that is yet to be realized and capable of cooperation, which could be free of state and particularistic coercion. The denial, or at least the deliberate suppression, of the possible threat of premature death for many people at times already contains the decision not to imagine life as anything other than one's own survival at the expense of others and thus to undermine a concept of freedom that, starting from the realization of one's own happiness, must include that of others. Every speech of rage at the corona criminals is matched by collective applause for sales clerks, nursery school teachers and other systemically relevant workers with whom we have less to do in our private lives. The asocial friend of freedom corresponds to the self-celebration of the unconditional protectors of life, i.e. those who have come together and count themselves among the truly good ones in extraordinary times through their completely voluntary renunciation. As if this acceptance of coercion without complaining about the loss of everyday customs wasn't bad enough, many of them added a few private restrictions to the state bans in order to advertise their incorrigibility on social networks. These contemporaries are also driven by a desire for persecution that stems from a similar damage to the soul as those who rebel for freedom. Their inability to meet others in a non-regulated way, often sealed long ago, which all too often expresses itself in compulsive tics revolving around hygiene issues or in the ritualized preparation and consumption of foul-smelling and tasting food, becomes the hallmark of their victoriously affirmed monad-like existence, which cannot do without hatred of the unconcerned, whom they indiscriminately accuse of irresponsibility. Representing all the neurotic caretakers, some of whom have resorted to spying on and denouncing their neighbors, the mayor of Stuttgart, Fritz Kuhn, revealed at the end of March what kind of society he had in mind when he accused violators of the social distancing order of the worst consequence of their actions, not the infection and possible death of other people. Rather, the snubbing of the majority who submit to the bans simply because they no longer desire anything other than their self-imposed quarantine. In other words, the community of decent Germans. Quote, anyone who still gathers in groups and parties is acting against society and accepting that people will become seriously ill or even die. Some people may find it funny to circumvent the corona ordinance or secretly trick people, but this is antisocial and indecent towards all those who adhere to the bans to protect the community. Stuttgarter Nachrichten, March 29, 2020. In May, critics, and indeed all critics of the emergency policy, were accused of being guilty of preparing for civil war due to their lack of faith in the content of the German quality press or Dr. Drossen's weekly speeches. Government spokesman Stefan Seibert spoke out against the largely crude theories that were put forward during the public protests against the coronavirus measures, saying that anyone who spreads such things wants to divide our country and turn people against each other. The high level of aggression against both police officers and journalists at the demonstrations, which had even led to attacks on both professional groups, was to be severely and strongly condemned, explained Seibert, adding that the free and independent media landscape was providing information on all aspects of the coronavirus pandemic. Anyone can find out about the status and controversies in the scientific debate from trustworthy sources. Evangelis J.E., November 5, 2020. The madmen from Rosa Luxemburg Platz and elsewhere only serve as material for a much broader obsession. What the propagandists and, often in personal union, enforcers of the state of emergency hammer into the slowly disoriented public on a daily basis is to be accepted with faith and not grudgingly. Free of doubt and self-criticism, but with growing irritation, a ruling life protection cartel is extending its initially understandable bans from month to month without taking into account the daily deaths, which have been in the single-digit range nationwide since the beginning of July, and the increasingly frequent mild courses of illness, even among the elderly. If in March and April the insinuations of the corona critics seemed strange and inappropriate, since June at the latest the suspicion of dishonest argumentation and inappropriate action must be directed against the state and its public community agencies that are unwilling to engage in discussion. Even if there is nothing to be said for the arguments against compulsory masks and other restrictions presented at a very large demonstration against the coronavirus restrictions in Berlin on August 1, 2020, this publicly presented weariness only reflected the similarly argument-free, insecurity, and threat-ridden governance of the state and the public. In Berlin, with its 3.8 million inhabitants, exactly one coronavirus death was reported in the period from July 20th to August 15, 2020, and there are constantly fewer than 15 infected people in intensive care units. Instead of cautiously and temporarily lifting the restrictions in more and more areas, the government initially recommended a general ban on serving alcohol and, a few days after the start of school, preparations to switch to nationwide online teaching. It is repeatedly emphasized in a threatening manner that nothing will be the same after the state of emergency, that the libertinage that barely exists in reality must come to an end, that a new era is imminent in which irresponsibility and a lack of engagement will backfire on its authors. Steeled by the state of emergency, the invoked climate policy turnaround, which has only seemingly been pushed into the background by the coronavirus crisis, is being played into the foreground as indispensable for reconstruction after the pandemic through an adventurous policy of national debt. As a revenant of the voluntary submission of everyone to a regime of renunciation that was demanded at the climate protests, the community-binding stigma, the obligatory face mask, this panic button of the post-corona society, is being imposed on everyone for as long as possible. These questionable masks, which are reminiscent of the paraphernalia of paranoid germ warriors and continue to be imposed on citizens as an informal symbol of sovereignty of a state that wants to remain authoritarian, are unconditionally approved by the frightened in the opinion polls. This is also done in the still unfounded fear that a dissenting opinion could be made public by the polling institutes and they themselves could be pilloried in public. Karl Lauterbach, the quality media's favorite interviewee and regular guest on public talk shows, revealed what is meant by the new post-coronavirus era in an interview with the TASS newspaper on April 27, 2020. The SPD health politician, who has been reliably advocating the toughest and most eternal contact bans possible since February, used the nucleus of society to demonstrate what should be done to everyone. The proclaimed masochism, which lies in the acceptance of the renunciation that has become pointless at some point, resonates at least as strongly with a furious sadistic will to permanently unsettle and ultimately subjugate others. Like the lateral thinker number 711 from the Freedom Front, Michael Ballweg, Lauterbach's greatest concern is the protection of his 13-year-old daughter. Where Ballweg, as a violent man who wants to break all resistance and who reserves the right not only to total control, but also to punishment in the event of non-compliance at any time, risks his daughter's rebellion and even her escape under the wing of the Youth Welfare Office, which, despite ideological complicity with the father, is not allowed to simply expel an unwilling 13-year-old Lauterbach. The protector of life achieves his goal of making his daughter eternally dependent in a very sensitive and above all communicative way. I'm spending a lot of time with my 13-year-old daughter at the moment. What touches me is how much uncertainty the children experience as a result of this illness. They worry an incredible amount. End of quote. He obviously follows the methods of the perpetrators in some of the psychological thrillers in the black series of Hollywood cinema of the late 1940s and early 1950s. As a good father, he deliberately reinforces his child's already existing insecurity by, instead of distracting him from his fears and creating new support, repeatedly resuming manipulative conversations about loss, death, and being at the mercy of others, not freeing the child from an alp, but implanting the alp in his soul as a lifelong burden, which in the worst case leads to a forced attachment to the parents that thwarts growing up. Fear and terror are spread through the exaggerated exaggeration of an event. Quote, "It is the first huge catastrophe they experience. They are suddenly torn out of school, they no longer see their friends, perhaps the school year ends without them ever seeing their friends again. The children also worry a lot about older people they know well and don't want to lose." End quote. Such an enforced and completely premature preoccupation with death, which after all ought to be scared away, is reflected in phrases such as children become aware of the finite nature of life, and eventually leads to obsessive results. Lauterbach is just one particularly prominent individual who is radically committed to his own anti-pedagogy. His own fear projected onto the child, not of a pandemic, but of possible shocks to his lockdown family community, has been haunting the minds of middle-class parents who are no longer capable of raising children and who, like Lauterbach, are convinced that we need to talk more about the dramatically changing lives of children. Because at the same time, they are confronted with a crisis that scares even us adults. End quote. Where the primary educational goal would be to shape a child's life without fear, which should help the very young and also the not-so-young to enter adolescence in a more unbiased, curious and enjoyable way than they were able to do themselves, parents in Corona times, like their predecessors 40 years earlier in times of nuclear death, are transferring their own ideologically charged fear of life to their children. By glorifying the outward appearance of education as an ideal, as it sounds in the constant admonition to preserve creation, they are engaged in the irresponsible business of their own fear, which no one should escape and which they pass on to the children in a potentiated and thus traumatizing way. The psychological consequences for the children are still completely unclear, says Lauterbach untruthfully, because he is not talking about his daughter, but about himself. Quote, "For example, reading the Club of Rome study when I was 14 had a strong impact on me. It changed my whole life. I had grown up sheltered until then, and I remember that the threat that the world could end influenced my career aspirations and changed my whole life. How much more of an impact must it have on 13-year-olds when they experience such a catastrophe, when they see people dying in Italy and New York? These are enormously traumatizing experiences for children." End quote. It is not known what turned the 14-year-old Lauterbach into an apostle of the end of the world, his supposedly protective parental home and/or the rationalization of his own despondency and thus solitude in puberty through acquired longings for doom, which were intended to punish a world that seemed hostile to him. As a father, he should have reflected on himself as a youth who set little example and done everything in his power to ensure that his stunted and self-hating youth was not repeated in his daughter, who was only 1 year younger than he was in his misanthropic rationalization of his personal deficits. The agencies of a lockdown community that is committed to an infinite ban on contact are particularly committed to protecting the weakest, and by this they mean the very old, even before the children handed over to the Lauterbachs. They have been completely locked up in the already inhumane care homes for many weeks, and even after the easing of the lockdown, the only thing that applies to them, as before, is the remaining period of their lives, which can be calculated precisely in a few months, in lounges filled with overloud television sets. The fact that they are to languish uncomplainingly and their relatives are to willingly go along with the haunting can be seen from the fact that the aid packages agreed at the beginning of July are certainly not designed for this. There was nothing in the jackpot for the elderly who were most excluded during the long weeks of total contact restrictions. The post-corona era, which is never really supposed to happen, will be a world of increased constraints to renunciation and distance, entirely committed to climate protection, in which concern for the freedom and lives of the unproductive who can no longer be reformed will play no role. In an interview he gave shortly before his 80th birthday, a German master thinker and life reformer summarized the blessing that a now meaningless emergency regime brings us all. Quote, "I've been living in my own personal lockdown for decades. What's on the inside is much more important to me than anything on the outside. Corona is a blessing, and a help for change and inner reflection. Unfortunately, Fridays for Future wasn't enough. There had to be a disease that forced everyone to change, reflect and slow down. We have learned that it doesn't matter if a sack of rice falls over in China. If you don't want to listen, you have to feel. Change is always stressful and scary at first. But at some point, looking back, we will all realize that this global healing process was right and important." When asked how he was feeling so close to his big birthday, Rainer Langhans replied, "I feel better today than ever. I also have the feeling that I'm getting younger, not older. I feel like I'm 12. Speziali Mentali. Abendzeitung, 6. Juni 2020. Langhans was a narcissist who mentally remained in the state of pre-puberty his whole life. You just have to give him credit for the fact that, despite his devastating catchphrases to reinforce the increasingly inward-looking zeitgeist, he hasn't spent his life as a Green Party official or at any plenums preparing climate protection demos, that he hasn't become a health expert or IT entrepreneur, but has possibly led a not-so-unhappy life in his niche. What the young Lauterbach could become one day if her father's caring brainwashing takes effect can be seen from the statements made by her peers and all the other eternal 12-year-olds on climate protection. Once these figures are in power, it will be very unpleasant for useless old people and irresponsible whingers. In 2015, the then Minister of Economic Affairs and Vice-Chancellor Sigmar Gabriel recognized PAC and right-wing extremist mob in a crowd of scribbling activists during a visit to Heidenau in Saxony. A year later, in his home constituency of Salzgitter, where a group of like-minded people called him a traitor to the fatherland and chanted "Who betrayed us? Social Democrats." He gave them the finger. The people in question are undoubtedly unpleasant contemporaries who articulated their opposition to the German government's refugee policy, and above all, their threats against the residents of a refugee shelter in Heidenau in a thoroughly Nazi-like manner. But that is not the point. Someone like Sigmar Gabriel has certainly understood what resonates with the voter groups he is targeting. He cannot be blamed for not wanting to talk to the assembled screamers, but the way in which he dismissed them points to a redefinition of his role as a politician. A high-ranking member of government is never a private individual when making public appearances, but a representative of the state and thus of the monopoly on the use of force guaranteed by the state. The rule among private individuals is that anyone who calls others a pack is also fighting with them, and if he gives them the finger, he is, for whatever reason, looking for a feud. Sigmar Gabriel, who likes to boast about his origins in the lower classes, would not have been able to meet his opponents from Heidenau and Salzgitter for a big fight at the edge of the forest at night in 2015 and 2016, even if he had wanted to, because his comrades in arms would have been bodyguards or riot police. As a member of the government, taking the same tone as the troublemakers not only levels out the completely incomparable significance of the use of insults and unjustified judgments, not to mention the potential for violence available in each case, it also tears down the distance between any agitated people who may be pushing for violence and the state. In recent times, it has become common practice for state personnel to give the finger not only rhetorically but increasingly in practice to actual and supposed opponents of their actions, usually ordinary citizens. This becomes evident in times of civil war, when there is no longer a monopoly on the use of force. The struggle of gangs for sole power in a given territory can also be brought into use as a means of domination when the powerless are accused of divisive intentions or even deeds and the representatives and actual owners of the monopolized violence pose as a civil war party. In the effort to enforce emergency law, which would be better described as the state's right of self-empowerment against its citizens, this regularly comes to bear in terms of domination. The appeals to civic sense and willingness to make sacrifices, which can already be heard in the announcements of the governments that make use of it, open up the field for the mixture of popular lies and threats propaganda. Any statesman who gives the finger to groups he dislikes invokes the threat of secession for no objective reason and therefore assumes that his opponents have a power that they do not have in order to render them harmless, even by extralegal means if necessary. Such mostly rhetorical experiments with the state of emergency, when they spread, leave their mark on society and the state. What Gabriel has so blatantly violated are some of the basic principles of the bourgeois state, which borrowed a certain remote form of sovereignty from its historical predecessor, the absolutist state. The absolute sovereign in persona apparently derived his legitimacy from his lineage, in reality from the fact that earlier competitors with their lineage, which also entitled them to legitimacy, were eliminated and potential new ones had to feel permanently warned off. In the bourgeois age, the power guaranteed by the absolute monarch through insignia, ceremonial and a religious aura of the supreme person is replaced by the deliberate inconspicuousness of the individual representative while at the same time maintaining dignity and distance. The monopoly of power in the form of weapons, which used to be stored in the arsenals, and the state beadles, who alone are authorized to use them, recede discreetly and are no longer at the beck and call of any particular person. Civic legitimacy owes its aura of civility and at the same time preserved authority essentially to the procedure, which in its legal and political forms unobtrusively ensures that the executive acts neither as an individual nor as a clique, and that politicians' power-grabbing is practically limited by the workings of the government machine. We are talking about an ideal situation in which economic development provides for gradual increases in income and freedom, especially for the lower classes, or at least makes them appear possible if a sufficiently promising political faction pursues appropriate policies. The old FRG was able to maintain the social consensus until the fall of communism despite clear signs of the imminent end of a successful model, even though the emergence of the Greens and the turn of social democracy towards moral issues beyond so-called income justice already pointed to a readjustment of policy towards those left behind. Even if the opposite is the intention, the finger-wagging and the declaration of opponents as PAC reinforce the impression of weakness in the system, which is merely covered up by the strong words of the increasing number of Gabriels. This is because they are acting at a time when the promise of a gradual increase in private participation in the social product has long since been cashed in due to alleged constraints, such as globalization or the climate crisis. Since the fall of Oscar Lafontaine as finance minister in 1999, neither the SPD nor its competitors have attempted to counteract an economic development that has led to a steady loss of income for almost all working people compared to the previous generation. The alternatives brought into play by left-wing parties are de facto no alternatives, but nothing more than an extension and radicalization of the government's own institutionalized propaganda, which, in the name of gender justice, inclusion, the preservation of creation, or simply for the sake of the survival of the species, pretends to be able to integrate a torn society into a state project that is committed to higher goals than the satisfaction and pursuit of private material needs. But this project consists, if at all, only in the artificial creation of jobs for a limited clientele. No one seriously believes that gender stars, equality bodies, integration, or even anti-Semitism officers, compulsory teaching modules on diversity, etc. will make people forget the growing income gap and the loss of real wages suffered by 90% of the population. Nor does anyone believe that the effort involved in implementing the moral goals, which has long since ceased to be merely rhetorical, could be suitable for appeasing or channeling the growing resentment about this. When in 2022, with reference to real or alleged opponents of vaccination, there are warnings of a split in society, as was last the case in 2015-16 when the mass immigration of young Muslim men, which was waved through by the government, was met with considerable incomprehension. Then it is not so much the occasion that is relevant as the verve with which a warning is given about a situation that has long since occurred. In the absence of relevant actors, what is meant is not mass resistance to the objective division of a society along economic interests, but protests that have seemingly marginal causes as their object, which nevertheless cannot be satisfactorily directed by the state or state-inspired moderators. The assertion that such agitations would give rise to movements that endanger the state was already unfounded in relation to the militant opponents of mass immigration. The numerous arson attacks on later refugee accommodation, particularly those under construction or conversion, were quickly solved and the penalties for the perpetrators were severe enough that copycat attacks were soon the exception. The AfD's election result in 2017, with an impressive 12.6% of the vote, was more an expression of a diffuse attitude of protest sparked by an incomprehensible welcome culture imposed across party lines than a beacon of organized hostility towards the state. And yet something different and worse than division, namely social segregation, is being actively pursued by state personnel and, of course, in self-defense. On November 15, 2021, in the midst of a state-imposed state of emergency, Lower Saxony's Minister-President Stefan Weil declared on the ARD talk show Hart Aberfair that he considered the phrase tyranny of the unvaccinated, which Medical Association President Montgomery had claimed days earlier, to be drastic, adding, "But it's true. The 20% of unvaccinated people were terrifying society. They cannot be allowed to get away with it," he said, "and there must be consequences." Neue Osnabrücker Zeitung, November 16, 2021. Those who warn against tyranny are positioning themselves on the side of freedom, the guarantee of which, of course, they alone stand for. Die Welt, the first quality newspaper since spring 2021 to make serious objections to the coronavirus measures of the federal and state governments accessible to a wider public, willingly took up the topos on December 15, 2021 to get into the Christmas spirit. Quote, "There is a big misunderstanding. A misjudgment by governments and security authorities. The mistake is based on the naive belief that all so-called corona deniers and lateral thinkers are primarily concerned with fighting the pandemic measures for their freedom. Even worse, some of those responsible still claim that they are just concerned citizens who are afraid of losing their right to make a free decision. They are worried about compulsory vaccination." End quote. This was followed by the paradigmatic subheading, "It's about overthrowing the system, not about corona," and a thoroughly self-critical warning to all those who get carried away with demands for a relaxation of state coercion. Quote, "This is one thing above all, a gullible or deliberate trivialization. Large parts of the anti-corona protests were controlled from the beginning by people who had a larger goal, an agenda against the powerful, against the established. It was never primarily about corona." Welt, December 15, 2021. The fact that many people who set off on Monday walks believe they are fighting for their freedom against the powerful and established is probably just as true as the insinuation that the occasion is just as arbitrarily chosen as the indignation on display. At the same time, there is every indication that the vast majority of these walkers have simply had enough of a policy of constant bans, orders, and warnings. The fact that they too are concerned with more than corona is inevitable, precisely because of the threatening and patronizing attitude of the state, which, in a baseless panic not because of the consequences of an epidemic, but because of the loss of prestige that comes with it, shies away from and thwarts a return to democratic practices. Because these have long been ostracized by the administrators and enforcers as the tyranny of the pack. To the extent that the state denigrates dissenting opinions across party lines from the outset or immediately withdraws them from discussion, it makes its crisis management in the mode of bureaucratic improvisation an inescapable prerequisite for belonging and forces bourgeois critics in particular into the role of the enemy of the state, which they themselves did not intend, and which they are simply allowed to give the finger to. Because reasonable objections to the coercive measures were hardly voiced in public due to conflict aversion and fear of repression, problematic figures, some of them with more than just pronounced vaccination paranoia and an excessive urge to communicate, occupied the field that should be reserved for criticism. Although the chains of evidence of even the most stupid vaccination opponents are no more arbitrary and paranoid than the periodically changed justifications for the continuation of coercive measures from the official side, everyone, including those who no longer want to participate for good reasons, are discarded as no longer belonging. The moral emergency practiced by the state has used the COVID epidemic as a welcome opportunity to perform what would have been called class warfare from above in earlier times. When people talk about the state, it is initially only to the extent that it issues bans and announces them via its personnel, such as Prime Minister Weil. But Weil's threats to the tyrants already point to the extent to which the state and the sphere subject to its control have expanded. He no longer speaks as the consensus-seeking statesman of bygone times, putting aside the political exchange of blows when he justifies decisions made. He does not simply point out that the decisions approved by a parliamentary majority in a democracy, albeit often retrospectively in the case of COVID, must be accepted, but scolds, suspects and threatens, behaviors that are usually typical of tyrants in office. Unlike the Erdogans or Lukashenkos, who intonate the enemy declarations themselves and thus give their claqueurs in the editorial offices the direction for the propaganda to be carried out quickly, the not only German political personnel repeat the editorial instead of pre-formulating it, and in doing so refer ever more baselessly to the good guys, who also dedicate themselves professionally in the newspaper language as suffering accusers in all their consternation to the moral discrediting of any contradiction. The accusation of murder against unpopular people, groups and movements is never absent. Every real or suspected sufferer of late effects of a COVID disease, every overburdened intensive care nurse, every healthy vaccination doubter who now helps to propagate the government program with his real or alleged proximity to death is a charge in a game whose outcome is predetermined. Anyone who shows even the slightest doubt about the insights considered legitimate, on which the corona regime is based, puts all of us in immediate mortal danger. Anyone who assumes that unvaccinated people are ready to kill because of the increased risk of infection they pose is capable of anything in their demagogic enthusiasm. A concrete danger is added to the abstract danger posed by the vaccine-refusing pack, and those who understand them. The alarmist warnings issued by users of social networks such as Telegram, who repeatedly wish death on members of state personnel or recommend that they be killed, are now the subject of intensive investigations by public prosecutors. Although neither of these can yet be legally classified as an act preparatory to a homicide, but rather, if at all, as an insult, such verbal abuse is quickly used to draw conclusions about the aggressive behavior of a small number of people towards police officers on Monday walks. Jostling turns into violent crimes urging murder, referring to the movement as a whole. But that is still not enough. A higher and all the more abstract potential for violence is identified by assuming that the whole direction of the protests against the corona measures amounts to questioning the monopoly on violence, which can only be countered by the swift and uncompromising enforcement of contact and thought bans. In a general decree issued by the medium-sized town of Ostfildern near Stuttgart on January 26, 2022, the concept of danger was prototypically extended to infinity and the most brutal response imaginable was given. Quote, "In order to ensure that the ban on assembly is complied with, the use of immediate force, i.e. the use of simple physical violence, means of physical violence or the use of weapons, is threatened. This is proportionate after weighing up the opposing interests. It is necessary because no milder means are apparent that would deter potential assembly participants from carrying out the prohibited assemblies. In particular, the threat of a penalty payment in accordance with Section 23 of the State Administrative Enforcement Act would not be equally effective. The threat of immediate coercion is appropriate, as the negative effects for the person concerned are not clearly disproportionate to the protection of the physical integrity of passers-by and other assembly participants." End quote. The Welt journalist was right about one thing in his commentary on December 15, 2021. It was never primarily about corona, not the protesters, who deny the legal, scientific and moral legitimacy of their measures and even more so of their propaganda to an increasingly autocratic state, and certainly not the state, whose personnel speak like the seemingly non-state representatives of the public. They had long since rallied to the racket, long before a crazed Swabian mayor assigned all opponents of the COVID measures, which include the obligation to wear masks, which is almost universally pointless in the fight against the epidemic but all the more useful for the purposes of stigmatization and enemy recognition, their place in the staged civil war at gunpoint, the riot police under his command. It is not only the quality press, which is self-committed to a uniform sound, in conjunction with state television and state radio, that has licked blood and has been working for 2 years now to train its already willing readers to become responsible active readers in the dawning authoritarian state, who have willingly taken up the call. Those who gather around the state, offer themselves to it and try to outdo it with repressive proposals, which politicians then in turn, driven without foundation, make their own, are almost universally representatives of the academic classes, who are, however, economically differently equipped than their fathers or grandfathers in the vanished FRG. Until at least the 1980s, members of the liberal professions could be sure of finding a decent living. Most humanities scholars were under contract somewhere between university, associations, politics, and the media, and even those who dropped out of university found shelter with insurance companies, for example. But now even many lawyers are suffering, pharmacists are complaining, dentists are competing with each other via direct mail, and more other academics are finding themselves completely sidelined. The humanities scholars, who are now desperately trying to get hold of editing positions that pay a secretary's salary, are the worst-off representatives of the academic precariat and at the same time, by virtue of their training and vocation, its most accomplished representatives. Although they are less and less in demand on the labor market, there is a growing demand for their special skills, which consistently consist of producing ideology and tackling rather ideology-free areas of working and leisure life with a commitment to values, content, and culture. For the academics of the early 20th century, after the German defeat in the First World War, the experience of no longer being able to afford a maid and soon also the uncertainty as to whether there would even be enough money to provide for their status was the starting point for the outbreak of suppressed longings. While grammar school teachers, for example, had always been unrecognized scientists and artists who found it difficult to make friends with their bread-and-butter profession and were often enough the object of ridicule as harmless but not necessarily likable eccentrics, the unleashed tick that one was called to higher things, which, depending on the economic situation, was reflected in being an artist or a prophet, although their representatives shied away from the hard road to art just as much as from philosophy, became the capital with which one grew. As a result, the reform of life, which was mostly merely propagated and then practiced with an authoritarian sense of mission, was the response of stumbling members of the middle classes to the deterioration of life as early as the 1920s. It was not the decision to join the mass struggle and thus overcome their own class arrogance, but the claim to be recognized and remunerated as an intellectual elite against materialism and bourgeoisie that already characterized a special species of the superfluous, the proletarianized intellectuals. They were also the first to commend themselves to the new regime as soon as the Nazis came to power, and in some cases even before, by hastily purging the social institutions in which they worked of all enemies of the people. This urge to reform their lives, draped in identity and striving for state recognition, seemed to be cut off with the economic miracle and the seemingly insatiable demand for academics that came with it. Not only were there opportunities for professional fulfillment en masse, and always for good money, but it also seemed as if very private needs that could also be fulfilled had made the urge for popular happiness obsolete. Above all, the post-fascist social pact, which was effective for a long time, offered no starting point for deepening the fundamental division of society into classes with a policy of active division, in which the proletariat was to serve as a momentum for the noble goals of sons of the bourgeoisie with a desire for higher things. For many years, social division was not on the cards. The formed society of the FRG was both the continuation of the labor front, which was welded together by the cross-class mass murder and the war of extermination, as well as the break with rule through permanent mobilization, and rather the attempt to reproduce the social pact in the institutionalized forms of a constitutional state. The classless class society of the FRG not only meant relative prosperity and opportunities for advancement for the vast majority of workers, but also the explicit recognition of the proletariat as a supporting class of society. In the old FRG, no one would have thought of publicly using terms such as pack and rabble against wage laborers in the manner of lords of the manor. This kind of rhetoric was only used by citizens and workers and their representatives against those who stood outside this social pact or fought against it, such as the New Left. It was the protesting students of the late 1960s who first articulated a renewed sense of mission among German intellectuals to make a career for themselves as leaders of a popular movement. A revolutionary mission was ascribed to the proletariat, but with the disappearance of the traditional working class and not only its self-confidence, but soon also quite objectively, as can be seen from the constantly declining number of producers, a fundamental disaffection with the once revolutionary subject increasingly spread among the left. After the collapse of the K-groups, which began in the mid-1970s and was completed by 1980, the New Left was held together by its bad experiences with the proletariat, which refused to be led and whose privileged representatives, for example in the metal and chemical industries, earned more than most creative workers. Their stubborn adherence to social advancement with their own homes and ever larger cars, while at the same time refusing to accept higher interests than their own, solidified the enemy image of the former class fighters, who had mutated into ecologists and pacifists, against the class. The same 1970s, when Freiburg students on the border with France allegedly discovered the people in the form of all kinds of small farmers and craftsmen in resistance to the WYHL nuclear power plant plan there, were also the beginning of those decades in which a new middle class and a new social character began to establish itself. whose members became creatively self-employed in industries such as media, gastronomy, fashion or naturopathy, and later in the field of digitalization. Their success confirmed the old conceit of the life reformers. The new class created its own material basis, on which an ideological superstructure was built, which was all about turning to the unadulterated people, as which they soon used themselves. The ideology not only had an economic basis, but was also itself organizationally founded. As a side effect of the APO in the late 1960s and coming to fruition in the 1970s, citizens' initiatives emerged in which discontent was articulated and which, in contrast to the established social organizations such as associations, parties, churches, and trade unions, which were perceived as encrusted, appeared and were seen as a new grassroots movement. While the citizens' initiatives were initially seen by established politicians as an attack on democracy, they were soon regarded as enriching it in terms of participation and the assumption of personal responsibility by responsible citizens, and thus as a seismograph for possible social divisions and at the same time as a guarantor for overcoming them. However, this assessment of the citizens' initiative movement, which has long been a consensus on the radical left, does not hold water. The traditional elite's demonization of the self-organized, seemingly bottom-up competition that wanted another republic out of resentment was not so wrong. The old order, in which the trade unions in particular had an institutional function, was followed by a new one that focused on diversity long before the word was even known. The citizens' initiative movement was precisely not a front organization of the old regime to preserve the status quo, but had long been the vanguard of a new one that was far more closely aligned with capital interests than a system of social partnership that had dedicated itself to the goal of creating prosperity for all, and was therefore always vulnerable to attack. The other, anti-authoritarian republic, which has long been a reality, proudly declares that it is at peace with itself. In Baden-Württemberg, you can now officially read on LEOBW, Landeskundendecken Online, the dispute over WIHL divided the region on the one hand, but also created a piece of regional identity, as the resistance supported by broad sections of the population across all political camps and social classes was ultimately crowned with success. End quote. The much vaunted unity in diversity that speaks from such self-praise is based on the authoritarian usher, who inevitably separates those who are supposedly different from any reference to others who are different. The seemingly generous endowment of identities on demand replaces the rest of society with meticulously ascribed characteristics, against which it is taboo to defend oneself and which criticizing would violate the all-embracing commandment of respect. The peace of regional identity has long since given way to a jealously guarded personal identity, which female sports cannons in male bodies claim for themselves just as much as citizens of the Reich patrolling their arbors. The other, anti-authoritarian republic, which has long been a reality, has far more potential to become a dictatorship than its predecessor, which insisted on the status quo, because it does not divide society without even claiming to have a reconciliation up its sleeve other than with itself. It shreds the memory of an objective generality and exposes the completely detached monads, bad placeholders of generality such as the cold of oceans, glaciers, or even the universe. It not only threatens death due to pandemics, the climate or nuclear accidents or nuclear war, but has nothing to offer apart from the inevitable end of life. That is why it punishes everyone, initially mostly only morally, as selfish and parasitic who seek something beyond the frozen nature that has to occupy them alone, something that could connect them with others. In the old FRG, on the other hand, which was certainly no paradise, it was still possible to formulate private interests and, in cases of conflict, common interests linked in solidarity, without being constantly reviled as a social because of their particularity. Integration into diversity, this authoritarian categorization of every movement and every individual based on box thinking, is always accompanied by hatred of those who are not satisfied with the place assigned to them. This always refers to dissidents, but is also directed at jogging pants-wearing pollution hogs and similar packs, who end up eating up an adequate old age pension, people whose very existence reminds us of an allegedly impossible and, above all, climate-unfriendly alternative. The desire for the exclusion of the ideologically and often materially useless, which is met with derisive laughter, is the basso continuo that increasingly accompanies the cultural-industrially pre-stamped and then mass-produced verbal garbage, which advances from sensitivity to vulnerability and identifies one's own misery with that of creation, which is to be protected from further disturbances by man. Which of course means the others. However, it is not the demand to be undisturbed, i.e. the demand for discretion, but the desire for externalization of all privacy in the respective formats of concern that fuels the gold diggers of yesteryear, whose long-faded successes in the niches of the service sector the founders of startup companies are now building on in vain. They want protection from a state, which they allowed to emerge in the first place, through the use of immediate coercion up to the use of firearms against troublemakers who do not threaten their meager property, but rather reveal their pact with a system from which they have nothing to expect but praise for their submission. The division of society into the subjugated and the disruptive cannot be satisfied with a public exclusion from society and the mostly inconsequential threats against dissenters, not for the state and certainly not for its ideologues. The state wants to extend the corona state of emergency to applied police law. Its active citizens want draconian punishment of public enemies in return for their hasty consent to the seemingly inevitable. For the time being, words such as internment, imprisonment, refusal of medical treatment, or even liquidation through the use of immediate coercion are avoided in the discourse. The identitarian vocabulary of anger is used, which apparently only describes a gut feeling. In Austrian, it sounds like this, but the argument that no one should be discriminated against and that society should not be divided does not apply. All those who have not been vaccinated are to blame for this fourth wave. They don't deserve leniency, they deserve anger. Eric Fry, Der Standard, 13.11. 2021. This can be followed up in Reichsdeutsch. On December 3, 2021, cabaret artist Sarah Bossetti, who is active on ZDF Comedy, among others, published a video on YouTube stating, "I can't handle knowing who to be angry at. We all know who is to blame for this fourth wave. Imagine if everyone who could had simply been vaccinated." But these days, criticism of unsupportive behavior is seen as a call to divide society. And that may even be true. But I'm beginning to wonder whether dividing society is really such a bad thing. It's not really the case that society would split down the middle. Because the people who want to divide society are actually quite far to the right and quite far down. Quote from Reynold Grebe, in the appendix of Society. Exactly. And such an appendix is not strictly speaking essential for the survival of the whole complex. On the contrary, whenever it gets inflamed, it just annoys everyone. End quote. In civic education for the educated classes, the cabaret, the desire for annihilation and exculpation intensify. In case of doubt, it wasn't us, we only made a joke that supposedly gets to the heart of the cynical situation, but in reality fills the void left by words of consternation such as anger in all drasticness. You are allowed to say the unspeakable, because the pack deserves no indulgence. Calls for murder on Telegram almost every day, was the headline of Zeit Online on January 5, 2022. Quote, almost every day Telegram chat groups call for the killing of people from politics, science, medicine, authorities, and the media. According to research by Tejas Shao DE, there were more than 250 such calls to kill from November 1 to December 31, 2021 alone. According to NDR, only on 3 days at the beginning of November could no call to kill be found in the chat rooms examined in which a gallows, guillotine, or rope was not depicted for politicians, scientists, doctors, police officers, or journalists. End of quote. The FAZ Online, May 1, 2022 states, death threats on Telegram, such as those made against Minister-Presidents Manuela Schwesig, SPD, and Michael Kretschmer, CDU, are not an isolated case. Words overheard by editors of the ZDF magazine Frontal. We already said that at the offline meeting, that we would then saw off the minister-president here, and that would have to be done. You have to decide whether you are ready for such a sacrifice are declared to be murder plans against the Saxon minister-president. But the evil is increasingly being stopped. The author of a Twitter comment, who had said about Manuela Schwesig, she will be picked up, either by patrol car, by ambulance and jacket, or by hearse, no matter how she is picked up. NDR Online, April 1, 2022, had his house searched, as did the participants in the chat against Michael Kretschmer. In the case of the members of the offline Vernetzung Dresden chat group inciting hatred against Kretschmer, who had bragged about their weapons, the house searches were justified with the accusation of preparing a serious criminal offense endangering the state. The target of the investigation was a publicly active Telegram group with more than 100 participants, some of whom had given their real names and telephone numbers, a group that a ZDF reporter could easily join, who later filmed the hardcore and attempted to interview them on camera. Despite this less than conspiratorial behavior, it is said to have been investigated that murder plans had indeed been made. However, a spokesman for the Saxon State Criminal Police Office, LK, expressed surprise that members of the group had not put their weapons away before the raid, even though the Frontal team had reported on the assassination discussions days earlier. The police actually found crossbows in the search departments, as well as weapons and weapon parts whose operational or firing capability could not be clarified in the short time available. It is not only the bragging about weapons that are unsuitable for assassination and the announcement of murder plans without any concrete or preparatory action that leads to unannounced visits by the police to vaccination opponents. Because of a post on Twitter with the wording, "I think the persecution of the Jews was almost nothing compared to the current corona denialism. You want to puke in the rays." A search warrant was issued by the district court at the request of the public prosecutor's office on suspicion of incitement of the people pursuant to Section 130 of the German Criminal Code (StGB), in order to assign a smartphone, which according to the suspect would be used as a family cell phone, to a specific person. The accusation that death threats were sent is often a problem. The post directed at Schwezig, "She will be picked up, either by patrol car, by ambulance in a jacket or by hearse. No matter how she is picked up," contains neither a death threat nor the announcement of a criminal offense. Rather, an undoubtedly ugly wish was formulated. This has not stopped the Minister of the Interior of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, Christian Pegel, from claiming, but explicitly threatening someone else's health or even threatening their life are extreme positions. To continue in constitutional protection jargon, in a democratic society, this is an absolute red line that you don't cross. Anyone who crosses it must expect society, the police and the judiciary to react accordingly. End quote. In a press release dated January 5, 2022, the German Journalists Association, whose members have been posing as particularly endangered representatives of free speech for years, called on Federal Minister of the Interior Nancy Faeser to take tough and decisive action against the senders of calls for murder and violence in the Telegram messenger service. Germany's largest journalist organization is thus reacting to research by Tagesschau, according to which 250 calls to kill have been found in Telegram chat rooms since mid-November. They are directed against politicians, scientists, doctors and journalists, among others. In this context, the DJV chairman recalls that the new Minister of the Interior announced decisive action against extremism when she took office. As Faeser, "Put your money where your mouth is. The situation is serious." End quote. A case from Göttingen, where a man who wrote against a doctor spokesman who had publicly called for vaccination, "Put a bullet in his brain, maybe it will help," was brought to court, shows how journalists imagine the tough action. On the way to the main hearing, the public prosecutor in charge explained to the journalist accompanying her that the quote was an incitement to commit a crime, specifically a homicide. When the defendant was acquitted after all, the journalist gave free rein to his indignation in an interview with the court president. While the judge justified the verdict from a legal perspective and explained that the incitement to commit a crime must contain a request to a third party and thus an appeal to commit an offense, the journalist wanted to know whether it was still appropriate to allow such a statement to pass as an expression of opinion. The fact that the judge who acquitted the defendant, although the public prosecutor's office appealed, did not necessarily do so out of sympathy for anti-vaccination activists, but rather ruled in a legally sound manner and in accordance with previous case law, is shown by the cases of the Merkel gallows and the Gabriel guillotine, which were not even brought to court because the responsible public prosecutors' offices had discontinued the proceedings as they did not consider the accusation of incitement to commit a crime under Section 111 StGB to be fulfilled. During the Pegida demonstrations in Dresden, a dummy gallows with 2 nooses was carried, to which signs with the inscriptions "Reserviert Angela Mutti Merkel" and "Reserviert Sigmar das Pack Gabriel" were attached. 2 years later, miniature versions of this gallows appeared in the Ore Mountains. The public prosecutors in Dresden and Chemnitz came to the same conclusion. Quote, "It could not be proven that the accused wanted to incite third parties to kill the chancellor or the foreign minister. When viewed objectively, the behavior can also be understood as symbolically wishing the aforementioned politician's political death. Furthermore, the gallows should not be understood as a threat to commit a criminal offense, because the accused neither held out the prospect of killing the politicians nor pretended that this was within his sphere of influence." End of quote. The gallows is an expression of opinion that can only be punished as an insult under Section 185 StGB. However, this requires a criminal complaint, which was not made by those affected. Insult under Section 185 is an absolute offense, which means that the public prosecutor's office may not bring charges without the express wish of the insulted person to be prosecuted. The Berlin Public Prosecutor's Office came to a similar conclusion in a comparable case. In October 2015, opponents of the TTIP Free Trade Agreement displayed a guillotine with a blood-stained cleaver at a demonstration in Berlin, accompanied by the warning, "Watch out, Sigmar." As there was no criminal complaint here either, the investigation was dropped. The hundreds of calls for murder and death threats on Telegram and other social media are at best extremely tasteless insults in accordance with Section 185 of the German Criminal Code, and often not even that. Under no circumstances do they, like the Merkel gallows or the Gabriel guillotine, easily constitute the criminal offense of incitement to commit a crime pursuant to Section 111 StGB, threat pursuant to Section 241 StGB or other criminal offenses under the StGB. Pursuant to Section 111(1) StGB 1, anyone who publicly, in a meeting or by disseminating writings, incites to commit an unlawful act is punished as an instigator. If the incitement is unsuccessful, the offense is punishable under paragraph 2 with up to 5 years or a fine. Incitement to murder is therefore punishable by life imprisonment if it is successful, as the instigator is to be punished in the same way as the perpetrator in accordance with Section 26 StGB. there is no mitigation of punishment either for the instigator or for the person who incites to commit the crime. It follows from the threat of punishment life imprisonment alone that not just any regular's table talk, during which the death of a person is wished for or longed for, can be equated with incitement to murder. Neither a merely general endorsement of certain acts or harmful consequences, nor the mere psychological support of another person's decision to commit a crime can be sufficient for incitement within the meaning of Section 111 StGB. Rather, what is required is the influence on other persons with the aim of inducing in them the decision to commit criminal acts. What is required is a statement with the character of an appeal, in which the intention of the perpetrator is recognizable that he expects the addressees of his statement to commit criminal acts and not only in the indefinite future, but as an immediate consequence of the request. Anyone who condones the death of a person with their statement and thus expresses their consent to a criminal offense has not yet incited anyone. The statement that a criminal offense is welcome, necessary, or unavoidable is not an incitement to commit a criminal offense, but merely an endorsement of it, if it does not contain the expression of wanting to induce someone to do or refrain from doing something. Even a statement that constitutes a criminal offense as an isolated formulation can lose this character if, in the overall context, it no longer proves to be an incitement to specific acts, but rather a striking endorsement of their general commission. On the subjective side, the perpetrator must also mean his incitement seriously and act with at least conditional intent. The offender does not have to want the offense to actually be committed, but he must at least accept that his request will be taken seriously. Intent is therefore lacking if the offender does not expect that anyone will feel prompted to commit the offense. Because the threat of punishment in paragraph 2 is punishable by up to 5 years imprisonment in the event of an unsuccessful solicitation, both the offense and at least the conditional intent of the perpetrator must be present. It is therefore not due to the sympathies of judges for anti-vaccination campaigners or public prosecutors for PEGIDA or TTIP opponents if the corresponding investigations are dropped or the defendants acquitted. This is the result of established case law, at least to date. The Girdingen public prosecutor, in line with the journalistic mob, now wants to counter this previous case law with a new landmark judgment and has lodged an appeal against the acquittal. Most of the statements made on Telegram are also unlikely to be punishable as threats under Section 241 of the German Criminal Code. According to Section 241(1), anyone who threatens a person with the commission of an unlawful act against sexual self-determination, physical integrity, personal freedom or property of significant value directed against him or a person close to him is punishable by a fine or imprisonment of up to 1 year. If the person is threatened with the commission of a crime, the penalty under paragraph 2 is a fine or imprisonment for up to 20 years. The offense of threatening in Section 241 StGB, which primarily serves to protect the legal peace of the individual, presupposes the expressly declared or implicitly expressed prospect of committing one of the aforementioned criminal offenses or a crime against the addressee of the threat or a person close to him, which objectively appears suitable to create the impression of seriousness. Whether a statement is objectively suitable for disturbing individual legal peace is assessed according to the circumstances of the individual case from the perspective of an average observer, whereby the circumstances surrounding the offense situation can also be of significance. In addition, the perpetrator must present the realization of the act as being within his power and his intention. It is sufficient for the threat to be taken seriously by the person being threatened. Whether the person making the threat actually wants to or is able to carry out the act is irrelevant. However, a general threat with words that do not in themselves describe the actual characteristics of a crime, or an offense mentioned in para. 1 can only fulfill the elements of the offense if, in connection with other circumstances, it allows the conclusion to be drawn that such conduct is to be announced, BGH4 STR 235/02. The threat must also not be mere boasting or symbolic grandstanding. Whether it is actually a serious threat must not be determined by the wording of the threat, but rather all obvious possibilities must be considered and a comprehensive assessment of the content, purpose and tendency of the writing or representation must be made. In view of such guidelines from case law, most chat statements, such as a bullet in the head, maybe it will help, or the statement directed against Schwezig that she will be picked up, are unlikely to constitute a threat relevant under criminal law, as the perpetrators only approve of a certain action without wanting to carry it out themselves or pretending to have any influence over it. Furthermore, the statements about wanting to shoot or hang certain politicians or other people lack the necessary seriousness. On closer inspection, they will turn out to be nothing more than pomposity and idle chatter. This is how Linda Mayermuller, who hates the Bahamas, and the other participants at the real or virtual regulars table have always talked in a mixture of frustration, powerlessness and feelings of omnipotence, without going out after the pub closes or the chat ends and following up their drunken words with corresponding actions. In addition to anti-vaccination activists who post vile insults on Telegram and other social media, the the public prosecutor's office is now taking on a new group of troublemakers. Anti-vaccination activists who have pinned on the yellow Jewish star with the words unvaccinated are also being investigated. They are now to be charged with aggravated incitement of the people by trivializing the extermination of the Jews and then sentenced by the courts.
Pursuant to para.
3 of Section 130 StGB incitement of the people. Anyone who condones, denies or trivializes an act of the kind described in Section 6 para. 1 of the International Criminal Code committed under the rule of National Socialism in a manner that is likely to disturb public peace, either publicly or in an assembly, is liable to imprisonment for up to 5 years or a fine. Pursuant to Section 134, anyone who publicly or in an assembly disturbs the public peace in a manner that violates the dignity of the victims by condoning, glorifying or justifying the National Socialist reign of violence and despotism is liable to a custodial sentence of up to 3 years or a monetary penalty. Criminal liability pursuant to Section 134 is ruled out because only the approval, glorification or justification of the National Socialist reign of violence and arbitrariness is mentioned as an offense, but not the trivialization. However, even trivialization of genocide, Section 6(1) of the German International Criminal Code, is only punishable under Section 133 of the German Criminal Code if it is likely to endanger public peace. In March 2021, the Saarbrücken Higher Regional Court confirmed an acquittal by the Saarbrücken District Court, which had acquitted the defendant, who was originally from Iran and worked for the AfD City Council faction, of the charge of incitement of the people. The woman had sent a picture on her Facebook account under a post about the persecution and murder of innocent people, on which the Jewish star to be worn by Jews under the rule of National Socialism was depicted 4 times, although the inscription Jew inserted at the time was replaced in the same font by the words not vaccinated, AfD voter, SUV driver, and Islamophobic. According to the local court, the defendant wanted to draw attention to the fact that the aforementioned people are marginalized today in the same way as the Jews were in the Third Reich. The court recognized the established facts did not fulfill the elements of the crime of incitement of the people, according to Section 130 para. 3 StGB. It is true that by using the Jewish star, which symbolizes one of the last measures taken by the National Socialists to prepare for and before the start of the deportations of the Jewish people, and replacing the term Jew with the aforementioned terms, the defendant had made a comparison between criticism of opponents of vaccination etc. and the atrocities. By replacing the term Jew with the aforementioned terms, a comparison was made between criticism of vaccination opponents etc. and the atrocities to which the Jewish people were subjected during the National Socialist era, which constitutes a trivialization of the nature, extent and consequences of the violent measures of the Nazi era and thus a trivialization of an act committed under the rule of National Socialism. However, the suitability of the statement to disturb the public peace, which is also required under this provision, was lacking. According to the case law of the Federal Constitutional Court, however, it is necessary that the expression of opinion is indirectly intended to have real effects and can have immediate consequences that endanger legal interests, for example in the form of appeals to break the law, aggressive emotionalization, or by lowering inhibition thresholds. The fact that the defendant wanted to achieve an external effect with which she wanted to incite her readers to break the law or to lower the inhibition threshold for committing acts with consequences endangering legal interests could neither be objectively inferred from a use of the Jewish stars nor proven to the defendant according to her credible admission. End quote. The Higher Regional Court of Saarbrücken confirmed this judgment in the appeal. In any case, the local court rightly denied the suitability of the defendant's statement to disturb the public peace, which in the variant of the offense of trivialization present here, unlike in the cases of approval and denial, in which the suitability to disturb the public peace is indicated, is to be determined specifically. Accordingly, an understanding of public peace that aims to protect citizens from subjective anxiety through confrontation with provocative opinions and ideologies is not viable. Nor is the protection against a poisoning of the intellectual climate, or the protection of the population against a violation of their sense of justice by totalitarian ideologies or an obviously false interpretation of history a reason for intervention. Public peace, on the other hand, is a legitimate object of protection if it is understood as a guarantee of peacefulness. The aim here is to protect against statements whose content is clearly intended to endanger legal interests. In this respect, the preservation of public peace refers to the external effects of expressions of opinion, for example through appeals or emotionalization, which trigger a willingness to act on the part of those addressed or lower inhibitions or intimidate third parties in an immediate manner. The fact that the defendant instrumentalized the Jewish star, i.e., a publicly visible measure for the implementation of the Holocaust under the National Socialist tyranny and thus a symbol for it, for her criticism of the way in which opponents of vaccination, AfD voters, SUV drivers and critics of Islam are dealt with in a socially critical manner, does not in itself constitute a suitability for disturbing the public peace. The limits of freedom of opinion are not already exceeded if the recognized historiography or the victims are not adequately acknowledged. Rather, it covers even obviously offensive, repulsive, and deliberately provocative statements that are scientifically unfounded and seek to defame the value foundation of our social order. This does not mean that such statements are to be accepted with indifference in the public debate. End of quote. In times when so-called lateral thinkers are given the go-ahead by politicians and the media, the court's advice to litigants reads unusually serenely. The liberal order of the Basic Law rather relies on the fact that such statements, which can be difficult for a democratic public to tolerate, are generally not countered by bans, but in public debate. Saarbrücken Higher Regional Court. SS 72/2020, February 2021. In contrast to the case law on Section 111 Public Incitement to Commit Crimes, in which a Göttingen Public Prosecutor's Office is attempting to obtain a new landmark judgment and thus overturn the previously established case law, this attack is successful in the case of Section 130 StGB, Incitement of the People. Based on a ruling by the Tiergarten District Court, an instruction was issued to the relevant departments in Berlin to consequent prosecution of the wearing of Jewish stars with the inscription "Unvaccinated." An email from the Berlin police anti-Semitism officer clarifying the legal situation, referring to the Senate Department of the Interior, states, "Prosecution, based on the decision of the Tiergarten District Court of September 29, 2021, and the amended legal opinion of the Berlin District Attorney's Office, as well as the instructions issued by SINNDS by email, the following must be observed. The use of adapted Jewish stars at assemblies is now generally to be assumed to be a disturbance of the public peace, without it being necessary to examine in each individual case whether there is an aggressive potential for emotionalization of the specific assembly. Even in the case of similar comparisons, which do not necessarily have to be based on symbols or other written comparisons, the STA Berlin now assumes criminal liability. Secondary anti-Semitism, anything that could be associated with the trivialization of the Holocaust, quoted from BZ January 24, 2022. And Berlin Senator of the Interior is not alone here. In several federal states, the police and public prosecutors have been instructed to consequently prosecute the wearing of Jewish stars with the inscription "Unvaccinated" or other trivializations of the Holocaust by opponents of vaccination as incitement to hatred. While previous case law on the trivialization of the Holocaust has had to try to fill in the already vague and legally difficult to grasp concept of endangering public peace and justify what the endangerment of public peace is, this is now to become a pure attitude and opinion crime through the readjustment of Section 130 StGB, so that even a false publicly expressed opinion can be punished. Journalists can hardly hide their delight at the new approach to a paragraph that has always been problematic. Now there is an end to the trivialization of the genocide of the European Jews by opponents of vaccination. BZ, January 24, 2022, and the Süddeutsche Zeitung rejoiced after corresponding conviction by the Bavarian Higher Regional Court. 205 STRR 240/20 abuse of the Jewish star can now be prosecuted. It should be obvious that the politicians and journalists who want to fill a criminal liability gap here by changing the case law are not concerned with the criminal liability of trivializing the Holocaust and genocide, but with the fact that the wrong people identify with the victims. Because not every trivialization of the Holocaust should be punishable. The functionalization of the Holocaust is firmly part of the canon of anti-racist pedagogy, which turns the fate of the European Jews into an arbitrary initial experience, and quite naturally uses the life of Anne Frank as evidence. The Anne Frank Educational Center in Frankfurt writes, "There is probably no other person who stands as symbolically for the victims of National Socialism as Anne Frank." It then goes on to grant the same victim status to all victims of real or supposed discrimination, knowing that racism, exclusion, and discrimination always begin on a small scale. This is why we invite young visitors to tell their own story in the Learning Lab, so that they can then feel persecuted and threatened with annihilation under the educational guidance of the Anne Frank Educational Center. The exhibition provides background information on Anne Frank's biography, life in hiding, and her famous diary. But we show how the diary was written and how differently it was processed and interpreted. WVVW BS-and-Frank DE. What do you make of it? Where is the overweight Marie, the migrant Omer, the gay, or even diverse Mirko? The Anne Frank Center in Berlin invites people to complain with the challenge "Who Tells Your Life?" and trains committed young people to become Anne Frank ambassadors every year. In order to receive the honorary title of Anne Frank ambassador, they realize their own project against discrimination in their hometowns. With their activities, they make an important contribution to remembering Anne Frank and the Holocaust. The projects cover a wide variety of topics and range from specially designed workshops on topics such as anti-Semitism, racism, homophobia, and sexism to poetry slams against racism, discussions with contemporary witnesses and historical city rallies on local historical aspects of National Socialism. The learning material for young people aged 14 and over Flucht im Lebenslauf tells the life stories of 3 refugees from the past and present, and Frank from Germany, Hava from Kosovo and Mara from Syria. The learning material addresses the complexity of flight and arrival and raises awareness of historical continuities of anti-Semitism, racism and discrimination. www and Frank E. If arriving in extermination is equated here with every flight, and discrimination, this is of course pedagogically valuable and not criminal incitement to hatred. With the readjustment, which has already been partially successful, criminal law is to be shifted further in the direction of a criminal law of conviction. Every act of bad taste is to be prosecuted as incitement to hatred or threat of criminal offense if the associated expression of opinion violates the canon of red-green wokeness. Because of a stupid slogan like, "If you wonder how it could have happened back then?" Because back then they were like you are today. A critic of the coronavirus measures who carried this slogan on a cardboard sign at a demonstration was provisionally arrested in Munich and announced that he would face criminal proceedings for insulting others because a police officer deployed felt offended by it. Welt Online, June 1, 2022. Columnist Harold Martenstein from the Tagesspiegel also had to learn that the permitted spectrum of opinion is narrowing. One of his comments contained the following passage: "Anyone who uses the Hitler comparison, which is of course never true, wants to portray their counterpart as absolutely evil, as a non-human. The comparison is not intended to trivialize Hitler. It turns him into a kind of atomic bomb that is supposed to morally destroy a political opponent. The Jewish star, on the other hand, is intended to make its modern wearer the absolute good, the total victim. It is always presumptuous, even trivializing, and is difficult to bear for the survivors. But one thing it is certainly not is anti-Semitic. After all, the protesters identify with the persecuted Jews. Now, Jewish stars with the inscription unvaccinated are often worn at coronavirus demonstrations. Many of those who call this anti-Semitic would probably compare Trump with Hitler and the AfD with the Nazis without batting an eyelid. They don't notice the contradiction in their behavior." Harold Martenstein, DE. This was deleted by the editors-in-chief because it exceeded what was reasonable. "We are convinced that engaging with different thoughts, ideas and arguments is a benefit for ourselves, for our readers and ultimately also for democracy, especially when we rub up against them. We defend freedom of opinion, but we are aware of its limits," the editor-in-chief complained. Plus de Tagesspiegel, DE. "The limits of freedom of expression are set by people who would never shout, 'We'll get you scum.' They only decide what could be of benefit to democracy and what should be suppressed. Until now, the judiciary has only been an exception. That is currently changing. When 49-year-old Mario N. shot an employee at a petrol station in Idar-Oberstein, Rhineland-Palatinate, in mid-September 2021, presumably because the employee had pointed out that masks were compulsory when entering the store, this could have been the final proof that the protection of the Constitution, Verfassungsschutz vs., was urgently needed to monitor the lateral thinker scene. The authorities did not have Mario N. on their radar, although a neighbor told Bild he was an avowed contrarian, went to demonstrations, had radical theses, even against vaccinated people. This was because the statement that Mario N. was a maverick activist is contradicted by statements from other acquaintances who reported that he and his notoriously aggressive demeanor were an absolute hermit who spent his life in front of the computer until his arrest. It is now known about NS online activities that although he made a few relevant statements on the messaging service Telegram, he was anything but a net activist. Although there are considerable doubts as to whether Mario N. was even sufficiently involved in the activities of the milieu known as lateral thinkers, Thuringia's president of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, Stefan Kramer, expressed his conviction regarding the dangerous nature of the milieu, saying it was regrettable that there always have to be deaths before the danger is taken seriously. And this despite the fact that for Kramer, the working hypothesis has always included the possibility that it could end up with what is now possibly a very sad climax, namely a murder, as he explained to Deutschlandfunk Radio. The statement by Thuringia's top constitutional protector must be called an instrumentalization of the Idar-Oberstein murder, which helps to explain how it was possible for the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution to announce the establishment of a new phenomenon area called delegitimization of the state relevant to constitutional protection at the end of April 2021. Which is intended to deal in particular with the lateral thinker scene. To justify its actions, the Federal Office stated, "Since the beginning of the measures to contain the COVID-19 pandemic, our democratic basic order and state institutions, such as parliaments and governments, have been exposed to a variety of attacks. democratic decision-making processes and the corresponding legislative, executive, and judicial institutions are being delegitimized and denigrated in a manner that endangers security. Legitimate protests and demonstrations against the coronavirus policy are repeatedly, and more recently increasingly, being instrumentalized and escalations provoked. But also those registering and organizing demonstrations, first and foremost protagonists of the Krudenken movement, sometimes clearly show that their agenda goes beyond mere mobilization to protest against the state's corona protection measures. Such an approach is generally suitable and aims to permanently shake confidence in state institutions and its representatives. In many cases, it is not possible to assign the relevant groups of people or individuals to an existing object of observation or to one of the phenomenon areas without restrictions. End of quote. It is remarkable that, according to this assessment, we are dealing with a new form of extremism that is not, as is usually the case, based on the clear intention of wanting to eliminate the FDGO. Instead, there is talk of delegitimization, a term which, according to the dictionary, means denial of legitimacy. In the case of the VS2, one could know so much about the milieu of lateral thinkers that it is constitutive for it that its representatives deny the legitimacy of the state to take measures to contain the COVID-19 pandemic solely, because they do not recognize the declaration of the epidemic situation of national scope approved by Parliament, under which a state of emergency can be ruled, and therefore try to sow as much mistrust as possible towards state institutions and their representatives. It is evident that the absolute majority of lateral thinkers not only invoke the basic law in a penetrating manner, but even declare themselves to be its last upright defenders and saviors, often with the imagined anti-fascist self-image of being in resistance like Sophie Scholl once was. The strange anti-fascist display of constitutional patriotism is entirely in keeping with Ike Geisel's assertion that Germans are making amends. Geisel had argued that remembrance in this country could only become the highest form of forgetting because anti-fascism had long since become an abstract German good conscience, which found its expression not least in the fact that, just as the Zonies once craved mangoes and kiwis, the reunited Germans could only satisfy their need for remembrance and its symbols, for memorials and monuments in such a way that they became the southern fruits of national identity. Geisel's considerations on the social character of the world champion of reappraisal, which suggests that the milieu of lateral thinkers is a specific product of Germany's coming to terms with the past, certainly did not play a role in the VS's decision to establish the new area of delegitimization of the state relevant to the protection of the Constitution. The milieu has not been targeted by the State Security Service in order to protect the Constitution, but rather to guarantee that the executive branch of government can rule through what has largely been declared sacrosanct. Criticism of the government, against which the German Bundestag as a legislative body is largely only given the function of nodding off decrees and authorizing laws, is to be tainted in this way with a reputation of being anti-constitutional and anti-state. Against this background, it should also be understood when the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution places criticism under the general suspicion of conspiracy theory to justify the surveillance of lateral thinkers and omits any explanation of what is supposed to distinguish legitimate protest against the state's corona policy from illegitimate protest. Conspiracy theories are an almost universally observable phenomenon and have a considerable catalytic effect. Legitimate protests and demonstrations against the corona policy are repeatedly instrumentalized and escalations provoked. End of quote. In this context, it should be clarified whether this is not a fraudulent labeling and even a diversionary maneuver by the VS, in which the assignment of the relevant groups of persons or individuals to an existing object of observation or phenomenon area does not take place primarily because, on the one hand, the invention of a new form of extremism should not give rise to the idea that the de facto suspension of the separation of powers of the executive and legislative branches, which has been taking place since the declaration of the epidemic situation of national scope, may itself represent a form of delegitimization of the state and its constitution. On the other hand, it is no coincidence that there is no mention of a possible threat to the state when naming the new phenomenon of extremism, because in reality the lateral thinkers are a scene that has been targeted by the VS, which does not primarily pursue the general delegitimization of the state relevant to constitutional protection, but in its absolute majority has a delegitimization of the existing executive power in mind. It is no coincidence that the federal office's declaration states that the aim of the lateral thinkers movement is to permanently shake confidence in state institutions and its representatives. It is clear here that the accusation of extremism is justified by the creation of a crisis of confidence. As if the reason for the dwindling trust was not also to be found in the largely arbitrary corona legislation of a state whose representatives are constantly identifying culprits within the population in order to distract from their own failures. A reversal of cause, corona measures, and effect, lateral thinking scene is made. It remains to be seen whether, in post-Maussen times, the VS did not also pragmatically close the ever-growing legitimacy gap with regard to the increased observation of traditional right-wing extremism, whose dwindling social relevance is regularly noted by the Friedrich Ebert Foundation's well-received MIT study. Among civil society activists, the establishment of the new VS phenomenon area is consequently only being celebrated as a half-victory, as it only partially contributes to the long-standing civil society agenda of making the difference between right-wing and right-wing extremism disappear further and further through the almost limitless inflation of the concept of right-wing extremism, in order to be able to continue to act as a state ideological admonisher and warner even in times when real right-wing extremism is becoming increasingly insignificant. The interest in delegitimizing the entire lateral thinking milieu as right-wing extremist is therefore naturally great there, and so one can also hear the concern on the Amadou Antonio Foundation's network for digital civil society site, Bell Tower, on the occasion of the announcement of the new VS observation object, so the question will also arise with lateral thinking. How much anti-Semitism and hostility to democracy and proximity to right-wing extremists is necessary to be considered? Right-wing extremist itself? On the other hand, it is good to be able to keep anti-democracy beyond right-wing and left-wing extremism and Islamism under observation if they change the enemies of democracy accordingly. End quote. It is safe to say that civil society against right-wing extremism played a significant role in the establishment of the new VS relevant area in the first place. In the same Bell Tower article, you can also read how little they intend to hide their pride in what they have achieved. In the case of the pandemic deniers from Kwerdenken and the like, monitoring groups and journalists have documented everything from the very beginning: anti-Semitic outbursts, delusional conspiracy ideologies, calls for violence with gallows at demonstrations and threatening calls on Telegram, violence against journalists and police officers, Reich flags and Reichsbürger ideology, right-wing extremist participants in full martial arts group gear or with open right-wing extremist symbolism, and in between ordinary citizens, outraged parents or hippies humanity families, supporters who spread and believe exactly the same thing or at least have no problem with calls for violence, coups d'état, the abolition of democracy or similar. Now the Office for the Protection of the Constitution has decided that this falls within its observation area nationwide. End quote. It goes without saying that all the ugly phenomena listed above were and are to be observed at dissident demos. The cheap trick used here, however, is to either completely distort the majority and minority relations within the milieu or to level them out so that everything coagulates into a brown Nazi sauce. The fact that such well-known anti-fascist propaganda can be taken even further to the extreme and become a complete untruth was demonstrated as the sad climax of the publicly displayed anti-crossthinker alliance of state, politics and civil society, embodied by Felix Klein, Federal Government Commissioner for the Fight Against Antisemitism, Kevin Kühnert, Deputy Federal Chairman of the SPD, and Annette Kahane, Chairwoman of the Amadou Antonio Foundation. At a joint press conference in the highly symbolic rooms of the Federal Press Conference on 24 at a joint press conference in the symbolic club rooms of the Federal Press Conference on November 24, 2020, they not only warned that the Office for the Protection of the Constitution must deal with the coronavirus demonstrators, they also justified this with a lie about lateral thinkers, which Felix Klein in particular has been peddling regularly ever since and which is formulated as follows in the Amadou Antonio Foundation's press release. As different as the demonstrators may be, they are united not only in their rejection of the government's measures, but also in their anti-Semitism, which functions as a social cement and unites the most diverse political milieus. End of quote. This statement was illustrated with a quote from Kevin Kühnert, according to whom the new masterminds of the extermination of the Jews are to be found in the lateral thinking milieu. Never again. For me, this means not only that there must never again be an organized industrial mass extermination of Jewish life, but also that we oppose all steps of the path that leads there. Belltower.news. There is no doubt that there are numerous anti-Semites among the lateral thinkers, such as Suchrit Bhakti, a star of the scene who, with his statement that Israel is now worse than Germany was and has become a living hell due to the so-called vaccination of its population, has finally been rightly cut by the established media, including the Austrian broadcaster Service TV. Among lateral thinkers, the proportion of anti-Semites similar to the cultural and art scene is probably much higher than in the rest of the population. However, the insinuation that it is not the rejection of the state corona measures but anti-Semitism that keeps the scene together is not explained by the reference to denial of reality. Similar to the concept of right-wing extremism, it can be seen that civil society protagonists, at the latest since corona denial, now called pandemic denial, has been identified as a form of anti-Semitism, have been using the term anti-Semitism in the same way that anti-German criticism is always accused of when it exposes criticism of Israel as anti-Semitic. They inflate it, overstretch it, and turn it into a tool of denunciation. Annette Kahane puts it like this: if individuals or groups are named as the culprits of the misery, This is anti-Semitic in form and structure, even if the accused is Bill Gates. And Felix Klein adds, but if problems are personalized, i.e. individual people or groups are made responsible for them, then any opposition to this appears as supposedly legitimate resistance. End quote. As if it were not possible to name the horse and rider of a misguided corona policy, and as if state action were merely an expression of force majeure, the ban on personalization, criticism and resistance postulated here becomes a call for a clean bill of health for governing in a state of emergency. Everything else is supposed to be anti-Semitic in form and structure. Anyone who proceeds in this way is not only accused of wanting to gain legitimacy to resist unwanted lateral thinking, anyone who proceeds in this way is also deliberately pursuing the very thing that is otherwise mourned with crocodile tears and only wants to see it work in individuals or groups identified as hostile, the division of society. The following sentence by Kahane, which was also spoken at the aforementioned press conference, should therefore be directed first and foremost at his own clientele. Some people here obviously have a strange way of dealing with a pandemic. They are looking for people to blame, they can't do without it. End of quote. The absence of self-reflection among civil society critics of lateral thinkers is more than just remarkable. It points to projective characteristics that automatically turn anyone whose ideas differ from their own into at least a potential enemy of democracy. The erosion of what is commonly referred to as social cohesion is therefore not so much the fault of lateral thinkers as the way they are treated. It was none other than the widely respected political scientist Wolfgang Merkel who, in his speech on the occasion of his departure as director of the Department of Democracy and Democratization at the Berlin Social Science Center, formulated a warning not least to civil society, for which he was immediately called a democratic fundamentalist by the FAZ. Moralization as a self-righteous stylization of one's own moral position aims to exclude the opponent, who is defamed as immoral, from the political discourse. Democracy, however, demands the inclusion and not the exclusion of dissenting attitudes. Those who constantly accuse their opponents of moral depravity use up most of the resource in whose name they put forward their arguments. Morality. FAZ, October 13, 2021. Wolfgang Merkel's departure stands for a development in which the last wiser ones are stepping down and are increasingly being replaced by personnel who have been extensively trained in civil society ideology, right up to the state security organs. It is no coincidence that the head of the Thuringian VS, Stefan Kramer, is a member of the board of the Amadeo Antonio Foundation, and one would be struck with blindness if one were to deny that the numerous anti-Semitism and lateral thinking experts under Kahane's wing provide the constitutional protectors with plenty of ideological support. Another bastion of democracy in Germany, which, like the Amadeo Antonio Foundation, must be described as part of the current ideological state apparatus, is also working with all its might for the state authorities. Wikipedia tells us that Sabiner Chima, one of the particularly active members of the Frank Educational Center, is head of educational programs and projects at the Educational Center and advises the German government in the fight against anti-Muslim racism. Chima, of course, also serves as a critic of lateral thinkers. In an article written for the Federal Agency for Civic Education on the topic of conspiracy narratives and civic education, she writes that it is not the state's coronavirus policy that is dividing society, but the conspiracy narratives that have emerged around the emergence of and fight against the pandemic. But Chima doesn't stop there. She also provides an explanation of what conspiracy narratives, which according to the latest cry for correctness can no longer be called conspiracy theories, actually are. They are the opposite of the claim, valid since the Enlightenment, that scientific knowledge and rational enlightenment are superior to all other forms of access to the world, BPBE, August 27, 2021. One rubs one's eyes. A prominent representative of an institution that, according to its own mission statement, is active nationwide to sensitize young people and adults to anti-Semitism, racism and other forms of misanthropy, offers up a chubby-cheeked concept of enlightenment as if the dialectic of enlightenment had never been written, as if an entire, if you like, school of theory, which someone once named after the city in which the Anne Frank Foundation is based, was not based on the dialectic of enlightenment, and as if the talk of anti-Semitism as an objective form of thought under abstract rule was just some crazy idea of theory nerds. As early as the 1940s, Horkheimer and Adorno wrote against the fatal misconception that enlightenment is the opposite of any conspiracy narrative and not inherent to the idea of enlightenment, as in truth it always is, the restless self-destruction of enlightenment forces thinking to forbid itself even the last guilelessness towards habits and directions of the zeitgeist. End quote. In view of the existing lack of concepts in civil society, it no longer even seems absurd to ask whether the Kahanes and Chimas might not also have long since come to suspect the concept of a social context of blindness from the elements of anti-Semitism of being a conspiracy narrative that is perhaps even structurally anti-Semitic. What Horkheimer and Adorno write there about the separation of reactionary and progressive ticket thinking sums up the character of civil society and its relationship to state power. Freedom on the progressive ticket is as external to the power political structures that progressive decisions necessarily lead to as hostility towards Jews is to the chemical trust. Although the more psychologically humane are attracted to the latter, the spreading loss of experience ultimately transforms the supporters of the progressive ticket into enemies of difference. First and foremost, it is not criticism, but the form of hostility that drives the fight against lateral thinkers. This is also not in contradiction to the diversity discourse cultivated by civil society, as diversity stands for nothing other than the attempt to bring people into line against difference. The extent to which the loss of experience, whose absence is reflected in the lie that anti-Semitism is the glue that holds the lateral thinking movement together, is demonstrated by a look at the few empirical studies that have been carried out to date on the lateral thinking scene. The most prominent and far-reaching one to date, entitled Political Sociology of the Corona Protests, for which the University of Basel is responsible, shows the insights that can be gained by not refusing to ask the right questions and thus not refusing to face reality. Unlike the Amadou Antonio Foundation and the Anne Frank Educational Center, those responsible for the study took the objective facts in times of coronavirus as their basis. They say, in view of the emergency situation, the executive has shortened or circumvented processes of deliberation and legitimization in many countries. If you stick to the truth like the Basel team, then, unsurprisingly, the result about the lateral thinkers is not evidence of their extremist activities, despite the gendered language, but rather the very banal conclusion. As our study makes clear, the critics drastically overestimate the danger of the virus and therefore consider the measures to be disproportionate. End quote. The study also mentions a relative tendency towards anti-Semitism among lateral thinkers, but also that hardly any social Darwinist attitudes can be identified. It can be stated that it is a movement that comes from the left but moves more strongly to the right. On a sociological level, this drift is probably the only significant difference to the founding period of the Green Movement in the late 1970s and early 1980s. This is because it came from the right and moved to the left, which is why it was initially notable for the absence of left-wing radicals who, like Jutta Dittfurth or Thomas Ebermann, only later attempted to hijack the new social movement. The fact that today's lateral thinkers come from comparable sections of the population that made up the Green Party's phenotypical core clientele when it was founded, which at the time was no less, but also no more anti-Semitic than it is today, is something that people like the Federal Government Commissioner for the Fight Against Anti-Semitism suppress, if only because it is detrimental to the cultivation of an enemy image. It is anything but a coincidence that among today's lateral thinkers you will find a similar type of knowledgeable oddball expert on coronavirus or mRNA vaccines as the quirky forest or nuclear expert once found among the Green protagonists, which is an indication that the character structure of the hard-boiled core among the lateral thinkers most closely corresponds to what has been assigned to the syndrome of the weirdo in studies on authoritarian character. These people have been driven into isolation. They have to build up an inner illusory world, often bordering on delusion, which they set empathically against reality. They can only exist if they elevate themselves and reject the outside world with passion. At the same time, they are extremely projective and mistrustful. Prejudice is vital for them. With its help, they construct a pseudo-reality against which they can direct their aggression without openly violating the reality principle. End of quote. When, at the end of January 2021, a good 3 months before the VS announced the new phenomenon area and a good 2 months after the press conference by Felix Klein, Kevin Kunert and Annette Kahane, a leaked paper from the Federal Criminal Police Office, BKA, made the round stating that violence repeatedly occurred in connection with dissident demonstrations. There was great horror among civil society activists. The reason for this was that the BKA stated that the violence was mainly caused by left-wing counter-demonstrators against lateral thinkers, and that acts of violence could also be expected from this spectrum in the future. One of the reasons given for this assessment of the situation was that the presence of right-wing extremists at relevant demonstrations had so far been marginal. On Bell Tower, the content of the BKA paper was immediately dismissed not only as steep theses and sarcastically referred to as an innovative analysis, there was also no hiding the personal offense. With the paper, the BKA failed to explain why its findings on the political orientation of the Kwerdenken protests would deviate so strongly from the assessments of journalists, anti-fascist research centers and also initial scientific investigations. Belltower.news, January 28, 2021. The outrage was so great because since the joint press conference by Klein, Kunert and Kahane, people were actually sure that the security authorities had long been in the bag for good. The memorable press conference was preceded by an event in Leipzig on November 7 that not only sent journalists and anti-fascist research outlets into a frenzy, but also caused the entire left-wing camp to call for what is otherwise considered right-wing, authoritarian or lateral thinking, the establishment of law and order by means of police truncheons and water cannons. What had happened? A lateral thinker demonstration registered for 20,000 participants was initially only approved as a rally away from Leipzig city center. On the eve of November 7, however, the organizers' objection was partially upheld, so that a rally in the city center, limited to 16,000 participants, was approved. Approximately 20,000 then came to Leipzig's Augustusplatz, who, unsurprisingly, did not adhere to the mask or social distancing requirements. After the rally was ended prematurely by the organizers, a large crowd of demonstrators set off on the Leipziger Ring. The crowd was quickly stopped by the police. After some back and forth, several dozen Nazi hooligans managed to break through the police lines, and the way was clear for an unauthorized demonstration of several thousand people, who then marched along the inner-city ring road not in a hateful mood but, as the numerous pictures show, in a chirpy, popular festival atmosphere. A few days after the demonstration, Die Zeit ran the headline in large letters, "Why didn't anyone stop them?" The Taz even spoke of pure madness that had taken place there. It was absolutely incomprehensible how people can march through a city center in their tens of thousands and remain largely unmolested. August 11, 2020. Georg Schindler, federal managing director of the Left Party, lamented the complete failure of the police. The state had capitulated to enemies of democracy, the domestic policy spokesperson for Saxony's Green Party was certain. Albrecht Pallas, interior politician for the SPD in Saxony, saw dangerous lawbreakers at work, while for Valentin Lippmann, parliamentary secretary of the Greens in Saxony, a significant number of them were enemies of the Constitution who want to overthrow our democracy. Not a word was heard from the left-wing outrage front about the reasons why a police officer even had to fire a warning shot at the edge of the demonstration because a 15 to 20-strong left-wing mob would not desist from kicking and punching two suspected dissidents. However, they once again confirmed the BKA's assessments quoted above. Unsurprisingly, none of the upright anti-fascists quoted above wasted a single thought on the fact that the German police are still bound to maintain proportionality even in the case of dissident demonstrations, despite the fact that the police are regularly accused by this very faction of being far too harsh when deployed at left-wing demonstrations. So it was left to a commentator in the FAZ to remind us of the basic standards of civilization, which even left-wing double standards are unable to eradicate. Quote, using brute force after the dispersal of the rally against thousands of demonstrators who seriously believed themselves to be in the tradition of the GDR civil rights movement was out of the question, even if the left missed the heavy hand of the state, which it always complains about next door in Konowitz during riots by the autonomous scene. FAZ, August 11, 2020. It is probably safe to assume that the VS was under considerable pressure to finally deliver in the face of the Antifa United Front, at the latest after the events in Leipzig. The actual purpose of the Berlin press conference, at which the alliance of state, politics and civil society against lateral thinkers was invoked, was probably to increase this pressure even more. The left-wing front against lateral thinking not only stands like a man behind the state corona measures, it obviously cannot be repressive enough against the designated opponent. If you consider that, according to a study by the University of Hohenheim entitled hat Verständnis für die Querdenker? Who has sympathy for the lateral thinkers? The lateral thinkers scene enjoys around 12% sympathy among all internet users. This shows how limited their social influence is. However, the civil society paranoia that is displayed because of this minority is all the more in need of explanation. The explanation can be found if you realize how people like Annette Kahane or Sabiner Chima see themselves. They have long seen themselves as full-time state protectors who are probably no longer able to answer the question of what factually distinguishes them from the VS or any other security authority. This internalization of traditional state tasks stands for the expansion of the postmodern state, which has long been existentially dependent on its civil society personnel. In times of imploded and further imploding traditional social milieus under the conditions of deregulation and outsourcing, the latter has the function of ideologically filling the resulting gap between state and society. As if by magic, the tolerance threshold for potential or actual dissenters is falling, be it on the subject of climate, racism, or health. Because the expansion of civil society necessarily increases the state's access to its citizens, which could be called a new form of postmodern state immediacy, the social mood is characterized by mutual suspicion and denunciation. Seen in this light, the new object of observation delegitimization of the state relevant to the protection of the Constitution can be understood as an expression of increased pressure to conform on potentially deviant citizens. At the same time, the state is increasingly losing sight of the fact that it could be its own actions that are undermining, or rather delegitimizing, its legitimacy in the eyes of many people. This loss of reflection on the part of state personnel, which has grown exponentially under the corona emergency and is associated with terms such as empowerment and governing through, enables a relationship between the state and its citizens that increasingly resembles that of a healthy doctor and his chronically ill patients. Against this backdrop, ideologues such as Kahane or Chima no longer want to notice that it could be the politicians themselves who are behaving in an increasingly conspiratorial manner under the conditions of an ongoing epidemic situation of national importance, thus literally inviting conspiracy theories. The thesis put forward above, that the VS could have been forced by civil society actors to monitor lateral thinkers, sounds like a conspiracy narrative itself. Hopefully, the above lines on the actions of civil society against the lateral thinkers milieu have shown what could be true. Since the coronavirus crisis, the previously little-known Act on the Prevention and Control of Infectious Diseases in Humans, or Infection Protection Act, IFSG for short, has been mentioned everywhere without ever getting through what this standard is all about. The Supplementary Act for the Protection of the Population in the Event of an Epidemic Situation of National Significance, passed by the Bundestag on March 27, 2020, should have made people sit up and take notice. Since the end of March, Section 5 IFSG reads, "The German Bundestag shall determine an epidemic situation of national importance. The German Bundestag shall revoke the declaration if the conditions for its declaration no longer exist." End of quote. The phrase epidemic situation of national importance now makes it clear that the IFSG is not only about vaccination and pest control, but that this law also regulates the measures to be taken in the event of an epidemic emergency. Starting in March 2020, public and private life was controlled by the state on the basis of the IFSG to an extent never before seen in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany, and civil liberties were encroached upon. Not only major events of all kinds, but even small demonstrations were banned. Stores, pubs, clubs and restaurants, schools, universities and daycare centers were closed. Even the fundamental right of freedom of religion, which is otherwise considered to be particularly valuable, was not left untouched. Religious services of all faiths were simply banned. There was massive interference in people's private lives. In some federal states, residents were placed under house arrest and were only allowed to leave their homes for urgent reasons stipulated in the ordinances. Private meetings with people outside of one's own household were prohibited not only in public, but also in one's own home. Border controls were reintroduced. Not only were entries and exits to and from the territory of the Federal Republic prohibited unless an important reason could be proven, but there were also partial controls and entry bans within the Federal Republic at the borders between the federal states. Since the WHO declared a global pandemic on March 11, Germany has been in a state of emergency declared as a public health emergency that is unprecedented in its history. All decisions regarding restrictions on the economy and public and private life were made without the involvement of the state parliaments or the Bundestag. While the benefits and compensatory measures for those affected by the lockdown, such as the payment of short-time working allowances or emergency aid for companies and the self-employed, were only made possible by hastily passed laws, the restrictions on personal freedom were imposed by the executive without parliamentary control. In the vast majority of cases by the respective state governments on the basis of ordinances or by order of the districts. The Infection Protection Act is essentially implemented by the federal states as a separate matter. The ordering of measures to prevent and combat communicable diseases is the responsibility of the competent authorities under state law. Apart from the responsibilities of the Robert Koch Institute, there was no additional federal responsibility for measures to prevent and, in particular, combat communicable diseases, even in the event of a crisis. The exclusive responsibility of the state governments and the districts was clearly regulated. With the most recent hasty amendments to the IFSG since March 2020, the Federal Minister of Health was also authorized to issue binding orders over the heads of the federal states, without the consent of the Bundesrat, according to the wording. Even the Bundestag Scientific Service found in its expert opinion on state organization and Section 5 of the Infection Protection Act that this authorization was at least considerably problematic due to the federal constitution of the Federal Republic of Germany. Since this partial transfer of power to the federal government, the legal responsibilities have stood side by side for long stretches. In the IFSG, this contradiction is provisionally patched up by the passage that the Federal Ministry of Health would act within the framework of the epidemic situation of national significance without prejudice to the powers of the federal states, Section 5(2). In the Infection Protection Act, the powers of the federal states are formulated in the form of general clauses that grant the federal state governments and the competent authorities in the districts extensive powers to act. Section 28(5) states under the heading Combating Communicable Diseases, if sick persons suspected of being sick, persons suspected of being infected or excretors are identified, or if it emerges that a deceased person was sick, suspected of being sick or an excretor, the competent authority shall take the necessary protective measures. End quote. Section 32 adds, the state government shall be authorized, under the conditions that are decisive for measures, to issue corresponding orders and prohibitions to combat communicable diseases by means of ordinances. The fundamental rights of freedom of the person, Article 2.2 Sentence 2 of the Basic Law, freedom of movement, Article 11.1 of the Basic Law, freedom of assembly, Article 8 of the Basic Law, inviolability of the home, Article 13.1 of the Basic Law, and the secrecy of correspondence and mail, Article 10 of the Basic Law, may be restricted in this respect. In the prevention of communicable diseases, i.e. all measures to prevent the occurrence of an infection in advance, both the districts and the state governments can rely on corresponding general clauses and are thus authorized to make very far-reaching interventions in personal freedom. Section 16, General Measures for the Prevention of Communicable Diseases states, if facts are established that could lead to the occurrence of a communicable disease, or if it can be assumed that such facts exist, the competent authority shall take the necessary measures to avert the dangers posed to the individual or the general public. Section 16.4 also authorizes the state governments to issue corresponding orders and prohibitions to prevent communicable diseases. This gives both the state governments and the districts almost unlimited possibilities to enforce measures to prevent and combat communicable diseases. While the restrictions on entering and leaving the federal territory by order of the Federal Minister of the Interior and the federal government were not based on the FSG, all orders on lockdown and travel restrictions within the Federal Republic were and are based on legal ordinances of the federal states, which have their legal basis in Section 32 FSG and were supplemented by any general decrees of the districts. For example, the state of Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania had not only prohibited overnight stays for tourist purposes on its territory and, unlike Brandenburg, also the entry of day trips. The district of Ost-Prignitz-Ruppen, which borders immediately on Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania and is a popular destination for a short trip among Berliners, also prohibited entry for tourist purposes in addition to the regulations of the state of Brandenburg and also prohibited non-Brandenburgers from using their second home located there by a binding general decree in accordance with Section 28 FSG.
Absatz 28 FSG.
The Infection Protection Act was passed back in 2000 under the Red-Green government as part of the Epidemic Law Regulation Act. The aim was to combine the Federal Epidemics Act, the Act on Combating Sexually Transmitted Diseases and other epidemic regulations, and to modernize and standardize infection protection in Germany and bring it into line with international standards. In addition to the detection and control of infectious diseases, the prevention of communicable diseases became the guiding principle of the new law, particularly through the improvement of infection epidemiology. The efforts to reorganize infection protection already went back to the previous government under Helmut Kohl. Accordingly, the law was passed with the votes of all parliamentary groups with the exception of the FDP, which did not fundamentally disagree with the reorganization of the epidemic law, but voted against it due to detailed issues. The Schroeder government justified the reorganization of the epidemic law with the ever-present danger of the spread of new infectious diseases. After a good 20 years of progressive political correctness, the text reads for long stretches as if the justification had been taken from an AfD resolution, which both the Red-Green government and all other parties represented in the Bundestag would now only respond to with accusations of racism. In the industrialized nations, epidemics such as cholera, diphtheria, or smallpox have been almost or completely eradicated. However, global population growth, the high mobility of people, and the migration of large population groups mean that old pathogens can also spread again in industrialized countries. Newly emerging dangerous pathogens can threaten large parts of the population. In addition, pathogens are becoming increasingly resistant to antibiotics. It must also be expected that new aggressive variants of known or previously unknown pathogens, such as pathogenic E. coli strains, e.g. HEC or HIV, will continue to emerge and pose a threat to the population or individual population groups. German Bundestag, printed matter 14/2530. While the main focus of the Federal Epidemics Act was still on the prevention and control of infectious diseases, the Federal Infection Protection Act placed a further focus on the detection and obligation to report communicable diseases and the evaluation of this data. Reports of infectious diseases only become of decisive importance for the protection of the population when they are brought together and epidemiologically analyzed. This important aspect for prompt and effective intervention measures was not regulated in the Federal Epidemics Act, B-SUCH-G, through transnational surveillance of communicable diseases. With the reorganization of the epidemic law, the Robert Koch Institute, RKI, became responsible for the central coordination of data collection, analysis, and evaluation of communicable diseases. End quote. According to Section 4 of the Infection Protection Act, the RKI has the task of developing concepts for the prevention of communicable diseases and for the early detection and prevention of the spread of infections, In this respect, the central position of the RKI in the corona crisis is both legally compliant and legally required. This includes the development and implementation of epidemiological and laboratory-based analyses, as well as research into the causes, diagnosis, and prevention of communicable diseases. At the request of a Supreme State Health Authority, the RKI advises the competent authorities on measures to prevent, detect, and prevent the spread of serious communicable diseases, which expressly includes the recommendation of transnational measures if necessary. With the passing of the Infection Protection Act, all named and non-named cases of disease and the occurrence of dangerous pathogens must be reported to the RKI via the Public Health Department or the responsible state authority within tight deadlines. This means that the RKI has a comprehensive and up-to-date data set on infectious diseases that occur and their distribution in the population, and can therefore react accordingly within a very short time. While with the RKI as an independent federal authority and successor to the Federal Health Office, the competence for detecting epidemics lies with the federal government, administrative action was the responsibility of the federal states and districts until the coronavirus crisis. Until March 2020, only the Federal Minister of Health was authorized to order necessary vaccinations by statutory order in the area of vaccination protection. Until then, responsibility for measures to prevent and combat communicable diseases lay exclusively with the districts and, if necessary, with the state governments. The Infection Protection Act thus followed the distribution of responsibilities under the Federal Epidemics Act, which only ended the exclusive responsibility for disease prevention and control of the counties and local health authorities in its revised form from 1979. In the event of an outbreak of a communicable disease, the competent authorities were already able to take action to combat the disease both in relation to those affected, i.e. patients, suspected cases, excretors and suspected excretors, and in relation to the general public. However, their ability to issue orders was limited. The only measures that could be ordered against those affected were those specified in the Federal Epidemics Act and known from a history of disease control, such as quarantine orders, compulsory testing or accommodation or activity bans. The authorities had a very narrow scope of action vis-a-vis the general public. In addition to the possibility of closing schools if necessary or refusing school attendance to certain classes, only large public gatherings such as sporting events or public festivals could be prohibited in accordance with Section 42 of the BSUCG. State intervention in the private sphere in the name of the general public, on the other hand, was considered taboo. With regard to the prevention of communicable diseases, the competent authority had to initiate all necessary measures to avert the dangers for individuals and the general public in accordance with the general clause of Section 10 BSUCG as soon as facts are established that could lead to the occurrence of a communicable disease. Although the wording necessary in the sense of the legal definition in the law remained necessarily vague, only the obligation to allow access to properties, rooms and facilities from which the danger emanates is expressly regulated, and only the restriction of the fundamental right of inviolability of the home was permitted in this case. Other fundamental rights were not allowed to be violated when enforcing the provision, German Bundestag, printed matter March 1888. The Federal Epidemics Act of 1961 was created in deliberate contrast to the Reich Epidemics Act of 1900, the epidemic laws of the federal states at the time and the epidemic regulations from the National Socialist era, some of which were in force at the time. Previously, the responsibility for combating epidemics was largely the responsibility of the respective state police as the general regulatory authority, which could fall back on the general clauses of the police laws to combat epidemics. In the Federal Epidemics Act, the responsibility for combating infectious diseases was placed exclusively with the local health authorities and districts for the first time. In contrast to the Reich Epidemics Act, it also refrained from mentioning special measures against seafarers or other occupational groups, who were regarded as a special risk group for the spread of epidemics solely due to their high mobility and could therefore be placed under observation. The Federal Epidemics Act was centrally based on the idea that epidemics were considered to be defeated or at least defeatable. Measures to combat epidemics across several districts, a uniform approach in a federal state or even the entire federal republic, which would restrict the rights of all residents, seemed inconceivable. With the fundamental revision of the Federal Epidemics Act at the end of the 1970s under Chancellor Schmidt, a general clause on combating communicable diseases was finally added. The authorization of the authorities was no longer limited to the specific possibilities of intervention mentioned in the BSUCG, but could now also be used without restriction against third parties. As soon as a case of disease or suspected case was identified, the competent authority could order measures that appeared necessary to prevent its spread. In justifying this amendment to the Federal Epidemics Act, it was expressly stated that restricting the authorities' options for action was not sensible. The exhaustive list of protective measures available to the authorities to date, including the measures against the general public provided for in the previous Section 43, appear to be too narrow for a meaningful and effective fight against communicable diseases. The plethora of protective measures that can be considered in the event of an outbreak of a communicable disease cannot be overlooked from the outset. A general authorization must be included in the law if we want to be prepared for all eventualities. Above all, the measures can be considered not only against those named in the first sentence, i.e., against sick people, people suspected of being ill, people suspected of being infected, etc., but also against non-disturbers, i.e., against people who do not have to pose an immediate danger to public life. German Bundestag, printed matter 8/2468. Consequently, when the B-G was revised, a general clause was inserted into the law for the first time, which establishes the responsibility of the state governments in the prevention and control of communicable diseases and allows them to issue corresponding orders and prohibitions for the prevention of communicable diseases by statutory order if necessary. The justification for this was as follows: apart from special circumstances, the current version of the B-G does not provide for the possibility of issuing orders or prohibitions for the prevention of a communicable disease that are aimed at the general public, i.e., an undefined group of people, and therefore have the character of a legal norm. Up to now, only orders for individual cases or for a specific group of people, general order, can be issued. This is a loophole that is all the more serious as certain requirements or prohibitions that may be necessary to prevent communicable diseases can, by their very nature, only be meaningfully issued in the form of a generally binding regulation, i.e., in a legal norm. German Bundestag, printed matter 8/2468. The fact that a pandemic situation such as that caused by COVID-19 would ever arise was beyond the legislators' awareness of the problem at the time. No situations were named in the explanatory memorandum that were not already included in the previous provisions of the B-G and were deemed sufficient. The central issuance of bathing bans was cited as an example of the need to introduce a general clause in favor of the federal states, rather than the closure of all businesses, exit bans, or even border closures between individual federal states. A parliamentary duty of scrutiny of state measures was not enshrined in the law, nor was the accompanying parliamentary control of the authorities in the implementation of disease control. The extra-parliamentary general clauses, which offered both the competent authorities and the state governments unrestricted possibilities for disease control, were then adopted directly from the Federal Epidemics Act into the Infection Protection Act without further justification, with a succinct reference to the previous legal situation. Despite the coordinating role of the RKI and the existing general authorization in the FSG, it was not until the corona pandemic that the limits of state responsibility and thus of federalism in the Federal Republic of Germany became clear. For this reason, the Act for the Protection of the Population in the event of an epidemic situation of national significance was passed with a hot needle to amend the FSG, granting the Federal Ministry of Health far-reaching powers to issue uniform federal ordinances without the consent of the Bundesrat in the event of a pandemic situation being identified. Accordingly, it is now possible for people arriving from risk areas to be obliged to undergo a medical examination, submit vaccination and prophylaxis certificates or medical certificates, and disclose their identity and contact details. By order of the Federal Minister of Health, companies can be obliged to hand over travel data and passenger lists or to refrain from transporting people from certain countries to Germany. Very far-reaching interventions in the economy are also made possible. Measures to ensure the supply of medicines and other medical products can be issued by statutory order, and regulations on distribution and pricing can be prescribed. In addition, orders can be issued to ensure nursing and medical care. The requirements for care in hospitals and nursing homes can be lowered, and further measures can be taken to secure human resources in the healthcare sector. Even patent protection in accordance with Section 13 of the Patent Act can be suspended if this is deemed necessary. With the revision of the FSG, the Federal Ministry of Health has now also been given far-reaching authorization that was foreign to the Reich Epidemics Act and the Federal Epidemics Act. Together with these authorizations, however, parliamentary control has been established for the first time in the history of epidemic protection. While the draft bill wanted to assign all authority to act to the executive branch of government, and the determination of the pandemic situation in the draft bill was still to be carried out by the federal government, the determination of the pandemic situation, according to Section 5 FSG, ultimately lies with the Bundestag. Even though the new version of the Infection Protection Act gave prevention an unprecedented status as a declared public task by informing and educating the general public about the dangers of communicable diseases and the possibilities of preventing them, Section 3 FSG, the FSG also contains a deep mistrust of prevention and a problem-aware general public. In the tradition of epidemic legislation, the main responsibility for combating epidemics continues to lie with the executive. The introduction of the general clauses at the end of the 1970s once again created the possibility of preventing the spread of infectious diseases, in particular, by means that correspond to traditional police law. With this comprehensive authorization of the state government and the newly introduced authorizations of the Federal Minister of Health, the executive now has more and considerably more drastic measures at its disposal than were ever provided for in both the Reich Epidemics Act and the Federal Epidemics Act. By invoking the general clauses in the Infection Protection Act, the entire public life can now be shut down and private life largely regimented in conjunction with the federal authority RKI. In Germany, where the federal chancellor speaks in World War metaphors in the face of a pandemic, where the Nuremberg trials are reenacted as a world court against climate criminals in the ARD television film Okozid, and where even the tactics discussions after lost soccer matches are called coming to terms with the past. It is not surprising that National Socialism is also invoked by opponents of the corona emergency measures. At demonstrations of the lateral thinking movement, participants pin Jewish stars on themselves with the inscription unvaccinated. The Infection Protection Act is referred to as the Enabling Act, or an 11-year-old speaker is told that she shares the fate of Anne Frank because, in view of the current situation, she had to be very quiet at her birthday party with guests from more than 4 households so that the neighbors wouldn't call the police. The infamous trick of stylizing themselves as the Jews of today, which representatives of Islamic associations and Palestine activists are allowed to get away with at any time, is chalked up to Holocaust relativization by lateral thinkers in a tone of moral indignation. Other, much more cogent similarities between Nazis and coronavirus rebels, who do not wave the imperial war flag, are addressed less vociferously. The organs of the quality press are not yet responsible for diagnosing this, but rather their left-wing correctives. The esotericists, spiritualists and anti-vaccinationists among the critics of the measures, who indulge in a life-reforming holistic cult, give scientifically disguised tips on homeopathic strengthening of the immune system in front of the camera and justify their rejection of wearing masks with the healing power of fresh air, are more likely to be ridiculed in Jungle World or Neues Deutschland than in the FAZ or SZ as the revenants of the new German medicine that they are. Presumably because the state-supporting proponents of the measures have long since exchanged better recipes for ginger elixirs and other vital substance concentrates, and the fresh air mania is ubiquitous in the only country whose language knows words such as tilt, cross and shock ventilation, which is why the health policy recommendations on the correct window opening are followed with the same sacred seriousness as the government-prescribed squats during the school break. The most important difference between homeopathic and hygienic health enthusiasts lies in their assessment of the acute health risk. We know from lateral thinkers and other corona rebels that, unless they doubt the existence of the virus at all, they do not consider it to be overly threatening. It is therefore inappropriate to claim, as has been constantly repeated since last spring, that the so-called coronavirus deniers and coronavirus trivializers are advocating a social Darwinist selection of the old and weak, who are particularly at risk but also considered socially useless, in their protests. Unlike ecologically inspired misanthropes, who initially welcomed the pandemic as an environmentally friendly measure to decimate the population, and unlike market radical cynics, who rarely appear anyway and who would have preferred an immediate contagion as a social rejuvenation cure, people who consider the coronavirus to be harmless cannot expect it to cause an ecologically or demographically beneficial mass extinction. On the contrary, their main argument is that maintaining the policy of measures over the long term would not only cause more damage economically, but also psychologically, socially and politically than an early return to the old normality. Nevertheless, social Darwinism is repeatedly invoked as the alleged common ground between opponents and critics of the measures, or even a link is established between them and the euthanasia policy of National Socialism. George Cieslin, for example, explained in an article on corona rebels and COVID deniers at the end of August 2021 that a vitalistic social Darwinism unites their various factions. Quote, "In fascism, there is unconditional identification with power. The intensification is identification with the force that makes life and lets it die. For the right, it is the folkish authority that decides the value and unworthiness of life. For the post-hippiesque esoterics, it is nature. For the libertarians, it is finally only the ability to work and enjoy." Neues Deutschland, August 22, 2020. However, the power Cieslin is referring to, implicitly quoting Foucault, is not simply that of the fascist cult of power, but the so-called biopower, which, according to Foucault's definition, is not only characteristic of fascist regimes, but of bourgeois society as a whole and consists of making live and letting die in contrast to the old feudal sovereign power that made die and let live. According to Foucault, the state sovereign once ruled over subordinate individuals with the threat of death, thereby restricting their individual lives. Since the 19th century, however, power has switched to regulating the vital functions of the population as a whole, using the institutions of medicine, public hygiene, social welfare, epidemiology, and population science. It is no coincidence that Giorgio Agamben used Foucault's concept of biopower for his own critique of the corona measures. However, by turning the tables and declaring the corona rebels to be the actual agents of biopower, Cieslin misses the mark at least as much as Agamben. In particular, the folkish right, which presumes to decide on the value and unvalue of life, was and is never a mere incarnation of what Foucault called biopower. Even Foucault knew that the Nazis did not simply let their victims die, but systematically murdered them, using a machinery that did not obey the logic of economic efficiency, but was a murderous end in itself from the very beginning. In National Socialism, the most perfect unleashing of the power to kill, that is, this old sovereign power over death, took place. Political scientist Natasha Strobel noted in Freitag in her attempt to short-circuit National Socialist mass murder with the feared coronavirus pandemic that the Nazis did not leave their victims to die, but actively and pleasurably exterminated them and developed an economy of death that simultaneously undermined the economy of the bourgeois society from which it emerged. Nevertheless, she explains euthanasia and the Holocaust in toto as the mass murder of the strong against the weak. Quote, "In fascism, weakness is not something worth protecting, but a despicable condition. This means that in this ideology it can be clearly assigned to certain groups, and can thus be exterminated along with these groups. These groups are chronically ill people, people with disabilities or ethnically defined groups such as Jews, whose supposed physical weakness shaped the caricatures of the anti-Semitic Nazi diatribe Der Stürmer, or Roma and Sinti." End quote. According to Strobel, radical market ideologues are no different. The weakest parts of this economic system, which is linked to a capitalist state, must be eliminated so that the strong parts do not suffer. Der Freitag, April 30, 2020. The contradictions of this argument are striking. If the weak cause suffering to the strong, they cannot be that weak, at least not in the imagination of their persecutors. The Jews were portrayed as weaklings, as morally depraved degenerates, in order to illustrate the illegitimacy of their alleged superior power, which they exercised in a hidden manner. In Nazi propaganda films, the faces of disabled people were illuminated like monster faces in scary movies in order to portray them as a moral danger to the body of the people. In general, all social Darwinism, which is much older than National Socialism, never simply legitimized the demise of the weak, but fought a defensive battle against hallucinated social and moral threats. Just as the earliest racism was a reflex of the nobility to the loss of its class privileges and the juridification of general equality, which would bring degeneration and decay, and which was therefore directed not only against foreign peoples, but also against the lower classes within their own, social Darwinism was its bourgeois scientification. Its propagandists naturalized the specially established competitive order as a struggle for existence and paid particular attention to the threatening growth of slums, which were not only regarded as the source of disease and crime, but were also feared as hotbeds of potential unrest. In 19th-century Germany, social Darwinist researchers were equally zealous against Christian care for the poor, which kept the superfluous alive in the name of an anti-utilitarian ethic, and against the catheter socialists, who wanted to raise their standard of living through social reforms, and thus disavowed both the Christian ethic of charity and the forms of welfare state policy that were just developing. Social Darwinists believed that so-called counter-selective measures such as unemployment insurance, universal health care or birth assistance threatened natural selection, which was always simultaneously conceived as social selection. They considered economic success to be the result of intellectual superiority and moral superiority, in which social and natural conformity converged of their own accord. Belonging to the lower class was attributed to poor hereditary factors, which would only ever be effective in combination with degenerative or decadent social conditions. The fact that the uneducated scored worse in intelligence tests and that there were more thieves among the poor was therefore supposed to prove that they were born criminals and underprivileged. Eugenics, which emerged at the end of the 19th century as a leading discipline in both the natural and human sciences, no longer wanted to merely abolish contra-selective measures in order to let selection take its course, but to take control of evolution through the practical application of the laws of heredity known at the time. It had supporters not least among left-wingers who were influenced by naturalism. By improving living conditions, sex education, access to contraceptives and vaccinations, health damage to offspring was to be avoided on the basis of voluntarism and understanding. The path to life reform fantasies of breeding the new man was not far away. Alfred Plotz, who had translated eugenics into racial hygiene, set the tone in Germany and whose concept of a vital race of the most capable and best to be perfected contradicted the earlier view of once unspoilt races that were now threatened with extinction in the Moloch of civilization. The diagnosis of decadence was answered with a promise of planned breeding. The demand for the sterilization of so-called inferiors was already part of the eugenics program at this time. Then, in 1920, Professors Karl Binding and Alfred Hoche published their work permitting the destruction of life unworthy of living. This was the first book to recommend the state murder of the incurably insane and the mentally dead. The Nazis applied both measures. On January 1, 1934, the law for the prevention of hereditarily diseased offspring came into force, marking the beginning of the sterilization campaign. In total, around 400,000 people were made infertile in just a few years, including thousands, especially women, who did not survive the procedure. From 1939, the mass murder of over 200,000 sick and disabled people, known as euthanasia, was carried out, first in massacres in occupied Poland, then with the help of mobile gas vans and murder centers throughout the Reich, and finally by secret poisoning and starvation. Contrary to what the comparison with the coronavirus pandemic suggests, and contrary to what Nazi propaganda sometimes portrayed, the primary aim was never to eradicate the physically weak. Rather, the Nazis' main target was the mentally ill and the so-called weak-minded, which included people who did not or could not live in accordance with the rules of the rest of society, who appeared too selfish or simply too empathetic, too soft or effeminate for the new era. Anyone who lacked a general education or exhibited socially undesirable behavior could be diagnosed as feeble-minded. A large number of special needs pupils were selected. In the first year of sterilization, more than half of those affected were classified as feeble-minded, and a further quarter were schizophrenics. Only a fraction of the victims were actually hereditarily ill or physically disabled. The book Erblir und Rassenhygiene im Völkischen Staat, Hereditary Doctrine and Racial Hygiene in the Völkisch State, wrote about the feeble-minded. The Volksgemeinschaft is threatened by them with moral decomposition, unbearable burdens, and ultimately with destruction. End of quote. From 1939, most of the victims of the gassings of Action T4 were also people who had been diagnosed with feeble-mindedness, schizophrenia, epilepsy, or idiocy. As early as 1933, the legal basis had been created to place so-called asocials in sanatoriums and asylums, where the victims of the T4 gas murders were later segregated. Prostitutes, beggars, criminals, and alcoholics were also treated as hereditarily ill and disabled. According to the official definition, asocials were people with a congenital and unimprovable mental disposition who, as a result of this constitution, were prone to drunkenness and immorality and thus appeared to be unrestrained and a danger to humanity. End of quote. From 1938, asocial elements were interned in concentration camps by Himmler's decree. In the same year, the Nazi standard work Der Nichtschaftsmensch was published, in which homeless vagrants were disparaged as a wandering herd of germs from whose moral contagion our people must be protected. The Nazis' racial policy never merely sifted out the weak according to rationalizable criteria. Rather, the aim was to purge the population of all elements deemed unfit for the common good in the name of higher morals. At the heart of the National Socialist racial ideology was the subject of the Volksgemeinschaft, dissolved into a collective, which appropriated its self-determination for purposes beyond itself as an outstanding natural characteristic. The master race was the embodiment of the new collective morality without rest or contradiction. The sovereignty of this subject saw itself threatened by all those who withdrew from this conditioning and therefore had to be regarded as naturally inferior human shells. Specifically, these were the mentally handicapped, who were not receptive to communal appeals, the crippled and deformed, whose obvious dependence on help and empathy was capable of breaking through the subject's armor, and finally, those on whom the marks of conditioning in the form of mental illness, psychological suffering, and exclusion, nothing else means asociality, were openly revealed. They posed a risk of contagion to the national body, even in the case of known non-infectious and non-hereditary illnesses and behaviors. The murder of defective and minus people, the feeble-minded and idiots, was consequently called disinfection. The self-assertion of the National Socialist subject took the form of barbaric self-demarcation, which gave relief to the pent-up instincts by combating their apparent degeneration in others. Delusional and criminal, those who had been certified as having madness and criminality as their first nature were murdered. The project of degeneracy through eradication has always been linked to anti-Semitism. Disabled people, psychopaths, and asocials were branded as the biologically and morally degenerate part of the people, who had only become a threatening danger through the Jewish work of decomposition. Degeneration was seen as a disease of civilization, triggered by urbanization, moral decay, pleasure-seeking, promiscuity, and massification, but also by orthodox medicine and egalitarian pedagogy, the exponents of a human science no longer subject to mere natural constraints. All of this was attributed to the work of the Jewish spirit. In general, the anti-Semites and racists were never concerned with purely physical characteristics. Mengel's doctoral supervisor Theodor Mollison had already called for the purification of our people from foreign racial elements whose way of thinking is not our own. Fritz Lenz, who had co-authored the Grundriss der menschlichen Erblir und Rassenhygiene Hitler's reading during his imprisonment, declared bluntly, if there were only physical racial differences, the whole racial question would be of no particular significance. The Nazi jurist Karl Lorenz decreed, blood must become spirit and spirit must become blood. This is only possible if the blood is spirit. The blood community did not simply present itself as a Darwinian community of survival, but as a community of conviction, for which it made the supposedly mindless bleed. This murder cannot be explained by a somehow still capitalist rationality or as the elimination of the weak in favor of the economic prosperity of the general public. There is no doubt that disabled and sick people were insulted in the propaganda as useless eaters, and their murder was coyly justified by the need for wartime bed capacity. However, care rates and food rations were in fact so low long before the seizure of power that the savings were hardly worth mentioning. Those able to work were gassed just as much as those unable to work, and even after the end of the war, the murdering continued both passionately and secretly. In many institutions, only 3/4 of the remaining inmates survived the year in 1946. Critics or opponents of the corona measures are not murderers. They do not practice euthanasia and do not kill anyone. Murder requires base motives, malice, cruelty, or means dangerous to the public, but above all the intention to carry out the act. For manslaughter, intent must still be proven. However, the cases of deliberate infection of other people with the coronavirus can be counted on one hand and can easily be punished as bodily harm, with or without death, with a known means of criminal prosecution, as has been the case with deliberate hepatitis or HIV infections for many decades. Anyone who merely fails to comply with prescribed measures to protect against infection, in legal terms initially only an administrative offense that can be punished with a fine, is at most acting negligently. In many cases, it is difficult to decide whether there is a risk to others or rather to oneself, because corona infections can be symptom-free. How unanimous the public has nevertheless been for months that unruly individuals must be held responsible for the illnesses and deaths of other people can be seen in the case of a 26-year-old, appropriately American woman, who was passed around the media in September 2020 as an excessively selfish superspreader. Despite a positive coronavirus test and quarantine requirement, the woman is said to have gone on a pub crawl in Garmisch to party excessively and caused an outbreak with dozens of sick people, a model case of unreasonableness, Marcus Soder. The Bild newspaper ran the headline, "Potential Killer." It later emerged that the woman was not subject to any official quarantine obligation, that the rumored pub crawl never took place because the pubs had already been closed by the authorities, and that not a single one of the 4 new infections in the town identified after a mass test could be traced back to the woman. The image of the somehow promiscuous woman roaming the streets, thoughtlessly spraying her aerosols and endangering the lives of others with her lust for life, was nevertheless imprinted on the collective memory. While it has long been the case that not only leading politicians, but also the general public, react with malice and outrage when so-called coronavirus deniers believe themselves to be prospective murder victims of a killer vaccination campaign, the same outraged people care little when responsibility for rising infection and death rates is sought among individuals or groups. The fact that one danger, deadly vaccination, is imaginary, while the other, deadly corona infection, occurs with a certain, albeit usually low probability, does not change the similarity of the reactions. In both cases, the super-individual processes of the pandemic and pandemic control are interpreted as the work of individuals who are to be held responsible for them, and a delusion of grandeur is revealed in each case. Among freedom fighters who believe in conspiracies, a pathos of freedom is upheld with which everyday life, which was already deranged long before the pandemic, is subsequently fetishized as a sphere of arbitrary action usurped by foreign powers. Those in favor of measures still cling to the much more massively effective delusion of the infinite possibilities of controlling nature, even when it is evident that the virus, once it has spread over a wide area, can only be controlled to a limited extent without a vaccine, and certainly cannot be eradicated if we do not want to lock infected people behind sealed doors in their homes, as is the case in China. The fact that willful rule breakers and ignorant egoists are to blame for the infection has been a foregone conclusion since late summer 2020. At the end of September, the front page of the newspaper for Germany read, "The new spread of the coronavirus is due in no small part to behavior that must be called lacking in solidarity or even antisocial. Weddings, family celebrations or parties for which the collective term drunken parties applies and whose guests seem to take no interest whatsoever in what is going on in the country." FAZ. September 30th, 2020. At this point, propaganda had already been spread for weeks against outdoor gatherings, which had been classified as relatively safe from a virological point of view just a short time before. The hedonistic mob was met with furious indignation and the misanthropic conclusion was reached, for example, in the face of a few white wine spritzer drinkers in front of Frankfurt's Kleinmarkthalle. A world with far fewer people seems to be a much better world at times like this. Fr. September 16, 2020. Moral condemnations such as these are based on the still unproven claim that the recent rise in infections is due to parties or gatherings in the open air. However, according to the RKI's Daily Situation Report of December 15, 2020, the traceable corona outbreaks have mainly occurred in private households, retirement and nursing homes, hospitals, workplaces, and the like. Not even large gatherings, whether by lateral thinkers or the more numerous Black Lives Matter demonstrators, have led to a measurable increase in the number of infections anywhere. Nevertheless, public spaces are being subjected to an unprecedented health policy control regime, with measures that can only be described as absurd, such as a ban on alcohol consumption, which was imposed in Frankfurt, for example, just in time for the onset of the cold season, when it was no longer young people but only homeless people and junkies who had taken to the bottle in the open air, for which they have been notoriously harassed by the police ever since. In general, the state measures hit those hardest who are already exposed to an increased health risk, although it is precisely these groups that the health protectors claim to be looking after: the elderly and the sick, who suffer the most from contact restrictions and isolation measures, prostitutes who are driven into illegality, drug addicts who are left to fend for themselves when addiction treatment services fail, homeless people who have to beg for their money on increasingly empty streets, and poor people in general who often live in cramped housing conditions. They are deprived of their modest leisure opportunities and do not have the questionable luxury of working from home because their job is to deliver dinner or Christmas presents to middle-class people who are sheltering at home from the virus. Public opinion, which is increasingly detached from epidemiological arguments and directed against alleged egoists, antisocial people, drunkards and covidiotes, has more in common, not always in practice, but in its definition of the enemy, with the Volksgemeinschafts's resentment against moronic and criminal pests than those who promote it in the media and politically under the alibi of protecting life and caring for others would like to believe. Here too, of course, the difference between the National Socialist mass murderers and the moral community in the hygiene state must be insisted upon. The friends of the measures do not do anything themselves, but they believe they are on the side of fate, which wields the COVID disease as a sword against all those who want to opt out and do not want to have their everyday lives determined by a state that hardly acts as a guarantor of individual freedom, but only grants favors in a paternalistic manner. This glorification of the virus as a subjectivized overnight stay is revealed in the language. For example, when Soter declares, "Corona does not forgive frivolity," or Merkel threatens, "The virus punishes half-heartedness." Such sentences suggest an identification with a virus that blurs what is a natural pandemic event and what is a social and political reaction. The reckless and half-hearted can thus be held responsible not only for increased infection figures, but also for all political countermeasures, which are now only understood as the inevitable consequence of the spread of the virus rather than the result of political decisions. The fact that it is less and less about protecting so-called risk groups and more about enforcing the moral principles of one's own emergency community is always evident when political opponents who are guilty of trivializing corona infect themselves and are met with collective scorn. This was particularly vivid in the case of Donald Trump's illness, which was even commented on in the otherwise reputable Frankfurter Allgemeine Sonntagszeitung. The monstrous hubris of this president deserves punishment, and I can't help but be happy that this 74-year-old fatso got it. Fes. October 4, 2020. Trump, himself a high-risk patient, but with insufficient mask discipline, is said to have been right. Similar reactions follow all reports of actual or suspected corona deniers who have contracted the virus, such as AfD man Harold Hanisch. Anyone who is serious about containing the pandemic should actually hope that those who disregard the rules of hygiene do not become infected, because they pose a higher risk of infection for others. The fact that their illness is being condoned nonetheless evokes the image of a society that, entrenched behind masks, celebrates the fact that the stupid and politically incorrect are decimating themselves. On the net, Darwin Awards are already being presented to corona deaths, along the lines of the negative award that has existed since 1994 and is used to report on people who accidentally kill themselves, have fatal accidents or make themselves infertile and, according to the organizers of the award, show a particular degree of stupidity. The name refers to Charles Darwin, the discoverer of natural selection. The idea behind it is that an unviable individual does his species a favor by preventing the further spread of his own genetic material. There has been a further noticeable shift in the blame attributed to corona sufferers in relation to the risk groups. Whereas it was previously considered the duty of the general public to protect the risk groups themselves now have a duty to protect the general public because they are the ones who require intensive care beds and ventilators in the event of illness, overburden the healthcare system, or even drive up death rates. On 31 October 2020, Thomas Austin Sacken wrote in a Facebook post, "When I look at the portraits of most authors on Tichy Einblick, Axterguten and other media outlets that are currently fighting fiercely for freedom and against the new coronavirus totalitarianism, and then read who belongs to the coronavirus risk group, I wonder what we will hear from these gentlemen. There are fewer ladies. If Belgian conditions prevail in this country and places in intensive care units become scarce, will they say, okay, I've smoked for years, I don't do much sport, I'm asthmatic and I'm over 70 anyway, so I'm happy to do without ventilation and the like and give priority to patients whose life expectancy is statistically much higher? Or how else do you imagine it if no further measures are taken and the number of new infections continues to double every week? Or are Belgium, France, and Switzerland, not to mention other countries where things are getting tight, simply not comparable because Merkel is not in power there? Who in these circles is actually initiating the debate about whose life is no longer worth saving? And who then decides? End of quote. What is surprising about these statements is the lack of understanding that old people are criticizing the coronavirus measures at all. It would be plausible that precisely because they are already old and only have a few years of life ahead of them, they would not want to spend this time with enormous restrictions on their own way of life. The fact that the old gentleman from Tichy Zeinblick and Company, who are certainly not representative of the critics of the corona policy, only appear in Austin Sackens' article as unathletic smokers, designates them not only as risky people, but also as risky people through their own fault, as risky people who threaten to rob others of their ventilator space and who should therefore be advised to give up theirs. The fact that the renunciation of medical assistance is brought into play as a possible consequence of a critical stance on corona policy indicates that whoever dares to express their opinion in word and writing would have to bear responsibility for it with their life. While no concepts for the impending triage have yet been spelled out in the right-wing media mentioned by Austin Sacken, the advocates of stricter measures have already gone further. In mid-November, Swiss health economist Willi Agier made the following recommendation: there needs to be an immediate legal basis for hefty fines that can be issued without lengthy proceedings. Also by the railroad police and private security services. I also suggest that corona skeptics forfeit their right to an acute bed or an intensive care place if there are bottlenecks. Quite simply, anyone who is reported for willfully disregarding social distancing and hygiene rules should bear responsibility for their actions. I propose that these people be registered by name and, in case of doubt, not given an intensive care bed. According to the polluter pays principle, Baz Online, November 16, 2020. Such a threat expresses the wish that the moral community of the morally well-adjusted may also prevail biologically against the listed asocials. This idea of suspending the equal medical treatment of all patients, regardless of their character, political stance or criminal record, is obviously appealing to many on the left, as long as the expected victims are moronic COVID idiots, psychotic swearers, or politically incorrect right-wing populists. This should not obscure the fact that conservatives also threaten their political opponents with mental triage if they become seriously ill. On December 14, 2020, the CDU Leipzig issued a press release on the skirmishes between police and left-wing demonstrators in the Konnewitz district. While we are all preparing for the hard lockdown and the police are trying to enforce the measures to contain corona, the left-wing mob in Konnewitz is once again engaging in rioting and violence. Once again, it is clear how irresponsible and lacking in solidarity the militant left-wing extremists in this district are acting. The health and well-being of other people obviously mean nothing to them. Instead, they riot on the supposed anniversary of their battle slogan ACAB. This abbreviation, which expresses pure contempt for humanity and discrimination, should be banned nationwide without delay. It denigrates an entire group in our society. We can and must no longer tolerate this. We hope that the gatherings on Sunday will not exacerbate the already tense infection situation in our city. Demonstrators who become infected and fall ill should think carefully about whose medical help they accept. Those who fight our police, our state and our society cannot expect to be treated and supported at the expense of this society. CDU-Leipzig, December 14, 2020. The fact that, in these times characterized by a tense infection situation, members of groups incriminated as inhumane are increasingly openly threatened with euthanasia unites the new and traditional lovers of the state executive, along with their civil society helpers, across the boundaries of political camps. The only way to counter this is to insist on the rule of law and demand universal access to adequate treatment options. It must have come as a shock to supporters of the Zero COVID campaign when Denmark suspended virtually all coronavirus measures in January 2022, and the population cheered the return to what in coronavirus times was known as normal life. The opening, as it is called in corona jargon, took place in the middle of the Omicron wave, and not because the dream of zero COVID had come true and the incidence was zero. By this time, almost 12,000 people had signed the decidedly left-wing and one-year-old zero COVID call, the goal T0 infections, for a European shutdown based on solidarity, first published on January 12, 2021. With this only relevant progressive discourse intervention, which is probably the most widely discussed proposal on the left and the initiators remarkably advocate what is otherwise denounced as being on the far right. For reasons of health protection, they wanted to establish at EU level what the decidedly anti-national left had always fought against since the refugee crisis of 2015-16, the return to the suddenly largely sovereign German nation-state, which opens and closes its national borders at will. Didn't they agree with the eternal chancellor that border closures were no longer possible these days and that a fortress Europe had to be prevented at all costs? Although the zero-COVID appeal still avoided explicitly naming the person who had inspired it, the appeal nevertheless states, the goal must not be 250 or 25 new infections, it must be -0. End quote. Just a few days after the call was published, one of the initiators of zero-COVID, the left-wing veteran Winfried Wolf, revealed that the Chinese directive was to be followed and that global sinicization was to be promoted even further than it already was through the fundamental health policy orientation of the WHO, which is based on the Wuhan model. In China, this eminently important country, an ultimately successful pandemic containment policy is being pursued, whereby basic elements of what we are also proposing are being practiced. He dutifully added that the Chinese solution in Europe would also work without Chinese resources, as there is one very important difference to the authoritarian nature of the regime in Beijing. In the same text, the former Trotskyist Wolf explained what this could be with a quote from the central organ of the Chinese Communist Party for Western countries, an example from the January 15 issue of China Daily. It reads, Heilong Jiang declared a state of emergency on January 12 because the province had reported 57 confirmed cases on January 13 since January 10. In other words, a few dozen cases, not of deaths but of infections. A state of emergency will be declared. End quote. Like all zero-COVID activists, Winfried Wolf had no problem with the fact that the Chinese solution follows completely different objectives than the shutdown of the economy called for by the German government in the zero-COVID appeal. The responsible politicians are accused of being controlled by an easing mafia, as the first issue of the specially produced zero-COVID newspaper puts it, which is protecting the economy so that profit comes before people and not people before profit. Those responsible for the zero-COVID appeal were not only referring to the German and European economy with their zero target, but were also promoting the Chinese state solution to the problem. For example, Binny Adamchak, one of the campaign's co-initiators, who was introduced in the Zero-COVID No. 1 newspaper as a philosopher and artist, exulted about the goal of 0 new infections with the following words, "It's amazing that people keep pretending that this is a utopian demand. It has been achieved in almost a third of the world. The very countries where the pandemic first emerged have practically no more infections." According to this logic, the much vaunted social solidarity and the coercion required to enforce it are very closely related. End quote. In order to avoid the accusation that the zero-COVID idea is at least a semi-totalitarian fantasy, TAS, and its initiators apologists for China, the rigid corona policy of the island states of Australia and New Zealand was referred to with approval. Winfried Wolf gleefully quoted the FAZ, which emphasized that both island states are democracies with a Western culture. Instead of taking this as an opportunity to criticize the coronavirus policy of the two states as anti-Western, Wolf and company used them as key witnesses to the fact that the Chinese solution could be a blessing everywhere. In the words of Deutschlandfunk on January 20, 2022, which is not suspected of lateral thinking, Australia closed its borders quickly and consequent, and public life was shut down at the same time. The elderly and chronically ill were practically not allowed out of the house at all. Outbreaks were quickly ended with effective contact tracing and quarantine measures. And if that didn't help, entire cities were sent into lockdown. Melbourne holds the global record with a total of 262 days, more than 8 months. Many people in Melbourne have suffered greatly from the prolonged isolation. End quote. The only strange thing is that both Australia and New Zealand, which is often praised as a multicultural model democracy with a Muslim population of just under 1%, have earned a reputation for being almost insurmountable fortresses not only for viruses but also for refugees when it comes to restrictive entry regulations. Equally irrelevant was the fate of those people in Australia and New Zealand who do not have legal residency status or have to live in cramped housing conditions. The so-called domestic violence that must have happened to Melbourne women in 262 days of confinement and the psychosis that 8 months of isolation causes in children and adults alike all seem to be collateral damage of the solidarity shutdown that was priced in beforehand. Since the Delta variant became prevalent in the fall of 2021, the merciless zero-COVID strategy has been widely regarded as a failure in both Australia and New Zealand. Literally not a dying word has been heard about the two great Western role models since then. The TAS newspaper reproached the zero-COVID initiators for their call being a semi-totalitarian fantasy, with the indulgent remark that it at least contains the dream of a radically different society, namely that of a world without capitalism, without profit logic, but with solidarity. The fact that even a semi-totalitarian idea must spring from a false dream of something that has nothing to be glossed over did not occur to those responsible at the TAS. The Süddeutsche, on the other hand, came closer to the truth about the content of the zero-COVID appeal, if only because the majority of the usual SZ-reading left liberal signature cartel distanced themselves from the appeal. They were unbiased in their judgment that the advocates of the zero-COVID idea apparently wanted to abolish capitalism in passing. When the appeal treacherously states, "We must shut down the areas of the economy that are not urgently needed by society for a short period of time. Factories, offices, businesses, construction sites, schools must be closed and compulsory work must be suspended," then not only has any sense of reality for the proportionality of so-called measures against COVID-19 been lost, because the private and leisure sectors, i.e. all of social life, are also to be shut down. A mixture of revolutionary romantic longing for strong proletarian arms that bring all the wheels to a standstill and a naivety reminiscent of big city children, who are firmly convinced that the meat on the table comes from a supermarket freezer, because they have not yet been confronted with the truth that the Vienna sausages are not first and foremost thanks to the systemically relevant cashier, but are the result of factory farming and the slaughter industry. It is only logical that the demand for a total shutdown is then hyped up as a necessary big and collective break, as if it were an event agency organizing a huge publicly funded after-work party for self-declared hedonists. If you put yourself in the shoes of parents with 2 small children in cramped living conditions in the face of such cheap borrowing from Lafargue's right to laziness, then the romanticization of the oh-so-solidary shutdown can hardly be surpassed in terms of cynicism. The newspaper Zero COVID No. 1 states accordingly, a lot of time that is currently being spent on the production of irrelevant goods or the fulfillment of seemingly mandatory tasks can be used for relaxation in the sense of a respite. End quote. Without explicitly naming him, the appeal is made to the state to enable the great shutdown wellness through a comprehensive rescue package for all. Because we have at least learned that money is a universal equivalent and does not simply come out of the printer, financing is to be ensured by introducing a Europe-wide COVID solidarity levy on high assets, corporate profits, financial transactions and the highest incomes, among other things. The old leftist longing for a selfless Robin Hood state that takes from the rich and gives to the poor has never gone beyond stirring up resentment. What the zero-COVID left, like the entire left since the Gotha program at the latest, cannot understand in its longing for the state as an independent being, marks the bourgeois state lives from capital preconditions, which it has to guarantee. Only in this respect is it autonomous and yet part of the capital relation at the same time. Johannes Agnoli judged the old left-wing dream of the autonomy of the political, tax and social policy as well as the state stimulation of production and employment, i.e. the functional participation in the economy, the normal economic policy of all bourgeois states, which is just as functionally opposed to particular interests and can selectively favor other particular interests, is confused with the political autonomy of interventions. End quote. The 456 initial signatories of the call seem to represent a rarely colorful group of left-wing activists, from the Marxist couple Frigga and Wolfgang Fritz Haug and the GDR economic historian Thomas Kaczynski to the ARD Monitor boss George Ressel, the climate activist Louisa Neubauer, the punk musicians Ted Geier and Torsun Burkhardt, the race fanatic Hengame Yagabifra and the concrete and jungle world authors Veronica Crocker and Leo Fischer to the Kreuzberg Club 5036 and the autonomous street fighters of the interventionist left. What they have in common, apart from their left-wing convictions, is that they are almost exclusively part of the non-profit third sector, which is independent of the state, or earn money with their worldview. This has a lot to do with the production of ideology, but little to do with the capital production of social wealth, also known as value creation in the vocabulary of business management. The members of this, in case of doubt, dispensable milieu, who can never be sure of a permanent job, especially in the recently proclaimed flexible knowledge society, are at least secretly aware of their superfluousness. Because they themselves work in areas that are, as the appeal puts it, not urgently required by society, the call for a total shutdown is all the easier to make, the more they have decoupled themselves from those who, in increasingly post-industrial times, can still be described in the broadest sense as traditional wage laborers in the secondary sector and who, unlike the advocates of zero COVID, still have something to lose if Germany's medium-sized hidden champion economy is forced to take a break and lose a significant share of the global market as a result. Contrary to its own assurances, the zero-COVID milieu is not at all concerned with solidarity with traditional wage earners, who are relatively well protected by collective bargaining agreements, nor with solidarity with the Romanian Tunis migrant workers, who would have to see where they end up in the event of a zero-COVID shutdown. In reality, the callers and supporters of the appeal are driven by the well-founded fear that left-wing ideology could soon no longer be considered sufficiently worthy of support, i.e. systemically relevant. The fact that most of the zero-COVID signatories are among the main economic beneficiaries of the coronavirus policy that has been in place since March 2020 should not be a cause for derision. However, they can be accused of panicking and obsessively adhering to a cult around the magical savior number 0, and making it the starting point for a downright lust for fear, which awakens in them the authoritarian need to divide an entire society into willing participants or loosening mafiosi to be expelled. Because they have declared themselves to be the measure of all things coronavirus, they understand terms such as the working population to refer primarily to their own milieu, just as the party once did with the term working class. Christian Zeller, one of the most prominent zero-COVID thinkers, who as a professor of economic geography can neither be considered a representative of the working population nor a precarious worker, knows exactly what distracts from the essentials. Those who look at the pandemic only through seemingly anti-authoritarian glasses and fearful of a surveillance state are not in a position to develop a strategy that is oriented towards the elementary material and health interests of the working population. This reads like the return of only repressed authoritarian thinking, and as chance would have it, Professor Zeller then also speaks in the same place of the imperialist states of Europe and North America, and calls zero-COVID an anti-imperialist initiative. End of quote. The fact that many on the left have been able to slip so much in corona times is partly due to the pathetic theorizing of recent years, which has almost nothing to do with a theory of society. Instead of trying to get to grips with the false institution of society, the blunt idolization of the magical other prevails, which includes non- or anti-Western communities, ethnic groups, religions, genders, cultures, etc. The celebration of identitarian coercive collectives led to an authoritarian need for punishment against non-organized dissenters, whose warnings against the surveillance state are seen as a betrayal of genuine interests. When the book Empire by Antonio Negri and Michael Hart was celebrated on the left in the early 2000s, this was by no means only because it correctly referred to the increasing importance of intellectual, immaterial and communicative labor for late capitalism. Negri/Hart's deduction that these changes in the capitalist production of surplus value would bring to the fore a system-busting resistance nest known as the multitude came in handy for those who wanted to recognize in their precarious existence the proof of being avant-garde in the anti-capitalist resistance. How one's own personal state alimentation can be exalted to an anti-capitalist act can be read in Empire. Civil society is absorbed by the state, but the consequence of this is an explosion of moments that were previously coordinated and mediatized within civil society. Resistance is no longer marginal, but is becoming active in the midst of a society that is opening up in networks. End quote. Discovering a potential for resistance in the correctly observed increasing nationalization of civil society, which is at the same time a decivilization of the state and has led to an unprecedented proximity of state and society, is likely to be a decisive factor in relying entirely on the state for the implementation of the zero-COVID idea and seeing oneself in solidarity as its willing auxiliary force. A typical postmodern offer for the outsourcing of state tasks is then also this demand to the wage earners. It is important that the employees shape the measures in the companies themselves and implement them together. End quote. However, the fact that the workforce is to mutate into deputy sheriffs of the health and public order offices, and even the police, is merely an exaggerated idea of what the state is already practicing during the pandemic when it forces restaurateurs and tradespeople to carry out personnel and ID checks, which were previously limited to youth protection and parcel delivery at the post office. It is precisely this outsourcing of state security tasks that makes all talk of a coronavirus dictatorship, or coronavirus fascism, a non-starter. Apparently, declared critics of the state have no idea of the postmodern relationship between the state and its citizens, which is characterized by the absorption of civil society by the state as observed by Negri/Hart. In an anthology with social science pretensions and a clear tendency to justify the postmodern state policy of the corona state, it can be read that it is not the overpowering leviathan that appears, but curated governance. Quote, in this way, solidarity is established as a kind of civil society self-regulation, to which the Chancellor had particularly appealed. Conformist behavior is rewarded in society and by politics, deviant behavior is sanctioned. End quote. This is reminiscent of Jürgen Habermas' view of the role of the state in the exceptional pandemic situation, with the difference that he still understands his derived duty of solidarity as the dilemma of an aporia between legal compulsion and solidarity. As if the importance of immaterial labor in the West were not the result of the outsourcing of industrial production to other parts of the world, where work is carried out under conditions that it would be trivializing to call precarious, the translator of Empire into German, Thomas Atzert, explains, such a perspective does not deny the existence of industrial production, agriculture, fishing, etc., but it sees them in a subordinate position within the hierarchies of exploitation. End quote. This contempt for wage laborers at the other end of the global supply chain, whose fate is made to disappear behind their own socially superfluous activities, explains why the authors of the Zero-COVID call easily identify areas that are not urgently needed by society. The fact that the corona pandemic is a product of postmodern capitalism with its just-in-time supply chains and wage dumping against outsourced workers is hardly mentioned in the zero-COVID milieu, if only because criticism of globalization is only seen there as the reactionary hobby horse of old white men defending their privileges. Nor is it possible to establish a connection between the sympathetic call for an immediate halt to privatization in the health and care sector in the zero-COVID appeal and their own ideological preference for diversity, which no longer differs from official state propaganda. Because the FAZ now only serves as a critical accompaniment to the post-Fordist mode of production, calling for a race or gender quota here, a few more euros there, the economic pages of the FAZ in times of corona contain harsher criticism of state patriarchal capitalist conditions than all other relevant left-wing gazettes put together. For example, an FAZ article from December 13, 2021 with "The supply chains are stretched to breaking point. Das last ein Grundprinzip moderner Fertigung wanken," and the accompanying article talks about hoarding, i.e. stockpiling, once again becoming the rule in production and a pillar of modern production processes, just-in-time production being up for grabs, then those who only see immaterial labor at work everywhere will only understand the point. And when French Finance and Economy Minister Bruno Le Maire is quoted on the occasion of the start of the French EU Council presidency, with a view to globalization, as saying that the pandemic has shown that we have gone too far with relocation and the division of labor, and that the aim must therefore be to bring factories and value creation back home, then the prevailing view in the zero-COVID milieu is certainly that right-wing populism à la Rassemblement National or AFD is being advocated here. The less interested they are in the critique of political economy, the more they pretend to always be at the cutting edge of scientific knowledge. Zero-COVID supporters thus present themselves as being driven by virology, as we know it from those politically responsible, who sell the objective knowledge of science as a constraint that reinterprets their own responsibility in the pandemic as a scientific execution without alternative. A zero-COVID paper from November 2021 states, "We are guided by the findings of science for the consequent containment of the pandemic in Europe, which is a prerequisite for solidarity-based policies." End of quote. Orientation towards science here means that the zero-COVID idea was developed in line with the appeal published at the end of 2020 by the Massachusetts-based New England Complex Systems Institute headed by Yanir Baryam, in which China and Australia are explicitly named as positive examples of the correct state handling of the virus. The most prominent German signatory to this appeal is virologist Melanie Brinkmann, under whose leadership the No-COVID strategy was published in January 2021 alongside the Zero-COVID appeal, recommending the rigid approach in Melbourne as a model for the rest of the world. Because people believe they have found their scientific saviors in Baryam, Brinkmann and company, they not only devalue everyone else in the guild. They are discredited, declared corrupt and denounced as useful idiots. In the newspaper Zero-COVID No. 2, we learn about the favorite enemy among virologists, Hendrik Streeck, not only that he spreads hair-raising nonsense. There is not one scientific opinion, says Streeck, who is after all financially supported by the Bild newspaper. He is at least not entirely wrong with this statement. Business lobbyists, the media and politicians always find one of the few scientists like Streeck that they can quote to justify their actions. End quote. The purpose of such disparagement is to stage oneself as the victim of an all-powerful triumvirate of lobbies, media and politics, against which one can only stand firm in alliance with the only true science, a self-victimization that is less removed from the cult of victimhood of lateral thinkers than those involved might like. This definition of the enemy also suggests internally that the zero-COVID idea is the only form of resistance to the coronavirus that deserves its name. People do not want to admit that science is divided, as Karl-Heinz Roth, whom Süddeutsche Zeitung describes as uniquely qualified despite his radical left-wing merits, emphasizes in his coronavirus book Blind Passagier. Roth had accused Baryam, Brinkmann and company of having a blatantly scientific claim to leadership, and described the zero-COVID idea as an intensification of authoritarian measures disguised with phrases of solidarity. The first issue of Zero-COVID already explained what is meant by scientific findings. The then Health Minister Jens Spahn's panic-induced figure from November 2020, that up to 40% of all Germans belong to vulnerable groups, was adopted. However, this was only to draw the conclusion that talk of protecting the elderly was a kind of moral tool for those who, contrary to all scientific findings on COVID-19, continue to recklessly demand that we must finally learn to live with the virus. The adjective ruthless refers to the question of protecting life in the zero-COVID appeal. By suggestively linking illness and death, it is insinuated that simply contracting COVID-19 is already like a preliminary form of dying from the virus. The first sentence of the appeal reads, "Thousands of people die every day and many more fall ill." The authors can be credited with the fact that at the turn of 2021-22, when they wrote their manifesto, thousands of people across Europe really were dying from COVID-19 for the first time, albeit not every day. Because the sentence deliberately mixes up the ratios and is therefore not true, thousands of people fall ill every day and many even die. The authors can be accused of inadmissibly dramatizing the real risk of COVID-19. A dramatization that was further intensified in Zero COVID Issue No. 3 from January 2022 by speaking of a mass murder of vaccinated and unvaccinated people, in view of the now proven inadequate protection provided by vaccinations, thus imputing base motives and capital crimes to all those who do not share the Zero COVID idea. The fact that Zero COVID has come under suspicion of being little more than a philosophy of life is shown by the use of words such as life, man, and humanity, which have been inflated to hollow existentials. Verena Kreilinger, Winfried Wolf, and Christian Zeller, who can be described as Zero COVID's trio of masterminds, proclaim in their 12 theses on the solidary containment of the pandemic, a kind of abstract of their jointly published book Corona, Crise Capital, that in times of the pandemic, the human being is at the center, to add without further ado that anyone who puts criticism of the dismantling of democratic rights before the protection of health is acting inhumanely to conclude by presenting the Chinese solution as the ideal path. There is nothing left of a materialist concept that understands the human being as the ensemble of social conditions, even when Comrade Xi Jinping presents himself as a Marx apologist. It remains to be seen whether this equally meager and reductionist concept of life is a catch-up or a breakthrough of Heideggerization. At first glance, calling for the right to health, which should be above the state and the economy, as demanded in a paper dated January 13, 2022, sounds appealing. At second glance, however, the talk of the right to health turns out to be a senseless reenactment of what is a central component of a health policy that relies on pseudo-privatization in the health and care sector. This is because the privatization of the public health and care infrastructure that has taken place in recent years corresponds to the increasing obligation to lead a healthy and preventative lifestyle in private. How little awareness there is of this in Zero COVID circles is illustrated by the handling of the anti-smoking laws in Zero COVID No. 3. While it is true that smoking-related deaths have massively reduced, not a word is said about the utilitarian nature of the anti-smoking campaign. The conversion to a preventive state and the associated duty of solidarity are part of the prehistory of the coronavirus era. Risk minimization in the risk society, Ulrich Beck, is increasingly being shifted onto the subject, not despite the fact that the risk society is characterized by increasing flexibilization and precarization, but conversely, precisely because it does so. Minimizing risk should therefore also be part of a sustainable lifestyle if you don't want to be pilloried in public as a community-damaging environmental, health or, for over 2 years now, corona scourge. You don't have to cheer on a voluntarist group called the Free Left, which should be suspect because it intends to fight for a truly free and just society, as if these terms had not long been irreversibly contaminated, if you largely share their criticism of the Zero COVID health concept. Against the obligation to be healthy, they write, this is not the society we should be striving for. We are also fighting for people to be able to enjoy a beer or wine, even if it is unhealthy. Those who wish to do so should even be allowed to eat unhealthy food or smoke. It is not the people who have to adapt to the needs of the healthcare system, but the healthcare system must serve the needs of the people. End quote. The fact that not only the Zero COVID protagonists themselves, but also those around them, have no concept of the late capitalist preventive state is testified to by left-wing veteran Thomas Eberman, for whom Zero COVID is the voice I am relatively closest to in the public debate. Eberman, who also likes to be photographed as an unhealthy bon vivant with a fag in his mouth, knows that it is the same type of people who cheer every so-called corona measure, no matter how restrictive, who also angrily and law-abidingly order me, the smoker, into the yellow square when it's windy and the platform is unroofed. End quote. Nevertheless, Eberman is unable to establish a connection between these figures and the fight against smokers, which he even describes as reasonable. For him, who by his own admission belongs to the vulnerable group of so-called pre-smokers, one thing is certain: it is always about the victory of the life instincts, about the most humane attitude of defending life and the good life against all historical mission and willingness to make sacrifices. End quote. But even Eberman, from whose Corona book Störung im Betriebsablauf the quotes come, immediately blows all his philanthropic fuses when China, which is so resented by the Western world, comes into play. Suddenly, only historical mission and willingness to make sacrifices count for him when he celebrates the successful catch-up accumulation. Eberman also knows that Mao's policies left behind an oversized heap of tortured and worn-out bodies. But instead of naming the great leap forward as the barbarism that it was, the uncompromising fighter for the most humane attitude can only think of the fact that it had to be this way because it is inherent to catch-up development. The vile justification for leaving millions and millions to die is not just an expression of an anti-bourgeois effect, it is the product of deep contempt for everything bourgeois. In Ebermann's words, it sounds like this: left-wing social criticism confronts bourgeois democracy and its property system with negatory derision and contempt. End quote. This contempt, which does not seek to scandalize the irredeemability of the bourgeois promise, but fights the bourgeois promise itself, because one wants to go back behind the idea of the bourgeois subject and the concepts of the individual and autonomy associated with it, has nothing to do with a critique of conditions. Such contempt already drove the majority of the old left to declare Stalin's crimes objectively necessary, and the majority of the new left since 1968 encouraged them to wish Mao's murderous cultural revolution on the West as well. The historical truth that in China it was only the renunciation of Mao's cruel policies under Deng Xiaoping that brought about the economic rise never gets through to people like Ebermann. They are also the ones who will never understand why Max Horkheimer's preference for the true conservative had in mind the social decline of what Ebermann calls the victory of the life instincts and a most philanthropic attitude. Because the obsolescence of the bourgeoisie is cheered rather than lamented, for the Ebermanns everything boils down to radical conformism of Nietzschean provenance, according to which what is already falling must also be overthrown. Many would like to profit from the decline of bourgeois society in times of coronavirus. Their cipher is crisis as opportunity. This can be subsumed under climate protection, the Great Reset, post-growth economics or zero COVID, and has been reduced to a single denominator by Baden-Württemberg's Green Minister Winfried Kretschmann. Quote, maybe we should rethink the whole hyperliberalism thing. End quote. In zero COVID no. 2. The threat against community pests is invoked as the great corona learning effect for the future. Quote, the fact that the result of all this is to make a contribution to the community in solidarity and through renunciation does not occur to some. This is also necessary for many demands of the climate movement. End quote. A few left-wing critics of zero COVID manage not to be misled by this barely concealed need for surveillance and punishment. Alongside Karl-Heinz Roth, they include the activist Detlef Hartmann, once a key figure in the autonomous movement, whose objection that the state has well earned the lateral thinking demos could be expanded by adding that this could also be applied to the opposition to compulsory coronavirus vaccinations, which should not be confused with a false general refusal to vaccinate. Subjecting the zero COVID idea to criticism was also the concern of a group of prisoners' relatives called Break Isolation. They wrote to those responsible for zero COVID because of their Nibelung loyalty to the findings of science. Anyone who suggests scientific objectivity and gives up their critical view of the sciences gives up criticism of power and the state. End of quote. It would be absurd to claim that European governments welcomed the coronavirus as a welcome opportunity to finally establish the comprehensive control regime that they had always secretly longed for. In fact, the early phase of the pandemic was characterized by a nonchalant approach and ostentatious avoidance of panic. The assessment of the situation only changed as a result of a series of serious shocks that reports from various countries gave the public. As a result, governments were forced to impose far-reaching measures in order to prevent a sudden worst-case scenario. From early to mid-March, news leaked to the public that seemed to prove the few who had previously believed in an end-time catastrophe right. After the number of coronavirus infections and deaths had been patiently growing for a while, these seemingly abstract and unreal statistics were suddenly expressed in tangible images that became almost iconic for the pandemic. In Bergamo, Italy, military trucks pulled up to remove the numerous coffins for which there was no more room in the local crematoria. Aerial photographs from Iran showed mass graves that had been dug for the victims of the disease. A short time later, forklift trucks were seen transporting body bags into refrigerated trucks in New York to relieve the overcrowded morgues. In Madrid, numerous bodies were stored in the Olympic Ice Stadium. In March 2020, death had therefore become a public event that could be followed with either horror or morbid glee, and not death as a result of terrorist attacks, which we have learned to shrug off as an unlikely anomaly that is none of our business, but death as a result of an epidemic, death as a result of a disease that in principle threatened everyone, albeit with varying degrees of probability. Until modern times, death was always a public event. Family, priests, doctors, friends, neighbors, and onlooking strangers gathered at the deathbed. The ringing of the death knell was part of the familiar soundscape of a world that was still largely manageable. Those who had to die had long known from their own experience the rite according to which the last period of life was to be spent. People made arrangements, said their farewells, received the last rites, and consented to their fate. At least that is how it should be. In his History of Death, Philippe Res speaks of pre-modern death as a tamed death, omnipresent and therefore without horror, close and familiar and at the same time attenuated and barely perceptible. It was precisely the omnipresence of death that prevented its scandal, the physical suffering that enveloped the individual in pain and agony, for becoming the focus of perception and reflection. Nevertheless, it is almost inconceivable that people back then did not actually feel any fear of dying at the end of their lives. Today, however, it is also hard to imagine the trust in an afterlife that people must have had nonetheless. The image of the dead as deceased not only gave dying a peaceful expression, but also contained the hope of reawakening. Until the erosion of the socially transcending Christian worldview in the early modern period, death was seen as the meaningful conclusion of a completed life, which at the same time transcended it. But death as a peaceful sleep was also a deception. The old feeling of its epic unity with rounded life, according to Adorno in his Meditations on Metaphysics, could only glorify the reign of death with the tiredness of the old and the tired of life, who thinks he is dying rightly because his laborious life was no life at all beforehand and stole from him the power of resistance to dying. Real resistance to dying out of such an awareness of the unfulfilled nature of this world is historically late. One's own death gained in horror to the extent that it became the irreversible termination of one's own life, the prerequisite for which was the form of the individual. In the late Middle Ages, knights and townspeople entered into a new relationship with the earthly world of things. Their progressively productive transformation not only increased the number and variety of worldly goods, but also established the individual as the creator of his own life world. The appreciation of material existence, which provided pleasures and riches for a growing number of people, was combined with the concept of an individual biography that necessarily contained within it the possibility of gaining or failing. One's own life clung to property that could be acquired and lost, to which the sensual spiritual wealth of experience was ultimately also attributed. Death was now only rarely accepted as a necessary transition to the afterlife, which was part of the natural course of species life, but was increasingly feared as the final decay of individual physical existence, as illustrated in the macabre depictions of the deceased in the 14th and 15th centuries. From here, death began to be relegated to the realm of the unspeakable at the same time as the expansive external and internal mastery of nature. As a sibling of equally repressed sexuality, it still had an immediate effect on the imaginary at times, as the necrophilic eroticism of the Baroque or the romantic longing for death. At the end of the 19th century, at the height of the bourgeois age, dying had already become disturbingly incommensurable with the life of the individual. Once the old hope of the afterlife has been secularized into historical optimism about progress, the hardships of life are degraded to sacrifices whose equivalent value cannot be registered in a single human life. Progress is in principle infinite, its height unclimbable by any individual. As Max Weber illustrated in Tolstoy's late stories, in the course of this secularization, the end of life increasingly presented itself to people as an arbitrary caesura within a continuous history. Quote, the whole problem of his brooding revolved around the question whether death was a meaningful phenomenon or not. And the answer for him was, for the man of culture, no. And not because the civilized individual life, set in progress in the infinite, should not have an end according to its own immanent meaning. For there is still further progress ahead of the one who stands in it. No one who dies stands at the height that lies in infinity. And because death is senseless, it is also cultural life as such, which, through its senseless progressiveness, stamps death as senselessness. End of quote. Even this offsetting of the limited individual life against the progress of general history became more than questionable. On the one hand, as socialization progresses, the individual as an agent of progress becomes more and more a mere functional element of the teleologically conceived historical process that is supposedly realized through it. On the other hand, progress itself has been disavowed today as the limited means of mass destruction. The fact that there is no law of nature according to which the economic system can be exchanged for the realm of freedom at its peak, but that it is still self-sufficient in blind reproduction even after Auschwitz, inevitably stamps individuals and their lives as interchangeable appendages that have hardly any meaning for the whole. What is destroyed is something that is in itself, and perhaps even in itself, insignificant. Hence the constant panic in the face of death. It can no longer be appeased in any other way than by repressing it. In the second half of the 20th century, society expatriated death. According to Philippe Aries, the disappearance of an individual no longer interrupts its continuous course. Life in the big city seems as if nobody dies anymore. At least in urban areas, most deaths take place in specialized institutions, hospitals, nursing homes, and hospices. Bodies disappear imperceptibly in inconspicuous limousines and are buried on the outskirts. In addition to this visible change in burial practices, Aries says that talking about death in particular has since become taboo. Dying people are kept in the dark about their condition by their relatives. Surviving relatives hide their pain away from their closest circle. It has become unseemly to talk about dying. Conventional forms that regulate the immediate contact with the dying and the grieving hardly seem to exist anymore. When mass dying, even more mass dying than the already mass dying of everyday life, became a public event in March 2020, it was as if a well-kept secret had been revealed. Even in thoroughly civilized societies, people die every day, although their everyday deaths have become less and less visible and tangible. Above all, the corona victims died from a natural cause, insofar as the virus belongs to the circle of natural phenomena, while on the other hand its emergence and rapid spread is undoubtedly due to social facts, animal breeding and trade, international air traffic, social contacts, etc. The death of the virus thus indicated the ambiguity of dying in general, as much as it is unavoidable to die of something, because the natural being human cannot live forever. Every concrete death, even so-called natural death, is always due to contingent causes that lie outside the necessity of nature, which is why it always seems avoidable. The avoidability of death from coronavirus, in turn, seemed for a short time to provide the perfect pretext for declaring death a purely external threat that could generally be kept at bay by the known infection control measures. This would not have been so bad if it had not meant recognizing practically only one single disease and one single cause of death. The ubiquitous "stay healthy" only ever means, don't catch coronavirus. In practice, this reduction of health, illness and death to the complex of disease control meant the mass underuse of medical care for those otherwise ill. In addition to the massive excess mortality due to fatal corona diseases, the proportion of other causes of death therefore skyrocketed. An analysis of the death statistics for the 5 U.S. states most affected by the pandemic revealed the increase in deaths is 28% higher than the reported deaths from COVID-19, 95,235 by the end of May. This raises the question of whether not all COVID-19 deaths have been recognized or whether some people have died from other diseases because they did not receive the necessary treatment. In fact, there has been an 89% increase in deaths from heart disease and a 35% increase in deaths from stroke in the 5 most affected states during this time. In New York City, the increase in heart disease deaths was as high as 398%. Diabetes was cited 356% more frequently as the cause of death. RZT Blatt, March 7, 2020. It is not yet known how many sick people have been helped to die by the epidemic control policy in Germany. The sheer mass of the dead, which at least in northern Italy at the beginning of the pandemic overwhelmed the funeral business and therefore emerged chaotically and suddenly from the secrecy of their regulated processing into the public eye, caused the first shock. A second shock was caused by the news about the way they died. The terminally ill in Bergamo died alone, quarantined in hospital, isolated from their relatives, who were not allowed to leave their homes. Any physical contact, such as holding the dying person's hand, was forbidden. There was no last hug. No words of farewell were allowed to be exchanged face to face. Even a joint farewell at the grave was not permitted. Funeral ceremonies were forbidden. The dead were buried without their relatives present. For a country as strongly Catholic as Italy, these drastic regulations on conventional death, farewell and mourning gestures, which were already unprecedented in Western countries, represented a very special turning point. In some cases, the mourners were allowed to join the priest by telephone and thus participate in the ceremony. Operations in the hospitals were also restructured in a similar way. A head doctor in Milan kept a long list of people who want to say goodbye to their loved ones via video chat. She calls this the farewell list. For the last conversation, she gives patients their own cell phone. I hope that we get mini iPads, at least 3 or 4, so that people don't have to die alone. The idea was received enthusiastically in Germany. The director of the Evangelical Academy in Frankfurt wanted to establish forms of saying goodbye via video and to shape such a new ceremony culturally and spiritually. Because older people in particular are dying as a result of the pandemic and are not very familiar with the new technology, he believes it would make sense to purchase pre-programmed and easy-to-use mourning tablets. There, grieving elderly people could call up comforting texts, pictures of their loved ones and videos of the funeral service and have contact with relatives and pastors via video chat. FAZE, March 20, 2020. It would certainly be ludicrous to demand genuine closeness and compassion instead of digital surrogates in view of the already decaying culture of mourning, which has only been referred to as such since its decline, and the often enough obvious lack of love with which people bury their loved ones. Nor can we demand empathy with the experience of those who are dying in this way, which would necessarily reach its limits in a conceptless shudder. And yet, any reflection on the sense and nonsense of the coronavirus policy, which was installed avowedly to protect the elderly and the weak, is invalid if it carelessly glosses over the fact that masses of terminally ill people were left alone at the end of their lives and died without the prospect of a final gathering with their loved ones, knowing that they would be buried without an appropriate funeral service. Even more so, No one should be reassured by the vapid consolation that, thanks to the use of digital technology, in many cases people did not die completely alone after all. Those who communicate with their relatives or friends via cell phone or mini iPad shortly before their death are cut off from any experience of living closeness with their loved ones by such communication, which is based on physical separation from the person they are talking to. It was therefore not only the fact that people were dying en masse that became public, but also the worrying fact that they would die of coronavirus in solitude and isolation or lose their loved ones without being able to be close to them one last time, an aspect that is likely to have massively increased the fear of this disease, even among those who do not belong to a so-called risk group. Even more worrying, and yet largely ignored by the public, was the fact that not only those infected with coronavirus were subjected to such an isolation regime, but also all risk groups held in public and private institutions. The entry bans that came into force in homes for the elderly, nursing homes and homes for the disabled meant that residents were effectively sealed off from the outside world and banished from public life. The isolation measures imposed were a subjectively incomprehensible intrusion into the habits of elderly people with dementia, who make up a large proportion of nursing home residents, as well as people with severe mental disabilities, which included intimate contact with family members and other familiar people. During the lockdown phase, care home inmates and their relatives were deprived of any right to co-decide which risks they wanted to take and which not. The right to self-harm, the right to behave in a way that harms one's own physical integrity, provided that others are not also massively harmed as a result, was undermined to such an extent that it was not even permitted to visit a relative in need of care or who was ill if they had tested negative for coronavirus, on condition that they went into quarantine themselves, as this also posed a potential risk to others. The relaxations decided months later differ gradually from state to state, but have not meant any noticeable relief. Bans on contact of all kinds are still in force in Germany. Visitors sometimes have to hide behind plexiglass screens or communicate with their relatives or friends via a baby phone. Spending time together outdoors is sometimes monitored by care staff who check that hygiene protocols are being adhered to. Hundreds of people die in German care homes every day. In recent months, not only the many people infected with coronavirus who have died in hospital quarantine have died in ordered social isolation, but also thousands of elderly people who had never even come close to the virus. Any discussion about infection control measures should have been based on the needs of the elderly and infirm, who are at significant risk from COVID-19. The far-reaching restrictions on basic rights, insofar as they were suitable for containing the spread of infection, may have been a reasonable temporary impairment of their lifestyles for young and healthy people. For people who were already at the end of their lives, however, they often meant that their final years were made even more difficult by fear, uncertainty, and solitude. The paternalism with which people in old age are treated as an underage minority in need of protection is not a new phenomenon. It is all the more astonishing how easily the state and society bought the lie that the corona measures were a collective altruistic action in favor of the risk groups, or even that a new intergenerational contract had been set in motion, while in reality the aim was to keep the number of corpses low enough so that they would not become a public nuisance. The treatment of those whose lives the state and society were ostensibly concerned about proved that their monitored vegetation was of greater importance than their individual lives, the fulfillment or unfulfillment of which could not be measured solely by the number of years they had lived. Society bribes its members with high life expectancy and far-reaching disease prevention, not out of sheer love of life, but to increase the statistically quantifiable age of those able to work and to abolish the infirmity that is not spoken of, soon to be abolished by euthanasia. However, the beautiful prospect of a long life alone cannot fulfill the hope of a good life. In a series of commentaries on the coronavirus crisis, Giorgio Agamben publicly addressed the treatment of the sick and the dead, the abolition of mourning and the paralyzing concern for mere survival in an unprecedented way. The dead are dead, have no right to a funeral, and it is not clear what happens to the bodies of people who are dear to us, he wrote in mid-March 2020 and asked, how could we accept, in the name of a risk that we were unable to define, that the people we love and all people in general not only had to die alone in most cases, but that their bodies were cremated without being buried? End quote. The wave of panic that brought the whole of Italy to a standstill clearly showed that our society no longer believes in anything except bare life. End quote. In the face of the threat posed by the virus, people are prepared to sacrifice practically everything: normal living conditions, social relationships, work, even friendships, feelings, religious and political convictions. End quote. With such considerations, which are valid in themselves, Agamben was able to provoke the understanding of knowledge that he was an advocate of the special ways of life and individual life stories of individuals, which should be protected against an existence geared solely towards biological survival. In fact, however, Agamben is not a critic of the state of exception, but its enthusiastic prophet, and his vision of overcoming bare life consists only in its surrender to the passively endured maelstrom of becoming and passing away. At the beginning of his Homo sacer work cycle, Agamben identifies the Aristotelian division of life into a natural life and a political life bios, as the original biopolitical sin of the Occident, analogous to the division of the living world into oikos and polis. Politically qualified life, in which the human being is granted legal status and the opportunity to participate in the public, cultural, and generally social sphere, is always already based on the exclusion of its merely natural vegetative life. However, Agamben's theory is not aimed at asserting the claims of the natural human being with its neediness, capacity for pleasure and suffering in the sphere of civilization, seemingly completely removed from the first nature, so that a reconciliation of nature and culture becomes possible. For him, the exclusion of natural life from politics goes hand in hand with its paradoxical inclusion in politics. Just as the sovereign, according to Carl Schmitt's definition, decides on the state of emergency and thus stands both within and outside the legal order, natural life has always been both excluded and included by the sovereign power in the state of emergency. In the state of emergency, the former subjects of law are reduced to mere objects of power, to their vegetative existence as lawless living beings, in which stage they are at the same time nakedly at the mercy of political power. Every form of Occidental sovereignty, from antiquity onwards, is based on this possibility. Analogous and complementary to this structure of sovereignty, Agamben introduces the figure of Homo sacer. Originally, this was a term used in Roman law to describe exiles. Sacer sacred in this old meaning meant being excluded from the realm of the profane human community. The Homo sacer, a bird-free person, could be killed with impunity, but at the same time, as an excluded person, he was not worthy of being sacrificed to the gods. Likewise, his life was thus included in the profane community, insofar as it was at the mercy of their arbitrariness, and insofar as it was no longer capable of being sacrificed, already handed over to the gods. Quote, at the two extreme limits of order, the sovereign and the Homo sacer represent two symmetrical figures that have the same structure and are correlated. Sovereign is the one towards whom all men are potentially homines sacri, and Homo sacer is the one towards whom all men act as sovereigns. End quote. In the sacred life of Homo sacer, Agamben finds the paradigm of naked life, which therefore does not simply denote natural vegetative life, but a politically produced life stripped bare by the sovereign exception, which blurs between political and quasi-animal existence. On the one hand, Homo sacer is pure zoe, natural life, but his zoe is as such under the sovereign spell, which is why no life is more political than his. End quote. In naked life, natural and politically constituted life form a zone of indistinguishability. According to Agamben, modernity is characterized by the fact that bare life, which was once only located on the periphery of order, as a form of existence of the exile or in locally and temporarily limited states of exception, has now moved to the center of political domination, to the extent that the state of exception has become the rule everywhere. As examples of the production of naked life, Agamben cites detention camps for refugees who are allegedly deprived of all rights, the irregular Guantanamo prison camp, or even brain-dead patients who are kept in a state of vegetative life by modern apparatus medicine. Insofar as politics in our time has become completely biopolitics, i.e. progressively aimed at the control, regulation, and management of natural life, thus not merely including it but making it the actual core of political life, today even in a special but very real sense all citizens would appear as homines sacri. Occidental biopolitics reached its first culmination in Auschwitz. The paradigmatic zone of exception in Agamben's theory is the camp, and the modern Homo sacer par excellence is the so-called musulman, the concentration camp inmate who, in a state of extreme physical and psychological deprivation, appear to his fellow inmates as the living dead. For Agamben, this does not so much stand on the border between life and death, rather, it marks the threshold between the human and the non-human. It is obvious and has often been noted that Agamben expounds an ahistorical theory that obeys only the structural laws of his own paradigm and stirs together the most diverse phenomena in the narrative of an all-encompassing story of doom, so that in the final analysis Auschwitz is everywhere, and even the gated communities in the USA resemble concentration camps. There is no difference between road deaths and war victims, and there is no longer a line between totalitarian regimes and Western democracies. The latter even threaten to become the worst tyranny that has ever existed in the history of mankind. What is decisive here, however, is that Agamben places his entire hope of redemption in the catastrophic doom and also takes Auschwitz and the Mussulman as his point of reference. For Agamben, the musulman in the camp, like Christ, is both human and non-human at the same time. He reveals the secret of biopower, which divides life into zog and bios and leaves an irreducible residue in naked life or survival. And just as in Agamben's reading of St. Paul, the so-called remainder as a prophetic messianic term is supposed to designate a redeeming division of the division, in his Auschwitz book the witnesses of annihilation are declared to be apostles of redemption. They are neither the perished nor the saved, but that which remains between them as a remainder, whereby the remainder makes possible the salvation of that whole whose division and loss it had nevertheless designated. This congruence of catastrophe and redemption is at the heart of Agamben's political philosophy. As a utopian countermodel to the biopolitically produced naked life, he also presents a so-called form of life, in which it should no longer be possible to isolate a naked life, because the division of life has been overcome insofar as bios and zog already form an inseparable unity. The provisions of the fatal naked life of mere survival are thus applied to the life form itself that is to be produced. One must make of the biopolitical body, of naked life itself, the place where a life form entirely transformed into naked life emerges and settles, a bios that is only its zog. End of quote. Political, or rather, post-political, life is thus supposed to coincide indissolubly with mere creaturely vegetation, a life whose life is about life itself. In Occidental politics and metaphysics, bare life, which Agamben also calls pure being, has always been split off and subjected to sovereignty. Now it is important to use the epical biopolitical catastrophe in order to make the naked life of Homo sacer, which clears itself therein, the form of all particular ways of life, and to create an inseparable unity of being and ways of being in which all individuality is lost. The constitution of the form of life is accompanied by the destitution and ineffectualization of all individual forms of life. End of quote. There is no need to look for analogies to Heidegger's existential ontology, because Agamben does not conceal them at any point. The form of life that he longs for is that of the facticity or thrownness of existence. With Heidegger, says Agamben, the Homo sacer, for whom his life itself is at stake in every action, Dacian, for whom his being itself is at stake in his being, becomes the inseparable unity of being and modes of being, subject and property, life and world. If in modern biopolitics life is immediate politics, then here this unity, which itself takes the form of an irrevocable decision, eludes any external decision and appears as an indissoluble unity in which it is impossible to separate out anything like a bare life. In the state of exception which has become the rule, the life of Homo sacer, who is the counterpart of the sovereign, is transformed into an existence to which power no longer seems to have any access. End of quote. Agamben must therefore place all his hope in the expansion and intensification of the sovereignly decreed state of emergency, because only in it do the homines sacri appear, who alone are capable of the only possible subversion of biopower. His aim is therefore not revolutionary or alternative politics, but an intensification of biopolitics, which, bathed in messianic light, undergoes a merely ethical modification that renders the political judicial order superfluous. For Agamben, the Musulman was already the guardian on the threshold of an ethics, a form of life that begins where dignity as a mere legal concept ends. End quote. In the same sense, for Agamben the refugees are the heralds of a new post-political community of non-citizens, who are to populate the globe in a permanent exodus. Wherever the modern Homo sacer appears, Agamben sees in him the possibility of a messianic transformation. But what does it mean to profile the Homo sacer as the agent of a new ethics? From the point of view of sovereignty, he is, according to Agamben, the absolutely killable and absolutely non-sacrificial body politic. If only an ethical modification is needed to transform this naked life of Homo sacer into the salvific form of life, and if the Messiah is to appear in it, it is only logical for Agamben to define this new ethos as a readiness for self-sacrifice, just as Heidegger wants to have recognized the ultimate destiny of existence in being toward death. Self-sacrifice would break the spell of the non-sacrificial naked life. When Agamben speaks of the end of the world in his coronavirus commentaries, it is indeed because he sees the messianic era dawning in the unlimited state of emergency. Corona policy appears to him exclusively as the idling of the overheated biopolitical machine, which needs the invention of an epidemic as the last possible legitimization. He condemns the society that has sacrificed freedom in favor of so-called security reasons, not because he sees this as a wrong political decision, but because it thwarts his own apocalyptic political program. Sacrificing the already limited ways of life, in which happiness and fulfillment still at least seem possible, for the sake of life itself, the vegetation of the population, would indeed be a horror, because a life for the sake of life would be a life for death, a life as the undead. But life for the sake of life is precisely Agamben's utopia. Instead of the sacrifice of freedom for life, he demands the sacrifice of life as an act of freedom, as a testimony to a life lived. It is hardly surprising that he, as a prophet of his own philosopher's religion, reminds us in the face of the corona state of emergency that martyrdom teaches the willingness to sacrifice life rather than faith. There is no doubt that Agamben's coronavirus statements can be used by vitalist cynics of all kinds, who shrug their shoulders and are prepared to accept mass epidemic deaths and, in case of doubt, long for sacrificial infestation as a higher way of life that looks death in the eye. However, the old, the weak and the sick were not only written off by such cynics, but also by the pro-life front, who took them into custody with a clear conscience and relied on their will to die in view of the looming question of resource allocation in the event of an overload of intensive care units in Germany. Quote, "Inside and outside the conditions of scarcity and pandemic, there is no medical obligation to actively preserve life under all circumstances. Doctors will not take any measures that are not, or no longer, indicated under the individual circumstances. Indicated measures will be omitted or limited, and medical treatment that has been started will be terminated if this corresponds to the actual or presumed will of the patient and serves to allow a disease process that would lead to death without treatment to run its course." www. Bundesärztekammer e. It is not only the callousness with which the German Medical Association has treated the possibility of triage as a tricky moral philosophical problem, the solution to which lies in passive euthanasia, which in case of doubt can be enacted even without a living will, that shows how wrong those who deride critics of individual corona measures as social Darwinist enemies of the elderly are. Figures such as Karl Lauterbach also demonstrate that propaganda and epidemic defense can go hand in hand, as if corona death had to be averted primarily because it could forestall the self-determined death of those who are healthy to the end. The protection of life, which is concerned with society's ability to reproduce and not individual life, has long since reduced life to a function that can be switched off in the event of disruptions, but which should be ensured as smoothly as possible until then. An offer that could be accepted by many who are likely to realize that no meaningful conclusion is possible after a lifetime of tossing and turning. Based on the correct finding that a life under the dictate of pure self-preservation is a death in installments, postmodern Heideggerianism also draws the conclusion that death is preferable, which after all is not this life, but in doing so, it wants to wrest a meaning from death that is missing in life. Agamben's corona interventions therefore amount to nothing more than advertising for heroic death. As much as it is true that the political and social reactions to the corona pandemic have often been panic reflexes to the public return of a repressed presence of death, and inhumane measures have been erroneously rationalized as a fight against dying, even worse is the acceptance of death, as has long been demanded as a new culture of dying. The insight into one's own transience may fuel the intention to make life worth living, but where it no longer even provokes resistance or even acts as a surrogate for meaning, a better life is no longer even conceivable. The fact that death is repressed, that it cannot be assimilated, could therefore still give Adorno cause for hope. Quote, "Precisely because death does not, as in Heidegger, constitute the wholeness of existence, one experiences death and its messengers, the illnesses, as heterogeneous, alien to the self, as long as one is not moronic. The Hegelian doctrine that what is perishes in itself is hardly confirmed by the subject. The fact that one has to die also appears to the aging person, who recognizes the signs of decrepitude, more like an accident caused by one's own physique, with features of the same contingency as those of today's typical accidents by rote. This strengthens the speculation that counterpoints the insight of the primacy of the object, whether the mind does not have a moment of independence, of the unmixed, which becomes free precisely when it does not in turn devour everything and reproduce its own mortal decay. Despite the deceptive interest of self-preservation, the power of resistance of the idea of immortality, as Kant still cherished it, could hardly be explained without this moment." End of quote. The primacy of a life cared for smoothly until self-chosen death, which is hinted at in dealing with illness and suffering under the auspices of corona prevention, also makes this hope appear increasingly illusory. The mood is better than the situation. These were the words used by former economics minister Peer Steinbrück to describe how Germans are dealing with a financial crisis. Roger Cohen, Berlin correspondent for the New York Times, followed suit and declared that Germans were reacting surprisingly calmly to the bank and stock market crash, Süddeutsche Zeitung magazine December 2009. And indeed, contrary to the predictions of Gesine Schwan and DGB boss Michael Sommer, there has been no social unrest in Germany so far, nor have the much vaunted extremists of the left and right been able to record any notable successes at the ballot box. Even if the German people are constantly complaining about VAT, the bureaucracy and the catalogue of fines, the social cuts of recent years, the crisis of statism and the ostentatious incompetence traditionally displayed by political personnel in this country have not particularly shaken Germany's basic trust in the state. The memory of the great crisis management of the years 1933 to 1945 and the prosperous post-war decades, which are still understood in canteen talk as an immediate consequence of the fusion of state and capital under National Socialism, seems too overpowering for the occasionally expressed doubts about the reliability of state crisis management to gain the upper hand. In Germany, for example, The collective review of the economic crisis of 1929, which was repeatedly invoked as a reference after the collapse of Hypo Real Estate Bank, is anything but unambiguous. Just as a house fire can be seen not only as a major disaster but also as a triumph of the fire department over the flames, Black Friday does not stand alone in the collective consciousness of Germans as a major catastrophe. It is also the event that, in the medium term, allowed the state to come onto the scene and prove its ability to solve crises. Without the state, declared an editorial in Germany's highest circulation news magazine some time ago, the dark past of the 1930s would return, with further mass unemployment and possibly famine. Der Spiegel, December 7, 2009. The dark past here appears to be less National Socialism, which, as we know, eliminated the mass unemployment of the years after 1929, than the period before the National Socialist fusion of state and capital. In keeping with this basic trust in the state's much vaunted ability to solve crises, the Germans were Europe's great economic optimists after the start of the financial crisis, as Manager magazine noted at the end of last year. According to a study by the Institute for Consumer Research, they were significantly less worried about national economic development than their European neighbors, even at a time when the consequences of the crash were being lamented everywhere. Manager magazine. October 7, 2009. Accordingly, reports about panic, fear, and hysteria in Germany were not to be found in the politics section of the major daily newspapers and magazines, but only in the environment, nature, and health section. Although Germany is rarely hit by earthquakes and tsunamis, natural disasters have been at the top of the German fear rankings for several years. However, there are some peculiarities in the development of these fears. As recently as the summer of 2009, during discussions about the upcoming UN Climate Summit in Copenhagen, nature appeared to be an idyllic pony farm whose population would only fight back, as the environmentalist jargon goes, if humans were too unreasonable. With the advent of swine flu, the pitiful carcase of nature suddenly turned into a threat without the help of outdated refrigerators, gas-guzzling luxury cars, and the United States of America. While the initial news about the outbreak of influenza in Mexico did not initially attract much attention, the disease became the nation's main topic of conversation from October last year at the latest. The hysteria surrounding swine flu escalated into a pandemic. At this point, almost 6 months after the World Health Organization had issued its first pandemic warning, around 6,000 people worldwide had died from swine flu, billed from October 31, 2010, fewer than in an average German flu winter from the consequences of conventional influenza. Despite this hitherto rather harmless course, the German government painted the horror scenario of an infection of up to 25 million German citizens, wanted to order vaccine for 80% of the population against the will of the Conference of State Health Ministers, and, apparently impressed by the 35,000 deaths threatened by the Bild newspaper, Bild of October 21, 2009, tried to initiate the largest vaccination campaign in German history. Telephone hotlines were permanently overloaded, manufacturers of disinfectants almost doubled their sales. Der Spiegel, December 19, 2009. Authorities, businesses, and offices imposed a ban on shaking hands, and in kindergartens, children were taught not to sneeze into their hands but into their elbows. The big media cartel spoke of an unstoppable epidemic. Süddeutsche Zeitung of July 15, 2009, mutated viruses, Focus of July 27, 2009, a new dimension of danger. BZ of November 12, 2009, and dramatically rising infection figures. Day after day, hundreds are infected with a deadly virus. Bild of November 5, 2009. Despite such horror reports, despite the run on disinfectants, and despite the constant subway talk about swine flu, German citizens displayed a strange ambivalence towards the news about influenza. While the Swedish population behaved logically, at least in the context of the once accepted catastrophe scenario, swine flu threatens humanity, and more than 2/3 declared that they would be willing to be vaccinated against the virus if necessary, the ratio of willingness and skepticism in Germany was paradoxically reversed, as if they could no longer bear their own languishing between the office, fitness club, and nonsense comedy club. 62% of Germans surveyed in August said they did not want to be vaccinated against swine flu, the majority definitely not. This strange combination of excitement and apathy, fear of infection, and general skepticism about vaccination continued in the debate about possible side effects of the swine flu vaccine that began at the end of September. The calm statements by the Robert Koch Institute, which advocated vaccination, attracted similar attention to the comments by esoteric conspiracy theorist and anti-vaccination activist Hans Tolson, who was allowed to appear on the ARD morning show as a critical vaccination expert. The Bild newspaper comments from committees that changed their opinions on a weekly basis weighed just as heavily as the factual vaccine expert reports from the Paul-Ehrlich Institute, whose employees were also among the vaccination advocates, and the chain email from a general practitioner from Frankfurt, which claimed that a component of the swine flu vaccine was the trigger for Gulf War syndrome. not only attracted attention in small shamanic circles, as did the other warnings from the notoriously anti-vaccine doctor, but suddenly attracted attention even in allotment garden and soccer forums on the internet, in well-known newspapers and magazines. Magazines such as Concrete, which picked up on the theory, soon had to deny it and explain that the active ingredient in question was not contained in the medication administered to American soldiers during the Gulf War. When it also became public that a different drug had been ordered for the federal government than for the general public, the fear suddenly shifted to the federal government and the pharmaceutical industry. The reason for ordering different vaccines was quite banal. The Federal Procurement Office had concluded a supply contract with a manufacturing company for emergency medication long before swine flu emerged, while the federal states were responsible for planning and implementing the mass vaccination. However, this division of responsibilities between the federal and state governments was of little interest, as was the legal principle that contracts must be honored. The debate about the possible side effects of the People's Vaccine Build, November 4, 2009 pandemics turned into an argument about the extent to which the grand alliance of government and nasty pharmaceutical companies could be trusted to deliberately endanger the population. Big risk for the people, small risk for the government, is how green health politician Bidgie Bender summarized the general resentment of the day. Der Spiegel, October 19, 2009. The package insert for the mass vaccine pandemics did indeed list more side effects than the consumer information for the competitor drug. Firstly, however, these side effects were neither severe build of August 2, 2009, nor incalculable build of October 12, 2009, but were within the normal range for flu vaccinations. Secondly, most serious critics of the vaccine, i.e. those far removed from esotericism and conspiracy theories, did not warn against immunization in general, but against the vaccination of pregnant women, on whom the vaccine had not actually been tested initially, and small children, with whom German citizens certainly seemed to identify. Only a minority of vaccination critics publicly pointed out that the flu was less dangerous than expected and that vaccination was therefore unnecessary. And thirdly, the German government's super vaccine, Die Welt, October 17, 2009, had absurdly been tested even less than the mass vaccine. Although this information was readily available, although the obligation to report swine flu cases was only lifted in mid-November, and although Der Spiegel had come up with another Armageddon slogan shortly beforehand, so far it was all just banter. Now it's on, October 31, 2009. The number of people willing to be vaccinated rose from 66% in October to 71% at the beginning of November, according to a survey by the news magazine, Der Spiegel, November 13, 2009. Just as quickly as it had arrived, not only did swine flu disappear, but so did the attention paid to it. While it had been predicted in November that a second, far more dangerous wave of influenza could be expected at the beginning of the new year, the environmentalist worldview had long since returned to its natural order by this time. On the second weekend in January, when a low-pressure system called Daisy was expected to cause a few fallen trees, snow drifts and icy thaws, the relevant climate, ozone and ice age experts were once again allowed to spout their wisdom about the threat posed to nature by humans in heavy rotation on all radio stations, TV channels and daily newspapers. While the fear had initially shifted from climate change ergo, humanity throwing nature off its famous balance, to mere nature represented by swine flu, it had returned to climate change via the detour of conventional medicine, pharmaceutical companies and the federal government. Only the fear remained, although meteorologists had given the all-clear early on in view of low-pressure Daisy. The Federal Office of Civil Protection and Disaster Assistance panicked and advised German citizens to stock up on food, sufficient drinking water, medicine, candles and a battery-operated radio for several days, Süddeutsche Zeitung, January 8, 2010. The people addressed were happy to heed this advice. They went on a large-scale stockpiling spree, buying up the entire weekend range in countless supermarkets by midday on Friday and causing occasional supply bottlenecks. The indiscriminate way in which the people of Germany filled the most contradictory things with fear, swine flu, laboratories, the vaccine, conventional medicine, the onset of winter, etc., the indifference they showed towards the content, logic and consistency of their respective environmental, disease and laboratory phobias, their willingness to pay attention to the most abstruse reports and the mixture of hysteria and apathy that can hardly be disentangled suggest that German environmental fears are not so much about melting icebergs, the German drizzle winter or a cough-free autumn. Ultimately, the environment, nature conservation and health seem to be largely irrelevant to Germans. Fear itself seems to be more important than fear of climate change, conventional medicine or swine flu. However, as fear and panic do not arise of their own accord, it is reasonable to assume that something else was being negotiated in the context of the debates about climate change, swine flu and antiserum. A first clue is provided by the vocabulary that the staff of almost all newspapers, magazines, and television stations almost sleepwalkingly used in their reports on swine flu. The Stuttgarter Zeitung, the FAZ blog, etc. spoke of the swine flu front. FAZ blog of October 31, 2009, Stuttgarter Zeitung of April 29, 2009, the Tagesschau, the Hamburger Abendblatt, etc. of the advance of the flu, Tagesschau of May 4, 2009, Hamburger Abendblatt of November 17, 2009, the Stern of an attack of influenza, Stern of August 13, 2009, and the Spiegel finally of a vaccination offensive, Der Spiegel of November 12, 2009. This vocabulary, which seems to have been taken from Scharnhorst's Handbook of War Science, reminds us that the reference to our own fear in this country is far more than a description of the current situation. In a country that started 2 world wars because it felt threatened by its neighbors, in a country where law students learn in their first semester what a putative act of self-defense is, someone confuses the question of the time with an attack on their property and reacts with a chainsaw massacre out of confusion, fear, or terror. Section 33 SDGB. In this country, communal states of fear are often just the pre-announcement of a collective lashing out. The loud talk of one's own fear of infection, the wife's adultery, foreign infiltration, etc., serves as a legitimizing basis for being able to go for someone's throat as soon as possible. In this sense, numerous swine flu patients often found themselves driven into social isolation even before the final diagnosis. When suspected cases of swine flu appeared on a plane between Palma de Mallorca and Hamburg, the people concerned were insulted. A retired couple suddenly lost their fear of the disease and tried to find out the names of those affected so that they could reserve the right to take legal action if they were infected themselves. Complaints that the vaccine manufacturers were running a business with fear and using Germans as guinea pigs for the US market were also regularly linked to the demand for punishment, especially when the long-predicted mass deaths failed to materialize. There were calls everywhere for the public prosecutor's office or a parliamentary committee of inquiry to investigate the pharmaceutical companies and the German government, which was allied with them. This general need for punishment was combined with insistent self-commitments to moderation. While the debates on climate change had already been a single plea to finally tighten our belts and do without large-engine cars, long-distance flights, car journeys in the city, and imported vegetables, the appeals to do without continued in a bizarre form in the debates on swine flu. With reference to the risk of infection, there was talk of canceling the carnival for the first time since the Second Gulf War in 1990-91, when the carnival was cancelled due to fears of poison gas clouds over Cologne and Dusseldorf. The relevant experts and newspapers warned against too many kisses, overly intense physical contact with strangers, and vacation trips. That's why vacations are so dangerous. Bild, July 27, 2009. In the Bild newspaper, a microbiologist from Halle finally managed the feat of making the transition from the desire for hygiene to the demand for chaste behavior and the protection of the German national body, which Wolfgang Fritz Haug was able to work out in 1986 using the example of the syphilis hysteria of the late Wilhelmine Empire, in 6 short sentences. Warnings about viruses, physical contact, strangers, the infamous melting pot, and a dissolute lifestyle were blended into a single mash. Quote, in crowded vacation resorts, such as Mallorca, people from many nations are together. In discos and restaurants, people have more frequent and closer contact with strangers than at home. Children also play with other children from other countries. These are melting pots for the spread of the virus. In addition, nights out and heavy alcohol consumption can weaken the immune system. Bild, July 27, 2009. With such mixtures of the obligation to maintain moderation, appeals to the common good, and the regular need for punishment, the arguments about climate change and swine flu have rehearsed precisely those reactions and behavioral patterns that experience is shown to be booming in times of crisis. In other words, the local fears about the environment, nature, and health do not appear to have a contingent relationship to the Germans' relatively relaxed approach to the financial crash. The fear and panic attacks that were regularly predicted after the stock market crash in the fall of 2008 are more likely to have taken place in a shifted form in relation to illness and the environment. Such a connection is not only suggested by the combination of a commitment to renunciation and the urge to persecute that was observed in the context of the debates on climate change and swine flu. The fact that the German government's plan to immunize 80% of the country's citizens in the largest vaccination campaign in German history is not the only indication of a relationship. It is also the result of precisely the kind of planning games and desire for control over masses of people to which the authoritarian state tends in times of crisis, and in which the attempt to prove its own problem-solving competence can hardly be distinguished from the desperate act of a megalomaniac. At the same time, their striking temporal correlation points to a connection between current environmental and natural fears and the financial crash. although the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has been coming up with almost constant catastrophic forecasts since 2001 at the latest, it was only its report from a year of the American mortgage crisis in 2007, the intrusive downplaying of which gave even the last optimists about the future a sense that worse was to come that attracted greater attention. Despite the largely indiscriminate nature of the German will to fear, there is a good reason for this shift in crisis fears to the environment and health, commonly known as first nature. Even if the basic trust in the state and its economy is almost unbroken in this country, it does not free atomized individuals from the fear of their own superfluousness. Even those who keep fit for the job market with weight training, Sudoku excesses, and a probiotic diet know that they have no guarantee of a job when the economy is booming. Moreover, the constant threat of falling under the jurisdiction of tyrannical ALG2 workers, of being at the mercy of the state's immediate grasp and turning into a recipient of alms and orders by the grace of the office, does not exactly help to alleviate the panic with which the citizen has had an intimate relationship since his appearance on the historical stage. To the extent that people force themselves to believe in the tameability of the second social nature, the fears that have not been banished shift to the first nature, to the state that is regarded as the great antagonism of society, but in fact provides its blueprint, the blueprint of the everyday survival of the fittest. The first oil crisis, for example, which contributed to a reduction in pollutant emissions due to the increase in the price of gasoline, car-free Sundays, and the introduction of speed limits, gave rise to the first West German environmental movement. When the employment offices reported the highest unemployment figures in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany in the 1980s, the German left, which had just before rehearsed going into the factories, forgot the class struggle and discovered acid rain. Just as no one now knows what acid rain or the hole in the ozone layer actually do, soon hardly anyone will be able to remember climate change, let alone swine flu. The reason for this is probably not only to be found in the now notorious inability of German citizens to fully commit themselves to a cause over a significant period of time. Even if the fight against America is now occasionally waged in the name of pure nature, climate change and the like are only likely to be of limited use as a ticket for the general hunt in the long term. There are too many intermediate steps and abstractions required to get from hydrofluorocarbons, carbon dioxide, or the influenza A virus to a universally applicable explanation of the enemy. Similar to zapping through the early evening program, the need for fear is likely to switch to ever new and yet identical offers and formats at short intervals. In particular, if the belief in the German state's ability to solve the crisis is compromised, the bankruptcy spreads and a more profitable offer is made to common sense, it is to be feared that the will to fear will take leave of nature and return to its origins. When Left Party leader Lothar Bisky declared in January 2010 that his party had been infected by an ideological swine flu, he not only provided further proof that the demonstrative talk about viruses, how to kill them, disinfectants and proper hand washing is often just the representative of completely different purge fantasies. At the same time, the party leader demonstrated how a skillful retransmission works. If Bisky had given his influenza speech in the 1930s, his comrades, whom he barely concealed as party pests, would probably have been immediately ordered to Moscow and rendered harmless. The reactions to the Greek state bankruptcy in April of this year at the latest provided a foretaste of possible future scenarios. The events in Greece and the Euro crisis only shook faith in the German state's ability to respond to crises to a limited extent. However, on a larger scale, they made it clear that the era of self-sufficient economic development, if there ever was one, is finally over and gave rise to fears that the legendary German model could be undermined due to the supposed irresponsibility of foreign powers. The demand for renunciation, restriction, and reduction of needs was accordingly combined on a broad scale, and almost ideally, with the urge to punish the EU partner, from the portrayal of the Greeks as parasites on Europe to the discussions about the austerity package and the calls for Greece to be thrown out of the Eurozone. It is therefore far from certain whether the Germans will continue to prefer to simulate the state of emergency in mediation about health insurance vaccination subsidies and global warming, or whether we are currently only experiencing a latency phase, whether Jessine Schwan and Michael Sommer will get their big fight after all. Is this the future? Admission only with proof of vaccination, or with an irrevocable living will in which intensive medical treatment is expressly waived? Asks the FAZ editorialist anxiously, before immediately giving the all-clear. No, that contradicts the principles of the rule of law. Nevertheless, he wants to leave the door open to even more authoritarian conditions, because, however, the foundations of the community are also attacked when individuals only want to enjoy themselves without limits and, above all, live out their lives unmolested, but the costs of this Delta Fund are to be borne by the general public. This is also a form of socialism that can lead to the abolition of the liberal community. The majority cannot tolerate the indulgence of ego trips whose costs to the community far exceed the weight of the restrictions on the part of the incomprehensible minority. End of quote. The way in which the authoritarian state is invoked every day on page 1 of the Zeitung für Deutschland reveals how the calculations of the authoritarian pandemic policy have generalized into a social delusion in the almost 2 years of the state of emergency. It has long since ceased to be sufficient to calculate the costs of the state-insured sick people, who have always been regarded by the community as costly, according to the price of their prevention, treatment, or the duration of their demise. In order to invoke them as a risk not only for the health insurance fund, but also for the morals of the emergency community, it is necessary to mark them as the enemy. Anyone who does not obey the dictates of prevention, which have long since penetrated into the private sphere of citizens, is regarded as a social egoist who indulges in pleasure and indulgence, who even wants to remain unmolested by the state and live it up, instead of merely surviving. Not only the solidarity principle of statutory health insurance, but also the civil ethos of a medical profession that does not yet select according to moral criteria, are suspected of being socialism, which the de-bourgeoisized middle class is now considered to be simply because it is entitled to equal legal and medical treatment. The former has already been abolished since inalienable rights of freedom were declared to be privileges of the majority, largely without contradiction. The abolition of the latter is still reserved for the lustful fantasies of triaging the unvaccinated. Yet everything had begun so amicably. The first-ever paralysis of all public life and parts of the economy in spring 2020 was credited to the countries that went ahead with it as humanistic daring, despite all the collateral damage. During the first lockdown, the cultural and media-creating middle class even looked forward to a new era of deceleration and mindfulness, domestic coexistence and the healing of nature. And the majority of the left indulged in the illusion of a state that was saving lives at the expense of capital and was finally active again, having suddenly discovered its heart for the old, the weak and the defenseless. The viral threat seemed to weld together the common people of the state into a community of solidarity and responsibility. The enemy was still the virus before which we should all become equal. The virus makes no difference. Between the hostile people's comrades, who have long been basically unable to stand each other and have lost any sense of the possible equality of all that bears the mark of man, Adorno, the supposedly naturally occurring infectious agent finally seemed to create the solidarity that people do not dare to bring about themselves. Of course, it was not left-wing philanthropists, but a group of experts led by a former head of the Federation of German Industries, BDI, who prompted the initially hesitant government with the plan of action and its propagandistic justification. In their strategy paper for the German Ministry of the Interior, the main threats to the German economy were outlined. The prerequisite for the functionality of the high-performance machine Germany was that the overwhelming majority of all existing companies and employees are operational. In order to avert a looming worst-case scenario with over 1 million deaths in 2020 and a double-digit percentage decline in GDP, a desired shock effect must be achieved in society as quickly as possible with black pedagogy and the targeted stoking of fear. With the threat of infestation, many seriously ill people would be taken to hospital by their relatives, but turned away, and die agonizingly at home, struggling for air. Children will easily become infected, even with curfews, e.g. with the neighbor's children. If they then infect their parents and one of them dies in agony at home, they will feel they are to blame because, for example, they forgot to wash their hands after playing. End quote. There was as little mention in the paper of the possibilities of factual education about actual risks or civil precautions to protect against infection as there was of the presumed needs of the relatives of risk groups, who were only considered as objects of paternalistic protection, but after months of isolation had to suffocate by the thousands at the next opportunity, namely in the winter of 2020, partly because there was a lack of tests and staff in the nursing homes. Critics of the state and capital quickly realized that the pathos of the heroic life-saving of many individuals was not far off the mark. The weal and woe of the individual socialized under it is not an end in itself for the state, but a prerequisite for keeping the labor pool intact, which it must maintain for exploitation purposes. The purpose of pandemic policy can therefore only be to keep the body of the people healthy, in which the individual is absorbed as in the title copper of Leviathan, says the Freiburg Socialist Forum Initiative. Accordingly, in the lockdown, the state does not act as the governor of a reasonable generality that comprehensively opposes the particular profit interests of capital owners in the name of protecting life, but rather accepts the loss of profit of individual capital fractions, especially the middle class, on a selective basis. Volkswagens have meanwhile continued to roll off the production line, in order to be able to succeed in the longer term in global competition with a high rate of employability. The magazine Sans Phrase therefore stated that the state-imposed measures to combat the pandemic, even where they were indeed accompanied by serious economic consequences, served primarily to protect and preserve the workforce. End quote. Even at the beginning of the pandemic, state action was attributed a rationality, however limited, and there was talk of a temporary primacy of politics, which can still somehow be understood as a temporary crisis measure in the sense of the world market. However, the policy measures of the following months clearly showed that the ruling elite had little interest in viewing the newly won freedoms to govern as temporary. Nevertheless, the next issue only came to the following conclusion. Thus, the actions of the state or its functionaries must be judged not least according to whether they still represent an attempt to preserve the foundations of value utilization, and thus also the commodity of labor power and the health of its bearers. End of quote. If this is the case, then everything is still right and the critic can be satisfied that his cherished concepts are still correct. After all, nothing new is happening under the sun of capital. The fact that, at least in those Western countries that have committed to a course of fighting the pandemic that massively encroaches on civil liberties and people's everyday lives, first and foremost Germany and Austria, and to a lesser extent Italy and France, the means by which the foundations of value realization are to be secured are shifting from lockdown to lockdown, from lockdown to lockdown, from vaccination to booster vaccination, from curfew to contact restrictions for the unvaccinated. Over the past 2 years they have increasingly undermined the very instrumental economic rationality that they are supposed to serve. Abstract critics of the state from Freiburg, Vienna or elsewhere have not been able to see this, insofar as they have commented on the topic in any detail at all. The litany-like ban on drawing any fascism comparisons that has since been issued by this variant of anti-German state criticism is nothing more than a safeguard for this silence about the paranoid and potentially suicidal aspects of pandemic policy. After all, a detailed comparison of current developments with the transitions from bourgeois democracy to totalitarianism in Western states in the late 1920s, which will highlight the historical differences in crisis and panic policies in the various nation-states, would demonstrate what anti-German state critics knew better than leftists 5 years ago, that attempts to preserve the commodity of labor power and the health of its bearers had already led earlier, and in Germany, to a death policy that undermined any partial rationality of the state and capital, which liked to call itself health policy in the name of protecting life and which was also experienced as such by its participants. Criticism that ignores these destructive tendencies and instead, as a long-term research program in state theory, is content to ensure that the terms that function as a unique selling point remain useful, only has the advantage of being able to contemplate the abolition of the state, or even hold Zoom lectures on Adorno without any reference to the present, without getting involved in social debates. Their basis is that the state of capital remains eternally the same. However, the function of the state in its relation to public health, wage labor and the public sector is changeable. In the old liberal competitive capitalism, it may have been sufficient for the state to put money into circulation, to secure the relations of ownership and exploitation legally and, if necessary, with open violence, and to provide the necessary discipline in schools and barracks that the despotic factory owner demands. Monopolization and new forms of production forced a different form on him, in which he directed the sphere of the economy rather than intervening in it from the outside. However, what was still successful under the Fordist production regime, keeping people reasonably in line with promises of prosperity and security, is neither possible nor necessary today, as much of the welding work has been outsourced to low-wage countries and the old industrialized nations have to manage hordes of superfluous workers. Rather, the state has the task of transforming the useless into objects of care, for whom therapy and meaningful services are hatched, which in turn secure the livelihood of a growing number of state-paid or subsidized social and cultural workers. Under these conditions, the qualification of the workforce, insofar as it is a state task, is also taking on new forms. Kindergartens, schools, universities, media makers and NGOs with an educational mandate are increasingly aiming to train social-emotional competence, psychological resilience and a moral sense of purpose. Today more than ever, the willingness to engage in an equally committed and empty participatory attitude, which has become indifferent to the specific object of participation and is therefore particularly demagogic and malicious, is regarded as an exploitable skill. Under these conditions, state-guaranteed preservation of the workforce does not merely mean saving lives and protecting health, but incitement to ideological opportunism. The permanent presence of behavioral appeals for preventive defense against various evils points to the fundamentally changed mode of integration of the managed world. The supremacy of social organization no longer presents itself to the individual primarily as a large bureaucratic registry, whose abstractness, experienced as cold, at least included the distance between the individual and the organization, which has long since become anachronistic. The social democratic lament that the state is preparing for its final retreat with its suitcases already packed in the context of the transformation of the welfare state has nothing to do with social reality. Although the state is making its welfare state responsibilities disappear, this is happening at the same time as the expansion and intensification of care and control procedures that aim to adapt the commodity of labor to the requirements of global competition and the speed of circulation of capital, and to keep the entire population in line through the continuous transformation and reconfiguration of the capitalist welfare state, so that it remains controllable. From the perspective of state administrators, the subject confined in the tightly stretched net of prevention policy control practices is, despite the omnipresent chatter about autonomy, a case of care to be accompanied by motivational psychology and is increasingly behaving in the same way. In combination with the reduction of opportunities that make individual life worth living in the first place, the humanizing welfare state favors this regression. It is the abolition of the public sphere and the guarantee of intimacy that creates trust. Although material interests are only discussed in the gesture of social welfare at most, the fear of economic declassification fuels the courtship of the apparatus. As a direct consequence, more and more people are making the state's cause their own or are even eager to outdo it. At the political and organizational level, too, the left-wing diagnosis of an erosion of the state is disgraced by reality. Wherever the postmodern middle class, which subscribes to permanent large-scale actionism, gets the say, state authorities thrive, as do initiatives, committees and commissions that drive the state before them. Under the ex-Maoist Minister-President Winfried Kretschmann, Baden-Württemberg's administration grew rapidly, naturally efficient, and close to the people. A closeness to the people, however, that means a loss of opportunities to retreat for those who have no use for aloof closeness, intrusive alarmism and fateful closeness. This is because the state formation, which is supported by mutually motivating rackets and held together by the overarching disciplinary mandate, contributes less and less to social civilization, but instead sets the crisis mode in permanent effect. Because the state is not only dependent on hardworking workers, but increasingly on the creative conformism of its citizens, there was great panic in the state in spring 2020, not only because GDP was threatening to shrink, but also because it suspected that a considerable proportion of the population could desert the flag if politicians were to disgrace themselves as powerless. Then, according to the authors of the ministerial strategy paper, the entire system could be called into question in the sense of a meltdown. This threatens to change the community into a completely different basic state, even to the point of anarchy. This can and must be counteracted. This is best achieved if the federal, state and local acts in a proactive and coordinated manner and thus becomes active and visible not as a paralyzing but as a mobilizing factor. The most important message from government communication is that the virus is a risk for everyone. Finally, there is hope that the crisis could point the way to a new relationship between society and the state. End of quote. The untruthful statement, "The virus is a risk for everyone," set the tone for the madness that has been unfolding for almost 2 years. It was possible to determine early on who was specifically at risk. Targeted offers of protection and assistance were and are possible. Nevertheless, the individual risk of serious or life-threatening illness is grossly overestimated in surveys. The threat scenario, which puts even children in fear of infection, should help to ensure that the overwhelming majority go along. However, measures imposed on the general population could never be justified by a general risk of illness, but only by the danger of many people falling ill at the same time, which could push the healthcare system to its limits. As the general fear of death was and continues to be stoked, the population is obviously considered too stupid to understand exponential growth, even though everyone has been staring hypnotically at meaningless graphs for 2 years and orienting their everyday behavior towards our values and incidence figures. Forecast curves that simulate the course of the pandemic with and without measures provide the necessary disaster awareness. The calculation model is based on the premise that, without government coercion, people would constantly be coughing all over each other. It is based on an image of humanity according to which individuals represent a risk for the state and therefore have to perceive each other as a risk that only the state can eliminate. The little bit of imagination that would be enough to choose a different way of dealing with a viral health threat is out of the question. Individual and social behavior can hardly be thought of as anything other than state-incited. The fact that it would still be possible for people to assess for themselves what risk they want to take in places where they spend time voluntarily, in intimate contact with friends and family, in public spaces, is already considered an imposition. It is precisely where the little leisure time is spent that the regime of measures intervenes most massively. The sterilization of public spaces, including curfews, alcohol bans, and the obligation to wear masks in the open air, is not a consequence of the facts without alternative. The scientific nature of the hygiene measures can be demonstrated to the legislature by referring to the relevant studies. Merkel invoked the belief that there are scientific findings that are real and should be adhered to. End quote. She reveals that evidence-based politics has become a quasi-religious credo and that scientific data should be obeyed like laws rather than understood, questioned, or criticized. In its ruling on the federal emergency brake, the Federal Constitutional Court legitimized the deception with which political decisions are disguised as the execution of scientific expertise. However, the public measures regime, including the suspension of the right of assembly and police sanctions for senior citizens looking for a rest or couples out for a walk, is hardly anything other than political. If the state wants to become active and visible as a mobilizing factor, it must model the use of public space as an authoritarian, regulated free-for-all. In the lockdown, public urban space becomes a highly visible stage on which the state flaunts its power to act. Its public measures are cultic self-presentations of its sovereignty, which the subjects participate in as uniformly masked celebrants. By not observing such everyday public rituals, they are supposed to recognize the pestilence spreaders, social pests and egoists who stroll through the city without masks, stand together laughing in groups or carelessly walk past the disinfectant dispensers installed everywhere, as only the church stranger used to do at the holy water font. The more pointless and useless the measures imposed become, the more urgently people are looking for someone to blame for the fact that people are still dying. Anyone who merely wants their civil rights to be protected against state encroachment is already considered a risk. In the current health policy, which in practice is proving to be increasingly harmful to the physical and mental health of citizens, the simultaneity of welfare state austerity and population policy mobilization is coming to light in unprecedented drastic ways. While both hospital and care places are being reduced and at the same time the requirements for promising treatments, for example in the rehabilitative field, are being upgraded, individuals are expected to toil their whole lives away preventively and avoiding risk under the pretext of an obligation to the common good. It is precisely this anticipatory state-compliant behavior that is openly demanded and radicalized by the advocates of a rigorous corona policy. It is not those who are responsible for the economic exploitation of the healthcare sector who are supposed to be responsible for the miserable state of healthcare, but the so-called grumblers, deniers, and skeptics who do not put every politically devised and media-supported measure into practice. Representatives of the healthcare system, i.e., doctors, hospital managers, and healthcare politicians, who have helped to abolish a patient-oriented healthcare policy in recent years, have been warning the public in a continuous loop since the start of coronavirus that things could get tight if the reckless drive for freedom of citizens who have degenerated into a social hippies is not broken, always with a message in their luggage that increasing treatment capacities by means of noticeably better pay for staff is an impossibility. When Sarah Wagenknecht pointed out in the annual program on October 31, 21 that the prevailing healthcare policy was the main reason for the miserable quality of care in hospitals and care facilities, she was given the ideal answer by FDP Representative Marco Buschmann: they are a distraction. That was the end of the matter. However, the new obligation to provide healthcare is not just about saving costs. Rather, parrying for the respective state goal demonstrates an unconditional loyalty that is executed on one's own body and that of one's fellow human beings. The capacity for criticism and self-reflection, which in the bourgeois epoch was summarized in the concept of maturity, is replaced by the proudly displayed immaturity of those who articulate themselves in linguistic brutalization and ostentatious self-hardening, who give themselves the title of the considerate and camouflage their inhumanity as humanity. The body is the individual manifestation of those who live the much-vaunted personal responsibility on a daily basis under the premise of population policy risk avoidance. The fitter body, which is no longer just athletic but also vaccinated, is the visible sign of better adaptation. Individual health does not just mean the absence of illness or mere physical vitality, but the willingness to optimize oneself throughout life until a professionally regulated death. Preventive concern for oneself is at the same time a constantly socialized concern for the system, with the result that the health behavior of others is also critically scrutinized. Another immediate consequence of the fixation on permanent mortality management is the enthusiasm for the self-sacrificing commitment of nursing staff that can be observed during the coronavirus pandemic, who have recently been paraded through the media arena like intensive care superheroes, but whose concerns would be of no interest to anyone if it were a matter of wage policy demands. At the same time, the new health model, which forces the whole of social life under its primacy and follows an epidemiologically rather than psychosomatically and socially defined understanding of health, permanently denies its own claim to speak on behalf of the vulnerable. The individualized duty to be fit in the sense of the prevailing understanding of optimization becomes a constitutive component of population policy risk profiling, which is almost exclusively concerned with a prophylactic identification of risky places and risky people, while socioeconomic health factors, which were still eminently important for the state health policy of the 1960s to 1980s operating under the term public health, remain excluded. The fact that the eradication of earlier infectious diseases was only partly due to doctors and was largely based on the fight for better living conditions and occupational safety is suppressed. Even beyond health policy, fact-based political considerations have become rare in the emotionalized rest of the public. Whatever is compatible with the prevailing ideology is admitted and allowed through. Anyone who succeeds in stirring up emotions with a lot of bluster has a good chance of success. In the midst of a political climate in which considerations and arguments are barely heard, the existing minimal freedoms of civil society are now being openly called into question under the guise of defending against major disasters, and normal law, which is reasonably protected by the rule of law, is being abolished in favor of a hyper-preventive exceptional law that is disinterested in parliamentary processes. The coronavirus crisis has shown how quickly and silently the applicable law, and therefore the entire legislature, can be disorganized and diffused. The nervous improvisation at the beginning may still have had a rational core in view of various variables that were initially difficult to assess. However, the subsequent experimental indeterminate regulatory frenzy of self-empowered state apparatuses and their willing enforcers has shown how fragile the rule of law is and how thin the blanket of civilization is. The justification and implementation of the coronavirus policy reflects a mode of government that is familiar from the climate debate, but is usually only spun out theoretically there, leaving each individual in the dark as to what will come next due to the severity of the crisis and from whom it will come, which intersperses constitutional democratic procedures with authoritative bureaucratic improvisation, and is prepared and executed by oracular whips who, believing in their fateful mission, no longer think about making the regime palatable or even plausible to the population. The instruments of this style of government are decrees, ordinances, or directives, which are not regulations that can be followed individually or rejected, with corresponding consequences. These are excessive and arbitrarily draped general clauses that are drafted ad hoc, reinforced by the media, and brought to the people via a ubiquitous civil society spectacle of participation in the expectation that they will be recognized as moral imperatives and mercilessly overfulfilled. This is exemplified by the vaccination campaign, in the course of which no one wanted to be responsible for the indirect coercion and the downright state-like methods until the majority of the population finally clamored for mandatory vaccination. The fact that employers are being encouraged to act as quasi-governmental health inspectors as part of the risk prevention policy has given rise to new lighting and assessment procedures that enable employees to disclose their private health behavior, even under the eyes of their colleagues, under the threat of being forced into quarantine without continued pay if they are not or not yet vaccinated if they test positive for PCR. The fact that the illumination of individual medical histories is now also being routinized follows a practice that did not come into the world with the corona policy, but can hardly be conveyed as a problem to authoritarian hypochondriacs who only know consideration for others as desirable collective self-incapacitation. The knowledge that socio-pedagogically refined coercion is more effective than open repression has strengthened the role of the administrative apparatus in post-Fordism. Open authority should only be used in exceptional cases. The emphasis, especially in Germany, is on frictionless and non-violent subjugation, which hallucinates itself as an expression of philanthropy and care and therefore calls all those who contradict it ruthless and misanthropic. Nikos Poulantzas already registered the significance of the text production of capitalistically modernized apparatuses in the world administered by paper Karl Korn at the end of the 1970s. Separated from the immediate power of disposal over production, the state, which organizes the unity of the ruling classes, embodies intellectual labor vis-a-vis manual labor, which is separate from it. Sovereign rule no longer derives its legitimacy from myths of origin, but from the fact that it succeeds in demonstrating that state action is innovative and in line with scientific progress. The alliance of power and science rests on the pressure to accumulate and thus innovate in capitalist production, which once actually helped to emancipate us from natural growth. Today, publicly celebrated innovations or research successes strengthen the belief in the state's ability to lead and appear to the subaltern as proof of the scientifically certified connoisseurship of the good shepherds. In order to do justice to its role as an organizer in the long term, the state must be understood, heard, and recognized as the embodiment of the ruling intellectual power marks. For this reason alone, it ritualizes its anonymous script and generates the process of normativization through repetition. The circulating knowledge of domination supports power and creates the caste spirit of the experts who set the tone. This flood of paper of the modern state organization is not a simple picturesque, but an essential material feature of its existence and functioning, the inner bond of the intellectual officials who embody the relationship between the state and intellectual work. During Corona, this flood of paper has led to the often lamented chaos of regulations. But even when the crisis is not acute, there is an accumulation of experimental decrees, which, due to their vagueness in terms of legal policy and content, offer themselves as an adequate form of improvisational governance. Once in the world, more and more directives based on legislative outsourcing are acting as creative leverage for state and parastate crisis profiteers. Climate agreements, company guidelines on gender language, or corona ordinances that are springing up, all documents of a blackmailing, coercive mobilization whose power is based on the isolation of those addressed. The class specificity of state action cited by Poulantzas can also be discovered in current trends. Since the declaration of the coronavirus emergency, two camps have been facing each other, On the one hand, there is manual labor, whose protagonists are being criticized in the media as uninformed, provincial, and increasingly, too comfortable. On the other hand, there is the leading cast of technocrats and experts organized around the state, together with their academic and urban environment, which stands for academic knowledge, diversity, and variety. The academic and cultural middle classes have become even more creative during the proudly eased lockdown, are constantly brooding over new hygiene concepts for their workplace, their private environment and society as a whole, and now have the daily incidence figures at their fingertips faster than their own date of birth. For those who experience the living outside world as hostile anyway and have less and less sympathy for old-fashioned diesel drivers, low-cost airlines and carnivores, the digitally supported retreat seems like a relief. Corona is tempting because the lockdown society proves that it is possible to centrally direct social life in order to avert the crazy but meaningful fantasies of doom that have always been the driving force behind the political spectacle in Germany. It has affected others, people in cramped apartments, those who do not do digital work and for whom real contact with other people outside the nuclear family guarantees the little happiness that postmodern work only promises. Not to mention junkies, homeless people or prostitutes who have been completely abandoned to their fate. The last few months have shown that it is possible, largely without resistance, to carry out the most profound encroachments on fundamental rights, even to completely paralyze the public sphere, without the otherwise socially committed actors in civil society giving any thought to the associated collateral damage. Language policy is playing an increasingly important role in creating effective and intellectual consent to the prevailing policy. Jürgen Habermas, Germany's cuddliest philosopher of state, provides the academic background music for the status quo here too and sounds like a professorial version of Jan Bomerman, always in tune with the zeitgeist. Quote, "A democratic system as a whole suffers damage when the public infrastructure can no longer direct the attention of citizens to the relevant issues that need to be decided and can no longer guarantee the formation of competing public and, in other words, qualitatively filtered opinions." End quote. The concern that the system as a whole could be damaged because of all the corrosives is simply mendacious in view of the dominance of opinion among the saturated. Above all, however, it is unfounded. The politically correct alliance of politicians, the operators of digital platforms, almost all self-respecting companies and active civil society is based on common language rules, disregarding which leads more than ever to warnings or deletions. While manipulation used to be something that was practiced without making a big deal of it, today it is called framing, and people are no longer even ashamed of it. Anyone who voices their displeasure with the system is engaging in hate speech. Anyone who is impudent enough to accuse politicians and lobbyists of anything other than magnanimity, namely business interests or even lust for power, is engaging in conspiracy theory. For those souls who are not yet completely lost, there is the fact check, the function of which is to glorify the prevailing order and its respective fashions as the only true one in a mixture of larmoyance and idiot positivism, which would have been embarrassing for earlier defenders of capital relations. It is hardly surprising that the fight against a pathogen whose effects were hitherto unknown should lead to new linguistic formations. Linguistic deformations are also not an invention of crisis politicians and mood journalists in virus mode. Language is not spared from capital accumulation, which has been fetishized as an end in itself and to which individuals are only able to adapt in the midst of their overpowering and inscrutable production order. However, the coronavirus language, far from being able to somehow capture what is new about the situation, documents a shift from enlightenment to magic and thus says more about this society than any lateral thinkers, even if their critical view is more comfortable. The power of coronavirus jargon is nourished by its omnipresence. There is no channel, no room, no place where the snapping signal words are not hammered into our consciousness. The monothematic bombardment of everyone with the same old thing has succeeded because the quality filtering media have almost consistently adopted the government's perspective in their reporting. The euphemisms that were circulated were copied, as was the increasingly hyperventilating authority language. The invoked omnipresence of the topic was nevertheless accompanied by a compulsion to deny and rationalize the uncanny, the absurd, which was present in it from the very beginning. The less this is possible, the more tyrannical and threatening the jargon becomes. Meanwhile, the nevertheless successful attempts to make the social patient collective compliant by means of shock therapy sounded unintentionally comical. From the wave, which occasionally escalated into a corona permanent wave soda, to the mutant, which among people with notorious feelings of guilt is probably to be imagined as a goddess of revenge, to the meaningful triage, which always comes into play when the procrastinators are threatened with death. In general, the coronavirus policy ushered in the postmodern resurrection of black pedagogy after dismantling its authoritarian foundations, which was also reflected en masse in everyday language. At the end of 2020, linguists were already proud of the creativity of the German language when they reported that over 1,500 new words had been created around coronavirus, which the Leibniz Institute for the German Language, IDS, had compiled as a dictionary, where you don't even have to get to the letter C to recognize the madness as such. These are mostly euphemistic nouns of the stupidest kind, stupid word combinations or abbreviations, the acceptance and parroting of which is sufficient proof of the general loss of linguistic feeling. According to Karl Korn a few decades ago, the accumulation of authoritarian abstract buzzwords in the administered world is no coincidence, but rather an expression of the fact that the positivistically corrupted administrative language with its utopian potential is also losing its concrete meaning. The most general characteristic is that the word increasingly indicates a status within large artificial structures of order instead of the individual concrete. The stimulus-triggering signal words, which aim at nothing but the standardization of those to whom they are addressed, are at the same time characterized by their detachment from everyday experience, which gives them that expertocratic authority that saves thinking. Virtually overnight, Germans across all political groups mutated into virology and statistics experts, who published their lockdown and vaccination experiences as digital diary entries. It seemed as if the rigorously presented scientificization of everyday life was intended to distract from the genuinely political nature of the whole affair. Nevertheless, without material conditions that degrade people to the status of recipients of opinions, such linguistic politics would come to nothing. A word like herd immunity, which has a lasting impact on self-image, can only catch on where people actually put up with being treated as part of a maneuvering mass, potentially as a member of an animal association, rather than as an individual human being. A Zoom party is only held where there is nothing to celebrate, and only those whose need for sterility overrides any interest in other people speak of risk contact, without hesitation. The language of recent months cries out for ridicule, but it hardly provokes it anymore. Dietrich Bruggemann, who had already made himself so unpopular with a #Elasticmachen campaign that he no longer had to take notoriously offended government claqueurs into consideration, wrote a fitting commentary on language practice on Twitter, which exposed the much greater silliness of the majority precisely because of its silliness. Quote, "I demand vaccination down for the unvaccinated. Only from an FFP2 negative rate of over 113% can we relax the test mark and follow up 3G quarantine. I have no idea what that means, but that's what everyone does and it doesn't really matter. It's about human lives." End of quote. On the magic of the incomprehensible, it says in the Dialectic of Enlightenment, countless people use words and phrases that they either do not understand at all or only use according to their behavioral significance, like protective signs that ultimately cling to their objects all the more compulsively the less their linguistic meaning is grasped. This sometimes gave the impression that Germany, once again united in health activism, was an intimate family affair. The gentleness of speech, which was already announced before Corona and is not intended to hurt or overwhelm anyone, is ideally suited to distracting attention from the brutality of the prevailing society. Who wants to get in the way of a maudlin protector of life who invariably means well, especially when he simultaneously, like an incarnation of the Christian apostle of compassion mocked by Nietzsche, proclaims his well-meaning good-naturedness with black male-like thin lips and bluntly embodies the elective affinity between selflessness and sadism? It is sensible not only to want to save one's own grandparents, but also to look out for everyone else. Repeated 1,000 times, the proclamation of one's own magnanimity is nothing but propaganda. Because under Corona, no individual claim to happiness counts anymore, but only prudence in the face of one's own potential danger and the permanent panic induced by it, it is obvious to pimp the resigned retreat and one's own watchfulness as a heroic act in the name of protecting life. The fitting and thoroughly contemporary face for the title dictatorship of kindness is provided today by the chairwoman of the German Ethics Council, Elena Bix, the grinning embodiment of the German national conscience, which only knows solidarity as Volksgemeinschaft coercion. Quote, "What we have to do now is to gradually ensure that we manage to protect fundamental rights as much as possible, but still introduce enough measures. And you have to escalate them step by step, so to speak." End of quote. Hannah Arendt aptly described permanent escalation as a central feature of totalitarian propaganda. The alliance of the mob and the elite has the right swear words for this: corona deniers, swearers, vaccination deniers, or pandemic drivers. These are the words used today by those who seek confrontation under the protection of the absolute majority, which they would never dare to do if things got dicey. However, their conformism, which is covered by everyone else, does not prevent the Corona followers from understanding their anger in the face of their own increasingly recognizable stupidity as the resistance attitude of the solitary admonisher. In this way, they are doing their part to conjure up conditions that actually allow the state to take relentless action against critics of health policy measures. Wolfgang Port was still able to polemicize against linguists who, concerned about the comprehensibility of their own slogans, tried to raise the lower class to their own linguistic level. He argued that the reason for language ability was a general one that could not be addressed with well-meaning lower-class sociology. The loss of language, which affects everyone, including the educated classes, has its main cause in a world that has become useless, a world in which nobody experiences anything really worth telling anymore, and people's gatherings are so dull that there is no reason to make an effort to express oneself in a stirring way. The idea, whatever its motives, of helping the déclassé with education has given way to an image of society in which people are part of a frightened and threatening herd over which only veterinarians, virologists, and mass vaccination can gain control, and which, if words are needed, are best directed with a form of handicapped language. The entire corona discourse is an expression of an advanced collective, self-infantilization of citizens, which prevents them from generally treating each other with more consideration, self-reflection, and kindness, but ensures that the state goal is made their own by the majority. In a second strategy paper from the Ministry of the Interior, it was accordingly noted with satisfaction that there is a good reputation among the population for the way the federal government manages crises, which promotes a positive understanding of the state. The aversion to the state that has developed in recent years is already on the retreat. The fact that the unbounded state and a society that reconfigures itself under its thumb as sheltered sanatorium inmates and at the same time as a persecution-addicted mass of hatred Elias Canetti, find each other in an organic way is not least a consequence of the policy of measures whose devastating effects on mental health are only gradually becoming apparent. The infantile regressions that take place in social isolation in a pandemic state of exception not only initiate mass followership, but also strengthen the desire for a parental function of the authoritarian state, Pierre Legendre, that is not merely protective but also punitive, from which the collective demands the sacrifice of the selfish endangerers. As in every family, there is a danger that the abused children will surpass their sadistic parents in terms of malice and meanness. When a 28-year-old, who has just been elected to the Bundestag for the Greens, publicly calls for more pepper spray and police truncheons for opponents of measures, she is a perfect example of how discrimination-sensitive humanity experts can also be quite different when the power block of the progressive and caring threatens to crumble. They then not only rise above themselves, but also above the state. In addition to the radical zero-COVID movement and the moderate no-COVID movement, another initiative is emerging in the left-wing discussion about the best possible government action to contain the coronavirus pandemic, which is therefore unconvincingly fixated on the state. It could be called the no-patent movement. Under the regrettably inaccurate claim the vaccine belongs to every one of the artists for vaccines, the only supposedly anti-capitalist slogan of the left-wing parliamentary group in the Bundestag, health must not be a commodity, apparently unlike bread, wine, cheese, and the workforce, or the statement patents kill issued by Attack, Red, Green, and left-wingers. Opponents of globalization and international law experts, Doctors Without Borders and Friends of the Global South come together. They are united by the desire that the state, truly sovereign and determined in an hour of decision, should disregard its own applicable law and that of competing states and release the intellectual property in the formulas for vaccines, which is quite rightly protected in the pharmaceutical patent according to the logic of the capital relationship, worldwide and especially for the poorest countries. As this is unlikely to happen in the foreseeable future, the artists for vaccines are calling for the data of the pharmaceutical company BioNTech SE to be controlled and the SOP, Standard Operating Procedure, for the mRNA vaccine to be made globally accessible as a consequence of their view that vaccines already belong to everyone. However, their demand to release the intellectual property protected by the patent is based both on a lack of understanding of patent law and of what the state protects when it is at work as an official doctor and health manager. Patents secure the owner the spatially limited right to decide for a certain period of time who may use the invention, for example the formulation for a vaccine, and under what conditions. This legal position, similar to ownership, allows the entitled party to amortize its development investment through its own production or the granting of licenses, to temporarily achieve a relative added value and, in the long term, to ensure the profitability of the company, which is necessary under the conditions of capital under penalty of insolvency. At the same time, the legal obligation to disclose the invention 18 months after filing avoids double inventions and stimulates innovation in line with the current state of the art. Without patent law, potential inventors would either refrain from the research and development necessary for the invention in view of an unlikely or at least incalculable return on investment, or keep their invention secret as mere know-how. The patent as an intangible asset that can be recognized in the balance sheet and an absolute right thus serves to compensate for what economists call the systemic market failure, which in turn results from the positive externality of research, i.e. a privately donated social benefit without consideration. As evidently correct and at first glance, sympathetic as the categorical judgment is that all people who want to should be able to be vaccinated regardless of their ability to pay, the state-obsessed competition for the best proposals to optimize sovereign action falls short of the moral impulse, and not just because of legal ignorance. After all, the The purpose of the state is not to promote health and a good life for all, possibly even outside the state's borders. Nor is the state an instrument that good people can use as a means to their own good ends, as not only the common sense of the left would have us believe. The aim of the state is not to promote individual health, but to preserve public health. This is not, however, the health of all individuals as a percentage of the population, but rather the ability to work of a sufficient number of citizens on the one hand, and on the other, the attitude to life of the superfluous, the elderly, the unemployed, and more recently, the particularly vulnerable groups that cannot simply be allowed to die off in order to maintain mass loyalty. In fact, nowhere in the Basic Law (GG) is there a right to health. As early as 1953, the Federal Constitutional Court, B-Verf-G, ruled that neither Article 1, human dignity, nor Article 2 of the Basic Law, right to life, physical integrity and free development of the personality, established a fundamental right of the individual to adequate care by the state. The constitutional law expert Christian Pestalozza takes a poetic approach to the subject and calls the right to health a constitutional fugitive. Anyone wishing to assert such a right would therefore have to look not to the Basic Law, but to simple statutory law. The question of whether they will find it there is beyond Pestalozza's interests. It is only recognized in case law and literature that the fundamental right to life and physical integrity, in conjunction with the principle of the welfare state in Article 21 of the Basic Law, gives rise to the general duty of the state to include a sustainable state as a form. Criticism of the state in this understanding differs as criticism of form from mere criticism of the state's actions, which oscillate between liberalism and Keynesianism and are antinomic in themselves, even when Keynesianism is once again in vogue in an epidemic situation of national significance, if SG. But if the nation-state, with its centralized power not only to codify the law but also to set and enforce it as a real right at all times, cannot go beyond the horizon of public health, then this applies all the more to the so-called community of states. In it, nations are essentially fighting for the best possible place in the competition between states and not for the well-being of the world's population. The no-patent movement wants nothing to do with this. It relies on the WHO or the WTO, on a COVID-19 technology access pool, a COVID-19 TRIPS waiver, or perhaps just on a global amnesty for vaccine whistleblowers. In other words, ultimately on the ideal of coordination of nation-states under international law through treaties. These are intended to replace the world sovereign, which does not exist, with the densest possible network of horizontal ties between states. Such multilateral treaties, however, contrary to a widespread opinion even among the left, do not establish any real law and ultimately prove to be what is called a letter of intent in civil law, temporary declarations of intent. These can be interpreted very freely by the contracting states in their respective national interests and, if necessary, abandoned, because there is no bailiff who could enforce behavior that conforms to the treaty, and no hegemonic epidemic policeman and world doctor is preparing to take supranational control of the fight against the pandemic. Global coordination on coronavirus will therefore initially be limited to the public race between countries and locations to secure scarce vaccine reserves. If this is successful, then some states such as China and Russia will try to bind others more strongly to them through vaccine deliveries or collect credits in applied ethics as part of global location marketing through charity deliveries of surplus vaccine doses to the poor of this world. So it is not humanity's battle against a natural disaster that is on the agenda, but the battle between competing states that are in a state of nature in the sense of Thomas Hobbes, all against all. In this state of nature, the delusion of the world sovereign thrives, in which a universalism of human rights that is as well founded as it is abstract corresponds with the love of the people, its health and its international law, i.e. with international law, which is already melted into German ideology. The delusion of the world sovereign can only be maintained through the hallucination of a common enemy of the peoples, through hatred of the Jews as the opposing people and their artificial state of Israel, the Jew among the states. It is no coincidence that those people without borders, who now feel both threatened and warmed by the virus as part of a global community, have a deep-seated desire to get rid of it. Multilateralism is the highest political principle in Germany. This motto has guided the foreign policy of the Federal Republic of Germany since its foundation, with social democratic politicians regularly taking the lead in this context. This includes German Foreign Minister Heiko Maas, who, since taking office in 2018, has made the equal and cooperative approach Germany's sole foreign policy guideline in contrast to the Trump government's policy. Far from remaining neutral, the German government uses multilateralism as a legitimizing foil, for example within the framework of the Alliance for Multilateralism, which was largely founded by Maas, a kind of state NGO whose main aim is to build up counterpower against the United States under Trump, which is seen as an evil unilateralist. With regard to the Alliance for Multilateralism, the FAZ summed up the problem the Germans are facing by creating a counter-sovereign but not wanting to embody it in case of doubt. Quote, "Even such an initiative needs not only a sense of community, but also leadership. The Germans find it difficult to act in this way. July 31, 2020. The catastrophic consequences of such a policy of dual counterpower, against the USA and nation-state power politics at the same time, could be experienced in all its ugliness at the conference on the peaceful settlement of the Libya conflict held in Berlin in mid-January, initiated by the German government and mandated by the UN Secretary-General. As a result of the conference, all parties to the conflict stepped up their military activities on the ground, despite lofty promises of peace from the mouth of the German Chancellor, and the conflict escalated all the more. Because the German rejection of the right of the strongest is morally justified, the supporters of international law see themselves in a position to generously overlook realpolitik objections. This applies not only to the question of which subject of international law to sit down with diplomatically in order to seek the best solution for all parties involved on an equal footing and with a willingness to compromise, for example Ethiopia, despite the awarding of the Nobel Peace Prize to the current President Abiy Ahmed, a regime that remains authoritarian, took part in the founding meeting of the alliance. The multilateralist credo also applies in particular to the organizations or specialized agencies of the United Nations, which are supposed to bring about cooperation between nation-states on the basis of international law. Here, too, the composition of the respective organizations is irrelevant, as the only thing that matters is that they cooperate and feel good about it. German and German-minded Europeans assume that the mere existence of supranational entities guarantees fair cooperation between the nations represented and that their respective interests take a back seat. Since these are, of course, purely ideological assumptions that have been undermined by any historical experience, UN organizations and the rogue states they represent can do whatever they want without having to face any consequences. The fact that the German government and its intellectual collaborators have not changed their view of the World Health Organization, WHO, and the People's Republic of China despite the role they played, especially at the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic, is a logical expression of a state of mind that is still best summed up as the delusion of world sovereignty, Skyte. Despite everything, Germany is full of praise for the UN agency who, the German government greatly appreciates the work of the WHO, reported the deputy government spokeswoman in July 2020, FAZ, September 7, 2020. Health Minister Jens Spahn has therefore already agreed to increase his financial support in the 2020-21 biennial budget from 300 million to 500 million euros without any conditions. The infiltration of the WHO by the Chinese government is being accepted without resistance. Germany and the EU are no longer even trying to exert their influence against it. The unabashed unscrupulousness with which China is acting is now consciously factoring in European appeasement. No matter how brutal, underhand, and deceitful its actions are, the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, knows that Germany in particular will not oppose its actions for diplomatic and economic reasons and will maintain the comprehensive strategic partnership at all costs. If at all, a critical remark is occasionally made in the context of the rule of law dialogue, which the Chinese counterpart can of course ignore without consequence. And so the criticism of the final Sinicization of Hong Kong does not go beyond the tiresome task of expressing concern and warning. Accordingly, the German Foreign Office website states, with a trade volume of almost 200 billion euros, China was once again Germany's most important trading partner in 2018. In view of the growing uncertainty factors, international crises and global challenges, cooperation and coordination within the framework of the comprehensive strategic partnership between Germany and China is of great importance. China sees Germany as its key partner in Europe, not only economically but also politically. The relationship is characterized by regular high-level political coordination in around 80 dialogue mechanisms as well as dynamic trade relations, investments, environmental cooperation, and cultural and scientific cooperation. Despite the overall positive development of our bilateral relations, fundamental differences of opinion remain. This applies in particular to human rights, especially personal freedoms. It remains an important interest of Germany that China continues its economic development, develops constitutional structures and social systems, allows more political and economic participation, and resolves minority issues peacefully. An important cooperation instrument for developing the rule of law is the rule of law dialogue. Equally important is the annual bilateral human rights dialogue. End quote. Even if Germany's loyalty to the WHO on the coronavirus issue must be seen against the backdrop of its kowtowing to China, it is still surprising in its scope. After all, it was only last year that Germany voted for the first time at the WHO annual general meeting against the resolution, adopted year after year with an overwhelming majority, which condemned Israel for allegedly providing inadequate medical care to Palestinians and the Arab inhabitants of the Golan Heights. Not only did the official justification for the German vote against the resolution unintentionally criticize the fact that the WHO has proven to be a good and reliably strong member of the United Nations when it comes to hatred of Israel, it goes without saying that Palestine has WHO observer status. For the first time in this country, official doubts were also raised that the WHO may not be the non-partisan and always neutral UN organization that it is otherwise considered to be in the home country of international law fetishism. Germany complains above all about an inappropriate politicization of factual issues. The World Health Organization is a place for factual debate, said Health Minister Jens Spahn on Twitter to explain the vote. Together with Foreign Minister Heiko Maas, he therefore decided that Germany will no longer accept one-sided politicization to the detriment of Israel. The German criticism came against the backdrop of growing dissatisfaction with the WHO, which was founded in 1948 and claims in its very name to be responsible for global health par excellence, and as such has its merits, for example in the eradication of smallpox, polio and most recently in the development of an Ebola vaccine. According to Wikipedia, the travel costs for WHO cadres anything but atypical for the administered UN world, exceed the combined expenditure on combating mental illness, HIV and AIDS, tuberculosis and malaria. In addition to the constant increase in so-called voluntary and earmarked financial contributions by non-governmental or non-state actors, the successive expansion, or rather overexpansion, of WHO competencies has been criticized for years. In the meantime, bureaucratic confusion is often pre-programmed, as was prominently experienced in the case of glyphosate. Two WHO committees investigating in parallel came to completely different conclusions as to whether the weed killer is carcinogenic or not. 4 years ago, the Deutsche Apothekerzeitung reported that there was a consensus in relevant circles that the WHO was in a tangible crisis. The WHO's approach is apparently increasingly lacking the right balance. The WHO is apparently having difficulties effectively coordinating the work of various units globally. February 22, 2016. It should come as no surprise to anyone that such a situation is ideal for exerting political influence, and could therefore also become a gateway for asserting Chinese interests. The fact that the Chinese Margaret Chan was head of the WHO from 2006 to 2017, and thus held the highest UN post for China to date, Deutsches Arzteblatt, during her time may also have favored this situation. There is every indication that the global coronavirus crisis, with all its health, economic and political consequences, could have been avoided if the Chinese government had acted differently in the early stages of the epidemic. The first case of COVID-19 infection was officially confirmed in the Chinese city of Wuhan, Hubei province, on December 1, 2019, after new infections with a new pathogen unknown at the time had been reported daily since mid-November. By December 27 at the latest, there was clear evidence that it was a SARS-like virus, severe acute respiratory syndrome. Instead of forwarding these findings to the State Disease Control Center, which had been set up in response to the SARS epidemic of 2002-2003 in order to take appropriate measures at an early stage, the health authorities suppressed the dissemination of information wherever they could. After doctors from Wuhan had produced the first laboratory samples and were able to identify the virus in this way as early as mid-December, government authorities had the results destroyed and the laboratory closed. Diagnoses made by infected nursing staff were manipulated by the responsible party supervisory staff, who are present in Chinese hospitals as in every state institution. At the same time, they forbade those affected from talking about their illnesses. Doctors who had reported on rising rates of pneumonia on the internet were silenced. The police summoned several employees from Wuhan hospitals and, in totalitarian Chinese style, threatened to arrest them for spreading rumors and untrue allegations and disrupting social order. The accused had to sign a declaration of silence. Probably due to the fact that the annual meeting of the local people's congresses was scheduled to take place in Wuhan between January 12 and 17, 2020, the party attempted to prevent anything that would prevent the event from running smoothly. Chinese bloggers and journalists who reported on the outbreak were arrested. At the time of writing, there was no trace of them. In China, only what the Communist Party deems opportune is supposed to apply, so that even in medical matters they do not shy away from falsifying data. Wuhan writer Feng Feng confirmed in her blog diary, which she started shortly after the outbreak began, that it was not a local but a systemic failure. If the same thing had happened at the same time in any other province, the officials there would not have behaved any better. These are the evil consequences of negative selection in the civil service, of empty, politically correct chatter and disregard for facts, the evil consequences of the ban on speaking the truth, the prevention of the media from reporting the true facts. End quote. Although the responsible Chinese authorities were aware by the end of December 2019 at the latest that the virus was transmitted from person to person and that new infections of medical staff were constantly being observed, their representatives lied for almost 4 weeks by claiming that only animals were possible carriers. They also glossed over infection and death figures and, in typical Chinese grandiloquence, announced that containing and controlling the virus was not a problem. It was not until January 20, 2020 that the authorities admitted to human-to-human transmission. Of course, this was not without cover-up maneuvers. The government spoke of 14 infected doctors and nurses, while in reality several hundred of them had already been infected, FAZ, May 22, 2020. The drastic measures that followed were again hard to beat. On January 23, the CCP completely and rigorously sealed off Wuhan, a city of 11 million people. Probably also because it wanted to compensate for its previous inaction with demonstrative harshness, the government showed even less consideration than usual for the fate of individuals. Not only were countless so-called migrant workers who lived in Wuhan but were registered elsewhere stopped in front of the city's barriers. At the end of January, a 17-year-old boy with polio starved to death alone at home because his relatives were kept in quarantine elsewhere due to suspected infection, FAZ Online, June 2, 2020. This case is likely to have been just one of countless cases that will never be made public due to state censorship. The complete lockdown of the city of Wuhan, which was followed by the lockdown of other cities with millions of inhabitants in Hubei province, the measures affected a total of 56 million people, could not change the fact that nothing stood in the way of the global spread of the virus at that time. A few days earlier, around 5 million Wuhan residents had traveled out of the city to spend the Chinese New Year with their families scattered throughout the country, partly because of the weeks of lies and trivialization by the state authorities. The WHO showered the Chinese regime with praise. It did not say a word about the cover-ups, manipulations, and reprisals. In the course of January, the organization praised not only the seriousness and leadership, but also the transparency of the CCP. During his visit to Beijing, board member Michael Ryan pathetically stated that he had never seen such a level of dedication in the face of such an extraordinary challenge. From the outset, the WHO followed the Chinese guidelines in all its official announcements. Until mid-January 2020, it claimed that there was no evidence of human-to-human transmission. It only declared the disease a pandemic in mid-March, at a time when the virus had already been spreading in over 100 countries for weeks. 2 weeks before the declaration by the WHO, Marlon Suckerhagel, an employee of the Senate Department for Health in Berlin, pointed out that it had long been a pandemic. The WHO is avoiding declaring a pandemic, but that is more of a political statement. The figures speak a different language. Tagesspiegel Online, February 27, 2020. The claim by WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus at the end of January that government action before and after the lockdown had prevented the coronavirus from spreading to other countries was already a sheer lie at the time. The truth, however, is that the number of infections in the People's Republic of China alone would probably have been up to 2/3 lower if the containment measures had been introduced just 5 days earlier. However, the most serious consequence was undoubtedly the WHO's recommendation, at Beijing's request, not to impose any entry restrictions on Chinese citizens or even residents of Hubei province. After the USA imposed corresponding entry bans on January 31, China accused the American government of scaremongering and referred to the corresponding WHO submission. The CCP was also furious that the Trump administration was the first country in the world to have its citizens and diplomats flown out of Wuhan. The UN organization thus enabled the Chinese regime to present itself in a multilateral manner as an anti-nationalist supporter of liberalism and freedom of movement. Since German European politicians say that their hearts bleed when borders are closed, individual freedom is restricted and freedom of movement is partially suspended, it is not surprising that the Chinese tirades against America were received positively in this country. Not least out of political correctness, entry bans were avoided for as long as possible, which is why thousands of Chinese and travelers from Wuhan were able to enter Europe unchecked for weeks. The fact that northern Italy, of all places, had to report such high infection figures was mainly due to the fact that the regions of Lombardy, Piedmont, Emilia-Romagna and Veneto have very close economic ties with China and hundreds of thousands of Chinese people work there. It is highly likely that patient zero arrived in Italy from China as early as January, FAZ Online October 3, 2020, at a time when nobody was concerned about lockdowns and entry restrictions, partly due to the deliberate misinformation provided by China and the WHO. One country that acted correctly from the outset, in this case in an anti-Chinese way, was Taiwan. Based on decades of experience with China's One China policy, the Taiwanese government did not rely on the neighboring country's announcements and ordered all passengers from Wuhan to be tested for symptoms as early as December 31. 3 weeks later, Taiwan issued an entry ban for residents of the city. All people who had been in the region in the previous weeks were immediately systematically registered. At the same time, the National Epidemic Authority was activated, which initiated 124 measures in January, including an increase in the production of respiratory masks and a price freeze. At the beginning of February, the entry ban was extended to all Chinese, and from March to almost all other foreigners. Due to the early unilateral approach, there was no need for curfews, lockdowns, or mandatory smartphone apps. With a total population of over 23 million people, the country, which is located immediately off the Chinese coast and 950 kilometers from Wuhan as the crow flies, had 455 infected people and 7 deaths to report. When Taiwan notified the WHO on December 31, 2019, that the coronavirus was spreading from person to person, the organization did not follow up on the tip. Just like the Chinese regime, the WHO does not regard Taiwan as a state, but as a renegade Chinese province. Its representatives make no secret of the fact that they are politically aligned with the CCP. When a Hong Kong journalist asked to Deputy Secretary General Bruce Aylward in an interview whether the organization was considering Taiwan's membership due to its success in fighting the epidemic, he initially remained silent. After the journalist repeated her question, he broke off the interview without comment. Afterwards, Aylward, who remarked elsewhere that he would prefer to be treated in a Chinese hospital if he contracted COVID, explained that the topic of China had already been discussed. However, not only the WHO, but also the German government avoids mentioning Taiwan by name in order to avoid upsetting the Chinese. Government spokesman Stefan Seibert and Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Adebar did not mention Taiwan in a press conference shortly after the country had delivered 1 million face masks to Germany. Instead, they thanked other countries. Welt Online, April 19, 2020. For years, China's foreign policy has relied on a mixture of threats and favors towards poorer states in order to make them directly dependent. Beijing uses mafia diplomacy to expand its global hegemony, particularly with African countries, including Ethiopia, which is the second largest African recipient of Chinese loans after Angola. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, who held the office of Ethiopian Minister of Health and then Foreign Minister between 2005 and 2016 before becoming WHO Director General, already had excellent relations with the Chinese rulers at that time. As a loyal advocate of China, Dr. Tedros, as he is affectionately known, owed his election as Director General to Chinese lobbyists. The appointment of Zimbabwean dictator Robert Mugabe as WHO Special Envoy in 2017, which he initiated, shows how the former member of the government of the authoritarian torture state of Ethiopia ticks politically, although he had to rescind this appointment shortly afterwards due to worldwide protests. Mugabe would have been in good company as a WHO Goodwill Ambassador. The WHO Special Ambassador is not only the wife of Chinese head of state and party leader Xi Jinping, but also Chinese state television propagandist James Chow, who did nothing but praise the Chinese government in his reports even before the coronavirus pandemic, FAZ, April 6, 2020. Since convinced Europeans admire UN organizations as an anti-nationalist alternative to the sovereign nation-state, the WHO's attitude is broadly in line with that of the EU. The more relentless and manipulative the Chinese government is, the greater the European submission to its directives. Chinese audacity knows no bounds in this context. In March of this year, the state news agency Xinhua wrote that the world should be grateful to China for supplying medical equipment and medicines all over the world instead of blaming the country for corona, which no one except the American and Australian government did anyway. Also in March, the Chinese government officially questioned whether the coronavirus originated in China at all. Chinese state media subsequently spread the theory that American soldiers had introduced the virus at the World Military Games in Wuhan in October 2019. On the eve of the National People's Congress, which was held 11 weeks late at the end of May 2020 due to the pandemic, the CCP's party organ, the Chinese People's Daily, Renmin Rabao, ran the headline, "The United States is to blame for the global outbreak of the lung disease." This state-launched propaganda campaign also went unchallenged by the WHO. After the USA announced its intention to withdraw from the organization and stop paying its dues due to the WHO's conspicuous pro-China bias, a left liberal shitstorm once again poured over Donald Trump and his government. According to the tenor, the WHO is in need of reform. However, as humanity must remain united, as the Alliance for Multilateralism announced, and serious consequences will therefore not be forthcoming in any case, it is hardly to be expected that those responsible at the WHO, who are deliberately acting in accordance with Chinese wishes, will take such criticism seriously. For this reason alone, a reform as well as the investigation now underway in associations that are riddled with Chinese influencers and their highly corrupt international helpers, 4 out of 15 technical UN organizations are now led by the Chinese, must be considered hopeless. This is all the more the case as Dr. Tedros is not even up for discussion among multilateralists. The majority of EU parliamentarians emphatically praised the engagement of the WHO Director General. Although Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus showed no insight in his speech to the EU Parliament's Health Committee at the end of June 2020 and even had the audacity to once again praise the Chinese regime for its very strong measures, the EU continues to court the corrupt Director General to this day. CDU MEP Peter Lees summed this up in a speech of thanks to Dr. Tedros as follows: "I believe that the whole Parliament supports you." Even if this was not entirely true, as at least right-wing populist MEPs sharply criticized the WHO chief and the Italian Lega MEP Silvia Sardoni even demonstratively presented him with a resignation letter that had already been drafted, the unwavering solidarity with the WHO can clearly be considered an official EU position. Because the political opinion of pro-European EU bureaucrats is also that of German public service journalists, the local radio mainly reported positively on the WHO and thus also on the actions of the Chinese regime during the coronavirus pandemic. Consequently, German filmmakers, in cooperation with the Chinese company CICC, produced a documentary for ARD entitled Wuhan, Chronicle of an Outbreak, which is based exclusively on footage from the Chinese propaganda apparatus. While there are no dissenting or critical voices, it says of the manipulations by the CCP that can be proven to have taken place, the extent to which there was deception or cover-up remains a riddle to this day. The film doesn't say a word about the regime's brutal repression, but does say that the Wuhaners locked in their apartments were allegedly allowed to express special wishes such as certain types of tea and fruit, which these same Wuhaners described as a brazen lie in countless internet videos. Even though the documentary was not broadcast due to previous criticism, the case makes it clear just how far Chinophobia has progressed not only in German politics, but also among those who like to call themselves cultural workers. German virologists obviously don't want to stand on the sidelines either. The director of Berlin's Charité Hospital and Germany's most important man, Stern, Christian Drosten, speculated pro-Chinese. What happened in the early phase of the outbreak would have been much more derailed in many countries. The president of the Robert Koch Institute, Lothar Wieler, seconded this by appeasing the Chinese government's deliberately underhanded approach. "You're always smarter with hindsight." FAZ, June 15, 2020. Against this backdrop, it is less surprising that the two doctors, who are now revered as shining lights by the majority of Germans, expressly advised against wearing masks to protect against the virus until the beginning of April, in line with WHO guidelines, if not because of them. There is much to suggest that the virus was not first transmitted to humans at the Wuhan Huanan fish market, or wild animal market, but either at the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CCDC, less than 300 meters away, or at the nearby Wuhan Institute of Virology, WIV. Chinese virologists have been experimenting with bat corona pathogens at both research facilities for years. Scientists largely agree that the virus originally came from bats. However, these were not sold on the aforementioned market. In addition, according to an article in Science Alert magazine, a study by Wuhan Hospital concluded that the first known infected person had not even visited the Huanan market, March 24, 2020. According to a report in the Washington Post, U.S. diplomats warned in two dispatches back in 2018 that the CCDC posed a risk of a new SARS-like epidemic due to inadequate safety precautions. This specifically concerned bat coronaviruses. There were also safety deficiencies in the WIV research complex, which reports directly to the Chinese army leadership and where the Chinese are working on bioweapons. In his book France-Chine, Les Liaisons Dangereuses, French journalist and China expert Antoine Isambard quotes a senior French official who complained that the construction companies hired were building at the lowest prices and using inferior materials. Not only the American, British, New Zealand, and Australian secret services consider it plausible that the virus could have accidentally escaped from a high-security wing of the laboratory due to the inadequate safety conditions. Even the deputy director of the institute, Shi Zhengli, stated this at least at the beginning of the epidemic. Even beyond all speculation, the fact that the coronavirus broke out in Wuhan of all places is an extremely remarkable circumstance. Since 2015, the WIV there has had the only laboratory in China that meets the requirements of the highest biological protection level before. Accordingly, it can be considered certain that research on or with relevant viruses was only carried out there within China. The history of the laboratory's creation once again sheds a significant light on both the unscrupulousness of the Chinese and the systemic anti-Americanism of old Europe, because the United States did not comply with the Chinese request to build a B4 laboratory due to major military security concerns. France, which is one of the few nations technologically capable of building such a laboratory, felt compelled to play a trick on the Americans. One could read in the FAZ about the ideological state of mind of the French president in charge at the time. Chirac was put under pressure from Washington not to approve such a technology transfer. But at the time, the Frenchman was basking in the glory of his veto on the American war in Iraq and did not think to take American reproaches into consideration. April 29, 2020. It came as it had to. The Chinese booted out the French at all levels, circumvented a number of safety regulations, so that even who accreditation of the laboratory is still pending, and denied the French any previously agreed research cooperation. The behavior of the Chinese regime since the corona outbreak speaks for a laboratory accident. While the Chinese authorities have apparently destroyed the carcasses of the allegedly causative wild animals from the Huanan market, i.e. the potential evidence, they have also done everything else to prevent a reconstruction of the course of events. At the beginning of January, for example, China rejected the offer of the allegedly nationally narrow-minded American government to send a crisis team from the Epidemic Control Authority to Wuhan. The regime also imposed particularly strict censorship measures, which have prevented Chinese researchers from investigating how the virus originated and spread to this day. China is also extremely sensitive to demands for an independent investigation. After Australia demanded this, Beijing not only increased tariffs on Australian barley, imposed import bans on Australian meat companies and threatened to boycott Australian universities by the many young Chinese studying there, but also carried out several cyber attacks on Australian companies and government institutions. The example set by the government has had an effect. EU countries in particular are exercising even greater restraint than before in order to avoid angering the Chinese rulers. In general, the European public has little interest in coming to terms with the disaster. Instead, the lockdown is being celebrated as an anti-capitalist rebellion against the economy, especially in left-wing circles, and the pandemic is being used as an opportunity to once again portray the right-wing opposition and, above all, the American president as a misanthropic conspiracy theorist. As the coronavirus crisis is seen as an economic problem but also as a human opportunity, German President Steinmeier spoke of the crisis bringing out the best in us. People don't want to know exactly what happened in Wuhan at the beginning of 2020 and what role the WHO played in it. Everyone agrees with Dr. Tedros that it is about the big picture, the relationship between humans and nature. We must question our lifestyle and take decisive action against climate change, for example. The WHO Director General told the EU Parliament, knowing full well that almost all political groups would agree with him. Greta Thunberg also made similar statements to reinforce the ideological united front intergenerationally. Pandemics like this are the manifestation of our unbalanced relationship with nature. Anyone who thinks this way, i.e. obsessively wants to recognize a wake-up call for multilateralism in the pandemic, and therefore believes they have to act with the Chinese regime at all costs, cannot have any interest in finding the culprit of the global catastrophe and its corrupt collaborators. Just as the crisis is to be solved together at all costs, as if it had not turned out during the peak phase of the pandemic that it was precisely the unilateral action of sovereign nation-states instead of the WHO and EU that still promised the best prospects of a solution, it would be better if everyone were equally to blame for the outbreak of the pandemic. The political stupidity that goes hand in hand with this counterfactual, purely ideological stance benefits no one more than the Chinese, which is why they will feel encouraged to act in the same way in future as they did before and during the coronavirus crisis in line with the UN organizations that are loyal to them. The fact that the Australian Open 2022, which was held in Melbourne in January, also captivated audiences outside the tennis world was not due to the sport, but to what happened in the run-up to the event. The media attention at the first of the 4 prestigious Grand Slam tournaments of the year was focused on the best player in the world at the moment, Novak Djokovic, who has already won the tournament in Melbourne 9 times, more than any player before him. However, Djokovic has not yet been vaccinated against COVID-19, after a legal battle lasting several days, which Djokovic had to fight for long stretches from an Australian deportation hotel. An Australian federal court ruled on January 16 shortly before the start of the tournament that he must leave the country immediately. For the Australian government, whose zero-COVID strategy had been a resounding failure, the dispute with Djokovic was also about justifying the harshness of the measures taken against its own population. If the perfectly healthy but unvaccinated athlete had dominated the tournament without any corona drama, the hypochondriacs at the top of the government feared that this would have prompted the population to reflect on a health policy's mission of salvation and possibly discredited their own rigid corona policy. The fear of personal embarrassment also drove other players, such as the world number 4 Stefanos Tsitsipas from Greece, who was less than confident in his opposition to the unvaccinated world number 1. A very small minority has decided to go its own way. That somehow makes the majority look like idiots. End quote. Suddenly, in a reversal of the popular slur, Djokovic could no longer be considered a covidiot, but you could end up looking like one yourself. Immediately after the verdict was announced, which sealed Djokovic's expulsion, Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison of the Liberal Party of Australia triumphed on behalf of a political and media majority. This annulment decision was made in the interests of health, safety and order, based on the public interest. I welcome the decision to keep our borders stable and ensure the safety of Australians. End quote. The insane claim that the vaccination status of a single athlete could jeopardize Australia's public safety and order and bring down an entire national border regime also points to an idiosyncrasy that is not only inherent in Australia's corona policy. It is inherent in the panic production of the corona emergency regime, which, due to its obviously irrational traits, proves to be what it is even in the face of timid objections and resistance, an extremely fragile ideological construct that, in the knowledge of its own weakness, is unable to dampen criticism. The Australian government's performance should have been met with collective laughter in any reasonably enlightened public concerned about its reputation, if only because of the obvious need to expose the tendency of loud prophets of doom with far-reaching decision-making powers to dramatize out of touch with reality. But the commentators followed the leitmotif of the last 2 years, namely to give the government the benefit of the doubt and take the right to even more shirt-sleeved antisociality. The Australian newspaper The Age, for example, shouted the following hate message after the departing tennis player on behalf of the international fearful: Novak Djokovic has come to Australia to become the greatest player in the history of men's tennis. He will leave the country under armed guard as an undesirable foreigner and toxic icon of the anti-vaccination movement. End quote. If you look at the actual behavior of the deportee, which simply shows no interest in escalation, the enemy marking seems even more bizarre. On his arrival on January 5, Djokovic presented the border officials with a medical exemption certificate required for unvaccinated people traveling to Australia, which had been certified by an independent panel of experts from the Australian Tennis Association and also reviewed by a committee of the Victorian state government. Djokovic was also certified as having tested positive for PCR in December 2021, allowing him to enter Australian territory as a recovered person and move freely in accordance with the quarantine regulations in force there. However, the documents were not sufficient. He lacked an entry permit signed by the Australian federal government. His visa was therefore cancelled, whereupon he was detained by the Australian Border Force in a deportation hotel in Melbourne. The appeal against this decision was upheld on January 10 due to a formal error by the border authorities. While Djokovic was now preparing for the tournament again, media interest was growing due to a number of details. The Serbian, who lives in Monaco, had been in Spain and Serbia shortly before his flight to Australia, but had inadvertently answered the question of whether he had traveled to Australia in the fortnight before the flight in the negative on an entry form. Photos also emerged showing him without a mask in an interview with the French sports newspaper L'Equipe shortly after his positive test in December 2021. So there was plenty to be outraged about until Australian Immigration Minister Alex Hawke declared Djokovic's visa inadmissible on January 14. In his decision, Hawke invoked the Biosecurity Act, a biopolitical emergency regulation from 2015, which is intended to protect native flora and fauna from so-called invasive species, but also authorizes the Australian government to restrict or revoke the fundamental rights of citizens in the interests of public health. On the basis of the law, the responsible minister can also decide on the stay of individuals in the country if they pose a risk to public health. Because the government must have suspected that Djokovic's vaccination status alone could only be conveyed as a real health risk to the entire country with a great deal of imagination, he was declared a risk influencer whose celebrity could have a detrimental effect on the development of Australian youth and unstable adults in particular, a practice known primarily from totalitarian states, but which is also becoming increasingly attractive to Western security fetishists who want to gain control over the formation of opinion in the face of growing media influence on increasingly disoriented individuals. According to the federal judges, the Australian government's assessment was appropriate because the tennis pros case involved a politically contagious opponent of vaccination. In the documents published by the court on January 20, it says, "A world tennis star can influence people of all ages, young and old, but perhaps especially the young and impressionable." End quote. The fact that Djokovic has by no means appeared as an anti-vaccination agitator so far is irrelevant. In April 2020, at a time when no vaccine even existed, he merely made the following statement in a live chat on Facebook about the coronavirus vaccination in the event of a possible compulsory vaccination. "I personally am against vaccination and don't want to be forced by anyone to take a vaccine in order to be able to travel." End quote. Even after that, he repeatedly stated that although he was not against vaccination in principle, he did not want to be forced to have a COVID vaccination at the moment. The idea that an athlete surrounded by coaches and doctors for the purpose of self-optimization, who has an obvious interest in maintaining his performance, would know the reasons for and against the vaccination, did not even occur to him. Instead of simply putting up with the fact that Djokovic's opinion is not acceptable to the majority, the airline Ryanair, for example, took the supposed contradiction of being both pro and anti-vaccination on February 15 as an opportunity to mock Djokovic by tweeting, "We are not an airline, but we fly on airplanes." This tongue-in-cheek tweet in the spirit of politically correct marketing received over 180,000 likes, far more than the airline usually collects with its posts. At this point, the Australian corona drama Blick had long since generated so much public pressure against Djokovic that he lost his previous main sponsor Peugeot. While television, editorial writers and class spokespeople from the capitalist world, which was keen to promote wokeness, agreed that the world star was not only shamefully violating his role as a role model but also sacrificing his career to stubbornness, Australia's rigid border policy was not even up for debate. In the last 2 years, the Australian state has senselessly done things to its population that dwarf the arbitrary policies of most other Western countries. The measures in Australia have been so repressive that even ZDF asked in the summer of 2021, "Is Australia violating human rights?" In the anti-corona fortress, as the model country of total virus control is called by zero-COVID supporters, who cited the country together with New Zealand, which took a similarly rigid approach, as proof that Chinese Wuhan solutions were also possible in westernized states, the borders were closed longer than anywhere else. Strict travel bans and continuous curfews were in place, with Melbourne alone experiencing over 240 days of lockdown. Australia was also particularly creative when it came to the ever-changing regulations on mask wearing, social distancing and keeping a safe distance, and like Germany, also focused on making life as difficult as possible for unvaccinated people, regardless of the danger they posed. The island nation was encouraged by initial reports of success with regard to the low infection figures compared to other countries. However, at the end of 2021, these figures also rose in Australia, so that even several regional governments meekly admitted that the zero-COVID strategy had missed the target, a late realization that did not stop the socially consequential actionism. Australia's response to the coronavirus, i.e. its efforts to minimize the possibility of infection by means of biopolitical risk management, was aided by the island nation's traditional security policy, which had attracted critics in the past, particularly with regard to immigration policy, but which had become surprisingly quiet over the past 2 coronavirus years. For example, while quite a few people complained about Australia's policy of sealing off refugees before coronavirus, the same people, as avowed zero-COVID supporters, were all the more enthusiastic about Australia's closed border policy. Being an island can certainly be an advantage when it comes to minimizing dangers, which many Australians appreciate and have taken into account in past elections. Prime Minister Scott Morrison, who is seeking re-election in May and has already switched to election campaigning with his appearance in the Djokovic case, also stands for border protection. Unlike in Germany, where questions about a sensible immigration policy are suspected of being a mere pretext for racist wickedness, the immigration policy in Australia, which is geared towards the security and development of society as a whole, also includes reflection on possible difficulties, which testifies to a national self-confidence that also contributes to an openly critical and non-coercive dialogue with despotic states such as Russia and China. However, such a policy aimed at protecting the national community is inextricably linked to panic production, particularly in health and hygiene policy. In practice, it often goes hand in hand with the reproduction of the most narrow-minded resentments, which can become action-guiding as free-floating collective irrationality. Especially as the popular paradigm of protection can be used to distract from issues that are objectively more urgent, but which politics under the rule of capital can do little to defuse. However, the fact that the population, which is looked after as a potential panic mob, puts up with the paternalism of discourse-leading whips, who restrict freedoms ever more unscrupulously and arbitrarily and then allocate them again in a patronizing manner, is not only due to the peculiarities of Australia and not only to corona. The contemporary prevention and risk policy as a contemporary form of human administration stands for the dissolution of the boundaries of state action that permeates society as a whole. It is characterized by a cycle that can be observed more and more frequently everywhere, the scare scenarios proclaimed by all kinds of experts and profiteers and amplified by means of modern propaganda techniques, which are intended to make citizens prudent and compliant, as it were, produce intensely felt fears, which in turn result in those who are frightened and already completely dependent on the state apparatuses, wanting to see the loudest purveyors of security at the forefront. The sometimes optimistically put forward thesis that corona favors an essentially statist welfare state policy that benefits the economically déclassé is nothing but a fallacy, at least in this positivity. Rather, the focus on prophylactic security together with a new infantile imperative of mindfulness means the totalization of a postmodern Machiavellianism that is intoned pastorally everywhere, whose protagonists focus on the despised individual, who tends towards careless inertia, as a risk that is fundamentally overburdened politically and socially and must be managed accordingly, while a policy of hypothetical suspicion, which can only be called openly spiteful, is practiced against those who deviate from the respective general line. Morrison's pathetic tones about stable borders and safe Australians on the occasion of Novak Djokovic's expulsion did not sound like a sovereign policy of Western provenance, but by no means coincidentally like a swan song to the West. In this country, understanding for any unease about the repressive coronavirus policy is known to be limited. So it was all the more surprising that Norddeutscher Rundfunk, NDR, took the Djokovic case as an opportunity to take a closer look. Australia was a fortress. Families were torn apart for this time. Even funerals of family members were not allowed to enter the country. Behind Melbourne, the venue for the Australian Open, there were 6 lockdowns. Nowhere else in the world were there so many. End of quote. However, the North German view was only apparently a critical one, as the words were expressly not written as criticism. Rather, it was not only the NDR that meant that with a little understanding for the abstract idea of protecting life, one can somehow live with a massive political harassment that extends into the private sphere, but not with someone like Novak Djokovic. According to NDR, what he is getting away with is a slap in the face for all Australians who have endured tough coronavirus restrictions over the past year and a half. End of quote. Such pseudo-empathic lamentation of a refusal to show solidarity and irresponsible selfishness only serves the purpose of declaring the aforementioned restrictions to be appropriate and, above all, without alternative. At the same time, it is an expression of an advanced depoliticization that makes its moralistic contribution to the collective refusal to reflect on the permanent state of emergency and automatically labels every critic as an antisocial community pest. The argument of necessity, which has always been used to declare economic atrocities as unavoidable, is now particularly valid in the prevailing welfare technocracy. Whoever pretends to be scientifically legalized in the name of protecting and rescuing has, in case of doubt, sovereignty of interpretation. Suffering people must constantly be presented and maudlin stories unpacked, not to change anything for the better, but to emotionally defend what is. Where society forms itself into a moral collective under the proclamation of a scientific lack of alternatives, the accusation that is particularly popular in Germany, which is always heard when innocent people are to be persecuted, must not be missing. Tennis players are lone fighters, but that doesn't mean they have to be egoists. But Novak Djokovic's behavior during the coronavirus pandemic is exactly that, selfish. End quote. The fact that the Tagestman presenter Julia Buckler, who was so lamenting on January 10th, accuses a competitive athlete of all people of egoism, for whom competition, envy of success, and of course, ruthlessness towards himself and others are the basis of his success, is particularly ridiculous, but also points to the claim to absoluteness that is linked to the contemporary paradigm of careful governance. For every individual must be reached and their loyalty must be comprehensive. The coronavirus propaganda, which comes across as a mixture of infantility and command and is aptly summarized in the demo slogan "Vaccinate instead of scolding," meets a milieu close to the government in which obedience and renunciation for the good cause are valued equally as a sustainable test of endurance and occupational therapy. The fight against selfishness has always been a constitutive component of bourgeois ideology, as success and pleasure are supposed to be traceable back to higher values because overly selfish actions would reveal too much about the trade secrets of the prevailing competitive order. However, such accusations of selfishness once presupposed that people had actually exaggerated their ruthlessness towards others in order to get ahead. In contrast, in post-bourgeois times of crisis, the mere suspicion of not wanting to join in is enough to be pilloried as a leprous egoist. The associated mass cultural pressure to conform also links the various mobilizations of recent years. There are good reasons to defend egoism against this. As much as egoistic goals point to a limited existence, a sensible organization of society is only conceivable as one that is oriented towards individual happiness, of which egoistic purposes and settings are a reminder despite everything. In today's risk society, however, it is hardly about concrete individual behavior in dealing with colleagues or about ruthless enjoyment in interhuman, which hardly any of those willing to retreat are capable of anyway, but about proclaimed irresponsibility towards abstract goals, about the guilt that those who do not bow to the imperatives issued bring upon themselves. The coercion accepted in the name of health protection shows that there is a great willingness to sacrifice minimal freedoms and the differently distributed happiness in life that the West once stood for. It may be taken into account that the hectoring TV puppet, who compensates for his lack of talent as a presenter with juvenile crudeness, gets into his stride out of justified envy towards Schmidt, but that doesn't make it any better. His torrent of words manifests the desire for a punitive instance of the authoritarian state, from which the collective of denunciators demands that the egotistical perpetrators be put out of action. Because one has proudly participated in everything up to total self-infantilization, everyone else should pull themselves together. In the West, there is still a vague idea of where the limits of state intervention should lie, which results in a sometimes still audible compulsion to justify oneself. The clearer it becomes that the establishment of a never-ending hygiene policy control procedure has been overdone, the more vehemently the authoritarian taboos that have been broken are defended. This also includes the talk of conspiracy narratives, which can be recognized as mere projection and which the conspiratorial community of the most zealous participants accuses their opponents of. Of the three professionals who have dominated men's singles tennis for over 10 years, the Swiss Federer is a crowd favorite and is regarded on and off the court as the embodiment of playful elegance and modesty, while the Spaniard Nadal, who fights for every point to the point of self-flagellation, enjoys cult status among the more staid tennis fans as a force of nature on two legs. Only Djokovic has always been the subject of criticism in the respect accorded to him. He doesn't play spectacularly enough, is too quick-tempered and often a touch too ambitious. What has been initiated against him since Melbourne has nothing to do with preferences in terms of sporting entertainment. His opponents wanted to finish him off as a sportsman and as a citizen. The Frankfurter Rundschau, for example, which specializes in snooping, stated that he had probably lost himself in a twisted world of conspiracy theories, historical revisionism and Serbian nationalism, and not only accused him of meeting the wrong people such as pseudo-historians, ultranationalists and conspiracy theorists. The paper found Djokovic's penchant for esotericism particularly offensive, as if the German media didn't always have an open ear for alternative ways of holistic self-improvement, as if the demand for ultimate salvation and alternative medical body enhancement wasn't particularly high in those green alternative districts such as Frankfurt's Nordend, in other words, where the Frankfurter Rundschau is still a particularly popular read. The top marks for Djokovic were naturally poor. Quote, "But of course it's always sad, the realization that perhaps the best tennis player in history, who could do so much good with his influence, somehow also seems to be a real blockhead." End quote. The fact that being perhaps the best player in history is no longer enough, that as such you also have to be an ideologically pleasing contemporary who can be presented to school classes without hesitation as a multiplier of the government's position, probably also testifies to the fundamental weakening of the performance principle in favor of the right attitude. Against this backdrop, it is important to remember that the principle of achievement measures what someone can do, and not what someone is or thinks they are, and therefore requires a certain degree of practical relevance to reality. From Djokovic's individual depravity, one came unerringly to his origins. The small country with big nationalist complexes, Deutschlandfunk, 17.1. 2022, is instrumentalizing the world-famous national hero for political skirmishes, according to journalist Caroline Fetcher from the Tagesspiegel on Deutschlandfunk radio. The reason for the uproar was the passion with which many Serbs supported their sporting idol, ultimately interpreting the Australian action as anti-Serbian. Serbia's President Aleksandar Vučić had even raged the day before that the tennis star was being treated like a mass murderer, Süddeutsche Zeitung, January 16, 2022, which is a skewed comparison because a state of national emergency is not usually declared because of a mass murderer. In the case of the Serbian victim narrative, according to Fetcher, we are dealing with a mixture of projection and phantasm that is hard to top. She locates the reason for what she sees as particularly brutal larmoyance in the Yugoslavian civil war, which she shortens to the following aspect for dramaturgical reasons. Quote, "If there were mass murders anywhere in Europe after the Second World War, then unfortunately they were crimes such as Srebrenica, which was a mass murder by Serbian paramilitaries and military personnel of predominantly Muslim Bosniaks. There were also several mass murders in Kosovo. This is a major perpetrator trauma for the Serbs." End of quote. In truth, it is such anti-Serbian invectives that make it impossible to determine Serbia's role in the Yugoslav war in a way that is committed to the historical truth. There is nothing to gloss over when it comes to ugly nationalism, which does indeed exist among Serbs, except that the critical international psychologists willingly reeled off program has little to do with Djokovic's expulsion from Australia, so the accusation of instrumentalization falls back on Fetcher herself. The talk about the Serbs' trauma as perpetrators comes at a time when panic is spreading among those in power and their media supporters in Australia and elsewhere that their policies could still be blamed on them and that they might be held accountable. While the Australians remained focused on the painted health catastrophe, the very German contribution consisted of pathologizing a foreign athlete as the son of a perpetrator nation, as the representative of a gang of murderers who, due to their origins, have no choice but to lead others to ruin. In their analyses of the Serbian character, such judgmental Germans tend to overlook the fact that the Serbian reaction against the West became all the more national the more its members were collectively driven into a corner. It is no coincidence that Yugoslavia always comes to mind when Germans look back on wars and horrors after 1945. After all, the bombing of Belgrade with German participation does not really fit in with the morale-sapping dialogue and peace kitsch that Germany's spokespeople spout incessantly. The hypocrisy presented by Foreign Minister Fischer at the time in a self-accusatory pose, based on falsifications and half-truths, of having to wage war for human rights in Kosovo with a heavy heart because of Auschwitz, could hardly be surpassed in baseness. Nonetheless, the pattern of argumentation developed into a raison d'etre that has become indispensable today, which is presented as a mission of destiny and includes never standing idly by as well as mercilessly looking the other way in the case of Ukraine. It fits into the ideological scheme and is in no way contradictory that Djokovic, as a declared member of a perpetrator nation, also arouses German pity as the war boy Djokovic, and that his tennis career is sometimes even kitsched up as the rise of a war invalid. It is no coincidence that the first Djokovic biography published in German in March is called Ein Leben lang im Krieg. As long as historical responsibility makes it possible to turn responsible people into carecases, against whom one acts as a protecting power because of Auschwitz, the subsidiary protection principle, behind which the Germans are also hiding in the case of Ukraine, will continue to apply until revoked. Instead of simply helping refugees, a piece of unrestrained self-dramatization is being performed once again, which currently serves the purpose of not positioning itself too much as a Western war party against Russia as a charitable superpower. The entire Djokovic family achieved greater notoriety, energetically taking sides with their son in specially convened press releases and also lashing out against Australia on these occasions. There is undoubtedly something strange about a man in his mid-30s being publicly represented by his family with his obvious approval, and this is probably due to the fact that professional tennis careers often start at a biographically early stage thanks to intensive support from parents, with much falling by the wayside that creates distance from the family. The growing together of the clan, which gives its members archaic trust, links the family policy of the tennis family clucking together with general tendencies outside of sport. However, Father Srdjan Djokovic did not become the focus of public attention because of this, but because of the following nonsense. Jesus was crucified and subjected to many things, but he persevered and is still alive among us. Novak was crucified in the same way. Although the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung has long since bid farewell to the Christian Occident, it was unwilling to let such a banalization sit on Jesus. In Novak Djokovic's father, two characteristics have come together that often occur together elsewhere: megalomania and stupidity. There is hardly any other way to interpret the interview that the tennis player's father gave about his son's troubles in Australia. End quote. After the outrageous defamation of Jesus, the Bavarian-based evangelical Sonntagsblatt also had to intervene. Quote, even before Novak Djokovic, people who faced public criticism due to their statements or behavior were compared to Jesus. This is rarely appropriate, but in this case it is particularly impertinent. Since when has Jesus stood for reckless behavior? When exactly did Jesus put selfishness and know-it-all behavior above reason and responsibility? And when again was Jesus crucified for refusing to protect his own health and the health of others? End quote. Certainly, you have to be pretty sophisticated and desperate to be so inferior to the majority opinion, because you hope it will distract you from the current church crisis. What is even more remarkable, however, is that the interested accusation mania does not even shy away from turning Jesus into a balanced health freak with a penchant for social kitsch, i.e. humanizing him into a true-to-life idol who also happens to be confusingly similar to moralists from the Sunday paper. From the very beginning, the whole COVID participation theater was also designed as an honorary position for the entire population. First everyone should, then everyone had to get involved, gladly with what they can. This inevitably led to an accumulation of ugliness in the service of public health propaganda that was compromising even by German standards. This harnessing of everyone, the sheer number of people who help to control, tell nonsense and denounce, is also a reason why the urgently needed enlightenment will hardly take place. Meanwhile, a religious connotation of a completely different kind caught the eye of British conservative Mary Harrington. On the occasion of the rationally inexplicable fear of fans who announced that they wanted to avoid the Australian Open because of Djokovic, she judged that the celebrated COVID fear had more to do with social than bacterial purity. The growing tendency, Harrington continued, to treat the unvaccinated as unclean, and therefore toxic, is reminiscent of Christian exclusion procedures against the unbaptized from times gone by. Quote, vaccination increasingly, also, has a social significance alongside the medical one. It becomes a ritual infusion, albeit as an injection, not as an anointing of a sacred liquid, the use of which grants freedom from a spiritual stain. End quote. Given the mass receptivity to the new welcoming rites, pastoral speeches, and sectarian exclusion procedures, it is reasonable to assume that we are dealing with a second-hand superstition noted by Adorno, in which the persecution of the other is intended to distract us from our own doubts. Those who declare an almost eternal state of emergency because of coronavirus think in terms of invisible forces that threaten their fellow countrymen with mass death as microscopic droplets. As ideologues, they must already recognize the actual perpetrator in the doubters of the political mission, the master of the droplets, who, like Novak Djokovic, does not belong in the country due to the risk of spiritual contamination of the population. Djokovic, by his very existence and the rumor about him, has been declared a foreign public enemy whose mere presence on Australian soil could have a pernicious influence on the population. More and more people feel conspicuously comfortable where signs are set, where the speaker's voice is cut off by consternation and everyone ends up standing and clapping. In these great moments of humanity, people enjoy themselves above all. The culture of charitable staging, in which the occasions and slogans are interchangeable, is characterized by the active involvement of those involved. If it were only about the subjective whims of moralizing seekers of meaning, one could ignore the spectacle of goodness sworn to conformism, but it is increasingly a means of integration into inverted circumstances. The public consensus that is established with the help of targeted language policy forces individuals to integrate and, despite the pseudo-practice, reinforces the feeling of powerlessness in general. It is by no means a coincidence that the permanently demanded wokeness, solidarity, or assumption of responsibility goes hand in hand with the almost complete renunciation of organized wage struggle. Almost all spheres of society, from education to work to the culture industry, are permeated by the spirit of this caring, fixated advertising humanity, not least because the underlying subject ideal is not an individual guided by interest and reason, but a morally reliable active citizen who can be managed and exploited in the best possible way. However, this permanent emotionalization and activation of the population is missed if the new engagement is formulated solely as a criticism of the younger generation that is compatible with the feuilleton, or if we focus on sensitive people who cause stress with their victim stories, especially at universities. Whether on the occasion of the so-called cancel culture, in the cultivation of all kinds of identity violations, or in the midst of ever new waves of official government solidarity, the subjective deformations are to be understood as a consequence of extended state pedagogical interventions and pastoral propaganda techniques, and as such must also be brought to the fore. The good, according to Philippe Maret in his essay The Realm of the Good, written 30 years ago, is the anticipated answer to all questions that are no longer asked. It is enough for the subjects, deprived of all secrets and desires, to pray the rosary of human rights in front of the screen. Such a spectacle, in which being there is everything, demands repetition. It is not enough to be pithily unctuous, it should first look as if you are constantly rediscovering the moon of good deeds. End quote. It is important to the generous spreaders of guaranteed good thinking that the impression is preserved that they are fighting alone and at great risk against the most terrifying enemies. Being good requires villains who are confronted not intellectually but morally. Quote, the call for denunciation is already spreading unabashedly and without the slightest indignation. After all, it's about the good of all. Please take care of what doesn't concern you, a recent advertisement said. Yes, go ahead, let's take care of everything, let's just not be lazy. End quote. On an individual level, this means that opponents are being whined about, but on a complementary level, it also means that the public is being suppressed by a civil society that tends to be hysterical, making it impossible for any useful insight to emerge from a civilized debate. Novak Djokovic is seen as an egotist with a disgusting worldview in the realm of the good due to his lack of coronavirus vaccination, and is therefore the complete opposite of the community of the willing. Thanks to his wealth, he could safely ignore the angry uprising of his opponents. However, the vast majority of the unvaccinated, to whose bullying the state has been systematically contributing for months, do not have this choice. The de facto alimentation of their rights, their social eradication, is at the same time a test of how the unwilling should be dealt with in future. For this reason alone, Djokovic's expulsion from Australia does not simply stand on its own. In the past 2 years, no one has been forced to repeat, check or denigrate. They have followed the instructions issued in accordance with the regulations and used the specter of the unsound as an opportunity to fulfill the collective mission even more mindlessly. The triumph of being on the right side could be enjoyed in all of this. The schadenfreude expressed in comments and comment columns is a deliberate part of the mobilization. This desire to suppress, which is entrenched behind the staging of solidarity, is probably also one of the reasons why the never-resting caretakers are always well-rested and full of energy for the next round of crises, despite all the drama, in order to keep an eye out for digestible enemies while celebrating their goodness. When asked by the Bild TV presenter at the beginning of August 2021 whether we could soon expect a Freedom Day in Germany like the one in the UK, CSU General Secretary Markus Blum replied, "Unfortunately, Corona has shown us time and again that it is very difficult to make forecasts." Bild, August 8, 2021. The problem is, as Blum had also announced to Bild a few weeks earlier, that Corona always has new and often negative surprises in store for us. Such seemingly self-critical statements, such as Jens Spann's that there are no absolute truths in this pandemic, should be understood as they are meant. as a blanket authorization issued to itself by a policy that wants to systematically make any criticism of its actions impossible in advance. After the regime of measures at the beginning of the so-called corona crisis had been justified with the prevention of arbitrary mass deaths, it very quickly became clear that the absolute majority of the population has nothing or hardly anything to fear from a corona infection, as it is usually harmless, if not completely symptom-free, in healthy people. However, since very old and previously ill people were expected to have severe COVID-19 courses, the political regulatory instruments, Bloom, were subsequently legitimized by the fact that a collapse of the healthcare system and an allegedly imminent triage situation in Germany had to be prevented. However, the German intensive care units have never come close to being overloaded since March 2020 because, as the Federal Audit Office explained in a report from early June 2021 on the federal government's coronavirus spending, the corresponding reports were due to a prior reduction in intensive care beds on the part of hospital management, who presumably wanted to tap into financial incentives from the Federal Ministry of Health, a fact that Karl Lauterbach described as fraud on Bild TV. June 17, 2021. A report commissioned by the Federal Ministry of Health from the Leibniz Institute for Economic Research on April 30 also found that the temporal total proportion of COVID patients in German hospitals in 2020 was just 1.9% fraud. As the catastrophes failed to materialize despite all the scientifically verified forecasts, it was soon no longer the fear of COVID death, but the fear of a mere COVID disease or infection that guided government action. Every single, symptom-free infection was, in the words of Marcus Soter, one too many. Thus, by the beginning of 2021 at the latest, the government had effectively agreed on the line that the left-wing authoritarian Zero-COVID initiative had taken up the previous December. The goal must not be 250 or 25 new infections, it must be zero. There is no other explanation for the fact that the government did not declare the epidemic situation of national significance to be over at a time when the nationwide incidence rate, whose significance in terms of a general threat is null and void anyway, as it is predominantly based on positive PCR tests from healthy people, was at 5 infected people per 100,000, early July 2021, but on the contrary prepared to extend it again. However, the government's decision on August 10 to no longer offer free rapid coronavirus tests from October 11, 2021, in order to urge unvaccinated people to get the coronavirus vaccine shows that even this attempt to understand the political approach in a reasonably rational way must fail and proves to be a tendentious rationalization. The decision to abolish compensation payments for quarantine-related loss of earnings for unvaccinated people, which will also come into force in the fall, goes in the same direction. The result is foreseeable in both cases. Hardly anyone will get tested anymore, which thwarts the state's official goal to contain the pandemic for the sake of discriminating against the unvaccinated. With regard to the coronavirus vaccination and the herd immunity it aims to achieve, government personnel and their scientific collaborators also changed their standards as and when they saw fit. In April 2020, RKI head Lothar Wieler claimed that the pandemic was under control, and therefore no longer a pandemic, when 60 to 70% of the population had been infected, to Gestjaw, April 30, 2020. 1 year later, there was no longer any talk of the targeted level of infection. Now it was all about the vaccination campaign that had just started. In order to dry up the coronavirus, almost 2/3 of Germans must protect themselves with a vaccine, Merker he, December 22, 2021. The foreseeable fulfillment of these targets in turn led Wheeler and his cohorts to change their views. Now it was 85% who were supposed to be immune, and this exclusively through vaccination, while de facto immunity, i.e. even without vaccination, should no longer play a role. The situation was very similar with the requirements for the general vaccination offer, which the head of the Chancellery, Helge Braun, had defined as follows in March 2021. If we have made a vaccination offer to everyone in Germany, then we can return to normality in all areas. And all restrictions will fall. Those who do not take up their vaccination offer make their individual decision to accept the risk of illness. FAZ Online, March 3, 2021. It remains pure speculation that the target that all measures would be dropped at a vaccination rate of 85% would be different from the previous ones and that there would not be a subsequent correction. Apart from that, the goal of vaccinating 85% of the total population, including infants, young children, for whom there is no vaccine, as well as pregnant women and convalescents, is unlikely to be achieved without mandatory vaccination. However, this does not generally detract from the engagement of German corona fighters. Neither the initiators of Zero-COVID nor the no-COVID strategists of the 13-member expert group led by virologist Melanie Brinkman, who like them, called for an incidence reduction to zero, were impressed by the fact that no human pathogenic virus has ever been completely eradicated in the history of medicine. The fact that there is still no immediate statistical correlation between government coercive measures such as lockdowns and curfews on the one hand and the infection rate, R-value, on the other has neither led to a rethink nor to an official apology to those affected by the serious policy measures. Instead, culprits are identified within the population whose irresponsibility has led or is still leading to the virus still spreading, which in turn requires all kinds of measures. After the lateral thinkers and mask deniers were first pilloried in the political media, it was the turn of the so-called unvaccinated from summer 2021. The Leopoldina behavioral economist and top researcher, FAZ, Armin Falk noted, "Those who do not get vaccinated create what we economists call negative externality. In this case, the consequences are devastating: deaths, lockdowns, school closures, psychological damage, bankruptcies, multi-billion euro bailouts by the state." FAZE, July 29, 2021. Unvaccinated people are accordingly considered stupid, Falk, crazy, Joachim Gauck, and socially harmful, Thilo Schneider, FDP. After those who wanted to be vaccinated did so in spring and summer, the willingness to be vaccinated waned in late summer, as expected. Those who have been vaccinated against COVID so far are predominantly members of the groups whose physical vulnerability was originally used to legitimize the corona measures. The argument was that the vulnerability of risk groups was primarily, if not exclusively, socially problematic because, unlike influenza, for example, no vaccine was available for them. In this way, the restrictions on freedom and the need to show solidarity were justified for an entire year. Due to the immediate research efforts to develop a vaccine, the argument also opened up the prospect that the state of emergency could end in the foreseeable future, precisely at the time when all those to be protected would have had the opportunity to be vaccinated. However, this prospect, or rather hope of the end of the measures regime, which was something of a last straw for quite a few people who were plunged into a material or psycho-emotional existential crisis by the lockdown, was snapped up by German politicians the moment it became reality. Suddenly, it would supposedly no longer be enough to only vaccinate the risk groups. All Germans would have to accept the vaccination offer as quickly as possible, was the updated motto. In view of the diminished willingness to be vaccinated, one could ask why, after a year and a half of a pandemic from the Greek pandemos, concerning the whole people, a not inconsiderable proportion of the population does not consider a coronavirus vaccination to be necessary for themselves. It would be reasonable to assume that the allegedly ongoing, generally dangerous epidemic scenario would encourage people to protect themselves against it as quickly and comprehensively as possible. However, this question, which is aimed at objective reality, is not even asked. The answer is obvious. People who do not want to be vaccinated consider the risk of coronavirus infection to be lower than the risks of vaccination, and often for good reasons, depending on the individual risk of illness. The COVID-19 vaccines approved in the EU since December last year have been granted conditional marketing authorization by the European Medicines Agency, EMA. The German Federal Institute for Vaccines and Biomedicines, Paul-Ehrlich Institute, also granted the new vaccines a conditional marketing authorization. The EMA writes on its website, "In the interest of public health, applicants may be granted conditional marketing authorization for medicinal products for which less comprehensive clinical data is available than would normally be required, if the benefit of the immediate availability of the medicinal product outweighs the risk of requiring additional data." End quote. Due to the exceptional circumstances of the authorization, a conditional marketing authorization entails specific obligations for the vaccine manufacturers. These include the completion of ongoing or new studies or the collection of additional data to confirm that the risk-benefit balance remains positive. End quote. The decisive factor is that the available data indicate that the benefits of the medicinal product outweigh the risks, and the applicant should be able to provide comprehensive clinical data in the future. End quote. Conditional marketing authorizations are valid for a period of 1 year. At the end of this period, the conditional marketing authorization can be converted into a regular marketing authorization, provided that the manufacturer can submit the necessary datasets and use them to confirm the relative safety of the respective medicinal product. The conditional marketing authorization for the EU, which corresponds to an accelerated procedure, should not be confused with a so-called emergency use authorization issued by the corresponding authorities in the USA, Israel, and the UK. According to the European Commission's definition, emergency use authorization is not actually an authorization of the vaccine, but an authorization for the temporary use of an unauthorized vaccine. An emergency use authorization allows the temporary use of a medicinal product under certain conditions in an emergency situation. The central difference between the two authorization principles is the liability obligation, which is transferred from the vaccine manufacturer to the respective state in the case of emergency authorization. For both authorization procedures, however, data on the safety of the vaccines with regard to unexpected long-term effects is not available. For this reason, individual vaccine companies are required to have a risk management plan to ensure the structured collection of additional data. Hartmut Hengel, virologist at the University of Freiburg, summarizes this as follows: if the data indicate a problem, then action will be taken and approval will indeed be withdrawn. If there is no evidence of such problems, then the vaccine will keep its approval and hopefully do a lot of good. SWRE, July 29, 2021. Despite the increased cooperation of international scientists and the fact that individual research steps have been accelerated due to massive financial allocations, the risk of delayed damage to health, however small it may be statistically, remains, especially in the case of mRNA vaccination, which is a novel, i.e. not yet market-approved, vaccination principle. The virologist Alexander Kelkel described these risks, or rather the nature of these risks, as unknown unknowns. The 7EU, like vaccines, could theoretically initiate processes in the body that we do not even suspect could exist. Although Kelkel considers the vaccines to be safe, he also says, "We don't know today what the long-term results will be." Welt Online, September 14, 2021. In other words, the term unexpected side effects means that they can occur contrary to scientific and therefore best-informed expectations, i.e. they cannot be completely ruled out in any likely case. Nothing else is meant by the EMA statements when it says that the benefit of immediate availability must be weighed against the risk that additional data is required. It is obvious that such a balancing act for a virus such as coronavirus, or an infectious disease such as COVID-19, must be different for different individuals. While the benefits of a vaccination generally outweigh the risks for those for whom a coronavirus infection may be associated with a severe course of the disease or even death, and the individual vaccinated can also be relieved of the fear, however objectively justified, of going out among people without worrying, this cannot be said of even reasonably healthy children and adolescents as well as younger healthy adults. Since the latter have virtually nothing to fear from a corona infection even if they become ill, i.e. have symptoms, the benefit-risk ratio (EMA) is almost contrary in their case against the background of a lack of data on vaccine safety. If you look at the official figures, you can see that in 1.5 years of the coronavirus pandemic, 15 children between the ages of 0 and 9 have died from COVID-19. Between the ages of 10 and 19, 11 people died. Between the ages of 20 and 29, 98 died. Between the ages of 30 and 39, 248, and between the ages of 40 and 49 still under 1,000, namely 736 people, Statista, as of September 2, 2021. It should be noted that these are unadjusted figures, which means that symptom-free deaths, such as accident victims and cancer patients with a positive PCR test, as well as people who died of regular causes of death several weeks or even months after a coronavirus infection, are also included. The exact number of falsely reported corona deaths can remain an open question here. What is certain is that the official death figures must be corrected downward significantly, which is no secret. Those responsible at the Robert Koch Institute, to which the health authorities report the deaths, know and confirm this. But they want to make sure that no corona deaths are missing from the statistics. In view of these figures, the question arises as to why so many healthy people under 50 felt the need to get vaccinated against COVID as soon as possible. The reason is clearly that the coronavirus has been sold as a threat to all of us since summer 2020 at the latest, when more and more people began to question the real basis for the solidarity demanded of them. Since then, politicians and their media followers have done everything they can to counterfactually suggest to the population that a coronavirus infection is more or less equally dangerous for all age groups. It has long been proven that the highest proportion of 46.4% of all deaths from and with corona in Germany occurred in the age group of 80 to 89 years, the second highest proportion in the group aged 90 and over. 89% of people who died in connection with the coronavirus were older than 69 years. In the age range from 0 to 49 years, the proportion, again based on official mortality statistics from the Robert Koch Institute, was 0.8%. The respective age-specific risk of dying from a coronavirus infection is offset by the physical damage that can potentially be caused by a coronavirus vaccination. In its safety report dated September 20, 2021, the Paul-Ehrlich Institute (PEI) reports 153,360 suspected cases of vaccination complications reported from Germany in connection with a vaccination since the start of the vaccination campaign. A total of 101,877,124 vaccinations were administered across Germany. Of the suspected cases reported, 15,122 were serious adverse reactions. In 1,450 suspected cases, a fatal outcome was reported at varying intervals after vaccination. The reporting rate for all vaccines together was 1.5 reports per 1,000 vaccine doses. For serious reactions, 0.15 reports per 1,000 vaccine doses. It is not possible at this point to investigate the individual indications of specific health damage that occurred in connection with a vaccination, or even to determine their relative frequency. Apart from this, a causal relationship cannot be derived immediately from the temporal correlation. In this respect, the PI is also right when it distinguishes in its safety reports on side effects and vaccination complications between death from and with a vaccination, a distinction that has not been made in the past year and a half with regard to corona deaths, as it is well known that as a rule every death with a positive PCR test was identified and registered as a corona death. In general, it is striking how differently the risks of a corona infection on the one hand and the risks of vaccinating the population on the other are discussed in public discourse. While the former is said to be a problem in any case, vaccination is said to be nothing to fear in any case. The fact that the population plays along with this game can only be explained by a trust in the state, which is maintained even when it is obvious that the state-appointed vaccination propagandists are talking about sheer panic, which explicitly takes possible victims into account. Jürgen Zastrow, the head of the Cologne vaccination doctors, who is very present in the media, announced on behalf of many, "If there's a fire, we have to put it out and can't think about whether water is running into the cellar." Zastrow, who lacks any scientific objectivity and prudence, was also not afraid to call for the resignation of the STIKO, as it did not recommend the immediate vaccination of children despite the lack of data. He described STIKO head Thomas Mertens as unbearable and intolerable, Welt Online, September 14, 2021. Zealots like Jürgen Zastrow set the tone, because his political medical enthusiasm for vaccination is that of both state policy and the ideologically leading left-wing class. Careful, transparent, and prudent tracking of possible vaccine damage quite obviously contradicts the generally binding goals of a guideline supported by the majority of the population, according to which vaccinations should be given before the fall come hell or high water. While German daily newspapers track down almost every child who has allegedly been struggling with long COVID for months in order to publish pages of reports about it, there is hardly any interest in people who have been struggling with paralysis and other serious health problems since their vaccination or who have even died after being vaccinated. One of the reasons for this is that many pathologists and autopsy doctors are pushing for more autopsies to be carried out on deceased people who were vaccinated shortly before their death. In March 2021, the Federal Association of German Pathologists wrote to Health Minister Spahn calling for more autopsies to be carried out in order to find out more about possible links between deaths and vaccinations. The letter remained unanswered. Welt Online, March 8, 2021. The chairman of the German Society of Pathology also wrote to the Ministry of Health. He also received no reply, reporting, "We don't have a good data situation. The ministry should have a different drive." Welt Online, September 14, 2021. And the chief pathologist at the University of Heidelberg, Peter Skirmacher, also warned of a high number of unreported vaccine deaths. Pathologists would not even know about most patients who die after and possibly as a result of a vaccination. End of quote. Skirmacher assumes that of the more than 40 people who have already undergone autopsies at his institute, 30 to 40% have died from the vaccination. Erd Zublatt, February 8, 2021. The situation is similar with the reports of vaccination complications to the Paul-Ehrlich Institute. After the Berlin opera singer Bettina Ranch had to seek medical treatment for facial paralysis immediately after coronavirus vaccination, she made allegations against one of the doctors treating her for allegedly not reporting the case to the responsible body. For Antje Grieve, a medical employee at the Karlsruhe Health Authority, this is anything but surprising. Due to the complicated reporting channels and the poor reporting ethic, many vaccination injuries do not even appear in the official statistics. In addition, there is no control at all as to whether a vaccination complication is reported anywhere, which is why a considerable underreporting of vaccination complications, including deaths, after vaccination can be assumed, with the number of deaths from COVID falling significantly. The death rates of COVID deaths and vaccination deaths continue to converge, and it would be fatal if one day there were a tie or a surplus of vaccination deaths without this fact even being noticed due to
Underreporting, Berliner Zeitung, 21. September 2021.
The reference to possible vaccination complications is generally dismissed in the media and public as exaggerated scaremongering, as the risk is negligible in view of the above-mentioned figures and the vaccinations are safe overall. However, the question of vaccine safety is less hypothetical than it might seem at first glance. Apart from the fact that false predictions regarding the safety of medicines in recent medical history are by no means as rare as one would wish as an end consumer, the release or recommendation of the vector vaccine Vaxzevria from the manufacturer AstraZeneca for all age groups and its subsequent withdrawal also proves that pharmaceutical companies and state regulatory authorities can be wrong. Here, too, it was initially said that there was nothing to worry about, as nothing was known about serious side effects. However, after an increase in sinus vein thrombosis, blood clots in the brain, was observed in young people shortly after vaccination with Vaxzevria, from which several people died, the Standing Committee on Vaccination of the federal government, STIKO, corrected its recommendation on March 30th. From now on, only people aged 60 and over should be vaccinated with Vaxzevria. The warnings about blood clots after vaccination were subsequently included in the manufacturer's product information. The AstraZeneca case is not only instructive when it comes to the subsequent correction of forecasts that the media, politicians, and researchers claim are scientifically proven and therefore valid for all time. It also shows how things stand with the universally praised facts and the associated evidence, which the contemporary scientific positivist consciousness assumes would automatically dictate how they should be interpreted. Although the head of the EMA vaccination department, Marco Cavalieri, had stated with regard to the vaccine damage that in his opinion there is a connection with the vaccine, his authority subsequently continued to adhere to its recommendation for all age groups, as the benefits allegedly continue to outweigh the risks. Deutschlandfunk, May 9, 2021. The Danish health authorities permanently discontinued the use of the vaccine due to the complications, i.e. made the exact opposite decision with regard to the risk-benefit ratio. It is clear that the seemingly purely evidence-based medical judgment that a vaccine is safe is ultimately always also a value-based political decision, which can therefore turn out differently even if the facts are identical. It cannot be a question of deciding in the abstract whether one should be vaccinated against COVID-19 or not. Anyone who rates the personal risk of dying from a corona infection as high, or who cannot get the fear out of their head without vaccination, should be vaccinated. After all, vaccination complications seem to be quite rare despite the uncertainties described. However, the prevailing consensus does not want such a consideration of the individual risk profile. It is therefore no wonder that from the outset there was a push to vaccinate children and adolescents from the age of 12, even though the Standing Committee on Vaccination had not issued a general vaccination recommendation for these age groups until the beginning of August. STIKO chairman Thomas Mertens justified this by stating that there were no sufficient studies on the side effects and consequential damage of a coronavirus vaccination, meaning above all possible inflammation of the heart muscle, and that adolescents only very rarely fell seriously ill with COVID-19. Apart from that, there is already a vaccination recommendation for children and adolescents with high risk potential, such as obesity, diabetes, and chronic lung diseases. The EMA argued in a very similar way, granting a general conditional approval for childhood vaccinations, but at the same time adding that this applies in particular to children with pre-existing conditions that increase the risk of a severe course of COVID-19. German politicians were not dissuaded by the STIKO scientists from pushing for the vaccination of children and adolescents aged 12 and over, even without their recommendation. While for months anyone who, as a layperson or scientist, allows themselves to deviate from the official scientific consensus has been identified as a science denier, and thus a lateral thinker, politicians from all parties did not shy away from defaming the members of STIKO because they did not align their scientific recommendations immediately with the wishes of the state. We appreciate STIKO, but this is an honorary organization, said Marcus Soder, for example. The EMA, the European Medicines Agency, those are the professionals. They have decided, yes, the vaccine is approved. BR Online, 15.7.2021. Karl Lauterbach added on Marcus Lands that the STIKO had once done a good job, but now had to come back to full bloom. Baden-Württemberg's health minister Manfred Lucha, Greens, sounded the same note when he suggested that the STIKO recommendations could be interpreted a little more generously. This is of great importance in times when the fourth wave is rolling in and variants are appearing. Welt Online, February 8, 2021. These assessments were naturally contradicted by a number of pediatricians. For example, Jörg Dotsch, director of the Clinic for Pediatric and Adolescent Medicine at Cologne University Hospital, who emphasized that even the so-called Delta variant, according to the current state of knowledge, does not change the fact that children and adolescents have little to nothing to fear from a corona infection. Quote, I currently consider the health risks of a corona infection for children and adolescents to be so low that waiting for new findings on vaccination can also be an option for hesitant people. End quote. Incidentally, the mortality rate and severity of illness in children and adolescents after a corona infection are similarly low as with seasonal flu. Welt Online, June 29, 2021. For children in the age group of 12 to 16, the risk of dying from and with COVID-19 is 0.0009% according to current knowledge. Welt Online, September 6, 2021. As STIKO chairman Mertens emphasized, no child under 17 in Germany has died exclusively from COVID-19, Stuttgarter Zeitung, September 30, 2021. In contrast, it seems almost grotesque when Karl Lauterbach says that a coronavirus vaccination is exclusively a protective measure for the children themselves. It's only about the children. It's not about herd immunity, it's not about indirectly protecting the elderly or whatever. Welt Online, June 8, 2021. As politically desired, the STIKO has now submitted the recommendation for children and adolescents aged 12 and over. Vaccination was also carried out without a recommendation anyway, after medical advice and on individual request and risk acceptance, he, August 16, 2021. Mertens had previously stated that they would try to accommodate politics a little. Welt Online, August 17, 2021. The justification for this step is revealing in this context. After the Commission had spoken of mostly uncomplicated courses with regard to myocarditis in vaccinated people, it now stated that the recommendation was primarily aimed at the direct protection of vaccinated children and adolescents from COVID-19 and the associated psychosocial sequelae. The Paul-Ehrlich Institute also wrote in a press release on the EU approval of the vaccine for children and adolescents that, in addition to the direct medical benefit for the vaccinated person, i.e. the prevention or mitigation of the disease and the consequences of the disease, the indirect and, if applicable, the social or socio-psychological benefit should also be taken into account. We can only speculate as to what is meant by the social or socio-psychological benefit of a coronavirus vaccination for people who have little or nothing to fear from COVID-19, as described neither by the STIKO nor by the Paul-Ehrlich Institute. It can be assumed that the benefit should be that children and young people are freed from the panic and bad conscience of dying of COVID or of bringing their fellow human beings to their graves through unnoticed virus transmission, which would mean admitting that young people have been affected for a whole year in a way that has had serious and possibly long-term psychological consequences. Not only a large proportion of children, but also many parents are apparently so out of touch that vaccination is no longer seen primarily as a medical act, but rather as an immediate political one. Pediatrician Stephanie Schwartz-Gutknecht, who says she works on the vaccination front, and is therefore in contact with parents who want to have their children vaccinated as soon as possible, expressed this on Marcus Lands. It's not just about the schools for the parents either, it's about them saying our children, they want to take part in life again and we're afraid that in the fall it will be like November again, that we'll have 7 months of children who just sit at home, who don't see any friends, who can't do any sport, who are really blocked in their whole development. And these are the things that are particularly frightening for parents. I'm having more and more conversations with parents about what their children are going through during these long periods of lockdown. End of quote. Statements such as Schwartz-Gutknecht's, who is far from accusing politicians of the slightest thing due to the months of mass suffering of children caused by the corona measures, suggest that most parents who have their children vaccinated, even though there is nothing medically in favor of it, do so purely so that the state-ordered endangerment of children's welfare finally stops. The short circuit between first and second nature, which underlies the assumed causality between child vaccination and the end of measures, means that the subjects are hardly able to recognize the difference between the health risk situation due to a virus on the one hand and the health policy of the state, which endangers the health of children and adolescents with its measures. This premature identification, with which political decisions are understood as the automatic implementation of unalterable necessities, is the only way to explain why, despite the fact that the catastrophic consequences of the pandemic on the lives of the vast majority of people are immediately attributable to the state-ordered regime of measures, very few people even think of blaming the state. The naturalization of state policy is also evident where, despite the proven harmlessness of a corona infection for children and adolescents with regard to the risk of death, a clinical picture called long COVID is intended to ensure that the threat scenario is maintained for all time. Der Spiegel, for example, calculated that 10% of all corona survivors, FAZ, are allegedly affected by the new widespread disease, and that there are up to 400,000 long COVID cases nationwide, and the trend is rising 31/2021. In September, 1 in 3 recovered patients had already been diagnosed with at least one long COVID symptom in the first 3 to 6 months after the corona infection. Spiegel Online, September 29, 2021. The FAZ even spoke of up to 70% of all infected people, including those without symptoms, who carry one or more long COVID disorders with them for months. FAZ.
D. April 8, 2021.
If we were to actually follow the science, which we only do when it is politically and ideologically opportune, then we would know that one of the few studies that can be taken seriously methodologically came to the conclusion for the calendar year 2020 in Switzerland that symptoms associated with long COVID occurred to the same extent in children, regardless of whether they were infected with the coronavirus or not. NZZH, July 19, 2021. It was precisely this study that STIKO chairman Merton cited when he said on Marcus Lands that we had to be sure that the symptoms allegedly associated with long COVID did not stem from the other conditions that our measures have caused. July 15, 2021. Jacob Arman, a specialist in pediatric and adolescent medicine at the Clinic and Polyclinic for Pediatric and Adolescent Medicine at Dresden University Hospital, also pointed out that with regard to long COVID symptoms such as fatigue, headaches, difficulty concentrating, and insomnia, other pandemic-related phenomena such as school closures and the trauma of seeing family members sick or dying from COVID-19 could also lead to these symptoms and artificially inflate the long-term COVID estimates. End quote. A study co-conducted by Arman, in which over 1,500 children took part, 200 of whom had recovered from COVID-19, came to the same conclusion as the above-mentioned study, namely that there was no difference in the frequency of symptoms between the experimental and control groups. According to Arman, this does not mean that long COVID does not exist. However, it can be assumed that the extent is limited to around 1% of cases. Nature 595/2021, 482 to 483. The widespread disease long COVID, which is said to include more than 200 symptoms, TheGuardian.com, July 16, 2021, one of which, according to Spiegel, is enough to be considered affected, is, apart from possible individual cases, nothing more than an attempt to rationalize the psychosomatic consequences of the devastating regime of measures as an immediate natural effect in order to subsequently cite this as a further reason to maintain this same regime of measures ad ultimo. After all, according to a recent study by the DK, more than half of children and young people stated that their life satisfaction had deteriorated due to corona, Berliner Zeitung, May 21, 2021. Moreover, the fact that a virus that attacks the respiratory tract can also damage other organs is not a completely new finding. According to Frankfurt infectiologist Maria Verestchild, there are only a few diseases that have been looked at in such detail synchronously around the world. I ask myself, how much do we only see because we are now holding a magnifying glass over it? Influenza patients, for example, should be examined just as thoroughly. FAZDE, August 18, 2020. Given that not only the risk groups, but also the vast majority of the adult population is already vaccinated, no politician, doctor, or science journalist has yet been able to explain what is so devastating about reasonably young and healthy people taking the risk of infection. What is also difficult to understand is the fact that COVID, of all things, should not entitle you to a hospital or intensive care bed, while this does not apply to other voluntary self-endangerments such as smoking, drug use, mountaineering, or poor nutrition. Even if a coronavirus vaccination can be useful for large parts of the population, it should be noted that even in the case of elderly and previously ill people, a decision against vaccination is not only not prohibited by law, but is also acceptable from a moral point of view. After all, such a refusal is not, as in the case of parents who are critical of vaccination, i.e. those who are fundamentally opposed to vaccinations of any kind and therefore do not want to have their children vaccinated against polio and measles, a case of endangering the welfare of others or children, but rather the free decision of the individual to refuse an immediate physical intervention, which is always associated with risks. Since, from a medical virological point of view, vaccinations must in principle be understood as self-protection Hendrickstreak, and therefore represent a free decision without any evaluation, Christiandrasen, it is mostly journalists, behavioral economists, and other ideologists, in addition to politicians, who want to turn the rational pragmatic self-protection of the individual into an act of cooperation, Armin Falk, if that individual decides against vaccination for rational, pragmatic reasons. Infectiologists and physicians such as the renowned Austrian tropical medicine specialist and mRNA vaccine researcher Peter Gottfried Kremsner therefore generally see the situation as follows. Young adults and children may suffer more from the vaccine than from the infection. We know that the vast majority of infections in children, adolescents, and young adults are asymptomatic or so little symptomatic that they are practically unnoticeable, and only very few become seriously ill. With the vaccine, on the other hand, up to 100% of those vaccinated have significant adverse effects, not only local but also systemic. End of quote. Kremsner therefore concludes, taking all this into account, I would say that at the moment it is perhaps not yet wise to vaccinate children, adolescents, and young adults. We should and must vaccinate older people, then COVID-19 will no longer be a problem. COVID-19 in boys is not a problem. End of quote. Since none of this can be denied, the official political persuasion strategy is to persuade vaccination refusers to vaccinate by depriving them of their basic rights. Anyone who wants to participate in social life unvaccinated from October 11th must pay for their test themselves, as the community of taxpayers, SODER, can allegedly no longer pay for it. However, in order to also consequentially exclude those who could afford the tests in the long term from the public sphere, the so-called 2G rule is also being used, which restricts access to restaurants, pubs and cultural institutions exclusively to vaccinated and recovered people. Quote, "Those who have not been vaccinated do not have the freedom to take off their mask. They are not allowed into the stadium, swimming pool or supermarket without a mask. And unvaccinated people and those with only a single vaccination should no longer be allowed to go on vacation," demanded the chairman of the Rhineland-Palatinate Association of Statutory Health Insurance Physicians, explicitly including those who have tested negative, SWRT, October 7, 2021. There are no limits to the imagination as to how far one could go with the exclusion of the unvaccinated. Norbert Rollinger, CEO of the cooperative R+V insurance company, suggested different insurance tariffs. After all, these are costs to the community. If someone ends up in intensive care because of coronavirus, it is significantly more expensive than a vaccination. Welt Online, September 21, 2021. The behavioral economist Marcus Schreiber considers a triage regulation for unvaccinated people to be conceivable, Spiegel 40/21. His colleague Armin Falk demands that the vaccination status should be included in the consideration when faced with the choice of whether a vaccinated or a non-vaccinated person receives the treatment, FAZE, July 29, 2021. And German gastrointestinal doctors have already debated at a Congress whether the 2G rule could also be applied to preventive examinations or endoscopies, i.e. only vaccinated or recovered patients could be accepted. Welt Online, September 16, 2021. The realization of such inhumane plans by cost-conscious doctors is not possible from a legal and medical ethical point of view, as doctors have no fundamental right to make demands on their patients and refusing treatment is not permissible from an ethical point of view. To everyone's regret, there are also legal limits to the desire to treat unvaccinated people like lepers. The strategy of blackmailing the unvaccinated by threatening them with exclusion, ostracism and triage is therefore inevitably supplemented by the moral appeal that vaccination not only protects oneself, but also others. According to this moral, a person whose risk profile with regard to a corona infection does not require vaccination for reasons of self-protection should nevertheless be vaccinated in order to protect their fellow human beings. Since these fellow human beings, if they see a need for protection for themselves, are usually vaccinated and are therefore considered immune, in the end it is only the unvaccinated who would be protected. What is being asked of individuals is a vaccination to protect people who themselves do not want or need to be protected. Vaccination is therefore supposed to protect those very community pests whose future triage death has long been negotiated without any need. In order to remedy this argumentative shortcoming, politicians and the media cited a population group that had never been heard of before, but which would henceforth be considered a kind of risk group within the risk group. This refers to those who allegedly cannot be vaccinated against coronavirus due to pre-existing conditions. The fact that we hardly hear anything concrete about them in the media, for example, how many people are affected and what pre-existing conditions they have, even though the alleged lack of protection is now considered one of the main arguments in favor of solidarity vaccination, is due to the fact that this group does not actually exist. The argument that vaccination is not just about protecting oneself, but also or primarily about protecting others, assumes that vaccinated people do not or hardly ever transmit the virus. The possibility of virus transmission by symptom-free infected people or healthy people is the central reason used to legitimize the regime of measures for a year and a half and still legitimizes it today. It was said everywhere that the danger lay in not knowing that you were infectious. As there was initially little information available about transmission from vaccinated people, Health Minister Spahn said in February, as long as it is not clear whether vaccination prevents others from becoming infected, state requirements apply to everyone. More is now known. Coronavirus vaccination does not result in so-called sterile immunity, which means you can become infected and that means you can infect others again. That's the bad news. The good news is that most vaccinated people can still cope with the infection. The vaccination is therefore still effective against severe cases. However, all the evidence so far points in the same direction. Where there has been a lot of vaccination, the spread of the virus is also slowing down. Deutschlandfunk, August 31, 2021. The slowdown in the spread of the virus in vaccinated people is due to the fact that the period in which they are infectious is reduced from around 10 to 3 to 4 days. The viral load is generally the same. The example of a club night in Munster on September 3 shows what this slowdown means in reality. While around 380 party guests, all of whom had demonstrably recovered or been vaccinated twice, they had to present their ID cards on entry as well as their vaccination or recovery certificates, partied for several hours in a club with an exemplary hygiene concept. A coronavirus outbreak occurred. 84 guests subsequently tested coronavirus positive. The head of the corona crisis team in Munster concluded, "The vaccination protects against a serious illness, but infection and further transmission cannot be ruled out." WDR Online, September 20, 2021. As vaccinated people do not usually get tested, little is known about how many of them carry the virus and spread it as superspreaders. And even in the case of symptomatic infections, according to Karsten Watzel, immunologist at the Leibniz Institute for Occupational Research at the Technical University of Dortmund, a high number of unreported cases can be assumed. Vaccinated people are likely not to associate symptoms with corona, so they don't see a doctor and don't get tested. RZT Blatt E. August 26, 2021. At this point at the latest, one wonders why vaccinated people should not also be considered dangerous virus slingers, especially since they have been allowed to move around in clubs and pubs without masks and distance rules since 2G, with the added bonus that the vaccinations lose their effectiveness after 6 months. This means that herd immunity is off the table and the official logic collapses completely. After all, if vaccinated people were tested on a large scale, which they are not, it would be reasonable to assume that the incidence values in this group would also be unlikely to be lower than those within the unvaccinated, which, since self-protection is not supposed to be the issue, would have to mean, in the logic of pandemic control, that the measures would not be dropped for vaccinated people either. This dilemma also became clear when Malta was classified as a risk area. With a vaccination rate of 82.64%, the country had a 7-day incidence of 271.3. When asked about this, Jens Spahn came up with a surprising answer on Hart Aberfair. Spahn said verbatim, "If we now test protected people in the same way as unvaccinated people, so to speak, then this pandemic will never end." August 30, 2021. The admission that the pandemic will end when people who have little or nothing to fear from a coronavirus infection are no longer tested exposes the government's line as politically arbitrary. As Spahn's statement suggests, in all likelihood the government staff themselves now know that they will have to break with the self-imposed definitions and requirements at some point if they want to somehow get out of the permanent state of emergency. In particular, the claim that the pandemic will only be over once the adult population has been fully vaccinated must be seen in this context as an autosuggestive stopgap that allows the political class to pretend that it is down to the remaining unvaccinated that the pandemic has not yet been defeated despite exemplary government action. The vaccination rate is far too low, for example, to lift measures such as the obligation to wear masks indoors, expressed Suzanne Jonah, chairwoman of the Marburgerbund, for example. You don't have to look to Denmark, Norway, or the UK, whose governments, even without 85% vaccination coverage, have long since declared the pandemic over and returned to normality to see through the fool's logic that prevails in Germany. It is already evident where the individual is required to recognize what is simply not understandable. There is a reason why vaccination is an individual medical decision, but ultimately not a private matter, wrote Kim Bjornbecker in the FAZ, July 29, 2021. While his colleague Reinhard Müller stated, "Vaccination is a highly personal decision, but one that can be suggested and in an emergency," also demanded, FAZ, April 8, 2021, which would prove that nowadays there is not even the slightest effort to present what defies all rationality as rationally comprehensible, at least in appearance. It is therefore only consequent that there is no longer any attempt to refute skeptical objections through coherent argumentation, but that it is authoritatively made clear with announcements such as "shut up, get vaccinated," Armin Falk, that individual insight is of no interest. It should therefore be noted that what is negotiated as solidarity in the Germany of 2021 is in fact unconscious submission to the government line, i.e. absolute loyalty to the state, while the call to act morally means that the imposition of affirming what is extortionately imposed by the state of one's own free will is the exact opposite of morality. Now that ideological critics, whose criticism of the hostility of the state has apparently turned into an unmediated apology of the state, are ostentatiously using terms such as progress, enlightenment, and reason, in order to catch unreasonable dissenters in the spirit of the hegemonic consensus, it becomes clear that it is precisely at the point where the appeal to reason is most promptly made that the apology of unreason is inevitably at stake. Hegel emphasized the healthy spirit of contradiction with the stubbornness of the peasant, who for centuries learned to survive the hunting and interest of the powerful feudal lords. The aim of dialectics is to cheat the healthy intentions that later rulers have of the immutability of the course of the world. Dialectics should be adhered to not least because its concept requires an effort to reconcile the for the time being anyway particular general in the present case, the state's interest in vaccination with self-interest, the individual need for protection through corona vaccination, qua insight and reasonable comprehension. However, those who set the reason of state, i.e. patriotic duty, Bloom, as an immediate matter for the individual citizen who demands sacrifices, ignore the impossibility of rationally understanding what is demanded of the individual by superficially assuming that corona critics are authoritarian characters. In this respect, the enlightened attitude attributed to themselves is rather a sheer mockery of the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment was essentially concerned with the insight of the individual, who should recognize the rational necessity of what happens to him and, on the basis of this insight, consider it good. Therefore, individual conviction and the knowledge of it constitute an absolute moment of morality. This is what the late Hegel, not unjustly decried as a Prussian philosopher of the state, defined as subjective right, namely that I know, am convinced, agree the right of subjectivity, of knowledge, of my will, of my needs, of well-being. The prevailing discourse on vaccinations and corona in general makes it clear that in post-civil society, the insight of the individual, which is dismissed as irrelevant, is no longer important, as the necessary tasks, which are usually introduced as those of all humanity, are always too urgent to wait for the consent of those who express doubts. As can also be seen with the topic of climate, the team Reason and Caution Melanie Brinkman no longer negotiates empirically existing objects that can be interpreted as such, but rather abstract future-related projections, i.e. scientific forecasts, which of course does not prevent their supporters, who call themselves fact-checkers despite everything, from seeing climate change or the coronavirus at work in a very concrete way in every flood or headache. Given the hypothetical worst-case scenarios, it can hardly be ruled out that new variants will emerge, or that the new wave is coming. The current corona policy, which has long since taken on the traits of social madness, is a self-perpetuating vicious circle that no one can say how to get out of. However, as people are unwilling to admit this, the collateral damage caused by the state is blamed on all those who refuse to accommodate the state and its ideologues where, despite all reason and necessity, it is apparently only a matter of getting out of the self-inflicted catastrophe while saving face. The totalitarian traits that the coronavirus discourse has taken on as a result, and which we can assume are increasingly materializing socially, politically and legally, are immediately related to this. The appropriate form of society, in which experts rule everything, is totalitarian. Horkheimer. When Robert Koch published his work on anthrax in 1876, it was the first complete description of the life cycle of a bacterial pathogen. As a result of this scientific breakthrough, Koch was appointed to the Imperial Health Office in Berlin, later became a full professor of hygiene at the newly created Institute of Hygiene at Berlin University, and finally, until his retirement in 1904, director of the Royal Institute for Infectious Diseases in Berlin, which was given the additional name Robert Koch in 1912. The institute was given its current name, the Robert Koch Institute, RKI, in 1942. Even though none of the scientists at the RKI were members of the NSDAP at the beginning of the 1930s, they saw Hitler as a chance for the rise of German science. Annette Hinswessels, medical historian at the Charite, 2017, so that the deputy director of the RKI logically took part in a call for Berlin University teachers to vote for the NSDAP in 1933. Shortly after the start of the Second World War, a propaganda film about the RKI's namesake premiered in September 1939, Robert Koch, Bekämpfer des Todes. Koch is played by Emil Jannings, whose imposing Santa Claus appearance had nothing in common with the rather slender Koch, but emphasized all the more clearly the role that Koch played in the collective consciousness of the Germans. The brilliant, fatherly, authoritarian physician who recognized what had to be done and knew how to implement it, almost solely by means of his piercing gaze. The film begins with a scene in which Koch, out of compassion, banishes the parents of a girl suffering from tuberculosis, Martelchen, to the door while he watches the child die. Do you see the angel there? All in white and silver? Yes, that's your angel, Martelchen, says Koch, referring to himself. Koch has to assert himself against three opponents in the movie. Gork, the father of the girl who died at the beginning, who knows nothing about medicine. The stuffy teacher, who sees his authority undermined by the tearing open of the windows, which Koch had ordered the pupils to do as a cure for tuberculosis. And the prayer leader of a faith-healing sect, which the naive Gork joins and which eventually gathers to cast out the devil from Koch. Before he leaves the village, he hurls at these three enemies, who do not recognize his genius. The only devil to be exorcised here is your brain-burning stupidity. After he had previously explained to his pupil Fritz von Hartwig, rummaging through the dissected tissue, there look. You will see nothing but the disintegrated tissue. I don't see anything else either, but I know that the pathogen is there, as sure as the world stands. End quote. Armed with this knowledge, apparently gained solely through intuition, he meets his next great opponent in Berlin, Rudolf Virchow, a liberal bourgeois doctor. Like the villagers before him, Virchow denied the existence of bacteria and thus Koch's genius and was finally put in his place by Bismarck. Great new things are generally not understood by the world. Then they are fought against, and finally they are taken for granted. Bismarck swears the film audience in even further to the final victory. an appeal to fear has never found an echo in the German heart. The film ends with a speech by Koch at the university's Institute of Hygiene. Koch is introduced there with the words, "This is the victory of an unshakable belief in the mission once recognized." Unimaginable diligence and ingenious intuition are the prerequisites for the kind of achievement that Robert Koch created as a role model for us all. That this man was destined by fate to continue to work for the benefit of mankind is a precious and unmistakable certainty based on his achievements to date. End of quote. Koch replied modestly in his speech, "My work here has been called a merit. I was only doing my duty. We are all mortal and can make mistakes. But nothing must stop us from completing our duty, which is dedicated solely to the welfare of suffering humanity. To be a doctor and helper of humanity, this deed has nothing to do with loud fame. It is silent and nameless, like the sacrifices made for its sake. You young people, you will understand me when I say that there is no life and no progress towards great goals without sacrifice." End quote. The author of Koch's biography, on which the film is based, is Helmut Unger. He was the founder of the magazine Neues Volk, press spokesman for the Reich Medical Association, and as a doctor, one of the pioneers of child euthanasia, the first case of which, Child K, dates back to the summer before the start of the war in 1939. On September 28, 1939, 2 days after the premiere of the film at the UFA Palast in Berlin, the Soviet Union and the German Reich divided up the Polish Republic and the war had begun. In addition to the tendency to mystify historical figures, the film is carried by a belief in progress that is inextricably linked to the Nazis. In general, it is impossible to see the Nazis simply as an obscurantist sect, just as today's obscurantists, be they evangelicals who believe in the devil or anthroposophists, are automatically fanatical opponents of vaccination or conspiracy theorists. On the contrary, the fight against the foreigners, as Koch sometimes referred to pathogens in his earlier writings, threatening the German national body, was also led by shining angels in white and silver, by figures presented as larger-than-life geniuses like Koch himself. If you want to understand today's violent public reaction to a few scattered lunatics who think the coronavirus is an invention of Bill Gates, there is no getting around an examination of the history of obscurantism, especially its German manifestation. As an irrationalist and counter-enlightenment ideology, obscurantism has its own dialectic because it is necessarily shaped by the rationalism it opposes. The fantasy of the unrestricted power of the Freemasons, Illuminati and Jews, and the associated idea that a small, sworn circle rules over the world and controls it according to its own interests is originally an anti-bourgeois ideology circulated by the clergy and the feudal bureaucracy. On the eve of the bourgeois revolution, it expresses the expectation of their own imminent defeat, and remarkably, in a form that incorporates an essential feature of Enlightenment ideas, which it is intended to delegitimize: the idea that rule is something man-made, something that has arisen from human actions and should not be exercised according to privilege and arbitrariness, but should be subject to the criteria of rationality. The original form of conspiracy thinking directed against Freemasons, Illuminati and Jews is thus mediated by the basic assumptions of rationalist philosophy and, to a certain extent, is already its product. Quote, "In the notion of a secret power exercised behind the scenes which unites in the hands of a few people and enables them to invisibly control the destinies of mankind with superior malice. In such constructions of the secret, a rationalist belief in the conscious dominion of man over historical events is mixed with a demonic fantastic fear of a tremendous social power and often with a secularized belief in a providential power," writes Carl Schmitt about the intellectual historical situation at the end of the 18th century in his treatise Political Romanticism. The fact that even the crown jurist of the Third Reich described conspiracy theories more accurately than today's feuilleton and the majority of what has since become of the social sciences and humanities says more about them than about Schmitt. If the original form of the anti-bourgeois conspiracy theory paid tribute to the rationalist ideal of a conscious and reason-guided control of the world, in the course of the 19th century bourgeois thought conversely absorbed moments of obscurantism. The dialectic of counter-enlightenment merges with the dialectic of an enlightenment blind to itself. The citizens' increasingly irrefutable experience of being at the mercy of a mysterious power even as the ruling class, the experience above all of the incurable crisis of the order dominated by it, belies the assumption that the liberation of the bourgeois order from the shackles of feudal rule means the abolition of rule altogether, and at the same time exceeds the limits of the bourgeois rationalist mind, because the latter can only ever imagine rule according to the pattern of feudalism, i.e. as the direct rule of a few. The essentially abstract and subjectless power of capital can only be imagined in a personalized and concretist way. The invisible hand of the market is made tangible as the alleged power of Freemasons and Jews. In the now bourgeois conspiracy theory, the obscurantist assumption of an enigmatic power represents a rational moment, because in it appears the realization that capital actually represents a sensual supersensual subject, while the originally rationalist idea of a self-determination of humanity that takes place within certain limits is turned into the bare opposite, into the pathically projective idea of omnipotence, total domination, and the boundless exploitativeness of a conspiratorial
elite.
But what the pathologically projecting person accuses the Jews of, he secretly desires himself. In the image of the Jew, which the folkish erect before the world, they express their own nature. Their desire is exclusive possession, appropriation, power without limits, at any price. Hannah Arendt also analyzed conspiracy anti-Semitic thinking from the point of view that the anti-Semite secretly desires from the Jews what he imputes to them in his propaganda. The National Socialists, according to Arendt, use the Protocols of the Elders of Zion as a housebook for the future organization of German or Aryan masses for the establishment of a world empire. The unenlightened rationality of the Age of Enlightenment, already in decay, thus turns into irrationalism insofar as it is only able to understand the difference between world events and its own concept of them, which amounts to the idea of unlimited power, by projecting this power onto a clique imagined as clandestine in order to appropriate this supposed power by eliminating its owners. Even in this irrationalistic form of decay, however, the idea of a logos dominating the world, which has been turned into blind defense, lives on. The proponents of such objectively anachronistic conspiracy theories claim to know a truth that the individual cannot get hold of by applying scientifically verifiable and conceptually determinable criteria. Truth and untruth are distinguished purely arbitrarily, according to opinion and opinion. In contrast, today's most important formula for explaining the world, called anti-racism, claims to know neither a hidden truth nor the criteria for determining it. Instead, it declares truth and every other indivisible concept such as civilization, history, beauty or gender to be the result of a newly discovered great conspiracy, the Enlightenment. The postmodern dogmatist is also a conspiracy theorist, but one who rejects the notion of universal truth, rational controllability of the world and ultimately reason itself as presumptuous and colonialist. Truth becomes a matter of evaluation based on invented collective identities and narratives. The warning against conspiracy theorists, which has become a popular sport since the coronavirus crisis, follows a similar rejection of reason and criticism. Instead of distinguishing the unease about political decisions such as the measures taken by the German government to combat the pandemic from its ideological processing, this unease itself is simply declared to be paranoid, possibly anti-Semitic, which avoids having to deal with the unease or real anti-Semitism any further. The open anti-Semitism of people like Attila Hildmann, a vegan TV chef who has become the figurehead of the extreme fringe of the protests against the coronavirus measures, who occasionally quotes Hitler and is convinced that Bill Gates and other Zionists want to forcibly vaccinate humanity, Tejas Spiegel, June 19, 2020, is striking. The protests of the corona rebels, which apart from Stuttgart and Berlin would hardly have been worth mentioning in most cities, caused a wave of indignation and warnings that, if it were really only about the circle of crazy people around Hildmann, would seem completely exaggerated. The entire German press, including even Junge Freiheit, May 15, 2020, unanimously warned of the danger posed by the coronavirus lies being propagated at these rallies. As with the Pegida demonstrations at the end of 2014, a phalanx of media and politicians formed in the face of the protests against the coronavirus measures, which continues to this day, firing from all cylinders against a quantitatively insignificant phenomenon. It is precisely because conspiracy theory anti-Semitism, which led RTL to remove Xavier Naidoo as a judge on Deutschland sucht den Superstar, Welt, December 3, 2020, is so obvious that it is no longer acceptable in today's Germany. The former head of the Center for Research on Antisemitism at TU Berlin, Wolfgang Benz, DLF, July 3, 2020, and the Antisemitism Commissioner of the State of Baden-Württemberg, Michael Blum, Stuttgarter-Zeitung, May 5, 2020, nevertheless regard precisely such conspiracy theories, which do not even try to disguise their affinity to folkish antisemitism, as the archetype of everything they interpret as an irrationalistic processing of an experience of crisis. Anyone who dares to ask about the meaning of the German government's coronavirus measures is therefore already a conspiracy theorist and therefore potentially anti-Semitic. According to Blum, conspiracy theories are simply the result of a poor handling of perceived uncertainty in times of crisis. Science, politics, and journalism cannot provide quick answers, which is why people believe in Bill Gates' plan to subjugate humanity on behalf of the Rothschilds. Jüdische-Allgemeine, May 18, 2020. In other words, anyone who does not nod off the complete shutdown of public life with the callousness of the universal chief physician of the Germans, Christian Drosten, or completely unmoved, as it were Buddhistically at peace with herself like the federal chancellor, but dares to react with uncertainty and criticism, is suspected by the new conspiracy alarmists of building a concentration camp in their backyard or, worse still, perhaps even sympathizing with the AfD. Back in March, Bloom saw Germany on the brink of anti-Semitic pogroms, not because of everyday Muslim anti-Semitism, but because of coronavirus. Although the consequences for Jews would not be as bad as those of the plague pogroms, the entire population must be vigilant and put a stop to it, Bloom demanded, Pro-Medien magazine, March 15, 2020. The highest qualification requirement for a German anti-Semitism commissioner is apparently to keep silent about or trivialize anti-Semitism, which is expressed openly and violently like Muslim anti-Semitism, and to declare it a great danger wherever it could possibly be hidden under merely verbal statements. The idea that makes this absurd and unrealistic behavior possible is that of structural anti-Semitism, which is also common among anti-Germans and stems from the haze of anti-German debates. The term, which came into circulation at the beginning of the 1990s, is due to the attempt to make anti-Semitism positively describable, i.e. to create a catalog of criteria in which anti-Semitism is divided into different categories: overt anti-Semitism, structural, secondary, etc. In order to install a social early warning system that recognizes anti-Semitism at an early stage and thus effectively fends off the beginnings. The experience that anti-Semitism can also attach itself to substitute objects and thus take on a seemingly unsuspicious form leads to anti-Semitism being understood as an abstract general form that is upstream of concrete anti-Semitism, which is defined by characteristics such as abbreviated criticism of capitalism, i.e. the structurally anti-Semitic distinction between creative capital and grabbing capital, or conspiracy theory. If a statement fulfills these abstract formal prerequisites, then it is abstractly or structurally anti-Semitic, while turning to the Jew as the personification of all evils makes it concretely anti-Semitic. There is no doubt that anti-Semitism changes over time and can appear in very different forms depending on the historical, geographic, and biographical circumstances of the originator. For example, the average anti-Semite in Europe today has learned to stop talking about long-nosed Rothschilds and therefore prefers to act out his hatred of Jews as criticism of Israel. However, to scientify this experience in such a way that the most diverse manifestations are absorbed into the bureaucratic general denominator of structural anti-Semitism leads to their leveling. It allows anti-Semitism to be absorbed into its merely aggregated manifestations and makes any qualitative distinction between the concrete hatred of Jews and its forms of processing and displacement almost impossible. In this way, the concept of anti-Semitism is inflated and thus devalued. But as is so often the case, the shortcoming of theory formation is precisely its practical advantage, because under such an elastic concept of anti-Semitism, together with actually anti-Semitic attitudes, all statements that are considered inopportune, illegitimate, or simply unpopular, depending on the political climate, can now also be subsumed without hesitation. Phenomena as diverse as the protocols of the Elders of Zion and the claim that Corona is only a pretext to restrict fundamental rights are then equally considered anti-Semitic. However, this not only levels out the difference between actual hostility towards Jews and its shifting forms, but also the boundary between anti-Semitic ideology and practice, between verbal statements and the actual act. But this shortcoming also gives rise to an advantage, because it allows anti-Semitism to be treated as a politically incorrect attitude, which is therefore tracked down with tireless meticulousness and sometimes grotesque contortions, especially in verbal statements and preferably in those where anti-Semitism must be sought with a magnifying glass, while at the same time denying the content of acts that are recognizable as anti-Semitic at first glance and excusing them with windy arguments. For example, the aforementioned Wolfgang Benz describes attacks on Jews wearing kippahs in Berlin as typical young men's behavior. In this way, the concept of anti-Semitism becomes an all-purpose weapon that can be used effectively in the cutthroat competition of professional hysterics who earn their money with moral suspicion and blackmail. And from a critique of ideology that identifies lurking violence in the thoughtless phrase, and not generally in the language, as is often said. Lurking violence even before someone actually strikes becomes a universal suspicion of conviction, which also enables anti-Germans to succeed in the flourishing suspicion trade. There is a simple answer to the question of what constitutes anti-Semitism, albeit one that can neither be objectified into a scientific catalog of criteria nor made usable for political purposes, but which conversely forces a self-reflection on the tacitly assumed prerequisites of scientific thought and political action. Horkheimer and Adorno provided the answer in the Elements of Anti-Semitism, where anti-Semitism is defined as a rationalized idiosyncrasy and apathic projection. Anti-Semitism is when perception no longer takes place, but the unenlightened drive short-circuits itself with perceptible moments of the outside world without the detour of thought and then rationalizes this short-circuit, often using scientific means. And an unmistakable indication of this failure of perception and thoughtful mediation is the stereotypical, phrase-like and catchphrase-like nature of thought and speech. Basically, The only conclusion that can be drawn from this insight is the one expressed in a proverbial judgment of the American Supreme Court on pornography: I know it when I see it. In order to recognize and confront anti-Semitism, you don't need a sophisticated early warning system with a checklist, but rather the recognizer needs precisely those moments that have become delusionally independent in the anti-Semitic worldview, the idiosyncratic jumping at phenomena of the outside world. In this case, being repelled by anti-Semitic statements and actions, and the overshooting projective or, in philosophical terms, speculative reaction to them. Philosophically speaking, speculative anticipation of the anti-Semitic syndrome before it has been explored in detail. Without the idiosyncratic impulse and without unprotected projecting, no everyday perception would be possible and certainly no scientific research. The phenomenon of anti-Semitism, however, necessarily confronts its opponents with the irrational or unconscious parts of their own rational theoretical knowledge, which are eagerly denied in institutionalized science, and conversely makes every scientific approach to it, which maintains this denial, appear as insufficient and ridiculous as it actually is. Anti-Semitism reveals that a reason that does not want to acknowledge its irrational premises does not live up to its claim, and that conversely, anti-Semitism, which allows the subject to blindly act out these moments and rationalize them with scientific fuss, represents the flip side of this halved reason. In other words, the necessary condition in order to conceptualize anti-Semitism is the idiosyncratic, unjustifiable rejection of anti-Semitic phenomena, and the sufficient condition is the thoughtful mediation of anticipatory and retrospective speculation with a concept that sets limits in the process of recognition. The anti-Semitic content of statements and actions can only be demonstrated or criticized. Trying to prove it scientifically is about as promising as trying to do the same with regard to the ugliness of a pile of dung. This is because it assumes at the outset that anti-Semitism is a refutable misconception and therefore a form of thought whose claims can be logically or empirically falsified. But anti-Semitism is a worldview, and it marks precisely the point where a form of thought, undoubtedly originating from the capital fetish, turns into unbounded, i.e. formless madness. The formlessness of anti-Semitism is just another expression for the complete breakdown of perception and a sense of reality. Wanting to completely scientify the critique of anti-Semitism, as expressed in the concept of structural anti-Semitism, therefore not only means abandoning any critique or effective opposition to the phenomenon, because it does not conceptually reach the anti-Semitic counter-enlightenment and therefore knows nothing to counter it, in its blind obduracy against self-reflection of scientific thought. It is ultimately itself a counter-enlightenment behavior. The talk of structural anti-Semitism obscures what it claims to illuminate: the difference between the idiosyncratic impulse, the speculative structure of the anti-Semitic worldview, and the manifest anti-Semitism, which in consequence at least virtually amounts to the extermination of the Jews. The idea of omnipresent dark forces with secret rights probably owes its already limited public success today more to the naivety of some consumers of corresponding products of the culture industry than to the fact that it says something about anti-Semitic dispositions in the population. In contrast, the aversion to any criticism, which on the part of the opponents of the hygiene demos seems to be directed only against the conspiracy theories represented there, but ultimately against any insight into the connection between speculation and knowledge, is evidence of a collective resentment against self-reflection that is actually close to the anti-Semitic impulse, especially among those who consider themselves rational and realistic. Anyone who does not say a word about obvious facts such as Muslim anti-Semitism, but draws a line from the plague pogroms to Auschwitz to Ken Jebsen, is de facto or with conviction engaged in the business of counter-enlightenment, but nowadays they are not laughed at or institutionally neutralized like the hated aluminium hats, but appointed anti-Semitism commissioners. This shows the function that the hygiene demos fulfill for the well-meaning eco-citizens. They are the welcome occasion not only to blur the difference between actual anti-Semitic conspiracy mania and discomfort with the status quo, but also to discredit all those who, in a state of crisis, continue to insist on a pluralistic debate of opinions and the necessity of public freedom of speech. Hamed Abdul Samad, for example, was accused of being a conspiracy theorist when he stood in front of the Brandenburg Gate with the sign "When in doubt, always freedom," and commented on this action with the following words: "We are citizens of this country, not subjects. We abide by the rule, but we are allowed to question this rule. In our view, the first task of the state is to protect the freedom of its citizens. We say loud and clear, when in doubt, always freedom." Facebook post from May 2nd. The problem here, and despite all sympathy for Abdul Samad, is that the health crisis triggered by the coronavirus pandemic has legally created a new situation that could not have been foreseen by those politically responsible. While in other crises concerning public health, it is usually possible to weigh up two reasonably known variables, e.g. between the risk of mass infection from contaminated food and the rights of the manufacturer, which could be violated by an official warning about its products, and the question of the appropriateness of possible countermeasures. According to the relationship between the legal interests protected by the intervention and those interfered with, can be answered on this basis. This did not initially apply to corona. As long as it is not clear what long-term damage will be caused by the virus, or what exactly the sometimes dramatic, sometimes mild course of the disease is, i.e., as long as neither the extent of the possible damage nor the probability of it is known, the balancing of health protection and civil liberties also takes place in a vacuum. In addition, when it comes to averting danger, the potential damage can only be determined with greater certainty retrospectively and only hypothetically, i.e., in this case, only through the statistically extrapolated deaths that have been prevented by the measures. Whether around 3.1 million lives have been saved in Western European cities as a result of the coronavirus measures up to the beginning of May, August 6, 2020, can neither be proven nor disproven, as this is the result of hypothetical ex post estimates. The fact that fans of the Prevention Society, just like the coronavirus rebels, are relying on hypotheses that have been turned into empirical facts in the face of coronavirus, only with much greater public approval, shows how similar the two factions are in their confusion between speculation and empiricism, however vehemently they declare themselves to be opponents. While some corona rebels claim a fascization of society under the guise of hygiene policy or declare the pandemic to be an ideological fraud by interested parties, for example on the website of Group Z on May 4, 2020, the hygiene fans make out a supporter of euthanasia in anyone who contradicts their appeals for self-responsible mindfulness. The fact that both sides hardly listen to what the other has to say in the public debate, which has been largely suspended anyway due to the temporary lockdown, and instead focus on constructing a solid worldview from their necessarily provisional opinions testifies to how far the decline of political reasoning has progressed in the meantime. In its inability to differentiate between the objective and subjective parts of knowledge, between empiricism and speculation, the exchange of blows regarding the coronavirus measures is similar to the frontline position on anti-racism and cultural diversity. The delusional energy of which is charging the health debate in Germany to such an extent that one gets the impression that an older play that has long been part of the repertoire is being performed here with altered content. The method of presenting anti-enlightenment delusions in the guise of reputable science and conversely, branding all those who consider themselves committed to the usual scientific standards as followers of the greatest conspiracy called the Enlightenment remains the same, while the specific content and occasions are interchangeable. The completely freewheeling superstition of diversity friends was illustrated by the campaign known as the Grievance Studies Affair by 3 U.S. academics who, from 2017 to 2018, submitted 20 freely invented nonsense articles under changing pseudonyms to academic journals in gender studies and comparable disciplines, which they later referred to as grievance studies, in order to review their evaluation procedures. One of these articles consisted of a chapter of Hitler's Mein Kampf in which the word Jew was replaced by white, and Jewish by whiteness. The text received approving feedback. In another chapter of Mein Kampf, the same terms were replaced with men or patriarchy. This text, like several others, was actually published. In another text, there was talk of a rape culture in dog playgrounds, with around 10,000 dog penises having been investigated. This text was not only published, but was even highlighted by the publishing magazine as particularly worth reading, although one of the responses had previously expressed concerns as to whether the privacy of the dogs studied had been sufficiently protected. One of the most absurd fakes was a text calling for white male students not to be allowed to speak in class as a punishment for slavery, and as therapy for their inherent racism, but to be chained to the floor in the middle of the room. The peer review concluded that a revision was necessary, but not for reasons of content. What the 3 academics Peter Boghossian, James A. Lindsay and Helen Pluckrose had shown was that even the own ridiculously low editorial standards of the postmodern disciplines they presented were indifferent as long as the result fitted into the existing ideological grid. When the only formal requirement is consensus, all sanity is lost once a critical mass of lunatics has been reached to impose their lunacy on everyone else. The authors describe the disciplines of quenching research as a modern witch cult, whose followers take action against dissenters with a purge zeal of Stalinist proportions. This thesis was substantiated by a fake that earned the campaign the nickname Sokol Squared with reference to the Sokol Affair. The text dealt with the thesis that academic hoaxes or other forms of satirical or ironic criticism of those humanities that deal with social justice are unethical, characterized by ignorance and based on the desire to preserve privileges. The aim of the article, published in a leading American magazine of feminist philosophy called Hypatia, was to anticipate the arguments against the project and refute them with itself. The expected reaction to the text, i.e. marginalization and hysteria, had been described so precisely in advance in a hoax text that any critical replica should actually have quoted it. These reactions did not fail to materialize. Peter Boghossian was banned from speaking at his university, and all 3 authors had to contend with considerable attacks from colleagues and their universities. all because they had dared to name the emperor's new clothes. In the field of gender research and related areas, one may still wonder who is actually interested in what is being published, but when this approach reaches historical studies, caution is called for. Similar to law, it is more resistant to the propaganda of grievance studies because it is more strongly oriented towards the ideal of objectivity than political science or even cultural studies, for example. But once the postmodern word salad takes hold, once the arbitrariness of the power of definition takes over, it becomes threatening. If history is filtered in the same way that gender, sexuality, and society were previously filtered, if what happened is no longer determined according to what is most likely and what emerges from the sources, but according to what is opportune, then political and everyday reality will disintegrate. If it is not the evaluation of the past, but the past itself, i.e. its content, that is negotiable, there is no longer any history. Nicole Hannah-Jones, the founder of the anti-racist 1619 Project, summed up the position of post-colonial ideology in relation to historical reality by proclaiming that black people arrived on the American continent before Columbus in order to build indigenous human sacrifice pyramids in peaceful cooperation with the indigenous people there in what is now Mexico, while Columbus, as the overall representative of the diabolical white race, was no better than Hitler. The Federalist.com, June 25. So you just shove another pile of rubble at the angel of history in the hope that he won't notice. In the preface to the German ideology, Marx and Engels write, "A brave man once imagined that men only drowned in water because they were obsessed with the idea of gravity. If they put this idea out of their minds, for instance by declaring it to be a superstitious, a religious idea, they would be above all danger from water." All his life he fought the illusion of gravity, of whose harmful consequences every statistic provided him with new and numerous proofs. The brave man was the type of the new German revolutionary philosophers, MEW 3:13. However, while there was still agreement between this brave man and the plebs that water exists, the anti-racist considers water to be an invention of old white men. The fact that today's powerful anti-Semites do not hide behind aluminum hats, but behind anti-racist, queer feminist and supposedly anti-state slogans, is currently also evident in the hatred of individuals and groups in the Black Lives Matter haze for the equality under the law enshrined in the preamble to the United States Declaration of Independence. Beginning in Minneapolis, where George Floyd died, statues were torn down, houses were set on fire, stores were looted, while the cause, Floyd's death, receded further and further into the background, and the actual data on the allegedly thoroughly racist police force in the USA no longer interests anyone on the left of Fox News viewers anyway. The fact that a considerable proportion of black people in the USA are not prepared to go along with this anti-Western extermination rage also seems to be hardly worth a mention in most of the German media, while in the USA the criticism of the certainly controversial Candace Owens of Black Lives Matter is currently being widely discussed. So while the activists of this sect, who are only interested in black lives when they have been ended by whites, practice a kind of witch cult around black people, who are seen as the master race in the sense of Malcolm X, witch hunts are also celebrating a new high with the dissolution of local police units in some American communities, when police officers are attacked regardless of their skin color, not because they have done anything to the looters, but because they are rejected as representatives of a hated order. According to critical whiteness research, anyone who affirms this order is either actually white or corrupted by white society as a non-white. The authoritarian hostility to the state, as articulated in the culturalist storming of the bourgeois common sense and in riots such as those in the USA, which are its practical application, has a different basis and is motivated differently to the anarcho-individualist hostility to the state of Corona rebels. Instead, the culturalist anti-racist desire to drive state institutions before them on the way to their self-demolition in the name of ethnified cliques, i.e. to disempower the bourgeois state with its own means, expresses a need that is closer to the intention of hygiene fans that the state should put aside the protection of individual freedoms in favor of a regime of permanent self-supervision of citizens than to the critics of health policy prevention measures. At least in the USA and the UK, in stark contrast to German Corona rebels, these critics invoke the constitutive importance of freedom of assembly, freedom of movement and free public exchange for a liberal democracy, i.e. they claim to defend the state-guaranteed protection of individual liberties against the state institutions themselves. In Germany, however, which once again wants to take a third path when it comes to coronavirus, this time between state-imposed and controlled prevention measures such as those in Austria and the Swedish path, which has been branded as irresponsible, and relies on citizens transforming themselves into virus fighters who take responsibility for their own actions. The Corona rebels see themselves no less than the representatives of the hygiene faction, literally as one person states, as civil society state agents who want to strengthen the rights of the community formed of mini-sovereigns against the primacy of society and state sovereignty. The secret affinity between the opposing fronts is expressed in the insensitivity with which both declare speculation to be fact and fact to be speculation. Claude Chabrol's film Quelle la bête mûre, which was released in 1969, is leitmotifed by Johannes Brahms' first of the 4 Syria songs, which is based on the lines from Ecclesiastes 3 verse 19, "For man is as the beast, as it dies, so dies he, and all have the same breath, and man has nothing more than the beast, for all is vanity." Freely adapted from a crime novel by Nicholas Blake, the film tells the story of widowed writer Charles Venier, whose 9-year-old son is killed by a negligent driver. As the police are unable to find the man who fled the accident, Venier searches for him alone. He finds out that the television actress Helene Lanson was a passenger in the car with an unknown man, makes her acquaintance, becomes her lover, and is finally able to identify her brother-in-law Paul Decourt as the driver of the car. Decourt is an immoral, self-centered and sadistic family tyrant who is feared and despised by all his relatives and acquaintances apart from his own mother. His teenage son Philippe suffers from him in particular. Venier decides to murder Decourt and develops a meticulous plan in his diary to kill him during a sailing trip they take together. The plan apparently fails because Decourt learns of Venier's plan by reading his diary, confronts him and throws him out of the house, but Decourt is nevertheless murdered shortly afterwards by administering rat poison. Venier is targeted by the police because of the diary, but states in his defense that he had to abandon the murder plan because Decourt had exposed him and informed a lawyer. When Philippe, who suspects that Venier is really guilty and has provoked the discovery of his murder plan by Decourt himself so that he can later cite it in his exoneration, takes the crime upon himself, Venier draws up a written confession and undertakes another boat trip to end his life. While Blake's novel is designed as a whodunit and leaves the reader in the dark about the real connections between the events until shortly before the end, Chabrol reveals them right from the start because he is not interested in the mystery component of the plot, but in the moral philosophical question it poses. What is going on inside someone who does not leave the execution of the death sentence on an amoral person, a beast, to the justice system, but takes it into his own hands? In fact, Decourt is portrayed in the film as an inhuman, as someone who, perfidiously exploiting his economic and social privileges, arbitrarily suspends the moral law and unscrupulously walks over dead bodies to maintain the facade of his social existence. But by not handing his rival over to the agencies of bourgeois law, but instead taking secret and calculated revenge on him, because he takes Decourt's amorality as proof that he is an animal and should not be judged but eliminated, Venier also turns himself into a monster. The fact that he kills himself in the end instead of turning himself in to the police seals his own amorality, which has matured through his hatred of Decourt's amorality. In this respect, Chabrol, in contrast to Blake, who, in accordance with the form of the mystery thriller, presents the temporary disruption of an indestructible logical order, tells of an irreversibly disturbed moral order, the erosion of which even the resolution of the logical problem cannot change. The lines of Ecclesiastes, which underpin the film in Brahms' composition, are the theological explication of this moral problem. They do not degrade man to the status of cattle, but state that man is not identical with cattle precisely because he knows that he is like cattle, because he dies no differently than cattle, but is reminded of his origin in the first nature by the awareness of the transience of his own body. Only man, as an animal gifted with the ability to reflect and speak, who is freed by such distinction from being blindly at the mercy of his first nature, is able to reflect on the fact that he and the cattle have one and the same breath, that not only he, man, but everything is vain, and that he is therefore obliged to show compassion, leniency, forbearance and kindness towards his own kind simply by virtue of being human. Thus, unlike in the mind of Chabrol's deluded protagonist, who declares his rival to be cattle because of his cattle-like behavior, cattle is not an insult in the lines of Ecclesiastes, but an appeal to man's self-awareness as a rational animal, an insight that Venier stubbornly refuses to accept, not unlike Decourt, which is why Venier is not a man and Decourt a beast, but both have become brutes, albeit for different reasons and under different circumstances. By making Venier's actions comprehensible and building him up as a figure of identification with the rejected Decourt, Chabrol demonstrates that the tendency to declare one's hostile neighbor as cattle and to morally elevate oneself above him in a moral hubris at the cost of falling away from bourgeois law and moral law lurks in every individual. At the same time, through the use of Ecclesiastes, the film hints at how closely linked in the history of moral philosophy and its theological roots the reflection of man himself is with the reflection of man on himself, on the differentiated similarity between animal and man in the creatureliness of all living things that unites both. Therefore, no moral philosophy can do without reflecting on the relationship between animals and humans, which is not to be fundamentally rejected because it often becomes animal-friendly misanthropy in so-called animal ethics. At the same time, reflection on the differentiated similarity, the distant relationship between humans and animals, is constitutive for the Hippocratic oath of physicians and thus for any moral philosophical reflection on the significance of medicine. The relationship of the physician to the patient, which is human medical and therefore always subject to moral judgment and is expressed in the Hippocratic Oath, mirrors the reflection of the relationship between man and animal. In illness and pain, man becomes aware of his own animal nature, to which he is exposed in creaturely suffering no differently than in physical pleasure. With the transience of the human body, the pain and physical suffering of man, from which the psychological suffering and the pain of the soul are to be distinguished but not simply separated, medicine, at least human medicine, insofar as the term does not tend to be tautological, has the natural historical connection between man and animal, the creatureliness of man, as its necessary subject. It is one of the most significant features of a dialectic of enlightenment that does not simply dismiss the irrational as a disruptive component of a process of social, economic, and technological progress to be affirmed as a whole, but rather understands it with all its crude manifestations, from dream and nightmare to fantasy and delusion to obscurantism and esotericism, as constitutive of the concept of enlightenment itself, that it makes the history of medicine and the medical profession its subject. From the moralists of the French Enlightenment through the historical materialism of Feuerbach, Engels and Marx and the philosophy of the body of Schopenhauer and Nietzsche to critical theory, medicine and the medical profession figured as the crystallization points of a way of thinking that related even the most difficult nuances of the psyche, conceptual reflection and sublimation in the form of image, word and writing to the body as their material substrate. However, the philosophical reflection on the relationship between matter and spirit using the example of medicine is contrasted in real history by an ignorance of the moral philosophical implications of medicine, interrupted by a few periods of self-reflection, which make it more and something other than a natural science. In general, any science that wants to be nothing but science and believes that this self-fetishization, presented as self-limitation, is proof of its special purity, tends to be ideology and thus necessarily subject to criticism. The fact that it recognized this and drew cogent consequences from this insight at the height of the division of labor and conceptual differentiation of the specialist disciplines at the time distinguishes critical theory, which was embodied by Max Horkheimer and Theodore W. Adorno until the 1960s, from its increasingly popular academic derivatives since the 1960s. Even the concept of science elaborated by Jürgen Habermas in Erkenntnis und Interesse, knowledge and interest, was characterized by the tendency to outsource the required reflexive self-criticism to various subdisciplines, which, as split-off ideology-critical agencies of the ideological state apparatuses, were considered particularly lively and original, but somehow also dubious forms of thought and language of polemics, pointed judgment and exaggeration, which science as a whole had to renounce the lively realization of. Since then, the splitting off and delegation of criticism and reflection, which almost always bear the treacherously tautological prefix self, have become the academic norm. The maxim claimed by Adorno for intellectuals, "Don't let yourself be represented," which commits all subdisciplines to a universality present only in the respective individual, which in turn cannot be reduced to a subdiscipline and would lose its meaning without the division of labor, is now demoed. Every academic constantly acts as a representative and allows himself to be represented. No one simply speaks for himself in uncovered speech anymore. Without taking note of this erosion of the concept of science, from which the false opposition of positive sciences and humanities, of fact-based and speculative thinking arises in the first place, it is impossible to understand what has been going on since the beginning of 2020 under the catchphrase of war on the virus, rationalized as health protection and practical charity. Protect yourself and others. Stay healthy. We're staying at home. Keeping our distance in the name of heartfelt humanity. It's just a prick. It's just a face mask. And even apartheid slogans such as unvaccinated people must stay out. Contrary to what those resistant to experience still claim today, corona, which was never simply a word for a pandemic, was actually a turning point in an era in which an anthropological rupture that had been looming for a long time became a material force. Precisely because everyone, including those involved, secretly knows this, everyone has since been talking in a well-oriented and well-sorted way about their own lives as a period of time that quite naturally breaks down into before corona, and after corona, into old and new normality, and which is nevertheless counterfactually and counterintuitively faked as a somehow consistent, self-transparent context of meaning, as a life path in which only something, albeit obviously incisive. And then corona came, intervened in between. So there is no need for history relativizing lateral thinkers to suggest an interpretation of the corona caesura as a break in civilization, which is immediately and reliably denounced by leisure mask wearers as illegitimate and dangerous. The corona connoisseurs themselves suggest such an interpretation by evoking corona topically, rhetorically and metaphorically as a watershed in the history of mankind that henceforth separates the past from the present, and after which nothing will be the same as it was before. The only difference between the connoisseurs and the swearers is that they senselessly affirm this rupture, heroically take it upon themselves and profess to have wanted and helped to create it. The time after Corona represents for Corona connoisseurs far more than for virus deniers the time of the dawning of a new herd consciousness, with which the citizens of Western countries, and Corona was an event in the history of the Occident, not the Orient or the Third World, are finally able to overcome their narcissism, their reckless and irresponsible self-encapsulation, and have converted themselves to gratuitous care, to self-abandonment without concession to their neighbor who functions as the incarnation of global public health, to deceleration, mindfulness, awakening and vigilance, i.e. to a world in which the good life is conceived from birth as lifelong mutual euthanasia. The collective subject of such a life is consequently neither the citizens represented in the form of nation-states nor the associated individuals, but the territorially parceled out herds of cattle, whose members are not granted any rights, but at best are issued with permits, and whose psychosocial health is watched over not by human medicine, but by veterinary medicine, which is classified as general medicine. That in those days when, in accordance with a legally enforced emergency law, it was a prerequisite for entering important areas of public space, cafes, pubs, restaurants, stores, sometimes also means of transport, to prove one's current vaccination or test status to spontaneously nominated block watchers and bouncers, the fact that in some German cities, such as Leipzig city center, citizens were allowed to indicate the degree to which they were vaccinated and tested by wearing different colored ribbons on their clothing, illustrates the not merely metaphorical character of the talk of herd consciousness, just as the individual specimens of cattle herds are made distinguishable by the ribbons they wear on their ears or necks. The followers of the Corona herd differentiated themselves by their status ribbons. Just as in the past only in front of the disco, where the desire for voluntary customer selection has always been lived out particularly open-heartedly and everyone who belonged to it proudly showed their stamped wrist at the entrance, catering and service businesses now selected the guests from whom they themselves live, and to whom they should therefore actually be polite by means of gorillas placed in front of the door or inside, friendly in the lucky case and antisocial in the unlucky case. But from then on, the customary economically mediated politeness towards the citizen as customer was a thing of the past anyway. Large parts of the public space were transformed into a kind of civil enclosure from which the brutalized, obdurate, unteachable part of the population could be excluded without further ado. Playgrounds, benches and parks were secured with tape against those for whom they were built, as if every citizen were a potential criminal and every public place a prospective crime scene. Children had to undergo penetrative mass health tests in schools before starting their daily learning workload, and never since the invention of vaccination, which marked a massive advance in civilization, has human vaccination, simply through its extorted collectivity, ostentatious publicity and mass nature, been so close to animal vaccination. It was probably also because of the everyday inject and go propaganda that the aversion to mindless vaccination affirmation was particularly strong among former GDR citizens, who still remember the stubborn and routine school vaccinations as an expression of the authentic constitution of real socialism. The experts who were declared responsible for the planning, implementation, and monitoring of this herd-like population mutation, and to whom the majority of citizens hung on their lips like no other priest at high mass, represented the self-deprecation of the science they promoted, instead of epidemiologists, who, in accordance with their professional mandate, deal with the interaction between society and nature and the socio-economic and demographic conditions of public health, virologists. Set the tone, who are basically physicists because they conceive of the natural processes underlying contagion and immunization according to a physical atomism. Instead of social psychologists and educationalists, behaviorist psychologists, neuroscientists and cognitive scientists judged the degree of stress to which children and young people were exposed by the barbaric health protection measures implemented in schools. The progression of the numbers expressed in incomprehensible and even incomprehensible curve diagrams was followed with a hypnotic fascination by the particles of the population welded together in a community of fear, which any stock market trader could have been envious of, if he had not noticed that the measures and the mass psychological dynamics they induced also endangered his own livelihood in the long term because, contrary to widespread opinion, financial capital, however mediated, is also dependent on material living carriers in which it embodies itself and from which it feeds. However, it is only possible to speak of a herd consciousness instead of a manipulatively and autosuggestively generated herd because the actually implemented population relationship was not only enforced by the citizens, whose behavior made it visible, but also affirmed and loved to no small extent, libidinously occupied and lived out with relish. In this respect, the term fellow-makers is too harmless for those who went along with all this and still defend it today in the know-it-all tone of incorrigible know-nothings. They not only went along with it, they did it, and would do it again at any time, like the constitutionally conscienceless after the first opportunity for meanness granted to them by life. The earliest and most enduring emblem of such complicity is the so-called everyday mask, which to this day is said, with a vehemence that undermines the very credibility it claims to be nothing more than a medical mask, i.e., something completely harmless, sensible, and unsuspicious. Even without delving into pseudo-empirical sophisms about the degree to which FFP2 masks are harmful to health, it should have been clear to everyone from the outset that the compulsion and willingness to wear masks, which is not backed up by any health policy evidence, expressed above all a symbolic and imaginary relationship of the citizen to the regime of measures and thus also to himself, his physicality, and the physical real presence of others. This symbolic relationship consists not only in the unconditional will, expressed by wearing a mask, to continue to regard oneself and all others as potential virus carriers, i.e., as a potential source of danger to the health of oneself and all others, in accordance with the pandemic imperative issued by Christian Drossen. It also articulated a collective commitment to a sociality as a principle of socialization that had never before been expressed with such vehemence in post-Nazi Germany. For the everyday hygiene mask is neither, as its apologists claim, a sign of health policy civility, nor, as many of its opponents have always repeated, a muzzle or a uniform, the wearing of which alone would constitute a commitment to the new totalitarian regime. It is not an expression of enlightened civilization because, in contrast to the unifying and simultaneously individualizing function of civilian clothing, its use with the human face conceals and renders illegible precisely the part of the body that transcends the complicated interrelationship between clothing and body, concealment and nudity in the bourgeois public sphere. The face is the only part of the human body that expresses civilization, mediatedness, and sociability in an undisguised manner precisely because it is turned towards its peers without distinction, while the other parts are clothed depending on the degree of intimacy or publicity of the respective communication situation. The face openly turned towards the other is not naked in the same way as other parts of the body that are unveiled, because its features, the play of facial expressions that can express smiles, astonishment, affection, aversion, lend it a constantly changing, nuanced form that transcends its nakedness by stylizing it and giving it an expressive power that is suppressed by partial or complete concealment. Therefore, for the human face, all clothing tends to be a masking. The face is already, especially in its naked or better bare state, its own civilization, its own design, its own clothing that is substantially interwoven with itself. Therefore, covering the face, whether for religious or political reasons, is a priori an attack on its significance as a form of expression of sociability, mimetic cuddliness, and socially mediated spontaneity. The face openly turned towards the other is a genuine expression of civilization. Its concealment indicates a relapse into barbarism. In contrast, the actually populist description of the hygiene mask as a muzzle or uniform suggests that it represents nothing but the bad, annoying, and obstructive aspect of civilization by imposing illegitimate boundaries, senseless constraints, and bloodless norms on the authentic physicality of its wearer. Actually, if it were not for the evil principle of abstract socialization, all and everyone could be individuals in an unmistakable way, but the mask physically imposes the bad general on each individual in the mode of uniformity and thus prevents everyone from being who they really are. The inhumane and self-deprecating impulse of this interpretation is revealed in the word muzzle. Citizens who authentically stand up for themselves do not have a mouth, but a mouth, and would speak as they please if the state did not prevent them from doing so and thereby restrict their freedom. According to this rather prepotent and self-confident self-image, the free citizen is closer to dogs than to humans precisely because of his freedom, and, if he were not forbidden to do so, would bark wildly and bite whoever and however he wants. Such free citizens, who today rarely demand free travel, but instead demand a free run, as they do for their own Doberman, resemble in their unadulterated, crude self-relationship the distorted image that hygiene fanatics have of them, who consider them to be exactly the louts, and reckless oafs that many of them would also like to be. In this respect, the denunciatory talk of the mask as a muzzle repeats the contempt for the human face that also drives mask apologists, who, by forcing the face into the mask, actually make it resemble a dog's snout that only needs a muzzle to perfect it. Both the anti-civilizational rejection of the mask as a muzzle and the affirmation of the mask as a symbol of complete civilization in terms of health policy seek to exorcise the mimetic moment of any communicative action, with the difference, however, that the mask apologists have led the way in this campaign practically, self-confidently, and with inhuman ruthlessness, while the mouth that their opponents do not want to be banned from uttering would probably mostly utter socially acceptable harmlessness if it were allowed to speak. Because the regime of measures and its propagandists have taken action against any expression of the mimetic moment of human exchange, as manifested in facial expressions, gestures, physical self-expression, and all forms of reciprocity, with a blackmailing superintendent mentality, which were simultaneously neutralized by the enforced digitalization and telemedialization of the public sphere. They acted much more massively and profoundly against the impulses in which civilization sediments. itself in the individual by making it his own business and the moment of his spontaneous self-expression. Since critical theory, in the concept of mimesis, asserted such impulses of civilization in the individual against its neutralization unleashed by the process of enlightenment itself, it stands in opposition to everything that pseudo-rationalist narrow-minded lovers of measures have defended since 2020 and lied to themselves as pure reasonableness. In the sense of criticizing any notion of a pure science that in truth misses its object by believing it to elevate it to objectivity in the mode of a knowledge purged of any distorting subjectivity, the concept of mimesis of critical theory holds that any knowledge appropriate to its object is altered, shaped and therefore impure according to the approved sciences by the object itself, which it must affect in order to do it justice. Such impurity, in which the traces of the object and the subject relating to it are reflected, guarantees its objectivity. In her 1983 book The Unconscious Society, Elizabeth Lenk described the necessity of impurity in her explanations of mimesis. Characteristic of human nature is its indeterminacy, its determinability, whereas the nature of every animal is a priori determined. The natural force released in man is human subjectivity. In the course of history it is also called mana, the demonic, the orgiastic, the genius. By virtue of his subjectivity, man is the exception. He feels it as his divinity and knows himself to be superior to all other living beings, but at the same time he is also inferior to them, because every living being has its place, lives from the first moment of life what is placed in it as its a priori, its destiny, while man does not know a priori what he should do, how he should live. People have reacted to the awakening of subjectivity with panic fear and panic joy. When humanity awoke, as the dreaming spirit awakens in the middle of sleep, when it stepped out of the bondage of the natural into the open with horror and delight, that is when the first religions arose, when the need arose to address and worship what was seen in the moment of rapture. Expression was born out of this dizzying feeling, the feeling of being torn apart. People felt called to express what was urging for expression in all of silent nature, to articulate what was living in them in sounds, in music and dance. The articulated sounds caused something that was only inside as a dull feeling of fear to suddenly exist outside, to breathe freely. The human being, this unnaturally long helpless being, carried and rocked by others, develops a fetterless energy that is directly opposed to the movement that has hurled him into the world without his intervention. Hardly born, this being gives birth to a world of its own. Socialization theorists have forgotten this. They are all too happy to regard the archaic preform of the human being as something purely biological, as mere material for socialization, an object of conversion and proselytization. They overlook a highly complicated structure that is already there before a second consciousness sets out to reorganize an already socialized world. End of quote. In this passage, subjectivity is the opposite of the subjectivism that is meant by postmodern theories under the guise of the perspectival and omnipresent constructions, namely a word for the truly objective, which is only mediated by the subjects of knowledge, as their form of objectification. While the mode of existence in which the animal lives is entirely determined, completely comprehensible as a living objectification of the laws of nature, man as a natural and social being is determined by his indeterminacy, which is precisely for this reason determinable, changeable through the mediation of subject and object in the process of socialization. Man and man alone is the nature that emerges from the boundedness of the natural and objectifies itself through activity and confrontation with nature, first and second nature, subject of nature's processing and its object reflecting itself as such, all in one. From this arises the rapture and self-transcendence described by Lenk and significant for the concept of reason in the dialectic of enlightenment of the human being who fearfully and euphorically recognizes himself as a being of reason and nature at the same time. In somatic happiness, in the shared experience of sex, of satisfied sensual pleasure, as well as in the realization that he is both at the same time as a living being stepping from the boundedness of the natural into the free, natural and social being, who is thereby encouraged and obliged to reconcile both spheres, instead of bringing one down to the other. This is why magical and ecstatic practices and other early forms of mastering nature, which appear irrational, regressive and ridiculous to today's apostles of reason, should be taken seriously as mimetic preforms of rationality, which should not be fixed irrationally, but also should not simply be forgotten and discarded if the unfolded rationality is not to forget its own origins and once again fall into the vicious circle of the self-reproducing spell of the first nature. Mimesis, as it is preserved in the arts and in the aesthetic moments of discursive language and unfolds as a non-discursive immanent critique of reason, does justice to this, while an empty rationalism that abandons its mimetic residues, the magical and pre-rational remnants encapsulated in it, which it can never completely get rid of, and splits them off from itself as the other of reason, falls back into a blind decay of nature. It is precisely this memory of the connection between the positive sciences and speculation, between imagination and concept, abstraction and contemplation, theory and dream that has been massively suppressed since Habermas' transformation of critical theory into the Frankfurt School of Social Philosophy into an ensemble of social science disciplines. And, whenever it is made the subject of discussion within academia, it is perhorized as alien to the discipline, contrary to reason, speculative or lateral thinking. So when ideology critics today, who see themselves as the successors of critical theory or possibly claim to be its last authentic guardians, glorify the past 4 years since Corona as a time that was difficult in everyday practice but otherwise guided by reason, in which everyone who was on the right side stayed at home, if, as Lenk rightly points out, this is the last and most pathetic sellout of an undivided concept of reason, which was understood by critical theory not as an agency of purposeful, meaningful human control or a functioning instance of object subsumption, but as a living substance. As a living substance, however, indivisible reason is part of everything that lives and changes under the influence of people, and is therefore also inherent in irrationality, madness, fears, obsessions and even delusions, which, as things contrary to reason, are at the same time permeated by reason, which, not as a principle but as a moment, also animates the irrational and sometimes produces it in the first place. Where this connection is skipped over, the dialectic of the Enlightenment is bisected, as is the case with the ideology-critical celebration of the politics of measures en masse, split into a clean tradition of the good Enlightenment and a dirty one of the evil counter-Enlightenment, and thus abandoned in toto. It is no coincidence that it was the heterodox part of the second women's movement, committed to the thinking of critical theory, that dealt most extensively with the implications of the dialectic of enlightenment, which were not only critical of science but also decidedly critical of medicine. Sylvia Bovenschen's essay Die Aktuelle Hex, published in 1977 in the volume Aus der Zeit der Verzweiflung, which she co-edited, is an example of how, in the witch hunts of the Middle Ages, the Church, struggling to maintain its increasingly dwindling secular power, together with the representatives of a modern medicine that was distancing itself from traditional naturopathy, sought to get rid of relics of a healing science based on magic, mimetic practices, and incantation that was losing its economic and social significance in the image of the witch. In real historical terms, this formed the precursor and basis of modern medicine. The witch hunts were therefore not simply a regressive mass campaign by the Church against the female, other imagined by the clergy as pagan and natural religious, but the Church and modern medicine, some of whose representatives took the stand to condemn the women condemned as witches in a medically correct manner, joined forces, partly tactically motivated, partly unconsciously, with the remnants of mimetic preforms of modern reason, in which magic, medicine and religion, incantation and medicine still coexisted inseparably. They made short work of them. As the witch hunts in this sense were not merely regressive, anti-enlightenment, but at the same time a progressive excess for the purpose of exorcising the connection between rationality and magic, Bovenschen interprets them as the earliest mass murderous manifestation of the transformation of enlightenment into barbarism, which the dialectic of enlightenment takes as its subject against the backdrop of National Socialism and the extermination of the European Jews. This motif of critical theory has since been taken up far more in the tradition of the women's movement than in the historiography of National Socialism. In this line of tradition, which includes Barbara Duden's empirically developed concept of a body history in Geschichte unter der Haut, 1987, as well as Claudia Honegger's history of gynecology in Die Ordnung der Geschlechter, 1991. The connection between medical and disciplinary history has been demonstrated for various epochs using the example of the medical treatment of the female body. Neither Bovenschen nor Duden and Honegger fall into a holistic or life reformist resentment against so-called conventional medicine, but rather show how a medicine that refuses to reflect on its pre-rational foundations can turn into irrationality and delusion precisely by fetishizing its positivist rationalist self-image. Duden, who is less committed to critical theory than to Ivan Illich's institutional critique of medicine, is also not interested in rehabilitating an intuitive, vivid, and more sensual relationship between science and the body with her project of a female body history, but rather, in the spirit of Illich, in asserting a rational and practice-oriented understanding of lay medicine against the ever-increasing instrumental independence of medical expertise. Like Illich, she does not see lay reason as the better of expert reason, but rather as a reflexive basis for the development of a human medicine that is aware of its own limitations. Such epistemological critical works on the history of medicine would be able to substantiate what the history of medicine has demonstrated since Alexander Mitscherlich's Medicine Without Humanity and Ernst Klee's contemporary historical biographical studies on doctors under National Socialism, that the convergence of medicine and mass murder that took place under National Socialism was also not simply the victory of hostility to reason and regression over humanity and rationality, but that it was precisely in the unleashed barbarism of National Socialism that unenlightened impulses of narrow-minded rationality, blind to its own destructiveness, broke through. Making euthanasia practical as the protection of life and mass murder as public welfare was a task that was not carried out by the majority of anthroposophists, esotericists, and homeopaths, although most of them agreed with it, but by modern, rationalist doctors and positivist life engineers who had long since learned to find Rudolf Steiner just as ridiculous as his ideology-critical non-readers do today. By using the history of medicine since early modern times to show that reason and irrationality, rationality and delusion have always been intertwined both theoretically and practically, Bovenschen, Duden and Honegger, each in their own way, anticipated the shirt-sleeved pragmatists who, in the face of corona, and in the name of critical theory of all things, rejected every doubt, every question and every hesitation as an expression of unscientificity and oath-taking. Only those who have successfully overcome any trace of the two-faced nature of the history of medicine and any reminder of medicine in the Third Reich can make comparisons between Drossen and Mengele with exactly the same furious indignation that they have renounced in the face of the conformist enthusiasm of their own comrades over the past 4 years. Many of the things that people who were once approachable have forgotten, repressed, or happily sold off since spring 2020, as if in a relocation-related sale, include the lay reason that Illich and Duden have reminded us of not as the other, but as the corrective of scientifically approved reason. Anti-German ideology critics in particular have repeatedly defended common sense against its sophistical critics and deconstructors, for example in the context of the population's unease in the face of Muslim mass migration and in defending common sense against non-consensual gender policy language regulations, and have even undertaken to save the honor of the regulars table from the despisers of regulars table reason. But since they have learned to hate not only the regulars table, but also the entire pub as a virus-infested hotspot for faggotry, they no longer know anything about it. In fact, if not common sense, then common sense, whose shrunken form it is just as much a corrective to theoretical dry runs that are resistant to experience as, conversely, free speculation that is not sworn to any deadline, dogma or preconception is to the temptation to believe that all the evidence is obvious and that we ourselves have eaten wisdom with Adorno spoons. One of the worst things that Corona has produced among the geniuses is therefore a false self-certainty, closed in on itself in constant fear of being refuted, which no longer wants to be surprised by anything or anyone, is not open to anything other than what is known and keeps every insight, every trace of spirit and wit, out as a symptom of obscurantism and spinning by means of the self-constructed intellectual disinfection bunker. In general theory, thinking as a whole has degenerated into defensiveness, rationalization, denial, distraction and pathological projection among those infected by corona connoisseurship, which is why, especially in critical theoretical circles, theory, or what is considered to be theory, has at best been practiced as what Horkheimer and Adorno criticized it as a means of avoiding knowledge. Hence the tidy, fist-pounding, defensively self-confident tone of the father of the house, in which people have since been talking indiscriminately about climate change, Russian war of aggression and anti-Semitic cultural chicanery, guided by no other effect than outrage and fear of exposure. In fact, people now only talk about everything, i.e. about it, and no longer about the subject, starting from it, which is why most of what is said could just as well be done by an AI-generated text creation program. Those who find this too boring should try to find their way back to the impurity that, unlike evidence-based factual propaganda, is inherent in every thought that deserves to be called such, and in which thinking resembles the no less impure life with which it is not one, but without which it would be nothing. It is the most reliable way to evade the gatekeepers, corridor protectors and master proper representatives of an ideological critique that no longer remembers today what it knew yesterday. According to psychologist and freelance journalist Karina Hartmann, who writes about everything to do with the brain and society, the whole of Germany knows that narcissist is one of the last socially acceptable insults. Hartmann has no problem with a scientifically dressed-up insult of villains, she just sees a need for differentiation. But who really is one? And are narcissists really the villains that many people think they are? End quote. Referring to a common psychological narcissism questionnaire, she presents 3 decisive criteria for identifying troublemakers: a claim to authority and leadership thinking, I am a born leader, a tendency toward self-presentation, I like to be the center of attention, and exploitative behavior, I find it easy to manipulate others. Whether the boss considers himself a born leader is irrelevant. He determines company policy and, above all, decides on personnel issues, i.e. he leads. Since he has the power, his decisions always bear his personal stamp. Whether he gives cheering speeches to the workforce or rules in a barely visible manner is irrelevant. He is the center of attention. And since his managing director's salary considerably exceeds that of his employees, it is obvious that this can only be at the expense of their work performance. This used to be called exploitation. And in a system based on wage labor, it really is easy for him to manipulate others into complying with the conditions he sets. A science journalist is not there to incite riots in the workplace on popular advice websites. Her job is to differentiate between merely claimed power and real power and to demand the respect due to the successful, which is why a distinction is made between healthy and pathological narcissism. The internet platform Veritable offers subalterns personality correction and enemy analysis disguised as opposites: ambitious and arrogant, committed and manipulative, self-confident and hurtful, charming and ruthless, visionary and intolerant, persuasive and exploitative. Karina Hartman therefore recommends a healthy dose of pathological behavior. People with certain narcissistic traits often get through life very well. A healthy self-confidence makes you psychologically stable and is well received. Moderately narcissistic people are often enthusiastic and can assert themselves well. These people come across as charismatic and thus captivate others. They like to be around people and are well aware of their public image. End of quote. Apparently, it's all about rules of life that pave the way to success, especially at work. In reality, it's about stigmatization and exclusion of unhinged losers who have looked too often at career Bibles and other disruptive people who are ascribed to the loser side. However, if these characteristics, such as enthusiasm and assertiveness, take over, continues Karina Hartman, and determine the entire life and place a heavy burden on the person concerned or their environment, psychiatrists speak of a narcissistic personality disorder. This pathological narcissism can be destructive. Affected people have an enormous desire for admiration and attention. They are constantly looking for compliments and consider themselves so important that everyone has to be subordinate to them. Their attitude of entitlement and inability to recognize the needs of others means that they sometimes shamelessly exploit their fellow human beings. They devalue other people's achievements and successes. They have to make others feel small in order to feel big themselves. At the same time, everyone wants to be admired, not always have to respond to the needs of others for the sake of a lazy piece, and is tempted to belittle them in bad times. Because those who have resigned themselves to what is done to them, but often ennoble their damage, such as submission, participation and conflict avoidance as attributes of the beautiful soul and proclaim them to be public morals, are not so harmless. The difference between a character mask called an entrepreneurial personality like Steve Jobs and people who proclaim themselves geniuses and demand admiration lies in their success. The orientation towards him can also be seen, even if it does not materialize, in the prestige of academic degrees that are not in demand or in the fierce competition of colleagues in the fight for the attribution of, for example, quality officer in a small business with 10 poorly paid employees. The distinction between the attitudes of disliked colleagues, acquaintances, neighbors, etc. and expressions of manifest mental illness becomes blurred when pathological narcissism is diagnosed. If the German's favorite child, the depressive, has been overflowing with compassion since the death of a national soccer goalkeeper, although he can also make life hell for those closest to him, this does not apply to those suffering from a narcissistic personality disorder. His symptoms are reserved for the attribution of enemies in a social field that is definitely not clinical. After all, narcissism is considered an extreme form of egoism that must be exorcised as an aberration that destroys the community of the well-intentioned. Consequently, the clinical pictures conveyed by doctors and analysts appear merely as a foil for a campaign to promote mutual respect. The socially accepted insult, "You're a narcissist," has almost nothing to do with the actual illness, let alone empathy for the sufferer. Even luminaries in their field express subjective indignation about how the illness manifests itself. The psychoanalyst Otto Kernberg, for example, states, "The pathological grandiose self-expression of an enormous self-idealization manifests itself in exhibitionism, a sense of entitlement, ruthlessness, the incorporation of idealized parts of others, the chronic tendency to devalue others. Exploitative parasitic behavior as well as in the chronic need to be admired by others and to be the focus of everyone's interest in order to maintain self-idealization." End of quote. On the other hand, a distinction should be made between people who recognize in every form of criticism an assault that endangers their own existence, which they can no longer distinguish from an armed attack, and those much more numerous people who draw the license for themselves from the plight of the sick to describe every unpleasant objection as violence and call for the discourse police. The former can often be recognized by self-inflicted scars or in disguises such as hoods pulled low over their faces or that avoidant gait that is supposed to preclude any greeting. They are no longer woke, because they can no longer be the center of attention and bite away competitors. They are fighting for their survival. The others, on the other hand, who are still considered to have a healthy self-awareness, equip themselves with strategies and identifying features that they have copied from the real social violence whose partisans they want to be. The sensitive center ascribes what it does on a daily basis to a narcissistic parallel universe of the perpetrators whose character traits it describes so dazzlingly. They themselves are always friendly, attentive and turned towards the other, which is emphasized with penetrating eye contact and the constantly interjected filler words when listening, which always include the inevitable okay. What is done on a daily basis with the most harmless means is attributed to the enemy object to be separated. Who would speak of manipulation when people are eavesdropping? Who would assume pure self-centeredness when people are listening so devoutly? Narcissistic personality disorder has its origins in the unfinished submission to the constraints that everyone is required to endure. In extreme cases, the associated disappointments lead to a failure to develop what is called a social character, or the ability to bond with objects. The consequences are dramatic and can lead to an almost complete breakdown in interaction with other people. The loss of the object corresponds to the agonizing search for it. The excessive self-referentiality has its counterpart in a completely reduced self-confidence. In the clinical narcissist, there is no hope and therefore no longing for liberation from the constraints that stem from social and private reality. He is not a narcissist analogous to the myth, nor is he analogous to those who are so uncritically given the same name today as a sociotype. He is only capable of offending those who are attached to him because of a love that arose in an earlier phase of his existence and who suffer from his disappearance. Uli Krug follows this widespread empathy-free scheme in his book Krankheit als Krankung. For him, it is clear that loss of reality, an inability to empathize and excessive self-presentation have manifested themselves in pandemic times, and he sees this as an unfortunate development in the formation of social character. He wants to be smarter than Kernberg and others and seems to be strictly guided by Freud, whom he breaks down into an extremely simple clip-clop scheme. The toddler, who believes himself to be omnipotent, experiences as a defeat and insult that the parent's self-will and the resistance emanating from the inanimate objects are stronger than his own. With the recognition of this power relationship, the primary narcissism ends and the mind capable of factual adequacy emerges, which helps to recognize reality. What develops between the 3rd and 6th year of life, the phase in which the child exhibits narcissistic traits, remains excluded. The objective, on the other hand, is presented particularly in the modern natural sciences, in whose sphere the mind can only do something analytically, but not decretively. The natural sciences, which herald the resistance of the objective, are opposed by the urge to return to the life-historical archaic, which expresses itself in hostility to reason and civilization, which he calls secondary narcissism. Neither those who promote healthy self-confidence and warn against undesirable deviations, nor Krug's definition of narcissism mention what constitutes the myth of the narcissist, nor do some disturbing comments on the subject by Sigmund Freud, which seem to contradict the system. Narcissus is beautiful and has, a later edition, irresistible charm, without allowing these advantages to be used for any social purpose and, above all, strictly rejecting sexual object relations. Nevertheless, in his supposedly reckless self-referentiality, he casts such a spell over others that his death does not give them the satisfaction of redemption from an antisocial man, but has caused animate and even inanimate nature to fall into deep mourning. The scandal was already laid out in the myth first handed down by Ovid and caused uncertainty almost 2,000 years later and ultimately naked hatred on the occasion of a trial. In Great Britain around the year 1900, reason prevailed. The citizens had developed a common sense that could be described by Krug as pragmatically objective. There was simply nothing else but the British model of rampant progress, also in the social question. Everything would go on like this. Radical objections to a reality so soberly designed for eternity seemed to be out of the question. After all, excess was not on the cards and unfulfilled desires seemed to remain under wraps. But even in this seemingly crisis-proof reality, which had already dictated one's entire path in life as a child, including modest opportunities for advancement, unfulfilled desire sought ways out in sublimation performances that remained harmless, but were never free of dark fantasies or laboriously restrained antisociality. The extensive hobby called spleen, the cultivation of flowers or even the planting of an entire garden are legendary, was usually practiced to the exclusion of others, without which its pursuit and the results would have lost all appeal for the operator. Spleen originally meant annoyance or annoyance, before it was given a less gloomy guise as oddness. Those afflicted by spleen are related to figures who maintain a politeness towards others that is frozen in painting and based on complete distance, which they only spice up with quirky humor in individual cases, thus cultivating their solitude. Another domain in which the seemingly stagnant instincts paved their way is not as friendly as an even-spleened Miss Marple would suggest, but instead went for murder. In the crime novel, an entire nation is not so much searching for the perpetrator as for the loophole through which the aggressor could still slip against all believed values. Identification with the investigator is merely a shift of fascination to the murderer, often enough the lust murderer, presented in demonic near-omnipotence, to the omnipotence of the right man, who is then applauded not without a guilty conscience. At the same time, the whole country admired expeditions to the Arctic Ocean and the North Pole, the only purpose of which was that a large group of volunteers took on great hardships for over a year without any prospect of monetary reward and often did not return at all or returned seriously ill. The aestheticism of the late Victorian era established itself quite successfully as a counter-movement to such a sickening reality, which appeared immoral in words and images seemingly only for the sake of celebrating artistic beauty and at least hinted at completely different pleasures than those permitted. Before Freud published on this subject, the figure of Narcissus emerged in the world of aesthetes, who was given characteristics that have nothing to do with those attributed to a narcissist today. Oscar Wilde went beyond the traditional depictions, some of which refer to the unfulfillability of the instinctual desire, and made nature the protagonist, who mourns Narcissus not because he falls victim to her, but because he has given her an idea of her own beauty. She herself is narcissistic. His prose poem The Disciple reads as follows: When Narcissus died, the fountain of his joys turned from a bowl of sweet water into a bowl of salty tears, and the mountain nymphs came weeping through the forest so that they could go to the fountain and give it comfort. And when they saw that the spring had turned from a bowl of sweet water into a bowl of salty tears, they loosened the green tresses of their hair and said to the spring, weeping, We do not wonder that you mourn Narcissus in this way. He was so beautiful. Was Narcissus beautiful? Asked the spring. Who should know better than you? Replied the mountain nymphs. He always passed us by, but he sought you out and lay on your banks and looked down at you, and in the mirror of your waters he reflected his own beauty. And the spring replied, But I loved Narcissus because, as he lay on my shore and looked down on me, I always saw my own beauty in the mirror of his eyes. End quote. The connection with the elements and dead nature is a questionable substitute for the renunciation of human sexual objects and suggests a rest in nature that transitions from sleep to death. But the images of Narcissus do not bear the tint of coldness, of asceticism, of self-love. It is not this gesture that is preserved in art and poetry, Marcuse. One might add, rather, the gesture expressed in the Narcissus image consists of lamenting the denied fulfillment of lust, which, after the childhood latency phase as an object-erected sexual drive, has erected an ego armor in the individual that only breaks at the height of infatuation and only exceptionally allows the oceanic feeling in the union. Oscar Wilde, just 2 years older than Sigmund Freud, convincingly personified the narcissist, as the Carina Hartmanns and Uli Krug insult him today. As a dandy and idler, as a socialite who was always the center of attention, he demanded admiration and received it in abundance. Wilde could snub and belittle others, and he was vain and self-absorbed. His sole purpose was to devote himself as an artist and provocateur to the celebration of beauty, which he located outside of any social constraints. He despised attitudes and products that showed the effort involved in their creation, and was considered a social, parasitic and perverse not least for this reason. The fact that he played a double game and always worked hard, had good friends and was less of a debtor than a carefree patron who threw his occasionally considerable income around did nothing to change the verdict. His downfall, the public humiliation and the sentence of 2 years in prison were not only due to homophobia, which was rather the generally recognized target of hatred. After all, sodomy was a punishable offense. The aesthetic cult in its obscene form is over, rejoiced the News of the World newspaper in May 1895 on Wilde's conviction. With Oscar Wilde, social reality has taken revenge on someone who set out in all seriousness to overthrow it. Even his contemporaries could not understand that this narcissist had an infectious charm that even his critics found difficult to resist, but today this would probably be chalked up to manipulation and dismissed. There is an objection to Krug, after its fusion with the outside world as an infant, which is experienced as violent, keyword weaning, but before the sexual partial drive has taken over from the much more comprehensive libido, the child goes through a phase in which it is loved the most because it is more attractive than it would ever be again later. As if he had also been thinking of Oscar Wilde, Freud wrote in 1914, for it seems clearly recognizable that the narcissism of one person develops a great attraction for those others who have abandoned the full extent of their own narcissism and are in the courtship of object love. The attraction of the child is due in good part to its narcissism, its self-sufficiency and inaccessibility, as is the attraction of certain animals which seem not to care about us, like cats and large predators. End quote. Freud noted about the child and the narcissistic woman with both skepticism and admiration. It is as if we envied them the preservation of a blissful psychic state, an unassailable libido position, which we have since abandoned. The 3-year-old child, for example, refuses to accept the impositions that are supposed to be imposed on it, but it does not reject human objects in their entirety, but adapts to them. Its actions are enviable not only because of its unassailable libido position and hardly because of its self-sufficiency. After all, it is immoderate, but above all because of the strategies it uses to seize on and crazily reflect back what seems to be self-evident. It relies on magic, breaks down language, which it has already largely mastered, into isolated sounds and rhythms and gives copied everyday actions a completely different meaning that can often only be described as poetic. And it plays with the love of those close to it, which it sometimes reciprocates without being able to rely on it or make a claim to it. In this time of transition from the anal to the phallic phase, the child also takes educational measures ad absurdum and in its transformations of the reality that oppresses it, reminds us that things do not have to be the way they are. This has nothing to do with criticism, but it does have something to do with the suspicion that the instances that shape it are characterized by violence that can no longer identify itself. The return of the narcissist in the guise of aestheticism, but also in the form of the poète maudit, Paul Verlaine, Arthur Rimbaud, came at a time when the idea was spreading that the principle of reality in the form of social reality and thus also its forms of thought, which included the belief in science as a stale denial of the systems previously established by theology and philosophy, was falling victim to doubt. Where there is no threat of hunger, no reason for early attachment to domestic duties and child labor outside the home, and the omnipotence of religious and moral authorities acting in the parents is relativized, the education of reality must also work with justifications that are only partially accessible to the child's mind, but which occupy it and tempt it to rework. As unquestionably as the success of education depends on the recognition of the fundamental difference between inside and outside, it is also indisputable that the child, seemingly following the pleasure principle, playfully, magically daydreaming, opposes the reality principle with a world of its own, often borrowed from it, which is in any case superior to the real world in terms of beauty. As early as 1916, long before he became the Stalinist ideologue to whom Krug then refers positively in all seriousness with apparently anti-German intentions, George Lukács placed the archaic period of human history in close proximity to that of the child in the latency phase, which Uli Krug dismisses as the irrational urge to return to the archaic in the history of life. Lukács writes in the theory of the novel, "Blessed are the times for whom the starry sky is the map of the paths that can and must be taken, and whose path is illuminated by the light of the stars. Everything is new to them and yet familiar, adventurous and yet possession. The world is wide and yet like one's own house, for the fire that burns in the soul is of the same nature as the stars. They are sharply divided, the world and the self and the fire, and yet they never become strangers to each other forever." This is why philosophy, as a form of life as well as the form-determining and content-giving element of poetry, is always a symptom of the rift between inside and outside, a sign of the essential difference between ego and world, of incongruence of soul and action. That is why the blessed ages have no philosophy, or to put it another way, all men of this age are philosophers, possessors of the utopian goal of all philosophy. End of quote. What confronts the child as the world of autonomous objects is more than can be described as man, animate nature and material thing. The reality principle is the unavoidable requirement, under penalty of mental illness, for everyone to recognize the surrounding reality, whether it is pleasant or not. This does not mean submission to immovable conditions, nor does it mean merely pointing out that material and ideal conditions cannot be wished away. Rather, recognizing the principle of reality is an invitation to take the path towards real change in the outside world. For the reality principle is always also a promise that is not kept. Freud writes, "Just as the pleasure ego can do nothing other than desire, work to gain pleasure and avoid displeasure, so the real ego needs to do nothing other than strive for benefit and protect itself against harm." In reality, the replacement of the pleasure principle by the reality principle does not mean a dismissal of the pleasure principle, but a safeguarding of it. A momentary pleasure, uncertain in its consequences, is given up, but only in order to gain a later, more secure one by the new path. End quote. While the promise when you grow up, you'll get a car can be kept by parents, the same parents would hardly be tempted to say when you grow up, you'll be happy. Freud was well aware that the rewards promised for later are often postponed until the day after never never. The doctrine of the reward in the afterlife for the voluntary or forced renunciation of earthly pleasures is nothing other than the mythical projection of this psychic upheaval. The assured pleasure promised in the reality principle occurs, if at all, then only truncated and made fit for social purposes. This means sexuality as well as other forms of pleasure fulfillment created by sublimating the drive desire. It is no coincidence that the figure of the artist already appears in Freud's work as an exceptional phenomenon in the Doom. Even if he is assigned a role that reconciles him with the constraints, Freud's positive emphasis on a new kind of realities is at odds with the dreary realism of Freud adepts, who do not want to concede a loophole to escapism and even deny dissatisfaction its justification. Quote, "The artist is originally a person who turns away from reality because he cannot make friends with the renunciation of drive satisfaction that it initially demands and allows his erotic and ambitious desires to be satisfied in fantasy life. However, he finds his way back from this fantasy world to reality by using his special talents to shape his fantasies into a new kind of reality, which is accepted by people as a valuable image of reality. In a certain way, he really becomes the hero, king, creator, darling that he wanted to be, without having to take the enormous detour of actually changing the outside world. But he can only achieve this because the other people feel the same dissatisfaction with a real necessary renunciation as he does, because this dissatisfaction resulting from the replacement of the pleasure principle by the reality principle is itself a part of reality. End of quote. Compare Freud's admiration for the artist as hero, king, creator, darling, all attributions that are passed on to alleged narcissists today with insulting intent, with Uli Krug, for whom the artist is called a cultural creator. The artist supposedly only negates COVID-19 in its givenness, in its objectivity, because in the face of the reality that is collapsing on him, he sees the imagined primacy of his productions over the disdainful material reality disappearing. Not even Oscar Wilde's malicious contemporaries could muster so much resentment against the work of art. Freud also advanced an even more fundamental criticism of the principle of reality and insinuated that, measured against the possibilities of his time, it rested on false thinking. Criticizing reason, he wrote, "From the very beginning, when life takes us into a strict discipline, resistance arises in us against the inexorability and monotony of the laws of thought and against the demands of reality testing. Reason becomes the enemy that deprives us of so much opportunity for pleasure." End of quote. To follow on from Freud would also be to attest to the implacable reality principle that it is an authority whose propagandists to a large extent want to prolong into the future what was once unquestionable as a principle of survival for the development of the human species. The fact that the ossified institution of the reality principle does not usually receive the criticism it deserves, but very often pseudo-critically undermines what should have been a certainty, is the curse of a civilization that opposes the truth itself, but is usually only questioned by the pretentiously excited and then also falsely. Freud further explained in the quotation from Krug, more serious hostility to reason and science, man's very best power, waits its opportunity, it hastens to give preference to the miracle doctor or naturopath over the studied physician, it accommodates itself to the claims of occultism as long as its alleged facts are taken as breaches of rule and law. End of quote. This second part of the quote, and not the ideology-critical objections to sacrosanct forms of thought, is the leitmotif of Krug's book, which wants to be clever by preaching conformism using worn-out templates from psychoanalysis. The only problem is that everything has already been written about quackery in times of the pandemic, i.e. about vaccination deniers from Andreas Hofer to anthroposophists, in a flood of articles, lectures and symposia since 2020. The subject of Krug's lengthy passages about Nazi-like belief in miracles, according to which the spirit that cleanses one's own body will drive out infectious diseases, has been dealt with just as exhaustively elsewhere as related currents whose followers regularly equate any vaccination with fatal poisoning. For Uli Krug and most journalists writing on the subject of anti-vaccination, the rejection of what is crazy and can become dangerous if it spreads is merely an occasion for a completely different purpose. They are all concerned with blurring any distinction between so-called corona deniers and critics of the government's measures against the epidemic and thus transfiguring the state of emergency imposed over 2 years ago into an expression of either fact-based reason, social objectivity, or the collapse of reality. The reality since 2020 has been a state of emergency and the exclusion of critics of the state of emergency, a reality that involves personal risks if it is violated. Those who do not want to go along with this are usually only rhetorically pathologized, criminalized, incapacitated, i.e. confronted with the reality of repression. Uli Krug, who speaks out against childishly archaic ideas that flood the consciousness, in favor of reflection and moderation, escalates the hunting fervor of recent years with a xenophobic ingredient that no one has ever done before or since and which falls back on him and his readers who agree with him as a disgrace. While most friends of a state of emergency, whose justification they do not even discuss, leave it at scouting out real and often enough invented German opponents of vaccination, Krug crosses national borders and recognizes in the inhabitants of states officially friendly with Germany the occupants of a rather fascist Alpine fortress that threatens us. He turns against the Manichaean separation between inside and outside, between what is one's own, healthy and natural, and what is imposed, unhealthy and unnatural, which still characterizes the Alpine region, understood in the broader sense today. In his eagerness to debunk, he insinuates not only Bavarians and Saxons, but also Czechs, Poles and Swiss, that their unwillingness to be vaccinated against corona is due to the tendency towards hostility towards science and the state based on small-scale ideas of self-sufficiency and health. He knows the following about Switzerland as a representative of small-scale Poland and the anti-state Czech Republic. The example of Switzerland in particular is a perfect example of how the isolation from the process of the emergence of large territorial states preserved small-scale, male-dominated communities that jealously guarded tradition and idiosyncratically rejected any innovation. End quote. In a booklet with just 81 pages of text, He spends 6 pages not only on the states and federal states mentioned, but also on the less alpine Baden-Württembergers and the Brandenburgers living in the flatland Swiss wherever you look. Krug's dismissal of narcissism serves to establish a new and at the same time very old principle of reality, against which every objection, not only to the state corona measures, bounces off as ignorance paired with irrationality and asociality. He goes far beyond Freud's bow to reason and science and turns the classicist's doubts about the nature of a reality, in which the domination of the pleasure principle by the reality principle must generate dissatisfaction, into a negligible factor. In the fight against the reign of unreason, which he not unjustifiably sees on the rise, any means are acceptable to him, including ideology. Even the materialistic banality that an organism like a virus is a mindless and inconspicuous entity nevertheless claims decisive power over life and death is ideological, because it gives this mindless entity, which can allegedly only be defined by means of natural science, what it cannot have by virtue of its own intellectual effort, will and power. This virus of truth comes into action as a representative of materialistic criticism and is apparently also authorized to redefine the logic of language and grammar and dictate it to its discoverer. The truth virus claims power over life and death, says Krug, where it should have been written with the appropriate modal verb. The infestation of a person with the COVID virus, which claims nothing, can lead to severe injuries and even death if the person falls ill and not just when infected. A few pages further on, it is said that an entire milieu in its almost unrestrained self-referentiality takes the imposed restrictions on leisure activities more seriously than the risk of infection, as if possibility and actual success are the same thing. The Spanish flu, which Krug mentions twice as a warning, with its more than 20 million deaths from predominantly non-vulnerable groups, most affected were people between 20 and 40, and the COVID-19 epidemic are equated with each other as a natural fact and a catastrophe, because both were genetically related flu-like viral infections and in both cases there was or is a risk of infection. He thus presents the fact that a state of emergency was imposed in Germany as a measure against COVID and has still not been lifted as the unavoidable solution, which is of course due to the application of fact-oriented reason. Krug does not interpret realities and attribute qualities to them, which also means that material reality can also be bent to suit ideologically motivated purposes. Simply asserting causalities such as contagion and disease, illness and death, protection and isolation of those who are not only vulnerable, follows the inexorability and monotony of laws of thought, which even in Freud's time not only caused displeasure in children, but also in adults, who doubted an explanation of the world based solely on scientific analysis. Krug, who still falls behind the rules of positivist reason, no longer dwells on such trivialities, because for him it is 5 to 12. Krug comes up with some final insights into the nature of the COVID-19 epidemic, which can be characterized as the unleashing of infectious forces. Without knowledge of this background, any speculation about COVID-19 remains purely projective. In the preface, he therefore lists a whole phalanx of offended people who deny or trivialize COVID-19 because it disturbs the disease, appearing R1. The neoliberal for whom the withdrawal of the state is paramount 2. The esoteric who cannot fight infections with yoga and globuli 3. Nazis and Islamists who, to their displeasure, would be reminded of the physical unity of the human race regardless of race or creed 4. The prosperity chauvinist who worries about his ideal world 5. The hedonist who is reminded to be considerate, and 6. The aforementioned cultural creator in his self-referentiality. This list could actually refer to all Germans, were it not for the author and his readers, who obviously form a separate group whose members, as a tiny minority, are confidently awaiting the materialistic proof of their theses, which will come as devastation upon the world and instruct the undiscerning. Because all those who are disturbed in their everyday lives because of COVID-19 and then also offended are not to be relentlessly criticized, no. The author swings himself up to become a psychoanalytically versed prophet who plays his own music to an entire society. Quote, "It is the author's intention to reveal this insult." End quote. Like all revelations, Uli Krug's revelation functions as a path through the night to the light, which in this case shimmers rather dimly. For him, COVID is the revenge of the tormented and the languishing in the slums of the big cities of Africa, but above all of East Asia and the favelas of Latin America, from whose drudgery and their exploitation as laborers the West profits in the age of globalization. Beginning with AIDS, he goes on to talk about the SARS virus, which came to people in these parts of the world through the consumption of contaminated, mainly wild animal meat, and was spread by them to Western countries. The description of the chains of infection may be correct, but the associated prophecy that the damned from the periphery would strike back via viral infections does not add up and proves to be irresponsible, demagogic scaremongering. Quote, "Ultimately, it was pure luck that no pathogen from the large Asian influenza pool provided by animal husbandry there managed to develop its pandemic potential." End quote. The same was also true for swine flu, which also did not spread to humans, and is considered to be relatively low pathogenic, despite its genetic relationship with the Spanish flu pathogen. At first attempt, the evidence did not work, but it is quickly resumed as a premonition of the big scare. Quote, the potential global devastation did not materialize with the new types of influenza viruses that emerged around the turn of the millennium. End quote. So a belly flop at the second attempt too. But lo and behold, 14 years later the time had come, so everything was ready when the catastrophe that had been postponed in 2003 finally broke out in the fall of 2019. End quote. A catastrophe in the sense of devastation means the death of a very large number of people caused by natural events or wars. The Spanish flu was certainly a catastrophe. To say the same about the COVID-19 epidemic, you would at least need figures that Krug does not provide anywhere, because they would bring his doomsday scenario crashing down. In any case, anyone who talks about a catastrophe with COVID-19 has more in mind than containing an epidemic. For Uli Krug, it is the idea, derived from the theory of tragedy, that the terrible event leads to purification, meaning that not only the individuals affected by the catastrophe in the drama, but also humanity as a whole through the viewer, changes its constitution in such a way that a repetition of the horror is no longer possible. Krug is only seemingly concerned with the COVID-19 deaths, and not even with the billions of victims of the globalized world economy. We should all emerge from the catastrophe shaken up, instructed, refined, by finally stopping being inconsiderate towards others and following the realities of a science that constantly presents people who have died from or with COVID-19. For him, the pledge of this purification is the unconditional acceptance of state measures and, moreover, their radicalization. There can therefore be no question of a dictatorship or even just a state of measures. After all, the neoliberal state was filled with a pronounced unwillingness to regulate, inspired by the desire to return to the previous business model as quickly as possible. From the delayed mask requirement to the measures to contain the infection that were always taken too late to the inadequate testing capacities of the laboratories. According to Krug, things can't be Chinese enough. Possible objections are immediately dismissed with accusations of euthanasia. He objects to the lust for life and sense of life of an entire milieu, whose representatives take the restriction of leisure activities more seriously than the risk of infection. In survival, body and mind can no longer be separated, and presents the threat of mass death as a joke. Without air, there is no pleasure. But there is nothing to be said for their need for pleasure anyway. If the insistence on what is understood here as pleasure and at the expense of the particularly vulnerable tends towards the ugliest form of liberalism and brings to mind Singer's bioethics, which pits viable apes against humans who are considered unfit. End quote. What happened to the particularly vulnerable group in the nursing homes, especially during the first lockdown, who were exposed to rapidly advancing dementia to protect them from the coronavirus, if not death through loneliness and the associated suspension of their will to live, and what alternatives there might have been, is no longer discussed by the punitive prophet. Krug is disturbed by the seemingly childish saboteur and senses in the narcissist the troublemaker associated with power, as if it were not the other way around. Against her, he arrogates to himself the rule over what reality is. He contrasts the childlike magic so closely related to poetry with a completely different, fact-based one, and the words become hammers. Where persuasion was almost useless, it is a strict taskmaster who uses the power of reality to beat the masses and governments into submission. COVID-19 is introduced as the scourge of humanity, which has come upon the world with millions and millions of deaths, a pandemic that will be followed by even more terrible ones, which is why strict measures must finally be taken for the sake of the survival of the species. If Krug had his way, the globalized world economy would undergo a strict correction that would lead to a radical social democratism that promotes domestic production and state regulation of basic services in individual countries. But he does not have his way, so he uses dishonest means to acquire the reputation of a gloomy prophet who can say post festum, "If only you had listened to me." A tendency towards intolerance is noticeable in people as matter-of-factly objective as Krug, who always impute excessive self-centeredness to others. They no longer organize truth through the art of argumentation and persuasion, but rather by means of assumptions, which, if resisted, testify to stupidity coupled with asociality or even narcissism and ignorance. They distrust the authority of the word and become authoritarian themselves. They parade threatening realities and no longer rely on perplexity or concern on the part of the reader, but on fear, which they help to stir up. They no longer give priority to the object, but to the objective, i.e., a whole bundle of bent mediations that no longer allow any other conclusion than their own. Suspended is not only the friendly memory of escapism, as the unsuccessful and often embarrassing rebellion against what the world has in store for us, even in times far removed from the crisis. In times of crisis, false indulgence appears as a crime, deviation as an indication of the failure of the great plan of salvation. Following a middle-class trend of recent years, Krug also interprets Germany's never-ending state of emergency in terms of health policy as an opportunity to rethink in the name of deceleration and sustainability. On the special standstill page on the website of the Goethe Institute, one of the nation's worst civil society agencies, he praises the philanthropic potential of an unbounded economy that has discovered the permanent restriction of basic civil liberties as an effective means of soothing neoliberalism. The corona pandemic compelled the neoliberal state, quite contrary to its purpose, to prescribe passivity and consideration, i.e. to pull in its elbows and preferably sit on its ass. The temporary suspension of the everyday petty war of all against all by the state harbored undreamt of potential. End of quote. However, Krug's contemplative notes for academics at risk of burnout, who hope for a little more meaning in life by sitting around in their own four walls for longer, are not just harmless, because the need for total standstill, stemming from the current desolation of one's own life, is also to be imposed on everyone else in the name of reason and the reality principle in an authoritarian manner by the state. However, the dictated interruption of everyday life is not only relied upon by left-wingers, who elevate their own obsession with security with the aim of a society under complete control to a political program. In their pamphlet for dynamic managers and their subordinates, COVID-19, The Great Upheaval, Klaus Schwab and Thierry Malaret make a more touching case than Uli Krug for re-evaluating the atomization of individuals, enforced by breaking elementary legal principles and with the help of state mobbing, as psychosocial empowerment. Quote, "The crisis has made us more aware and sensitive to the really important time markers, the precious moments we spend with friends and our families, the seasons and nature, the many little things that we need to take time for, talking to a stranger, listening attentively to birdsong or looking at a work of art, but which all contribute to our well-being." End quote. The state imposed, but somehow personally commanded by the virus, deceleration in the name of consideration and recognition is unfortunately being driven by pathological deniers of reality, who also tend towards militancy, Krug adds. With his rant against opponents of the prevailing coronavirus policy, he provides himself and all those who want to rationalize their own conformism in pandemic times with the help of critical theory and stigmatize their opponents as dangerous lunatics. The consistently positive reactions to the booklet, not only from anti-Germans, but also from Neues Deutschland to Deutschlandfunk, all of whom are delighted that someone from the ideology-critical milieu is finally openly taking a stand for virus political population control with Adorno and Freud in their luggage, show that this trick seems to be working. The desolate state of the world is not disputed by Krug, but the main cause and driver of contemporary misery is identified as the socialized themselves, who did not make proper use of the potential of enlightenment, but were always tempted to flee into childish stages of development dominated by self-interest and vindictiveness in the face of inscrutable social objectivity. Krug's point is not only that progress fails, he is also disturbed by the fact that no state can be made with the notorious science grouches. Quote, "The paradox of progress, in short, applying mathematics without invalidating the nonsense, may explain the tendency towards regression, but it does not legitimize it." End quote. From the observation that the entire population is still not obeying the German government's coronavirus measures without objection, Krug concludes that such stubborn refusal must have psychodynamic reasons that cannot be explained by economic crises alone. In order to theoretically justify his apology of the German emergency regime, Krug amalgamates set pieces of what was once called the critique of post-Nazism with concepts of psychoanalysis that have degenerated into phrases, in particular the concept of narcissism, which has been trivialized into kitchen psychology. The narcissistic constitution of contemporary subjects, which is particularly narrow-minded in the German social character for reasons that remain unclear, thus makes it impossible to examine social reality in a way that is adequate to the facts, whose emergency rules Krug simply equates with a Freudian principle of reality instead of measuring them against it. Unconsciously, those overwhelmed by this reality long for states of fusion and omnipotence, which are described in psychoanalytical literature as primary narcissism. Psychoanalytically, this is understood to be an early childhood phase of subject constitution in which the ego is still undifferentiated from the ID and in which the infant directs its entire drive energy towards itself, whereby a differentiation between the self and the maternal object does not yet take place. This mother-child dyad is necessarily disturbed in the further course of life, and the intrusion of reality must be compensated for libido economically in order to avoid displeasure. Because the outside world, which reminds us of this collapse of reality and constantly evokes it anew, offends the mature subject for a lifetime, it pushes the subject towards secondary narcissistic regression, the unconscious desire to create new experiences of imaginary perfection, which in turn come into conflict with reality. As a result, the narcissistically offended subject tends to degrade the outside world and to mobilize archaic maternal representations against the impositions of socialization. Krug mixes this model, which is initially a descriptive interpretation of the psychogenetic mediation between subject and society and does not imply any moral judgment, with set pieces from critical theory to create a socially critical, camouflaged apology of the coronavirus regime as the avant-garde of civilization, in pandemic times. A kind of urge must be assumed to free oneself in principle from the primacy of the object Adorno, from the consequences of logic, as well as from the impositions of the reality principle, which deprives the individual of the idea of his greatness, power, and uniqueness. End quote. While Adorno proposed the primacy of the object as a category critical of cognition and philosophy, which cannot be positively determined but can only be modeled as a shadow image through the critique of false mediation, and which allows us to think of the unregulated object experience as the ability of the reflected subject that remains faithful to the concept of individual freedom. Instead of playing it off against the subject, Krug gives up the primacy of the object as a pedagogical, learning objective and thus its claim to truth. It is no coincidence that his essay concludes with a social democratic teacher statement that is not completely wrong, but in its paternalistic institutional affiliation is symptomatic of the wrongness it stands for. It can no longer be a matter of learning so-called competencies with which one can then acquire the factual from case to case, at least according to theory, but rather of learning from and in the material. Only their penetration teaches the primacy of the object. End of quote. The fact that in Krug's entire book the object is simply identified with COVID-19, i.e. with the abbreviation for a scientifically mediated object, with a term that, like all terms, can at best be nothing other than subjectively mediated objectivity, not the object per se. This short circuit, for which any philosophy student would have received an unsatisfactory not only from Adorno, is not noticed by Krug or his delighted readers, who are so pleased with the confirmation of their anticipatory allegiance to the state that they voluntarily refrain from thinking. Even in the narcissism theory debates that were conducted in the second half of the last century, the tendency to label deviant behavior as narcissistic per se with cultural critical hubris can be observed. The term narcissism, which is ubiquitously used in psychoanalytic literature, was derisively described as early as 1983 in an anthology published by the Psychoanalytic Seminar Zurich. It is found in frigidity as well as in female attraction. It is thought to be able to neutralize destructive tendencies, but at the same time it can also become a source of anxiety for the ego. It is capable of building up a defense against homosexuality, and yet homosexuals are particularly narcissistic. Sleeping is based on a withdrawal of the libido, and at the same time sleeplessness means the escape of an intensified narcissism that wants to increase. Narcissism is used to explain prolonged inaction, and at the same time it is regarded as a driving force of ambition. End of quote. However, in the socially critical discussion at the time about new types of socialization associated with a change in work organization and the demystification of traditional ideologies, psychoanalytical models were usually used to make sense of subject genesis in the post-civil age. However, anyone who talks about narcissism today usually complains angrily about others. In private bickering, it is the X who is now under disapproving scrutiny. In the feature pages, financial managers, American presidents, and more recently, Russian dictators have a good chance of being diagnosed with narcissism. Incapable of love, empathy, and consideration, the narcissist in such vulgar mythology functions as the counterprinciple to the German ideal of the caring and relentlessly empathetic person of solidarity. Adorno illustrated his findings, according to which quite a few neo-Freudian formulations are on the level of those newspaper letterboxes and popular publications, in which psychology is handled as a means to success and social adaptation, not coincidentally using the example of the then already popular complaint about narcissism, which he conceived as a contemporary form of regression, but which could only be meaningfully described as the subject-specific side of objective deprivation. Adorno's somewhat well-known remark that narcissism should be understood as a desperate effort of the individual to at least partially compensate for the injustice that in the society of universal exchange no one ever gets their money's worth, also stands in this context. End quote. Krug, on the other hand, who is far removed from such ambivalences, does not understand narcissism as a subjective hardening under the sign of instinctual avoidance of pleasure, which is directed against socially acceptable forms of social intercourse and yet is adequate to their essence. For him, narcissism rather functions as a moral deficit that merely expresses itself in a psychological pathology. When Krug rails against the almost unrestrained self-referentiality of the daring, i.e. the ruthless, who hold freedom in and of itself in high regard and tend towards total skepticism, he sometimes sounds like those German tourists who rightly make themselves unpopular abroad by constantly complaining about improperly checked procedures and unreliable service staff. For Freud himself, narcissism functioned both as normality and as pathology, but in no way as a dirty word or a sign of moral neglect. In the non-pathogenic manifestation of narcissism, narcissistic impulses flow into the ideal that a person erects within themselves and by which they measure their actions. Quote, self-esteem is the heir to infantile narcissism, which had to be abandoned because it proved to be unrealistic. End quote. The decisive factor is therefore whether the individual narcissism is accessible to reflection. While Krug primarily psychologizes and moralizes in his critique of contemporary politics, he does at least link the alleged increase in narcissistic dispositions to social conditions, although this remains vague. The need for narcissistic defense against the objective world and the associated disinterest in one's own health and the well-being of others is promoted by the post-industrial living conditions, in which isolation and competition prevail instead of cooperation, and where the decoupling of the metropolises from the international production of goods and misery leads to a derealization of reality and thus to spinning of all kinds. Quote, the more inhospitable and useless the socially objective becomes, the stronger the temptations of self-reference. End quote. But it is precisely this tendency that is being raised to a new level in regulated capitalism through stay-at-home, contact restrictions, and working from home. The fact that, in addition to his narcissism theory, which turns Freud's psychodynamic diagnosis into a moral judgment on neoliberalism, Krug also presents an ethnological character study of the Alpine region, according to which inhabitants of Central European mountain regions have a specific tendency toward hostility towards science and the state based on small-scale ideas of self-sufficiency and health. Makes the whole thing unintentionally comical. On the one hand, the way of life in the metropolises is said to promote individual narcissism and thus hostility towards science and the state. On the other hand, it is the provincial mountain regions where the aggressive retreat of the narcissistic mountain dweller flourishes. No matter where, narcissism is booming and disturbing the social peace of the anxious and considerate. What remains are such power sentences for the xenophobic regulars table of Berlin's post-ideological critics. Quote, the examples that make this assumption leap to mind are legion. They can be found in Swiss inner alpine communities where the vaccination bus does not dare to go, as well as in the Polish giant mountains or in southern Bavaria. End of quote. At no point is it convincingly explained whether and to what extent changed socialization and interaction conditions influence individual development and drive dynamics, and contribute to the fact that the sublimation and social integration of early narcissism is less successful than before. However, this would be the minimum requirement if psychoanalytical concepts were to be used in a political diagnostic way. Especially since the various psychoanalytical schools, both the object theoretical and the libido theoretical, have comprehensively described the drive dynamic preconditions of narcissistic disorders, which encompass more than the tendency to resent the outside world, which applies to almost all disorders from the repertoire of psychology. Krug is not driven by an interest in knowledge anyway. His psychoanalytical vocabulary serves much more as a toolbox for denouncing politically disagreeable contemporaries, whose pathologization serves the purpose of legitimizing his own participation retrospectively and preventively. The accusation that Krug makes of his opponent's lack of reference to the subject matter actually applies to himself, and not only because he uses narcissism as an empty fighting term, but also because there is hardly any mention of reality as it has been experienced over the past 2.5 years. Neither the regime of measures in its immediate and indirect effects on everyday life or mental life is mentioned, nor even the changes in the perception, observation, and measurement of physical ailments or signs of illness. Reality is only confronted in the form of an impending epidemic death that is necessarily completely inaccessible to experience, or in terms of macroeconomics and labor sociology, which were already valid before Corona, but are not examined for their changes under the new regime. Krug describes a socio-psychological dynamic that thrives under production conditions that are actually inhumane, where self-fulfillment is constantly preached instead of wages in a pseudo-individualistically pimped-up working world and a moralization of almost all facets of working and everyday life dominates. Such changes are also reflected in the subject. Krug, however, concludes from psychodynamic deformations in the spectrum of opponents of the measures. He does not reveal why these are particularly prevalent among them and not among their opponents, to the rationality of government policy, in which the higher reason of the state comes to itself. Consequently, he sticks to well-known stories about German esotericism and anti-vaccinationism, which dozens of ideological critics before him have already gone through in detail, but has nothing to say about the political escalations and changes in the Tunani elite's understanding of government over the last 2 years. The fact that he describes the irrationality of the post-bourgeois subject not as an adequate expression of an increasingly ugly world, but as a deviation from the residual reason allegedly preserved in crisis politics of all things, testifies to the fact that he takes the radicalizing society to be against the individual, whose willingness to be deceived deserves every polemic. For him, narcissism is not a subjective correlate of objective desolation, but a milieu-specific lack of insight into necessity. He advocates a positivistically truncated rationality that prevents a balanced judgment on the rationality of political decisions and actions. In general, the impression has recently been growing that the dialectic of enlightenment has left no trace in the thinking of those who never miss a lecture with an Adorno reference and who garnish even the stupidest apologies for the existing with words such as incommensurable and non-identical. It is precisely for this reason, i.e., because of autosuggestively generated Adorno oversaturation, that no one in these increasingly conformist circles has the idea of understanding the Enlightenment as a process in which progressive and destructive traits are equally immanent and which should be understood in this contradictory nature. Instead, it is en vogue to separate the Enlightenment from everything supposedly counter-Enlightenment, irrational and regressive in order to elevate it and its institutions to a pseudo-rationalist, anti-Enlightenment fetish. However, it is not merely undesirable developments that sabotage progress based on the development of productive forces. Rather, it is part of the dual character of progress that, under its direction, its emancipatory aspects, under certain historical and political conditions, turn into the opposite of the solemn humanistic incantations used to promote it, as is particularly evident in the history of medicine. The Nazi physicians were not aliens and hardly ever homeopaths, but were recruited en masse from the established German medical profession. The ignorance of the fact that, due to this historical experience, almost nothing has remained of bourgeois progressive thinking that could be defended without interruption makes Krug's idealization of the reality principle appear even more bizarre. As correct, and in recent left-wing history also necessary, as the defense of the West is, reflection on the object in its defense is apparently increasingly absent, especially among anti-Germans, whereby it turns into a means of distraction from the everyday experience of a world that so compliantly obeys the law of regression that it actually no longer has a counter-concept to hold up to it. End quote. Uli Krug's rebellion against state criticism in the name of the reality principle is contemporary in the worst sense of the word. In hard times, what matters is renunciation and self-discipline, which only insists on its smooth fulfillment without measuring itself against any reasonable purpose, against the very reason that Freud and Adorno's reality principle stands for. Social resources are not to be invested in improving living conditions, but in the self-demolition of civilization for the benefit of a higher goal, which everyone is called upon to achieve in an extortionate manner. In contrast to the social democrat turned critic of ideology, Freud, in his essay The Discomfort of Culture, maintained the indissoluble opposition between culture and sexuality or between society and the individual, thereby expressing the truth about a reality in which people are indeed isolated and thus prone to crude acts against others. However, Freud also described in great detail what culture demands of the individual and what consequences this has. Quote, "Suffering threatens from three sides, from our own body, which, destined to decay and disintegrate, cannot even do without pain and fear as warning signals, from the outside world, which can rage against us with overpowering, relentless, destructive forces, and finally from our relationships with other people." End of quote. This raging against people plays no role when it comes to societies defamed as narcissistic. Krug does not even marginally concern himself with the question, which Freud developed in detail, of whether and how psychoanalytical terms can be applied metaphorically to entire societies. The friends of freedom, the author mocks, should finally understand what the experts as authorities of the real tell them. What Freud calls the reality principle, i.e. the recognition that the world outside myself is capable of much more about me than I am about it, is rejected by natural science as a representative of reality as a whole, especially by medicine close to the body. End quote. As right as it is to recognize that conventional medicine is preferable to alternative medicine, it is wrong to ignore the specific role that has been ascribed to science in the last 2 years and which is increasingly turning medicine close to the body and its scientific apologists into a sect hostile to the body and humanity, whose positivist pseudo-rationalism makes it appear far more contemporary than any openly anti-rational faith healer could be. Krug's partisanship for reality, which can do much more about me than I can about it, thus becomes an affirmation of social powerlessness and transforms Freud and Adorno's plea for the reality principle into an advertisement for second nature hypostatized as the collective fate of health. This makes it far more compatible with Heidegger's being toward death than with psychoanalysis and critical theory, in which the reality principle as well as the primacy of the object have meaning as forms of consciousness and action that should enlighten us about that second nature instead of mystifying it as the first. Instead of making critical efforts in this direction, Krug ends up with a flat objectivism, a fetishization of supposed scientific facts, and a spiritualistic hoarding of facts, which is in any case disseminated by the media in a continuous loop. He assumes that the figures from the RKI reflect reality. However, he has already been overtaken by reality, because the figures and conclusions that were still sacred a short time ago have now been partially refuted by the government. With the evidence-based approach, which is only instrumentally valued, The dispute begins at the latest as soon as it is necessary to check how effective the respective measures were. The fact that the dangers of COVID-19 were exaggerated hysterically to the point of hilarity from the outset is something that hardly anyone is likely to deny today, even among the theatrically cautious, but the stage-ready embarrassments of the last 2 years are talked about all the less. In the Prevention Society, however, model calculations are increasingly being given more weight than the reality that they model and which fact-checkers consider to be unruly presumption based on their own experience, i.e. empirically. This should always be taken into consideration when the quite justified criticism of opinion is heard, which has now made it into the standard program of public broadcasters. What's more, fact-based rationality is increasingly fulfilling the function of covering up the prevailing irrationality. Krug's praise of egalitarianism and deceleration in the wake of the virus also obscures the fact that the vaunted rationality is by no means universal. For creative people working digitally alone, a lockdown and community simulation may be rational, even economically. For those who have to work together or want to get out to keep a few contacts alive, it is not. In short, whether conformity is rational, taking into account one's own self-interest, or whether it is a pointless sacrifice, depends on social status. Krug's use of the narcissism stigma is also tactical, i.e. arbitrary. In reality, the socialized megalomania is by no means a unique feature of opponents of the corona measures, who are already hostile everywhere. The relevant accusations can be applied far more aptly to corona fanatics and fans of the measures who, out of a hypochondriacal drive, demand in shrill tones that everyone should be locked away because of their feelings, which reality has successively disgraced. What is striking about Krug's concept of narcissism is that he only addresses the narcissistic rejection of reality. The idealization of leaders and institutions, which has been described in social theories of narcissism, does not appear in his work. If he did, it would be obvious that the tendency to fixate on sensitivities is most widespread in those milieus that blindly followed the government's measures and were even more inventive in lurking for deviations than those directly subordinate to the apparatuses. Adorno, for example, to whom Krug refers, was concerned precisely with the problematic harmony between the prevailing reality principle and narcissism as the predominant form of regression, not with the moralization of deviant behavior. Even today, ways of behaving and thinking in which the primary narcissistic aspirations do not come into conflict with the prevailing messages are proving to be the primary ones. It is not the notorious grumblers who are in tune with the times, but the good guys who are constantly trying to make gold out of shit, for whom the slimy apology of postmodern living conditions has become second nature and for whom the celebration of their own superiority always goes hand in hand with the denunciation of deniers. This type is also the target of contemporary propaganda in this country, which does not want to be propaganda. Freud already described the replacement of primary fantasies of omnipotence with a culturally or socially mediated ideal self as follows. This ideal ego is now the self-love that the real ego enjoyed in childhood. Narcissism appears shifted to this new ideal ego, which, like the infantile one, is in possession of all valuable perfection. End quote. In this way, the individual can succeed in saving the narcissistic perfection of his childhood, without necessarily coming into conflict with cultural norms and authorities. By making themselves part of this higher cause, the individual is able to participate in the hallucinated omnipotence of common guidelines. The post-authoritarian ego-weak individual thus experiences a double psychological gain. In addition to collective narcissistic elevation, it offers the opportunity for generally accepted acting out of destructive aggression. However, anyone who wants to pursue marginalized group sociology instead of criticism, i.e. who, in the midst of an authoritarian nationwide vaccination campaign, only doubles it by means of redundant anti-vaccination stories, who defends a compulsive neurosis that has become mass-produced and no longer even begins to problematize socially produced conformism, no longer wants to know anything about the pathology of normality. The new fixation on the conformism of nonconformists is symptomatic. Instead of criticizing the crisis policy and the systemic constraints passed off as practical constraints, the administrators of which are constantly bringing forth new harassment measures, popularized psychodiagnostics are used to work off the resistant impulses of mostly harmless people whose actions are problematized around the clock anyway. Not so long ago, psychology was accorded an important role primarily because the majority of people made what was dictated to them their own business, using various defense mechanisms in order to be able to live. It was about criticizing the supremacy of the general and the false appearance of reconciliation. In times in which there is less and less material compensation for the increasing impositions and incitement to opportunism is part of good manners, it would be all the more important to address the question of what urges most people to participate. In the form of identification with the aggressor, the libido of the powerless, who are kept in line with infantile rituals, is directed towards the institutions, propaganda words, goods and relationships that surround them. The permanent propaganda of the moral superiority of our value system offers the fragile ego the opportunity to participate in a perfection that is attributed to the idealized object. It seems tempting to participate in this human project and thus overcome the gap between reality and the ideal, which is the driving force behind narcissistic projection. In everyday life, it is hammered home that we serve the good, that the reconciliation that has not been accomplished has been accomplished. Otherwise, the tried and tested combination of ridiculous moral campaigns and amateurish politics, which can be described as specifically German, would not work. The social democratic lament, presented in the context of the transformation of the welfare state, that the state caring for the people, as it is called in the generalized social worker chant, is being abolished, has nothing to do with social reality. Krug does not seem to be bothered by the fact that the state apparatuses have been largely unopposed in their attempts over the past 2 years to control the everyday lives of citizens down to their most intimate details and to regulate them in an authoritarian manner. He would like it to be even tougher. The patched-up, tattered COVID-19 measures in Germany that have been undermined by provincial princes of all kinds must be understood as the outgrowth of a pronounced unwillingness to regulate, inspired by the desire to return to the business model we have been used to as quickly as possible. End quote. He does not come up with the idea that the mode of governance under the sign of permanent mobilization, refugees, climate, corona, now energy, in the West contributes to the order of the new international division of labor remaining stable. Although the state is making its welfare state responsibilities disappear, this is happening at the same time as the expansion and intensification of care and control procedures that aim to adapt the commodity of labor power to the requirements of global competition and the speed of circulation of capital, and to ideologically imprison the entire population through the continuous transformation and reconfiguration of capitalist welfare statehood in such a way that it remains controllable. But Krug's opponent is not the state, which is acting increasingly arbitrarily in its capital-compatible adjustment during the crisis, but its critics. Quote, "The penchant for conspiracy theories, whether in a primitively esoteric or elaborately state-critical form, is therefore a necessary part of adult narcissism, alongside fears of loss of control and poisoning of infantile origin." End of quote. This shows the author's unscrupulousness in selling off the educational material he has acquired as a critic and which he is now turning against its truthfulness. The critical critic of the measures, according to Krug, who is at odds with his past, goes even further than the usual social Darwinists. Quote, "He believes that he can see through the health threat as a pure machination of the ruling apparatus, or he indulges in the vitalistic cult of a nonconformist who does not allow himself to be frightened by the fearmongers." End quote. The suggestion that the fearmongers only exist in the minds of lateral thinkers, i.e. of all critics, is the result of the rejection of all criticism of the state. The dilettante-ish appearances of the politically responsible jokers are allowed to obscure the fact that the administrative machinery functions largely smoothly despite, or perhaps even because of, the blatant dilettanteism of the ruling personnel. What's more, Krug presents his Antifa moralistic analyses at a time when any criticism is considered right-wing extremist anyway. He thus provides the tone-setters, who are inciting ideological opportunism, with the desired keywords that can be incorporated into the political grand narrative, according to which it is already a conspiracy theory to talk about rule and to consider the form of policy measures in a functional context with the techniques of government and human management that keep the business running. An anxious question occupied the German media in mid-November 2020. Were children used as human shields at the anti-corona demonstration in Berlin? One day later, Focus knew more. We have now decided to send a colorful children's front with red heart balloons. Look out for the red heart balloons near the Bundestag tomorrow. You'll be safe from water cannons there. The children will protect us with their light and their pure hearts, just as we protect them from vaccination. With this post, a group demonstrating against the corona measures in Berlin on Monday is said to have previously incited participants on Telegram to take their children with them, quoted as in the original, Focus Online, November 20, 2020. So nothing was known. RTL presented exactly one mother with a small child, but without a balloon, who had to serve as proof of the use of human shields in 2 unspectacular photos, and Focus reported breathlessly. Apparently some parents responded to the call, only to follow up with exactly one child, who was also quite large, in a YouTube video. 14-year-old Silas from Berlin describes how he was injured when he stood in the front row in front of the water cannons. The video was shot by his father, who also took him to the demonstration. The only stupid thing is that they had to admit, the 14-year-old didn't have a red heart-shaped balloon with him. Never mind, you can continue with a but they can always be seen in recordings and photos. End quote. That's true, but there are no children to be seen in the images circulating on the internet. Although the Berlin police could not confirm a children's front with heart-shaped balloons when asked by Focus Online, and only stated that children were repeatedly seen among the adult demonstrators, we know from police unionist Jörg Rodek, i.e. a political functionary, we have an organizer here who deliberately includes children in the assembly, for example. End quote. This is already bad because the colleagues could not blast away the demonstrators in toto with a hard jet of the water cannons, but had to proceed more cautiously, i.e. with water showers and not with water jets to finally disperse the crowd. Human shields are people who are forced to stand in front of the front line in armed conflicts in order to prevent the opponent, who is usually superior in terms of weapons and morale, from achieving another victory. We know this from Belgium in 1914, when the German army entrenched itself behind Belgian civilians in the face of unexpectedly determined resistance in Weiss, for example, or from 1944, when the Wehrmacht deployed Russian civilians on its retreat to prevent the Red Army from advancing further. More recently, human shields have become an Islamic specialty and have been used by Hamas and, most recently, the Islamic State. As inappropriate as it is to drag small children, but also young people, to demonstrations where confrontations could occur, the crucial question here is why German opinion makers fall back on analogies with particularly heinous war or civil war customs when children are occasionally found at corona protests. What a perfidious not opponent but enemy they must have recognized in the mother of the approximately 1-year-old child, who changed his diapers right in front of a police chain at the Brandenburg Gate. The outraged people obviously expect the police to at least go on a civil war-like rampage against corona deniers when the enemy without masks has no children with them, with batons drawn, irritant gas, stun grenades and the hardest jet of their water cannons, so that not a dry eye is left in the house and 1 or 2 may be missing afterwards. What the emergency services have so far avoided is chalked up to unforgivable weakness against a dangerous enemy of the people who must be removed from the public eye by any means necessary. However, the exercise of immediate coercion for the sake of public health does not necessarily have to remain the sole responsibility of the police. They may not like informal auxiliaries at all, but when times get tougher, and when this is the case is still determined by the editorial, then the dreams of the beating fraternities of the German Antifa, who always wear masks in a disciplined manner, could still be realized. These troops, who like to ambush and then beat up supposed or real right-wing radicals on the fringes of demonstrations when they go home alone, would have an easy time with the vast majority of corona opponents. They are easy to recognize due to their lack of masks and are also neither armed nor young and battle-hardened. They would also be easy to attack at their sometimes very large rallies, to panic and therefore simply to drive away. Since they refused to throw the Nazis among them out of the demonstration, partly out of unattractive sympathies, but for the most part with the argument that it is not so easy to prevent unsympathetic people from joining in, every opponent of the coronavirus is, according to left-wing interpretation, responsible for superspreading in unity with fascism and thus a target for people in whose ranks Stalinists, Oriental anti-Semites or anti-gay or lesbian transgender people march along in good spirits. The general authorization for a double strike against the rule of law and the individual rights to freedom of assembly and physical integrity then reads like this, on 16.11. Left-wing counter-demonstrators in Frankfurt tried to stop an approved corona demonstration and, because they did not want to clear the street, were pushed away by the police using water cannons. End quote. Instead of considering what would have happened if the police had not stopped the red and black activists, the FR of 17.11 draws this conclusion on behalf of all cheap and fair-minded mask wearers. What do we learn from this Saturday? First, let's see who won. The Querdenken Alliance was able to hold a rally on Goethplatz, albeit not as extensive as planned. The counter-demonstration was able to stop the procession of critics of the coronavirus measures time and again, albeit at the cost of fierce clashes with the police. In the end, the lateral thinkers didn't get going for hours. End of quote. Of course, it would have been even nicer if the police had simply left the field to the alternative forces of order and their more efficient defense against right-wing dangers. Quote, and the police? They carried out their mission with a water cannon, which is to guarantee the right to demonstrate. That is always difficult to bear when the police protect what hurts many. In this case, it is particularly hard to bear because there was never a time on this controversial Saturday when the dissenters at least mostly adhered to the rules, wearing masks and keeping their distance. Because lateral thinkers, at least many of them, seem to value nothing more than their personal freedom, whatever the cost, and whoever they want. So in order to protect those who are obviously behaving wrongly and in a way that is dangerous to their health, the forces of law and order use violence against those who stand up for what is reasonable. Instead of uncompromisingly enforcing masks and social distancing or stopping everything immediately, people wearing face masks are sprayed and pushed away. Anyone who was there can't help but lament the injustice. Usually such a comment ends with the correct remark that this is the rule of law, in which everyone is allowed to demonstrate for whatever they want as long as it does not violate the Constitution. After all, there have been times in Germany when reasonable people were in the minority. On Saturday, however, it would have been plausible to say much earlier, this lateral thinkers meeting violates the rules of hygiene. It will be terminated, Fr. November 17, 2020. While commentator Thomas Stillbauer is still relying on a disinhibited police force to save the state's monopoly on the use of force, Egotronic's Torsten Burkhardt, representing the masked Antifa, explains to his community that it is finally time to use force against people who are obviously behaving incorrectly, because it is dangerous to their health, rather than the state. First and foremost, they are suspected of being not just Nazis, but even worse, a super-spreader mob that, to make matters worse, has not complied with police regulations. Quote, in Frankfurt, the police cracked down on a demonstration against the corona measures with water cannons. Not against the demo, of course, where all regulations were ignored, but against left-wing counter-demonstrators who were trying to stop the super-spreader mob. Anyone who still believes that this organization only has problems in individual cases and is not a problem as a whole should watch this video 12 times and think about it. Facebook post, November 14, 2020. One wonders who is angrier, the politically inspired technocrat or the chancellor, who lashed out at non-participants at the German government's online digital summit to promote the acceleration of international competition. Quote, where will we get out of this? Where will China come out? Where will South Korea come out? If they wear masks much better and don't have so many lateral thinker demonstrations, but are already experiencing an economic upswing again, then the question is where Europe will end up after this pandemic. Welt, February 12, 2020. In Bavaria, the band that plays to the coronavirus protection community to bash superspreaders is not called Egotronic, but CSU, and the party people bobbing along are, for example, the citizens of Garmisch-Partenkirchen. In mid-September, a 26-year-old tourist from, of course, the USA is said to have happily wandered through the pubs and, depending on the source, infected sometimes over 50, sometimes just 39 people with the virus. A model case of unreasonableness that must have consequences, declared Minister-President Söder, and pleaded for correspondingly high fines. Minister of the Interior Hermann even brought claims for damages into play, and the Munich Public Prosecutor's Office opened an investigation on suspicion of negligent bodily harm. 2 days later, British newspapers reported that the American woman could face up to 10 years in prison and claims for damages amounting to several €100,000. The woman was lucky once again. As early as September 17, ARD was able to prove in a fact check, which for once was good for something, that she was not infected by a third party, that she was not a tourist but an employee of a hotel run by the American Armed Forces stationed in Garmisch, that she could not have gone on a pub crawl because they were closed, but had been sitting in a restaurant, and that there had been no positive test result at the time and no quarantine order. So it was quiet again in Garmisch. But let's assume that the American woman had behaved irregularly and infected others, and that in the end this was even due to any doubts about the danger, or indeed the existence of a pandemic at all. Then, in the event that she herself fell seriously ill with the virus, it would not be anti-German masked warriors or Söder's down-to-earth core troops who would come after her first, but doctors who would expose her to death by refusing intensive medical treatment. That would be the fate of every negligent or even culpable corona sinner, if it were up to the Swiss Willy Agier, who practices the ugly and superfluous profession of health economist. To the delight of the German media, Agier made the radical suggestion, in a Swiss daily newspaper, that corona skeptics should not be treated in intensive care during shortages. Quote, anyone who is reported for willfully disregarding social distancing and hygiene rules should bear responsibility for their actions. I propose that these people are recorded by name and, in case of doubt, are not given an intensive care bed. It's not about punishing them, but about helping doctors make decisions if they have to prioritize patients. Corona skeptics forfeit their right to an acute bed or an intensive care place if there are bottlenecks, says Agier. He thinks it would be fairer if the self-proclaimed coronavirus rebel were to lose out than if it were simply the oldest patient in the room. Agier would welcome the signal effect of such a regulation. You can't just entice people with bonuses, you often need a malice to make the system work. Welt, November 23, 2020. The radical proposals in radicalized times should therefore no longer just amount to the documentation of a malice for smokers or obese people that severely restricts healthcare, which health economists have been calling for a long time. In November 2020, it is consequent to think radically about whether members of the super-spreader mob who have been meticulously recorded in advance should not be handed over to a triage system that no longer focuses on the patient's chances of survival when allocating intensive care beds in the event of care bottlenecks, but instead hands people over to death because they do not deserve to live due to character defects. In this country, whose ruling, opinion-managing or anti-fascist state personnel have long since jumped to deep red in dealing with an epidemic whose immense danger they claim all the more stubbornly, the more blithely they churn out what are in some cases quite obviously pointless bans. Starting with the renewed closures of theaters and cinemas, the transfer of all university operations to online lectures and seminars, the torment inflicted on school children by compulsory masks, supplemented by the constant threat of class or even school quarantine, the inaccessibility of public authority staff, through to the bans on alcohol in parks and squares and the bans on visits to homes that go beyond any measure, the state of emergency is being relentlessly intensified and perpetuated. The political media elite and the milieu they represent have managed to treat an objective and serious issue, namely healthcare, in the face of a new and dangerous virus, exactly like one of those hyped-up issues, in exactly the same way as one of those hyped-up to imaginary threats, from man-made climate change to racism and the right to toxic masculinity, which are used as a pretext to accelerate the crisis-ridden process of social disintegration by creating panic so that everyone settles into a state of eternal emergency. In March, the revivalist preacher Harold Welser was still consumed with coronavirus envy in an interview for Rundfunk Berlin-Brandenburg, freely adapted from Freud. In climate policy, everything is totally complicated. You have to take everyone into consideration, while politicians are constantly talking about not being able to tell people what to do and that there should be no eco-dictatorship. But he could already see some hope emerging, because the corona story is a first-class learning story. Planes stay on the ground, mass events don't happen. The new strategy, beating through climate policy by means of corona policy, had already become established in May, and with this in mind, ARD editor-in-chief Reinhold Becker was able to decree in a Testament commentary, there will be no return to normality, and label all those who demand this as muddleheads, cranks and corona critics because they stand in the way of a higher goal. Because after the corona crisis, lifestyles, consumer behavior and the economy would have to be fundamentally changed. And just under 2 months later, the regional leader of the Bavarian Greens expressed his coronavirus enthusiasm in a viral way when he said at the Bavarian Greens online party conference that crisis shocks could help to overcome resistance to reform and initiate necessary path changes. Coronavirus could therefore be a real game changer. Welt, November 7, 2020. Who would have had more relevant experience in the systematic production of panic, in delegitimizing and denouncing any kind of normality for several generations now than the left-wing activist trade, which is now continuing the fight against Nazis and climate deniers against corona deniers without letting up on the other fronts. They act as the volunteer organizations of official politics and the media mob, which have adopted the activists' concepts and are doing their utmost to protect them so that the next generation is assured. The tone of paternalistic exhortations of an infantilized people struck by those responsible, which are supplemented with wild threats against the undiscerning, and even more bans for everyone, is therefore always that of left-wing resistance activists who uncompromisingly adopt the current state goals as their own in order to then over-fulfill them. In their dealings with Nazis, or whoever they think they are, they have always been close to the ideas of Willy Aguirre. There is nothing pleasing about the pronouncements of coronavirus demonstrators who cannot refrain from denying across the board what politicians and the media exaggerate and falsely stylize as a general deadly threat, but which in fact exists, an infectious disease that is mainly dangerous for older people. But people demonstrating outdoors are not a threat, neither to health nor to democracy. In their insanity, which is so passionately demonized as a conspiracy theory in combination with bodily harm or even manslaughter, but in any case as an attack on us all that harms the community, opponents of the coronavirus and the representatives of the prevailing participation have little in common. The only difference is that some have neither power nor prestige, which is why they can be labeled as enemies of the people and face consequences, while the lockdown community includes everyone who matters. Incidentally, these are the same people who, in the seemingly completely different field of climate protection, have seized the power to define what could still lead us all out of the impending catastrophe without having to reckon with opposition from climate deniers. The entire intelligentsia, i.e. people who, because of their privileges, would have had the leisure to learn critical thinking, who could be free enough not to take every piece of nonsense from above or from the social media for granted, and who should have enough strength not to let their disgruntlement be absorbed into revivalist movements. This type of person does not doubt, does not argue, and does not even allow themselves to suspect that the epidemic and climate protection community in Germany, which is constantly fueled with such vehemence, intolerance, and state intervention, has totalitarian traits and could therefore be based to a large extent on untruth. Such doubts would not occur to members of the German intelligentsia. They are people who are concerned about harmony, who neither selfishly think only of themselves nor always want to quibble about everything when it comes to our common future. They do everything they can to ensure that their children are not exposed to the end of the world, which is why they expose them to ideological superspreading for the good cause, against which there is currently no prospect of vaccination. The children of the intelligentsia fare no better than Silas, who was on the front line in front of the water cannons in Berlin in November. Quote, as he explains why he joined the demonstration, his gaze keeps wandering past the camera to the right. His father is standing there, who later in the video also reminds his son of situations from the demonstration, which Silas then picks up on. At the end of the interview, the YouTuber from the coronavirus denial scene says, "Great, you did well, my dear." Silas smiles with relief. Focus, November 20th, 2020. This sounds familiar. Last year, it wasn't so much the father shooting videos as the mother in charge of the local Energy Transition Association who put some 14-year-olds and often much younger school children on stage, where they were then filmed by local television reciting the infantile stupidities of adults and certainly not spouting childish wisdom that doesn't exist. The strongest means of expression and pressure used by the climate emergency community, in whose necessity no one can really believe, is precisely what the corona deniers are so passionately accused of: the mass use of children and young people proclaiming the truth by virtue of their innocent hearts. While there is little to be seen of the children allegedly abused as human shields at so-called corona denialist demonstrations, and there is no question of children's blocks, although many participants probably dream of exactly that, nothing works in climate protection without children. It should actually go without saying that children or 13 to 16-year-olds have no place at demonstrations, and certainly not as a closed formation or as assembly speakers, no matter what the issue is. As protectors of the law, which is imposed on them in cases of doubt, they should be excluded from adult events. They would have a right not to be involved in activities that they understand nothing or far too little about, because nothing is more invasive than using children as a staffage to create consternation so that the content still comes across even if interest does not want to arise otherwise. Anyone who allows their misanthropic message to be confirmed by children and those with weak voices and presents the pathetic stuttering or precocious recitation of slogans from school and home, which in any case have shrunk into ideology, as the loud and uneducated truth, is obviously peddling the lie and acting as an inhuman being by deliberately hystericizing those under their protection and parading them as child crusaders. In the greater Munich area, that flat landscape mercilessly sprawled by dormitory towns, where the Süddeutsche Zeitung ends up in every second letterbox, in this soft landscape of a big city teeming with prohibitions and where brute mountain bikers and joggers enforce the law of the jungle every day, in this homeowner's limbo of the German media and high-tech paradise, events are taking place. Fortunately interrupted because of Corona, that put everything that comes from Corona moms and dads in the shade. Quote, on stage, 17-year-old Emily Carra from Socking recited self-penned verses against climate change. The schoolgirl has already won the poetry slam organized by the local Energy Transition Association. Presenter Sarah Kruppert then called all the children on stage who had a poster with them. After the girls and boys were allowed to present their concerns, it was time for the highlight of the afternoon. Climate experts had to answer the children's questions and concerns. Why is there plastic? Why are so many trees being cut down? How many electric cars are there? How does a climate conference work? The representatives from the city, district administration, Nature Conservation Association, and WWF tried to answer these questions without confusing the children with large numbers or statistics. As a thank you, they were given a bee-friendly plant to take home, SZ, May 19, 2019. And so they are publicly made to look like fools. Quote, Linnea Heinz, 9, pupil at the Montessori school in Gilching with her mother Andrea. I came here today with my whole class because we also want to do something to protect the climate. This is very important to me because I want us humans to be able to live on this earth for a long time to come and have a future. That's why we try to avoid plastic packaging and bags at school. I do the same at home. My family also buys a lot of organic food. Or Justice Weber, 10, pupil at Socking Elementary School. I think it's good that there's an event like this here too. I think everyone should do something to protect the environment. I also try to save the environment. To save electricity, for example, I always turn off the lights when I leave the room. I also try to save water by not taking such long showers. I think Fridays for Future is great because we should protect our planet much more. Or Tanya Zehentmeyer, 15, a pupil at the secondary school in Hersching. I think we have to do something for our future now, because we don't have forever. You can see how many environmental disasters have happened in the past, and this must not continue. At home, my family and I are very careful to save plastic, and we have recently started buying a lot of organic products. I think that's very important, and that's why I'm also involved in Fridays for Future. End quote. Behind the undignified performances in Socking and Gilching is the panic of their parents passed on to their children, not about climate change, but about their own life balance, which they only want to be drowned out by the media and self-organized doomsday drone. Since February 2020, they have been allowed to take their panic directly into the children's room, where they sensitively explain that death is lurking around the corner and could soon come for grandma, who was vilified as a pollution pig just a year ago. So now we can finally do what we have always dreamed of: lock the children up completely, with their consent of course, to create a space sealed off from the outside world that makes social coercion seem bearable as voluntary self-protection. Panic and aggression towards potential abusers outside are closely related and cause seemingly quite sociable people to call the youth welfare office against mothers demonstrating with their children and to denounce the crazy colleague to the boss. But complying with the required sanctions will not end the hostility, it can only radicalize it. That's why homeowners expect effective coronavirus protection from the state of emergency and its agencies, which sometimes actively provide superspreaders in Garmisch, then again human shields in Berlin, or dismissals due to coronavirus via the labor court. At the beginning of August 2020, basketball player Yoshiko Saibu was dismissed without notice for violating the provisions of his current employment contract as a professional athlete, because he had deliberately violated the protection rules during a coronavirus demonstration and posed a permanent risk of infection. The labor court proceedings ended with a settlement that confirmed the loss of the job. And as children are still quite trusting, a tip-off among classmates about practices at home is likely to quickly make the rounds among other parents. If it becomes known that Anna celebrated her child's birthday in November 2020 with people from 4 different households, the result is likely to be a report to the class teacher and an embarrassing parent-teacher conference, during which 2 weeks of quarantine are imposed as punishment. Corona is also making those smart people stupid who don't want to join the emergency state or its vaccination opponents. Because the critics have fallen completely silent for a year, as if nothing had happened beyond an epidemic on which they do not comment. Criticism of the state has also fallen completely silent, continuing to be cultivated in virtual university seminars as pseudo-radical talk about the urgent need to abolish the state, while those who seem to uphold communism beyond the seminars seem to come up with little or nothing when it comes to the radicalizing practice of government. As annoying as the never-ending closures of cafes and pubs are, the obstinate and mendacious reference to the fact that this is where criticism unfolds in the first place is just as silly. The objection to this would be that in pubs etc., the most that can be done is to initiate the contacts that make productive exchange possible elsewhere. In times that are not yet truly totalitarian, those who actually want to do this with others can survive as critics. Hatred of the status quo should be the guiding principle, a hatred that does not adopt the general attitude of scolding or complaining because of the virus, but instead promotes criticism based on hatred, even in a state of emergency. Meeting up wherever, even clandestinely, and meetings from person to person without Zoom or Skype are what matters, could be organized without too much effort, if only we wanted to. Just in time for the start of the temporary lockdown light, Christian Drossen was invited by the German Literature Archive in Marbach to give the Schiller speech, which an important public figure is allowed to deliver there every year. On this occasion, Germany's most prominent virologist outlined the relationship between freedom and responsibility as he sees it, saying, "In order for the freedom of all to be created and maintained, it is necessary for people to stand up for each other and take responsibility for each other. The better this works, the less intervention from above is needed." The pandemic has shown how relevant this principle still is today. The more I behave responsibly as an individual of my own free will, the less reason I give the state to intervene in social life. But the more thoughtlessly and selfishly I act, the more the state must restrict my freedom. End of quote. Following not Schiller but Kant, Drossen proposed a pandemic imperative for life under corona. In a pandemic, always act as if you yourself were tested positive and your counterpart belonged to a risk group. As Drossen knows, Friedrich Schiller saw himself as a world citizen who serves no prince, which is why for Schiller there was only the moral law above, i.e. above the freeborn human being, which is at the same time inherent in all people and can at best be externalized in institutions, which are always man-made. Where it confronts people as something alien, merely external to them, its validity is corrupted. In this sense, contrary to what Drossen claims, the freedom of all does not have to be created, but is always already there, but awaits realization. In order for this realization to come within reach, not only the narrow-mindedness of the individual, who is unfree in his insistence on his egoism, must be overcome, but also the narrow-mindedness of the state, which sees its task as intervening in social life, instead of seeing itself as a coagulated expression of human society. The categorical imperative formulated by Immanuel Kant in the Metaphysics of Morals and developed in the Critique of Practical Reason, act only according to that maxim by which you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law attempts to give universal form to the relationship between the individual and the general public. Unlike Kant and Schiller, however, Drossen only considers the individual as a potential disturber of the general. His duty consists solely in not giving the state cause, to restrict the freedom of the individual through self-responsible, i.e. voluntarily community-compliant behavior. According to Delusion, such occasions can be not only egoism, but also recklessness, spontaneity, and any expression of unregulated sensuality, all of which would be the supreme duty of the state, which legitimizes itself solely through the individuals who constitute it. By unilaterally taking sides with the state, the narrow-minded general, to which he wants to swear the citizens, Delusion is closer to the philosopher of the state Hegel than Kant or Schiller, if one wants to measure his statements against the guarantors of German idealism at all. Basically, such contextualization is already misleading because Delusion's imperative does not attempt to formulate what is valid between all people, but, as a pandemic imperative, merely universalizes a state of emergency. The phrase pandemic imperative is a contradiction in terms, as it formulates rules of conduct for a special case, the meaning of which can only be assessed with a view to the desirable general that moral philosophy unfolds. The pragmatic version of Delusion's pandemic imperative is formulated by Markus Söder, Angela Merkel, and other speakers of the health emergency when they advise the population not only to refrain from doing what is forbidden for the time being, but also to refrain from doing things that are still permitted. This kind of advice expresses what Delusion hints at in a rather clumsy way. In future, the important criterion for interhuman behavior will not be whether someone has COVID-19 or not, but that anyone could carry the virus regardless of their state of health. The subjects will no longer be seen as a concretization of the possibilities that are inherent in people for better or worse, including illness, but only as potential sources of illness. The morality of their actions is measured by how responsibly or thoughtlessly they deal with this imposition placed on them. Risk is a key concept in this social relationship. In 1986, when the sociologist Ulrich Beck introduced the term risk society in his book of the same name, he used it to describe the delegation of welfare state protection and provision tasks to the individual. The paternalistic welfare state of the coal era, which promised citizens a secure pension and at least a modest level of prosperity in exchange for predictability and good behavior, was beginning to become history. By describing the dismantling of welfare state protections as new coercion and new freedom for citizens, Beck attempted to reconcile the promises of the decaying welfare state with those of a supposedly dawning new liberalism. More self-commitment on the part of the individual should also enable more individual freedom. Today, nothing remains of this stale promise, which the social democratic government under Gerhard Schroeder kept and simultaneously revoked with the Hartz IV laws. The pandemic version of the risk principle, which Delusion preaches in line with Merkel, Söder, and Lauterbach, only recognizes citizens as members of one or more risk groups. In the current situation, the risk group does not only include those who are particularly vulnerable to COVID-19, but also those who are statistically at particularly low risk and are therefore considered to be at risk from a health policy perspective. This similarity between those to be protected and those at risk, from whom the at-risk groups are to be protected, has hardly come to light so far. Nevertheless, it is evident, the slogan "Protect yourself and others" does not simply appeal to consideration for the weaker, but addresses every citizen as a person at risk and a threat, regardless of their life situation. This blurs the decisive difference in civil law between the justiciable harm to others and the individual's right to self-harm. This de-differentiation is inherent in the form of the health risk, because viruses can also be passed on by people who are not themselves infected by them. But where, as is the consensus in reporting on COVID-19, there is no longer any distinction at all between infected and sick people, and even those who are not sick are encouraged to behave like potentially infected people, the distinction is blurred, and the elderly and chronically ill, who would rather risk sociability at the price of self-harm than by their safety through voluntary socialization, are considered just as dangerous as participants in corona parties. The fact that demonstrations against the federal government's health policy measures are now being referred to as anti-corona demos, although their participants are also being called corona deniers, is a linguistic expression of this confusion. In the current situation, the distinction between the reckless and their victims, between the risk groups and those willing to take risks, is merely a moral one, not a political one. In fact, the risk-takers are collectively and without exception forbidden to do the same things that the risk groups are forbidden to do. The bourgeois public sphere tends to be transformed into a hermetic space populated only by those who are included and excluded. The question of the quality of life to be protected, which can only ever be answered individually and specifically, is hardly ever asked anymore. But the concept of risk is related to that of quality. Living life, fulfilled in its transience, is always the life of the individual, whose happiness and hope lies in developing instead of vegetating. Whoever presents people with the alternative of life or death is on the side of death from the outset, because individual life is not exhausted in the accumulation of years of life, but means the realization of hopes, fulfilled time and happy self-transformation. A society in which all people are transformed into risk groups represses this connection and thereby relinquishes the concept of civilization that it claims for itself. Before the coronavirus era, the post of Secretary of Health and Human Services had little glamour, was downright insignificant, especially compared to the Secretary of State, who potentially has to deal with the existential issues of war and peace, or the Secretary of the Interior, who defends the prevailing order against dangerous enemies of the state and terrorists, at least when pensioners on rollators did not yet have to serve as such. Since and with Corona, however, health has proven to be the decisive lever for transferring bourgeois society into a state of emergency, i.e. in the name of preventive healthcare and based on the arbitrary modeling of future scenarios, for longer periods of time and for the whole of society, i.e. encompassing each of its sub-areas, to clear away what is at the core of civilized coexistence, the freedom rights of the individual. Conversely, the rejection of lockdowns, mask mandates and vaccination requirements is more than just a health policy position. The mass hysteria or psychosis, which in many respects made the almost unresisting expansion of the pre-totalitarian state of measures possible in the first place, cannot be separated from a fundamental erosion of common sense, which affected all policy areas before, during and after coronavirus and only came into its own in a condensed form in the coronavirus narrative and corresponding practice. The unfortunate translation of common sense as common sense, the politicized dichotomy of sick/healthy is historically loaded, makes it understandable in the case of the USA that and to what extent Make America Healthy Again (MAHA) is linked to Make America Great Again (MAGA), and goes far beyond the health department. What the progressives, the woke, or as Trump says, the radical left have done in recent years must be undone at all levels. Even during the election campaign, Trump took aim at the most ludicrous excesses of gender politics, according to which men who declare themselves to be women beat up women in women's boxing matches or rape women in women's prisons. Trump polemicized against the unreal fear of climate catastrophe, which not only damages the psyche of those affected by it, but also inspires an irrational energy transition policy that threatens to drag the industry and with it the entire economy into the abyss, which Germany in particular is setting a warning example for the world. The policy of open borders, i.e. illegal immigration, is also known to have been a major topic of the election campaign. This is in stark contrast to a reappraisal of the coronavirus era, which is why it may seem surprising at first glance how high the proportion of proven coronavirus dissidents is in Trump's cabinet of choice. On the other hand, Trump and his supporters have, on the one hand, repeatedly and almost pathetically relied on the juxtaposition of individual freedom versus tyranny in the sense of a choice of destiny, just as the left, very similarly in Germany, has relied on the hollow preservation of its understanding of democracy. On the other hand, Trump's personnel decisions not only show the specific agenda for a particular policy area, but also in general how these are interwoven, not least under the major theme of the original American love of freedom. It is therefore no coincidence that Kristi Noem, who was nominated for the Department of Homeland Security, which is comparable to the German Ministry of the Interior and primarily deals with border and refugee issues, became known as Governor of South Dakota for her strict rejection of lockdowns and mask mandates. A critic of the coronavirus vaccine was originally intended as Attorney General and Attorney General. This person, who stumbled across a threesome, was immediately replaced by a supporter of the lab theory and an opponent of Fauci. Just as Trump has declared war on any tolerance of anti-Semitism on campus by threatening to cut off state funding if those left-wing university leaders allow the mob to continue, his appointment plans for the State Department and the Ukraine envoy also set the record straight in global politics, which is completely crazy in the West and especially, but not only, in Green Germany. Above all, it is important to provide honest and consequent support for Israel in defeating its anti-Semitic mortal enemies. In this respect, the nomination of Elise Stefanik as Trump's UN ambassador also sends a clear signal. The well-known campaigner for a reappraisal of the coronavirus measures in the USA earned great respect among Republicans last December when she literally grilled to Jaw, the president of Harvard University, Claudine Gay, during a hearing on the anti-Israeli protests at universities and called on her to resign, which she then did. This is also metaphorically about healing, making healthy society, which, as a liberal society, takes the threat of anti-Semitism and Islamism seriously, not only for the Jews in the West and in Israel, but also for its own sake. Back to Corona, which was not an election campaign issue, and yet plays a role in Trump's desired cabinet beyond the health department, while the latter itself is to be completely turned upside down and put back on its feet as consequent as possible, especially by Corona dissidents. As is well known, Trump has nominated Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a world-famous vaccination skeptic and critic of coronavirus measures, as Secretary of Health and Human Services. He will be assisted by Jim O'Neill as his deputy. The latter already held several positions within the HHS, Department of Health and Human Services, under George W. Bush. Trump said, Jim and RFK Jr. will fight together to ensure that every American, and especially our most precious resource, our children, will live long and healthy lives, and America will be great and healthy again. End quote. The head of the Medicare and Medicaid health systems, something like state health insurance, will be the TV Dr. Mehmet Oz, who is controversial because of alternative corona treatment methods, whereby alternative is already considered disreputable by the mainstream, although everyone now knows that hardly anything could have been worse and produced more deaths than the official WHO treatment consisting of intubation, hard drug cocktails, isolation of the elderly and vaccination. Jay Bhattacharya, co-author of the Great Barrington Declaration, which proposed a Swedish approach to corona, and one of the advisors to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' rather Swedish corona policy, is to become head of the National Institutes of Health, NIH, a biomedical regulatory and research agency subordinate to the Ministry of Health. Andreas Rosenfelder writes about this alone in Die Welt on November 29, because medical doctor Jay Bhattacharya criticized the lockdowns in October 2020, he was defamed and ostracized on government orders. Now Donald Trump is making the Stanford professor the head of his health authorities. It could be the starting signal for a global coronavirus response. End of quote. But that's not all. As head of the FDA Food and Drug Administration, the regulatory agency for drugs, vaccines, and food comparable to the Paul Ehrlich Institute, PEI, except for the nutrition issue, Trump has appointed Marty Makary, a surgeon and author who became nationally known for his opposition to vaccination regulations and other measures during the COVID pandemic. The headline in Die Welt on 23.11. Read, critic of corona masks and child vaccination to head the FDA health regulator. The professor at Johns Hopkins University had then denounced in books and articles the excessive prescribing of drugs, the use of pesticides in food, and the undue influence of pharmaceutical and insurance companies on doctors and government regulators. The CDC, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, comparable to the Robert Koch Institute, RKI here in Germany, is to be headed by Dave Weldon, a former congressman from Florida and doctor who attracted attention as an early critic of the health authorities, particularly the CDC, to the extent that he introduced bills back in 2007 that were intended to significantly weaken the power of the CDC. If Weldon is confirmed by the Senate, fears mainstream media like NBC, he will have a significant impact on vaccination policy in the U.S. That's correct. The CDC is responsible for tracking and responding to infectious diseases, developing immunization guidelines, collecting and analyzing health data, and managing public health emergencies. Consequently, NBC News on November 25 continues, experts say Weldon's nomination comes at a critical time for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The U.S. is dealing with multiple health threats, including H5N1 avian flu, whooping cough, and a spike in measles cases. End quote. That's right. The time of pompous experts who, because they are all too fond of shooting sparrows with cannons because they are in love with emergencies and exceptional circumstances, cause more mischief with their programs than the health threats they are fighting is over. Trump has repeated what he expects with every nomination in the healthcare sector: fundamental reforms and a fight against corruption. The authorities must re-examine the products of the pharmaceutical and food industries in the interests of citizens' health instead of promoting them. He demands not only the reintroduction of gold standards in research, but also the unbundling of personnel. It should no longer be possible for experts to easily transfer their jobs from the relevant industry to the authority, and vice versa, which would inevitably lead to the dismissal of some of the current authority employees. Just as many Hollywood celebrities grandiloquently announced they would leave the U.S. if Trump won the election, according to MSNBC, FDA employees would consider leaving if RFK Jr. is named HHS Secretary. The difference is, certain FDA employees, unlike actors and pop singers, won't even have the choice. Such radical restructuring of the healthcare system would also be a necessary pillar of the coronavirus response in Germany, namely to prevent a repeat of the coronavirus injustice. Just as the Trump administration as a whole is likely to rule out the possibility of lockdowns, mask mandates, and compulsory vaccinations even being considered in the context of future pandemics due to the cabinet members who are critical of the measures. The second pillar of a coronavirus investigation worthy of the name, the criminal prosecution of perpetrators such as Fauci, has also become at least conceivable with Trump's nominations. Especially with Republicans, who, still in opposition, did not miss the opportunity to grill Fauci at hearings as soon as he was in government. Of course, it remains to be seen whether the Trump administration will actually succeed in radically overhauling the bureaucracy and corruption that has grown over decades within the first 2 years. The Republicans will certainly have the necessary majorities. However, the will is recognizable, and unlike in 2016, Firstly, there seems to be a clear strategy with a suitable team, and secondly, there is even the possibility of governing accordingly because the Republicans dominate the Senate and House of Representatives and the Supreme Court is comparatively favorably staffed. The reorientation of the domestic and foreign policy of the world's most powerful democracy, which the Trump administration will begin on January 20, 2025, will not be without consequences for Germany. So far, German politicians and the media have been loudly and repeatedly talking about possible tariffs on German exports. On the other hand, shifts in Ukraine policy, which are still unclear in concrete terms, are imminent, meaning that Germany would also have to readjust its engagement in this regard. In this context, Trump's threat to rethink NATO is also feared if the members continue to fail to meet their obligations towards the USA. German media and politicians have taken less notice of some of the statements made by Trump's Vice President J.D. Vance. In interviews, he hinted at making American NATO support dependent on sharing American values, in particular the central freedom of expression. In this context, he explicitly sees German and EU moves to regulate social media, which he sees as censorship, particularly with regard to Elon Musk's X platform, as a violation of American values that could affect American support for European NATO members. As far as the topics of health and coronavirus recovery are concerned, the fact that the USA could withdraw from the WHO in the same way as from the climate agreements is likely to have an impact on Germany. The USA is the most important financial supporter of the WHO, and the organization would probably also have to restructure its health policy if it wanted to continue receiving funds from the USA. For the German corona perpetrators associated with the WHO, both the loss of power by the WHO and its restructuring would not be without consequences. Either way, they would no longer have any relevant international backing. Furthermore, a temporal coincidence was already striking. Although it has been known for months through the RKI leaks that scientific findings from the RKI have taken a backseat to political directives from health ministers, the mainstream media only really took up this topic in November of all months, i.e. in parallel with Trump's health policy nominations, and scandalized it for the first time, together with leaked emails from Elena Bix to Jens Spahn, which make it clear that even the Ethics Council, which was staged as independent, had merely submitted to politics by only providing ethical justifications for measures that had long since been decided. Something also happened on X in this context that was at least entertaining. The journalist Aya Velasquez took Trump's nomination of Jay Bhattacharya as an opportunity to tickle the German star virologist and Measures hardliner Christian Drosten a little and share her recent interview with Bhattacharya, who at C_Drosten, seen who's been nominated as the new NIH director in the US? That's right, the man you disparaged as a liar and pseudo-expert. I have news for you, he hasn't forgotten. My interview with Dr. Jay Bhattacharya 2 months ago. End quote. What is remarkable now is that Drosten, who usually avoids direct confrontations with critics and prefers to have conversations with journalists who adore him, felt he had to respond directly this time, and how he responded: you know, there are some people who position themselves with gross misjudgments at the time and didn't manage to correct themselves later. That is psychology. This personnel issue is politics. But it's not something that affects me in any way, if that's what you're hoping. End of quote. This in turn not only provoked a NIUS article, but also countless X contributions from high-reach accounts on the easily verifiable errors and untruths that Drosten has still not corrected. Dr. Simon Godek, over 950,000 followers on X, for example, also took up the cause in order to make Drosten's work better known internationally in English, which was quite successful with over 1 million views for the following post. Meet at C_Drosten, the German virologist who not only labeled Dr. Jay Bhattacharya a pseudo-expert, but without whom there almost certainly would have been no pandemic. Think Fauci is the most evil? Hold your beer, this man is much worse. End of quote. The halt of a study on mRNA vaccination of infants in the USA indicates a return to stricter testing procedures by the responsible authority, FDA. The employees may already be acting in anticipation of the upcoming Trump administration. It began as a success story for the pharmaceutical industry. In June 2024, an mRNA vaccine against respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, for adults was approved in the USA, shortly afterwards also in Europe, after only 3 years of testing without declaring an emergency. However, a corresponding study in infants and young children was stopped by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, at the end of the year due to safety signals. After the COVID-19 vaccines, the new RSV preparation was the second approved vaccine based on immature mRNA technology. This is despite the increasing awareness that it has not really proven itself against coronavirus. The absolute risk reduction with regard to the event cold symptom plus positive corona test was only 0.8%, an effect that only lasted a few weeks. To date, there is no evidence-based proof of a positive effect on the prevention of severe courses. Any external protection was not even claimed by the regulatory authorities at the time and is no longer propagated by mRNA fans today. On the other hand, there are now even reports in the mainstream about serious side effects that are disproportionate to the supposedly prevented disease. And the former conspiracy theory of the vaccination lottery has now also found its way into official documents from the Paul Ehrlich Institute, PI. This did not stop the authorities from waving through another mRNA injection against another cold virus, at least for the purpose of immunizing adults. The respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, has always been part of the pathogen mix that leads to colds and flu-like illnesses in fall and winter. During their seasonal peak, the proportion of RS viruses rises to up to 20%, as can be read in any influenza weekly report from the RKI. As is always the case with viral colds, they are usually mild respiratory illnesses which, in exceptional cases, develop into severe illnesses of the lower respiratory tract. As always, adults over the age of 75 and older adults with certain underlying conditions are at an increased risk of contracting severe RSV infections. In contrast to corona, for example, but similar to influenza, infants and babies, especially premature babies and babies with certain underlying diseases, also belong to the risk group Federal Ministry of Health. As always, the basic dilemma is that healthy people do not need a vaccination because their immune systems can cope with cold viruses, while it is questionable whether the immune systems of those in need of protection who are weakened by age or previous illnesses can be activated at all by an injection. Regardless of this, the pharmaceutical industry and its lobbyists naturally have a commercial interest in vaccinating everyone from birth as often as possible against every conceivable disease, inflating the effects and downplaying the side effects as far as is permissible. However, the RSV vaccination of young children in particular has been stalled since the 1960s. Quote, in the 1960s, 80% of the children vaccinated in an RSV vaccine trial became ill and 2 died. This vaccine contained a completely inactivated RSV antigen. Apparently, the immune system of the young patients was misdirected by the vaccination. T-cell responses were weakened and large amounts of ineffective antibodies were produced, forming dangerous immune complexes. This tragedy has blocked the development activities of RSV vaccines for decades. Pharmazeutische Zeitung, December 19, 2024. However, the mRNA euphoria fueled by the state and the media against all scientific evidence since corona made it possible for the biotechnology company Moderna to carry out another RSV vaccine experiment on infants and young children this year, with results that bring back memories of the 1960s. Quote, in a study to test the safety of the monovalent mRNA vaccine conducted by Moderna in Panama, 5 out of 40 children aged 5 to 8 months developed severe or very severe RSV-related disease. In the placebo group, only 1 in 20 children fell ill. In addition, 3 out of 27 infants who received the combination vaccine developed HMPV infections in a Phase 1 study. In contrast, no infection was observed in the placebo group, IBID. The U.S. regulatory authority now considered this to be a relevant warning signal. Following an expert meeting, the FDA ordered a halt to the inclusion of children under 2 years of age in all clinical trials testing RSV vaccine candidates that do not contain a live attenuated virus. The halt also applies to children 2 to 5 years of age who have never been infected with RSV. For Moderna, the mRNA enthusiasm and the pharmaceutical industry as a whole, this alone is a major setback. And it could get worse. This is because the old FDA is still responsible for this study stop, although it can be speculated that the warning signals already known in the summer, before the Trump election, are only now, i.e. before Trump's inauguration on January 20th, leading to the stop, because some FDA employees want to continue to be employed. This is because the new FDA under Trump and presumably Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Marty Makary has a number of plans. One is that almost every available or recommended vaccine would have to prove its supposedly positive risk-benefit balance against gold standards of research. The other concerns an issue that is often confused with fundamental opposition to vaccination, skepticism, or esotericism. Even if each individual vaccination had a positive outcome on its own, the basic credo with regard to childhood vaccinations can also be doubted by conventional medicine, that children have actually become healthier overall with every vaccination that has been added in recent decades on the basis of recommendations or mandatory vaccination, especially in the USA, i.e. the sum of all individual vaccinations, or that they are less likely to fall ill, seriously, with whatever. So instead of injecting infants and small children with all kinds of pharmaceuticals against all conceivable, even less dangerous eventualities as a preventive measure, we could think about prioritization again, i.e. limiting ourselves to the essentials or the really urgent, meaning really effective remedies against really serious diseases that are likely to occur without vaccination. According to the announcements by Trump and Kennedy, a lot could happen on this front in the USA in the coming years. It seems as if defeatism and resignation are gradually spreading among critics of the government's anti-corona measures, which in their sum and duration represent the greatest attack on fundamental rights since 1945. This is understandable if you limit your view to Germany. Everything is getting more and more crazy in this country, and there is no end in sight anytime soon. The judge of a family court certifies that the corona legislator is far removed from the facts, which has taken on seemingly historical proportions and, with watertight reasoning and based on expert opinions, states that compulsory masks, PCR testing and distancing requirements endanger the welfare of children. The result is house searches and criminal investigations against the judge for alleged obstruction of justice. The Fourth Estate celebrates the unprovoked attack on judicial independence as necessary repression against a dangerous lateral thinker. The fear that the state of emergency will never end can be seen confirmed in countless similar examples, such as the media reactions to the #ElestigMcCanActor protest, the Constitutional Court stance on the incidence value automatism, or the establishment of an indirect vaccination obligation, even for children. And yet the wind is changing. The political and legal reappraisal of the coronavirus crisis will be carried out in 3 acts. In Act 1, the realization of the futility of the measures will prevail, which is why they will be ended unanimously and unconditionally. Act 2 not only acknowledges the damage caused to society as a whole by the overreaching state measures, but also seeks to prevent economic lockdowns, compulsory masks and curfews from ever being used again by means of new laws. Act 1 and Act 2 thus create at least comparatively favorable conditions for ensuring that the efforts of the Third Act are no longer doomed to failure from the outset. The criminal investigations and civil lawsuits for damages against those politicians and scientific advisors and institutions who, against their better judgment and intentionally, created and maintained the pseudo-reality of a public health emergency or, against all evidence, staged a mere PCR test pandemic as a real health-threatening epidemic situation of national scope. For the corona beneficiaries and followers of the pandemic regime in politics, science, the media and the population, a world will collapse completely unexpectedly. A bubble will burst, because such a social development is beyond their imagination. They consider doubts about the killer virus narrative to be completely otherworldly and absurd, even downright immoral. It will catch them off guard because new realities can have an impact even if they are not yet being reported on, or only sparsely. Even though critics of the coronavirus craze may appear to be overly optimistic, the restoration of at least the old normality has long since taken shape on the other side of the Atlantic. Dozens of U.S. states are now in Act 2, Florida even in Act 3. The example of North Dakota shows that mass hysteria is not the same as mass hysteria, and that it is possible to get out of it if you don't live panicked overreactions for their own sake and obsessively to the bitter end, as is the case in Germany, but at some point come to a sober stocktaking and critical reflection of your own actions. It is actually quite simple. While the neighboring state of South Dakota did not rely on business restrictions and mandatory masks in the fight against corona, North Dakota took an example from New York City. However, a sober look at the figures soon revealed that the PCR test-based infection and death rate is almost identical in both states, but South Dakota has the advantage of not having harmed its own economy and not having violated the civil liberties that are highly valued in the USA. So North Dakota withdrew the restrictions, reopened Act 1, and launched legislative initiatives with the aim of making state mask mandates impossible in the future, Act 2. In early April 2021, the Grand Forks Herald wrote, elected officials in several other states, including Arizona and Idaho, have considered banning mask mandates in some form, but North Dakota lawmakers could be the first to pass a comprehensive ban on state-mandated mask requirements. End quote. Florida has gone even further in terms of practical enlightenment. Governor Ron DeSantis has led his state in a comparatively liberal or Swedish manner from the outset and has been more successful than the lockdowns during the pandemic. There was never a mask requirement in Florida, the beaches were never closed, and all children have been going to school as normal since September. Despite this, fewer people have died from coronavirus than the U.S. average. How can that be? One reason is that in September 2020, DeSantis was advised and encouraged in his approach by experts who are considered lateral thinkers and/or virus trivializers in Germany. Stanford professors and Nobel Prize winners Michael Levitt, Martin Kulldorff and Jay Bhattacharya, who, in stark contrast to Wheeler and Drossen, understand something about the subject and, moreover, have no interest in scientifically substantiating the self-destruction of bourgeois society. After DeSantis then publicly took stock again at the end of March 2021 with the participation of the same and a few other scientists, he not only initiated processes to successively dismantle the few anti-corona measures still in place, Phase 1, but also set some signs for the further handling of corona and similar challenges in the future. Phase 2. The governor signed Senate Bill, SB 2006 on May 3 in St. Petersburg together with local legislators and small business owners, as well as several executive orders before and after, all of which reflect a desire to curb local and state overregulation and protect individual civil liberties from arbitrary and overly prolonged state encroachment, even in the event of a disaster. For example, all local emergency regulations have been suspended until July 1, 2021, and will be permanently suspended from this date. The aim is to ensure that neither the state nor local authorities can close businesses or keep students out of Florida's schools, except in the event of hurricane emergencies. In addition, all local emergencies will be limited to 7 days. In addition, the governor of Florida will be allowed to declare a local emergency order invalid if it unnecessarily restricts the rights or freedoms of individuals. In addition, Florida will not only not introduce a vaccination certificate, which is also out of the question for over 20 other U.S. states, but will explicitly prohibit one, as 12 other states have now done with the recent addition of Wyoming. In Florida, it costs $5,000 in fines if schools and companies make participation in events dependent on the presentation of proof of vaccination. Since the central health authorities have caused great damage to Florida's cruise industry through their policy of closures, DeSantis not only attacked CDC and HHS at several press conferences for the many and general misconduct of unelected bureaucrats, but has also Act 3 filed a specific lawsuit. The lawsuit was filed Thursday in the U.S. District Court for the Middle District of Florida in Tampa against the Department of Health and Human Services, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the agency's directors. It asks the court to declare the conditional sale order unlawful. End quote. Imagine, even if the comparison may be a little far-fetched, if LaSjet were to sue the Robert Koch Institute for its disastrous policy and publicly blame Drossen and Wheeler for the immense collateral damage caused by the measures. The fact that it is still unimaginable in Germany at the moment to take stock soberly after months of pandemic policy means that liberal states in the USA are seeing their course confirmed and more lockdown supporters are turning back and taking precautions against a recurrence, which could also include holding those responsible for avoidable damage to account politically and legally. The United States of America is not without international influence. The virus of enlightenment could be contagious and soon reach Europe. Even if not Germany, other nations can in principle be trusted to become pragmatic again and to look to Sweden in their own interests, out of a rediscovered love of freedom, for example, in the same way that North Dakota looks to South Dakota, which will gradually increase the pressure on Germany. Apparently, the decisive impetus for Germany must once again come from outside. That is bitter. But it is all the more comforting that something is moving on the outside, and not exactly a little. This could inspire resistance from within. In any case, the superspreaders of panic and authoritarianism were too self-important and brazen to cover their tracks. So it may yet pay off that achgut.com and other independent media outlets have meticulously logged every breach of law by the government, its agencies and advisors. As is well known, the AfD's praise of Elon Musk sent Germany's establishment into a frenzy at the end of the year. Karl Lauterbach once again took the cake, both in terms of content and language, on New Year's Eve. He certainly doesn't seem to have digested the previous Spiegel article about a possible conversation between Alice Weidel and Elon Musk on X very well. Before we take note of his unfortunate tweet, let's try our hand at the categorization that is so popular these days. Even the harshest Lauterbach critic would have qualms about writing sentences like these: Lauterbach is selling us, or our health, or the basic law to China, or who, or the pharmaceutical industry. Years ago, such a thing would have been unthinkable. The extent to which our democracy is under attack is breathtaking. End of quote. At the latest, a careful proofreader would object that the selling is a skewed image and more than hackneyed as a polemic. The same applies to the phrase about the unthinkability of breaking a taboo. The last sentence is completely off the mark. Our democracy should be made more precise, and by breathtaking the author probably means frightening or similar negative descriptions. According to the Duden Dictionary, however, breathtaking has a positive, enthusiastic connotation. Examples given are: a breathtaking excitement performance, a breathtaking tempo, gorges with breathtaking magnificent waterfalls. It is breathtakingly beautiful. As synonyms, exciting, fascinating, captivating, ravishing. This does not fit the scandalizing tone of the text. So perhaps the editor would suggest the following: Lauterbach subjugates the basic law to the interests of the pharmaceutical industry. Years ago, this would have been unthinkable in this form. It's frightening how strongly our civil liberties are being attacked. End of quote. Back to what Lauterbach came up with about Elon Musk and Alice Weidel, and what would make any editor despair, namely this: the AfD is selling us out to Putin and Trump. Years ago, something like this would have been unthinkable. It's breathtaking how badly our democracy is under attack. Lauterbach is therefore saying, by Elon Musk praising the AfD, or talking to Alice Weidel, the AfD is selling us, meaning us people or us Germans or Germany in general, to the autocrat Putin and the liberal conservative Trump. But is it even possible to hand Germany over to the interests of Russia and the USA at the same time? And would the opposition party AfD of all parties already have the power to do this? Or is Lauterbach's sentence itself the only thing that is still, at least politically and logically, unthinkable? For Lauterbach, a conversation between Musk and Weidel is undoubtedly an attack on our democracy, and so strong that he finds it breathtaking. He can hardly be helped. However, a proofreader merely interfered with his attempt to sell himself and his readers for fools anyway. It's hilarious. Just as in the old days when board games were still played, people would sweep the board in pieces off the table, jump up, cross their arms and stomp out of the room announcing, "I'm not playing anymore," when they became aware of an impending defeat. It seems to be becoming increasingly fashionable to leave Platform X with a roar. The smaller the loss for those who stay behind, the greater the impact. At the same time, few people delete their accounts. In fact, most merely, temporarily, close them down. After all, they want to come back as soon as X meets their own demands. As a rule, they are back beforehand, and quite quickly, and justify this by saying that they don't want to leave the field to others without a fight. It never goes below that. Pathos and embarrassment always go hand in hand. In addition to pompous individuals among the ABC celebrities, it is increasingly organizations that justify their withdrawal from X, formerly Twitter, with their social responsibility for this and that. See Merker of January 14, 25, WDR of December 1, 25, Der Spiegel of September 1, 25 memorials, churches, cities, police departments, Bundesliga clubs, trade unions, the Federal Court of Justice. Sometimes it is individual events that are trivial and ridiculous in themselves, but which are morally inflated to the point of overflowing. Elon Musk talks to Alice Weidel without first asking a German trade union for permission. Naturally, the outrage among those who have been ignored is huge, so they show Elon by shutting down their own account. You show face by no longer showing it on X. More effective than the boycott of individuals, it is believed, is the agreed retreat in the pack, to which not only individuals, writers and other intellectuals, but also organizations can join together. Recently, more than 60 universities, including for example, Heinrich Heine University Düsseldorf, Freie Universität and Humboldt University in Berlin, the University of Frankfurt and the University of Heidelberg drew attention to themselves by means of sympathetic media reports, e.g. FAZ, January 15, 2025. And when academics protest and boycott, it is rarely about individual events, but rather about fundamental issues. The universities see their own values, supposedly, openness to the world, transparency and a fair democratic discourse being called into question by X. As if fact-based communication/democracy and academia/science were not already a contradiction in terms, keywords, climate, gender, corona, the withdrawal of X's universities and research institutions, according to Friedrich Alexander Universität Erlangen-Nuremberg, FAU, underlines their commitment to fact-based communication and against anti-democratic forces. Disappointed by its own limited reach and probably also envious of the greater reach of others, the FAU statement continues in a conspiracy-theoretical and standardized manner. The changes to Platform X, from the algorithmic amplification of right-wing populist content to the restriction of organic reach, make further use unjustifiable for the organizations involved. End quote. The protest notes are an upside-down world of lies and fake news. Transparency? Elon Musk has published the source code of X comparatively transparently as open source. No one has yet been able to prove from this or in any other way that X would operate an algorithmic amplification of right-wing populist content. The relevance/importance of content may come about through reach, and this may be tautologically reinforced. A lot of reach leads to even more reach, whereby populist/simple content performs better than reflected/complex content, but this applies to the entire network and has also been the case in the analog world. The tabloids triumph over the feature pages. Build sells better than the FAZ. We may regret this, for good reasons, not just elitist ones, but it has nothing to do with Musk and X. There is also no indication that X would manually push right-wing populist content against left-wing populist content. Anecdotal evidence even explicitly speaks against it. Example, the left-wing populist fake news slinger George Russell, editorial director at Monitor ARD, posted on X on January 6, 2025, "Shut up, Elon Musk. We don't want your fascism in Europe." Wrestle, who has 158,000 followers on X, reached 2.8 million views with this post.
No censorship.
No range restrictions. No fake news posts saying that Musk is not a fascist or that insults are against the rules. Lots of comments. In agreement. Rejecting ones. One from Malka Goldstein-Wolf, the hashtag RR minion at Jorgwrestle, also known for his Israel obsession, wants to ban Elon Musk from his own platform. How does Musk react? He doesn't delete Wrestle's comment, demonstrating clearly how freedom of expression works. Even when a foul-mouthed user vomits in his own living room. End of quote. An argument, a discussion. Definitely open, free, democratic, fair. The user does what they want with it. Admittedly not constructively, not responsibly, not respectfully. The only thing is that criticism and arguments should always be constructive, that moderators should be in charge of the thinking, and that this is an unjustified assumption by the woken alone. In reality, X has been reliberalized by Musk and Meta will soon be reliberalized by Zuckerberg. Before that, censorship prevailed, at the latest since Corona. Posts were relativized with fact checks that were themselves fake news, accounts were blocked or shadow banned. Musk revealed these processes, in which governments were also involved, after the takeover of Twitter by publishing the Twitter files, with little response in the mainstream media. More recently, the Bild newspaper of November 1, 2025, quotes Zuckerberg's complaints about how he was put under pressure by employees of the Biden administration at the time. "It was brutal. They pushed us super hard to delete stuff that was true. Anything that said vaccines could have side effects basically had to come down." End quote. In future, Zuckerberg will therefore kick out the fact-checkers, as Elon Musk did, and introduce so-called community notes, as he did with X. This will give users the opportunity to add a note directly under posts stating that they consider the information in question to be false or misleading and why. The user decides what they find more plausible. There is lively discussion in the comments. There is no truth institute to guide them. Just like in real adult life, at least in a liberal, free society. This is what annoys the left-wing Greens. The fact that they can be contradicted on X and that they are losing their former hegemony there, which was not due to better arguments or real majorities, but solely to the support of the government and its agencies, which censored, deleted, or suppressed their critics. That is why, not because they are now being deleted, censored, or restricted, which is not happening, the sensitive are fleeing to platforms where they are among themselves, without contradiction and therefore without any food for thought. They are the ones who are not capable of democracy, hidden under hollow phrases, even decidedly anti-democratic. A news portal that is increasingly outstripping the established media in terms of information can certainly do without universities. But it's all pretty insane. The novel of the same name by Reynold Gett states, page 324, "Nothing produces as much mental mud as responsible thinking, VD. This thinking has already given up its head before it has even opened its eyes and begun to look. This thinking runs through the world blind and is not allowed to see anything. Instead, responsible thinking must constantly think about responsibility. That is why no truth about the world ever emerges, or at least a little news. No, this thinking automatically produces the same thing over and over again, wackertum, indignation, the stupidest committed correctness and the very worst." End of quote.